Chapter 228. Eagle Beak. During a brief respite on the journey, Bai took out the silver needles and tested them with the mechanism box recently acquired by Qixia. The mechanism box functioned perfectly. With a simple press, the silver needles would automatically be launched, proving to be exceedingly convenient. As the group rested momentarily on the snowy ground, they each caught their breath before resuming their trek towards the West Ridge. Upon finally arriving at the foot of the West Ridge, everyone looked up to find the imposing eagle beak looming above them, rendering them as potential prey beneath its watchful gaze. Thick layers of snow blanketed the peak, and as they spoke, loose snow cascaded down, crashing onto the ground with a thud. Lu Zhishi, a scholarly figure, realized here the frailty of his own strength. Protecting his head with his hands, he exclaimed, "Goodness, I hope nothing falls. It might just crush my skull." Throughout the journey, Lu Zhishi had remained unusually quiet. Lazy understood that his somber mood stemmed from the complexities between Xiao Ning and Tang San Cheng. Lu's spirits had only begun to lift after the harrowing experience of dying and being reborn in the dragon's den, reflecting on life and death. He mused that emotions pale in comparison to such profound experiences. His emotional wounds quickly healed, and he began to speak more freely. However, upon hearing this, Bai felt a twinge of concern. The thought of an avalanche had become a thorn in his mind. He promptly gathered everyone to discuss how to ascend the mountain. They spent a considerable amount of time circling the West Ridge in search of a path upward, yet the steep terrain proved daunting, making any approach difficult. Bai pondered whether the West Ridge harbored internal mechanisms akin to those in the dragon's den that could facilitate their ascent, thus sparing them the hardship of traversing the icy landscape. Bai discreetly pulled Qixia aside to inquire how his kin managed to scale the mountain. Qixia offered a rueful smile, explaining that his people, like him, were remarkably agile, having lived in the snowy mountains for years, making the climb a trivial endeavor. In contrast, examining those around him, Tang San Cheng, Xiao Ning, and Lu Zhishi, he noted that half of their group lacked the same proficiency. With a sigh, Bai realized they had no choice but to push forward. Just as Bai grappled with this predicament, Tang San Cheng stomped his feet in the snow and suddenly spoke with conviction. The Yongzheng Emperor once declared, "This is the region where the essence of heaven and earth converges, where yin and yang meet, where the dragon's nest gathers beauty and water, where all auspiciousness is present, and the mountains and rivers exhibit clarity and order. Indeed, it is a land of great fortune." With that, Tang San Cheng stamped the snow beneath him, adding, "The feng shui of Eagle Beak Mountain surpasses that of the previous dragon's seat." Bai was taken aback, having just traversed 3 interconnected mountains belonging to the same lineage. He was curious about the significance of Tang San Cheng's assertion that this mountain possessed superior feng shui. He inquired what led him to such a conclusion. Tang San Cheng remarked, "This mountain, due to its modest stature, eluded my notice while in the town. Now that I approach it, I realize that its eagle beak points towards the 3 tributary dragons. The eagle's beak is sharp, directed towards the dragon heads. This mountain obstructs the dragon energy of the congregating dragons, absorbing the essence of the northern dragon vein. Moreover, there are no smaller hills surrounding it, leaving it open and unshielded, enveloped in vitality. In your words, it has drawn in the spirit of heaven and earth. This mountain possesses its own spiritual energy, having also siphoned the dragon energy from the 3 tributary dragons, thus transforming it into a veritable treasure of geomancy. This arrangement of feng shui is indeed remarkable, which is why I commend Emperor Yongzheng for his insight." At this moment, Tang San Cheng was still indulging in poetic musings, while Lazy spat onto the ground in frustration. The moment his saliva touched the snow, it instantly froze. He dared not spit again, fearing that it might freeze before it left his lips. He suggested, "According to you, should we take a gamble here and dig a tunnel down? Digging is feasible, but we cannot merely rely on chance," replied Tang San Cheng, who was also feeling the biting cold. He concealed his hands within his leather gloves, constantly rubbing them for warmth. "We must succeed in one attempt. Otherwise, not only will we exhaust ourselves, but we may also succumb to the cold." Xiao Ning, impatient with Tang San Cheng's slow speech, interjected, "Tang San Cheng, could you not express your thoughts in one breath? What are we to do? Give me a moment." Tang San Cheng replied, exhaling puffs of warm air. "Let me search a bit more. I need to look again." His demeanor resembled that of an ant on a hot stove, filled with anxiety. The sooner they discovered the location of the underground palace, the sooner they could be spared from this torment. The pressure on Tang San Cheng mounted significantly. He surveyed the area once more, traversing a half-circle along the western ridge, his fingers fidgeting restlessly. Bai Yi and the others had only a rudimentary understanding of geomancy and could not discern the tricks Tang San Cheng was employing. After a quarter of an hour, the group busied themselves with aimless movement to keep warm. Xiao Ning even began to jump in the snow, while no one dared to disturb Tang San Cheng, silently hoping he would soon locate the underground palace. Perhaps their collective wish moved the spirit of snow. As Tang San Cheng suddenly dashed towards them, excitement radiating from him, he waved his hands animatedly, his movements somewhat comical. However, the exuberance led him to tumble into the snow with a thud. Qi Xie hurried over to help him up, and Tang San Cheng's head and face were dusted with snowflakes, giving him the appearance of an old man. Yet, the others could not muster a smile, only gazing at him with anticipation. Tang San Cheng took a deep breath and declared, "I have found it." Lei Zi and Lu Zhi collided with excitement, with Lu Zhi, less robust than Lei Zi, falling into the snow. Lei Zi turned to embrace Xiao Ning, but she shot him a glare and sidestepped. He then scratched his head and, in a burst of enthusiasm, delivered a punch to Tang San Cheng, exclaiming, "You old rascal have saved our lives. Now tell us, where do we begin?" Tang San led the group to the side of Shieling, pointing to a spot about 10 meters from the mountainside, declaring that they would commence their excavation from that very point. His demeanor exuded confidence. Xiao Ning, an adept at digging and the first to take action, revealed a remarkable tenacity despite being a girl. She removed her gloves, retrieved tools from her backpack, and began her task. In this chilly environment, movement would invigorate their bodies. Recognizing this, everyone eagerly joined in. Indeed, Xiao Ning displayed her exceptional skill, digging at a rapid pace that left Lei Zi feeling inadequate. He paused, breathless, exclaiming, "Goodness! Has this girl been wound up like a toy?" Xiao Ning remained silent. In truth, a woman's physique is more susceptible to cold than a man's. She was already struggling against the elements, compounded by altitude sickness. Determined not to become a burden to the others, she pressed on, believing that once they dug the hole and entered the underground palace, warmth would be more attainable. This conviction ignited a surge of potential within her. Under Xiao Ning's leadership, the downward passage quickly expanded over 10 meters. Everyone huddled into the excavated pit, shielding themselves from the wind, and with continuous movement, they began to feel significantly warmer. When Xiao Ning's pickaxe struck a heavy object, she exhaled in relief, dropped her tools, and collapsed onto the muddy ground. Chapter 229. The antlers. Tang San noticed the dampness of the ground and swiftly pulled Xiao Ning up, finding her palms alarmingly hot. He quickly checked her forehead, which felt as though it was heated by a furnace. Xiao Ning initially intended to push his hand away, but found herself devoid of strength, surrendering to his support. It was evident that she might be running a high fever, a troubling predicament. Observing the cold sweat beading on her forehead, Lei Zi wiped his face, troubled. Bai Yi disregarded their concerns and continued excavating in the same spot where Xiao Ning had just been. Beneath lay a slab of blue stone, tightly sealed. He and Qi Xie promptly pried it open, revealing an entrance below. Bai Yi declared, "Now we are in luck. Let us descend." Tang San peered inside, inhaling sharply. The space was over 2 meters high and devoid of stairs, indicating they had directly entered a tomb chamber. Qi Xie suggested using ropes to lower everyone down, with himself going last. Bai Yi, aware of Qi Xie's capabilities, readily agreed without hesitation. One by one, they descended, including the dazed Xiao Ning. Qi Xie was the last to go. He deftly gathered the rope and leapt down, landing with barely a sound, leaving everyone in awe. Lei Zi exhaled, shaking his head in disbelief. Truly a remarkable individual. Bai Yi noticed torches mounted on the walls, which was a delightful discovery. He quickly produced a flint from his chest pocket and ignited the torches. It revealed a sturdy stone tomb chamber, eerily silent, containing only a peculiar chair that resembled one adorned with deer antlers. The chair was of a circular design, with the backrest crafted from a complete set of antlers, seamlessly connected to the deer's skull. The branches of the antlers served as a substitute for the chair's neck and scythe handle. The backrest is supported by 2 antlers, with a central panel. The seat is crafted from yellow rosewood, featuring a slightly inward curving front edge and sides. The side edges are adorned with cow horn, and a strip of ivory is inlaid as a boundary. The sides and rear of the seat are embellished with bone-carved cloud patterns, connecting to the antler circle behind. Below the seat, 2 deer antlers are fashioned into symmetrical supports that form a delightful bracket, while the bases of the antlers curve outward, creating an elegant flared shape. Additionally, a footrest fashioned from the antlers of 2 young deer completes the chair. Lu Zhishi remarked, the backrest is inscribed with a poem. To craft a chair, one must admire the complete antlers. In the black horn's cry, I reminisce the past. Divine might does not cease to inspire the vassals. The sacred design ought to endure through the ages. I dare not sit, yet I hold it in reverence. Now that I understand its simplicity, I wish to forsake allure. In Shengjing, the distance is great, while Xingshou is near. The family law is respectfully upheld, as it has always been. From the essence of this poem, it is evident that this chair was made from a deer hunted by Emperor Kangxi himself, suggesting that the individual who received such a gift must have been favored by the emperor. It appears that he was a close minister of Emperor Kangxi. Bai Yi remarked, glancing at Xiao Ning, let us help Xiao Ning rest here for a moment. She seems quite unwell. Everyone hurriedly assisted Xiao Ning in sitting upon the antler chair. Although she insisted, I am fine, Bai Yi rummaged through his backpack to find medicine for her. However, even the fastest-acting medicine would require several hours to take effect. After a brief moment of sitting, Xiao Ning insisted on joining everyone to explore, observing the empty tomb chamber with no apparent traps. Bai Yi felt it posed no danger and instructed Tang San Cheng to keep an eye on Xiao Ning while the rest ventured into other chambers. Upon exiting the tomb chamber, they encountered a rectangular passage leading to the left and right. Tang San Cheng explained that, according to the orientation of the ground, heading left would lead them to the boundaries of Shilling Mountain, while right would take them underground. Bai Yi decided to explore right first, curious about what lay ahead. After a short distance, they reached the end and turned back, only to find it peculiar that the chair remained isolated in that spot. Logically, such a gift from the emperor should be placed in the main tomb chamber as a sign of respect. Puzzled, they proceeded left and soon encountered a door blocking their path. The door was locked, and Bai Yi noted that the lock bore no rust, indicating it was frequently opened. Could it be that someone had been roaming the Shilling area, emerging from the underground palace? Lost in thought before the lock, Lu Zhishi called out, Bai De Gu, are you all right? Bai Yi snapped back to reality and shook his head. The lock appeared to be of the most ordinary type, easily opened. He produced a piece of wire, inserted it, and after a moment of fiddling, the lock fell to the ground. As he pushed the door open, he was taken aback, stepping back in shock. Seeing his startled expression, the others braced themselves, with Tang San Cheng nearly reaching for his weapon. Inside lay a long tomb passage, illuminated as brightly as day, not by luminous pearls, but by flaming braziers on either side. This was the source of Bai Yi's fright. These were merely ordinary braziers, not eternal lamps. Their burning indicated one undeniable truth. Someone had been here before and had ignited them. Bai Yi articulated his suspicions, urging everyone to remain vigilant, in case there were other intruders among them. Despite his words, he felt that the likelihood of such a scenario was minimal. A sense of unease crept over him, as the phrase shadowy figures lurking echoed in his mind, growing increasingly ominous with each passing thought. Upon entering, Qi Xie turned around, perplexed, and remarked, this door is indeed peculiar. It is locked both inside and out. The others, upon inspection, confirmed his observation. There was indeed a lock on the outside, and another on the inside, though the latter was unlocked. Otherwise, they would have had to force their way through. This realization left everyone exchanging glances, convinced that someone was within. Tang San Cheng declared, regardless of whether someone is present, we have already encountered the undead and other horrors. Why should we fear a living person? Besides, if they can enter, why can't we? It is far better to be here than out there. His final remark held merit. The warmth of the tomb was a welcome reprieve. Even Xiao Ning felt rejuvenated upon entering, while Bai Yi chastised himself for his overreaction. After all, it was merely a person inside, and with a firearm and a group of capable companions, including the adept Qi Xie, what was there to fear? Why had he allowed his heart to falter before even stepping inside? With a self-deprecating smile, he led the way, and the others followed suit. The tomb passage was extensive. As Tang San Cheng walked, he remained attuned to the sounds around him, wary of potential traps. The only sounds accompanying them were the echo of their footsteps and the rhythm of their heartbeats, nothing out of the ordinary. This unnerving tranquility struck a discordant note in Tang San Cheng's mind. In such a primeval sight, It was illogical that the tomb's master had not established any countermeasures against theft. He couldn't shake the feeling that the eerie calm was foreboding. After traversing a distance, he began to notice a yellow marker repeatedly appearing, a sight that triggered an involuntary instinct to press on, convinced that further along, the marker would greet them once more. And indeed, as he predicted, they continued in silence, the yellow markers emerging time and again. Qixia was the first to halt, asserting, "We cannot proceed any further. Do you not sense that something is amiss?" His voice brought the group to a standstill, a chill creeping down their spines. They were acutely aware that something was off. Yet their legs seemed to act against their will, as if compelled to advance toward the yellow markers, much like pilgrims unable to resist the call of their sacred destination. "We truly cannot move forward. These yellow markings are quite strange," Bai Yi remarked. Qixia knelt, bringing his nose close to one of the yellow marks to investigate. "There is a herb known as soul-confounding grass embedded here." Qixia was well acquainted with this plant. A 7-leafed herb found deep within the Changbai Mountains, capable of inducing unconsciousness in substantial quantities. Even small amounts could muddle one's mind and impair judgment. Much like the group had just experienced, fully aware yet unable to control their actions. In truth, halting was a matter of sheer will. 7 Evil said, "Each of us must rub our eyes until tears flow, for these tears can break the 7-leaf clover. Hurry, we have not fallen too deep yet, there is still time." Everyone began to rub their eyes vigorously, coaxing forth tears until they were left weeping. As the tears flowed, a collective gasp escaped their lips, and they broke into a cold sweat. Merely 3 meters ahead lay a dead end. Should one attempt to cross, it would lead to a perilous drop. Lazy, swift of foot, dashed ahead to ascertain the nature of the situation. Glancing down, he beheld a bed of iron nails, each one sharply pointed and glinting ominously. Lazy spat towards the abyss, exclaiming, "Heavens, if we venture further, we shall be turned into mere blood sieves." Bai inhaled sharply, inquiring how 7 Evil had managed to call out a warning, for they all shared the same predicament. 7 Evil elucidated that he had harbored a flicker of doubt in his heart, feeling as though his legs were ensnared in an invisible web, struggling to break free yet finding no means of escape, which left him profoundly uneasy. However, the Yu clan's nature is one of serenity, easily swayed by illusions. A mere moment of clarity allowed 7 Evil to halt his advance, thus awakening the others. Those yellow markers bore the visage of deer heads. As Bai Yi turned, he discovered a bifurcation behind them, one path veering in another direction, while this one was riddled with traps. It appeared that temptation had led them all toward the road of demise. Bai Yi remarked, "This mechanism resembles the long-lost hanging soul ladder, which employs captivating illusions to lead one astray, making it impossible to discern the correct path. These yellow markers serve the same purpose, ensnaring our minds and steering us toward the traps that have been laid." Lazy declared, "It seems we must retrace our steps." They turned back, arriving at the previous fork where another burial passage formed a 45-degree angle, extending in a different direction. Lazy inspected it first, confirming the absence of those yellow markers before stepping forth. The group had not walked far when they encountered a wall, upon which stood a chessboard with black and white stones affixed, presenting a stalemate. Bai Yi observed the pieces closely, discerning that they were not crafted from ordinary stone. Rather, they were made of lapis lazuli, one of the 7 treasures of Buddhism, known in antiquity as Qiulin, Jinjing, and Jinyu, among other names. In Buddhist texts, it is referred to as Venu Li or Bailu Li. In ancient Egypt, lapis lazuli held equivalent value to gold. In ancient India, Iran, and other regions, it was regarded alongside turquoise and coral as a precious gemstone. In ancient Greece and Rome, wearing lapis lazuli was seen as a symbol of wealth. Due to its celestial hue, it was also known as imperial blue, favored by ancient royalty and often buried with them. The presence of lapis lazuli chess pieces in this tomb was thus not surprising. Lu Zhishi attempted to grasp one of the pieces, but it was firmly affixed, refusing to budge. Bai Yi perceived the underlying mystery. These pieces could not be taken but could slide across the chessboard on the wall, suggesting that they must solve this chess puzzle to gain entry. The pieces are placed at the intersections. The central area, specifically the blank space between the 5th and 6th horizontal lines, which lacks vertical markings, is referred to as the river boundary. Inscribed upon the board are the characters for Chu River and Han boundary, alluding to the historical conflict known as the Chu-Han War. Historical records indicate that the Chu River and Han boundary were situated in ancient Xinjiang and Qinghao, a region bordered to the north by the Yellow River, to the west by the Mongshan Mountains, to the east by the plains, and to the south by Mount Song, a battleground for strategists throughout the ages. In 203 BC, Liu Bang launched an assault on the state of Chu, while Xiangyu, facing a shortage of provisions and troops, was compelled to propose a division of the realm, demarcating the land west of the Hongo River for Han and the land to the east for Chu. Henceforth, the term Chu River and Han boundary came into being. To this day, the ruins of two ancient cities remain on Guangwu Mountain in Xinjiang, known as Hanwang City on the west and Bawang City on the east, which are said to have been constructed by Liu Bang and Xiangyu. Between these two cities lies a wide trench, approximately 300 meters across, commonly referred to as the Hongo, which serves as the basis for the river demarcation on the chessboard. The central area, specifically the square region between the fourth and sixth vertical lines at both ends, is designated as the Nine Palaces, symbolizing the central military tent formed by intersecting diagonal lines. The entire chessboard is divided into two equal parts by the river boundary, for the sake of recording matches and studying strategies. Current rules stipulate that the 9 vertical lines are numbered from right to left using Chinese numerals for the red side and Arabic numerals for the black side. Players must consistently utilize their respective line numbers for their pieces, regardless of whether they have crossed the river. Before the game commences, both red and black players should arrange their pieces in designated positions. For each move made by a piece, if it advances, it is noted as if it retreats. And if it moves horizontally like a chariot, it is recorded as. "Oh my goodness, this is quite the challenge," exclaimed one, astonished by the demand for intellect. Lazy nudged the dazed Lu Zhishi. "Lu, it's your turn to showcase your skills." Lu Zhishi blushed. "Me? I only excel at Go. This is chess." Bai, lacking confidence himself and akin to Lu Zhishi, had only learned the basics of chess and found this endgame to require a greater level of technical prowess. Bai inquired of the others, "What about you?" Xiao Ning bit her lip. "Let me give it a try." Despite her lingering weakness, Tang San Cheng suggested, "You dictate, and I will maneuver the pieces." This was a commendable idea, and Xiao Ning directed Tang San Cheng. Cannon 6 moves to 5, Elephant 5 retreats to 7. Advisor 6 retreats to 5, General 5 moves to 4, Advisor 5 advances to 4, Elephant 3 retreats to 126. Chapter 231. The somber wood. Under the guidance of Xiao Ning, Tang San Cheng swiftly maneuvered the chess pieces. The pieces glided across the board with an enchanting fluidity, accompanied by the soothing sound of movement. Tang San Cheng marveled at the ingenuity of the mechanism. The pieces, suspended against the wall, showed no sign of descending. Surprisingly, Xiao Ning's mind remained remarkably clear, and after several rounds, the chess situation was on the verge of resolution. Everyone instinctively clenched their hands, their gazes fixated upon the board. A dull thud resonated, and the board split in two, revealing a passageway. Simultaneously, the chess pieces were swiftly rearranged into a new configuration, posing yet another challenge. Lazy watched in astonishment. "Incredible. It's as if someone is controlling it." Bai lamented the loss of the lapis lazuli chess pieces, wishing he could secure one, which would be worth its weight in gold. Unfortunately, the designer had anticipated such intentions. The pieces were firmly adhered to the board, allowing for movement but not removal. Bai resigned himself to abandoning the precious pieces, hoping for better treasures within. The passageway ahead remained brilliantly illuminated, radiating light. Lazy, impatient after lingering in this underground chamber for too long, yearned to discover some artifacts to remedy his ill fortune. Just as he extended one foot into the passage, a chill coursed through him. Glancing down, his face turned pale. The ground was teeming with scorpions of various sizes, wriggling in a grotesque display. Seeing their raised tails, Lazy exhaled sharply, swiftly retracting his foot. Tang San Cheng had a sudden inspiration, recalling the tiger insect armor in his pocket. He retrieved it, prompting Bai to chuckle. Tang San Cheng removed its silver needles. Attempting to use poison against poison would be a grave miscalculation. To everyone's astonishment, the tiger insect armor flew forward, confronting the scorpions with a bold demeanor. The spectators fell silent, captivated by the standoff between the armor and the menacing creatures. Suddenly, Tang San Cheng heard a faint sound akin to an eagle's call. "Little tiger, is that you?" Bai and the others were oblivious to the sound. But upon hearing Tang San Cheng, they expressed their surprise. The tiger insect armor began to emit a prolonged cry, drawing all the scorpions toward it. Mother, Tang San Cheng, quickly retract your little tiger. You've attracted all the scorpions. Lazy exclaimed, panic rising in his voice. However, it was too late. Bai observed the scorpion's sluggish movements, sensing an opportunity and encouraging Tang San Cheng to continue. As the scorpions approached the tiger insect armor, to everyone's astonishment, they lowered their heads and remained motionless. Little tiger soared onto Tang San Cheng's shoulder, exuding an air of majesty. Seizing the moment while the scorpions were immobilized, the group hastily passed them and sprinted forward. Once they had distanced themselves from the scorpions, they paused, and Xiao Ning leaned against Tang San Cheng, remarking, "Who would have thought the tiger insect armor possessed such capabilities? It seems to have tamed those scorpions." Previously, many believed that the tiger bug armor resembled a fusion of a tiger and a scorpion. Could it truly possess an inseparable connection with the scorpion? Regrettably, there has been no further information from Bart and Baoyin, leaving everything shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, Xiao Ning and the tiger bug armor aided everyone in overcoming a challenge, and it was unexpected for them to discover Xiao Ning's remarkable prowess in chess. Xiao Ning explained that she began playing chess at the tender age of 5. To enhance her understanding of the game, Xiao Tianyi encouraged her to solve chess endgames, which she became quite enamored with. While her general chess skills were moderate, once she engaged in endgame analysis, she exhibited an extraordinary brilliance as if possessed by a celestial being, her mind seemingly crafted for the art of endgame resolution. Upon reaching the end of the tomb passage, there lay 2 burial chambers on either side. The left chamber was particularly peculiar, constructed from contrasting black and white stones, exuding a unique charm. To their astonishment, this was the main burial chamber, housing the coffin, a striking black casket that shimmered like polished coal, positioned upon a stone coffin bed. White was taken aback upon closer inspection. This coffin was fashioned from ancient submerged wood. This type of wood, known as inchin or blackwood, earned its name due to its origins in ancient forests, where precious timbers were buried by natural events such as earthquakes and floods, subsequently submerged in rivers, lakes, or oceans. Over time, these woods became even more resilient and majestic while submerged, some even taking on an enigmatic black hue, captivating in its rarity. Ancient submerged wood can remain hidden underground for periods ranging from 3,000 to 12,000 years, with some specimens dating back tens of thousands of years. Remarkably, it retains its form, is heavy, dense, and impervious to pests. Some ancient submerged wood can rival rosewood, earning the distinction of being the essence of trees and the soul of wood. As a result, this wood is regarded as a talisman against malevolence, a source of fortune, and a guardian of homes. The saying goes that even a chest full of gold cannot compare to a piece of blackwood. White marveled at the rarity of this coffin, knowing that during the Ming and Qing dynasties, submerged wood was the preferred material for emperors when constructing palaces and crafting coffins. The Qing emperors even designated it as a royal exclusive material, rendering it exceedingly scarce for the common folk. During the tumultuous Republic era, the usurper Yuan Shikai, defying the tides of history, briefly tasted the dreams of emperorship before meeting his demise. In a bid to showcase his former imperial status, his family expended considerable effort and wealth to procure submerged wood for his coffin, which ultimately became a subject of jest, yet underscored the precious nature of this wood. One could only wonder who lay within this submerged wood coffin, especially with the presence of a deer antler chair bestowed by Emperor Kangxi, reserved solely for the Qing emperors. White could hardly contain his eagerness to unveil the identity of the coffin's occupant. Lu Zhishi had only heard about the cypress wood coffin, but today, he witnessed it with his own eyes and was filled with exhilaration. He and Lazy were eager to open the coffin. Yet Tang San Cheng observed that the coffin's orientation seemed rather amiss. Traditionally, a coffin should face south, symbolizing the sovereign's dominion, while an eastward position signifies the pursuit of fortune and prosperity, as it is said that blessings come from the east. A westward orientation implies a journey to the afterlife, suggesting mourning rather than celebration, and facing north connotes decline, as ancient wisdom suggests that looking northward in despair signifies failure. Therefore, the southeast direction is optimal, while the northwest is most forbidden. Strikingly, this cypress wood coffin faced west. Upon Tang San Cheng's remark, Lazy grew impatient. Tang San Cheng, are you serious? Perhaps they rushed the burial. leading to a misalignment. Moreover, look at this coffin made of cypress wood. It must belong to someone of immense wealth or status. It even contains a chair bestowed by the Kangxi Emperor. Goodness, there must be a remarkable figure inside. Let us not dwell on trivialities. Let us open the coffin. Chapter 232. Official garb. Lazy shouted, and without hesitation, he lifted the coffin lid and peered inside, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. What in the heavens is going on today? This is the epitome of being alive without a body present. To everyone's astonishment, the valuable cypress coffin was utterly vacant, devoid of any indication that a body had ever lain within. This was indeed bizarre. Even more astonishing was the presence of some burial goods, such as a jade pillow, which appeared completely pristine, lacking any discoloration. Bai was taken aback. This cannot be right. This jade pillow has been in the tomb for years. Under the influence of moisture, it should exhibit some signs of aging. Yet, it looks as fresh as newly mined jade. The coffin's westward orientation was a glaring deviation from the principles of feng shui. At this moment, Tang San Cheng interjected. It is common knowledge that coffins should face southeast. This individual seems to be a trusted minister of Emperor Kangxi, and it is inconceivable that they would commit such an error. Bai, I have an inkling that there is another person involved here. Bai replied, this has been evident since our entry. The brightly lit fire basin and the unlocked door suggest that someone is inside, or perhaps someone has intruded, but it feels as if there were inhabitants already present. Considering Lu Shan's assertion that one person entered while another departed, combined with Qi Xie's mention of shadows lurking in the western ridge, these elements rendered the tomb increasingly enigmatic. Lazy, however, did not ponder such complexities. He swiftly collected the jade pillow. I think you all are overthinking it. It is merely a trivial matter. Tombs from the Ming and Qing dynasties are often robust and may have employed methods to prevent moisture infiltration, which could explain the absence of discoloration on the jade pillow. Indeed, Lazy's perspective made Bai seem overly sensitive. Temporarily setting aside his perplexities, Bai continued to examine the contents of the cypress coffin, discovering not only the jade pillow but also a complete set of official robes. In the shop of Bai, there exists a considerable collection of official garments from the late Qing dynasty, of which he possesses an extensive knowledge. The hierarchy of official attire during the Qing era was meticulously structured. The emperor, empress, empress dowager, imperial noble consort, and concubines, along with civil officials of the 5th rank and military officials of the 4th rank and above, were all permitted to don court robes and adorn themselves with court beads. However, the quality of these beads varied according to one's rank and status. Only the emperor, empress, and empress dowager were entitled to wear the Eastern Pearl court beads, which are composed of 108 Eastern pearls, with every 27 pearls separated by 4 red coral beads, thus creating 4 distinct sections: up, down, left, and right. The upper section is fashioned into a gourd shape, known as the Buddha head. When worn, the Buddha head hangs at the back, connected by a yellow silk cord to a set of jade ornaments referred to as the back cloud. The court beads cascade in front, where the left and right coral beads are embellished with 1 and 2 strands of turquoise beads, respectively, known as commemoratives. The composition of these court beads carries profound significance. The 108 Eastern pearls symbolize the 12 months of the year, while the 4 red coral beads represent the 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The Buddha head that droops at the back, alongside the back cloud, signifies the cyclical nature of time, while the 3 strands of turquoise commemoratives denote the 3 10-day periods within a month, when the emperor dons the court robe. In addition to wearing a plate of Eastern pearls, he also holds 2 plates of red coral beads diagonally across his shoulders, signifying his unique status. The official garment Bai examined was adorned with court beads, but it was not of Eastern pearls. Observing the badge, which is an ornamental piece affixed to the front and back, he noted that there are 2 forms, square and round, with the square badge being suitable for both civil and military officials. Upon inspecting the patterns on the badge, he discerned a leopard design, indicating that the wearer was a military official holding the rank of 3rd grade. Tang San Cheng was puzzled as to how Bai deduced the identity of the owner of the darkwood coffin as a 3rd grade military official. Bai clarified that in the Qing dynasty, the variations in rank were reflected in the designs of the badges. Civil and military officials displayed distinct differences. Thus, one should not underestimate this small piece, for it embodies significant knowledge. Understanding these nuances allows one to ascertain the background and identity of the official garment's owner. For civil officials, the badge patterns are as follows. First rank features a crane, second rank a golden pheasant, third rank a peacock, fourth rank a cloud goose, fifth rank a white pheasant, sixth rank a heron, seventh rank a mandarin duck, eighth rank a quail, and ninth rank a lark. The patterns for military officials differ considerably. First rank showcases a chelan, second rank an embroidered lion, third rank an embroidered leopard, fourth rank an embroidered tiger, fifth rank an embroidered bear, sixth rank an embroidered panther, seventh rank an embroidered rhinoceros, eighth rank also features an embroidered rhinoceros, and ninth rank an embroidered seahorse. The official garment by E. held, adorned with court beads, clearly indicated that the owner was at least of the fourth rank or above. Coupled with the badge, it became evident that the leopard motif identified the garment as belonging to a military official of the third rank, unmistakably clear. A military official of the third rank is comparable to a current vice-ministerial rank, and there were numerous such positions among military officials. Within the capital, there were first-class imperial guards, commanders of artillery battalions, and various other military titles. Bai Yi found himself in a quandary. As the identity of the grave's occupant was on the verge of revelation, yet a crucial piece of information eluded him, whether this individual was a provincial or capital official. Suddenly, Lazy interjected, "I know." He playfully retrieved a sword from the darkwood coffin, exclaiming, "What does this inscription say?" "First-class Imperial Guard." Everyone read it aloud. And now the person and the official attire matched. Bai Yi remarked, "This is a first-class guard, which means he was a court official. Judging by the imperial gift of the deer chair, he was someone who could protect the emperor closely. This guard belongs to the Imperial Guard Division, classified as a first-class guard, holding the third rank, with a total of 60 positions. Wow, this individual is one among the 60 guards of the Kangxi era." Lazy was exceedingly excited. This is now absolutely clear. This fellow was favored greatly. Even in death, he could be granted a cherished burial site. This situation was indeed extraordinary. Regardless of how favored he was merely a military official holding the third rank. Generally, those who accompanied the master to the grave were prominent ministers, typically of the first rank, predominantly civil officials. What justified him receiving such a revered burial site? And the meticulous craftsmanship of the anti-theft measures? There seemed to be deeper secrets involved. Bai Yi observed this darkwood coffin, its exterior pitch black and remarkably flat, devoid of any decorative patterns. The walls were equally pristine, lacking excessive adornment. The burial items for this individual were not lavish. Do you not find it peculiar? A jade pillow, an official robe, a ceremonial sword. Aside from the jade pillow, the rest were items used during the lifetime of the deceased. Bai Yi shook his head. "I misspoke. This official attire is new, not something the deceased frequently wore in life." He turned to look at the official robe being examined by Lazy. "This is new, and crafted with three-colored gold." Chapter 233. Kneeling to death. The term three-colored gold refers to gold foil made from different qualities of gold, which is then woven into gold thread on the same garment. Various parts of the patterns, whether woven or embroidered, display a mix of three shades of gold, some deeper and others shallower, creating subtle color variations that can appear reddish or whitish. The three colors refer to yellow gold, white gold, and rose gold. Bai Yi stated, "The official robe, sewn with three-colored gold, is still new. This must have been crafted by his family posthumously. However, I believe there is a greater likelihood that it was bestowed by the emperor. Although a first-class guard holds the third rank, he is not a particularly distinguished figure in the court, yet the emperor has shown him such favor, indicating he must possess exceptional qualities. Lazy, please put away this official robe." The jade pillow, the official robe, and the ceremonial sword were all secured by Lazy, and his spirits lifted significantly. Damn it. After all this time, we finally have something to show for it. Though it is an empty coffin, what a pity for this exquisite dark wood. Lu Zhishi adjusted his glasses and timidly suggested, "Why not carry it back for future use?" "Get lost," Lazy retorted, delivering a playful jab to Lu Zhishi. "Carry it back for your mother to use." Lu Zhishi stuck out his tongue, refraining from further comment. But it was all in jest. Carrying a backpack in this freezing weather was challenging enough, let alone a coffin, which would surely be a matter of life and death. Seeing that this burial chamber was quite simple, Bai Yi led everyone to the other side of the chamber. Upon entering, Bai Yi was startled. There knelt a figure, his hand reaching for the dagger at his waist. As they approached, he inwardly scolded himself for being overly sensitive, for it was merely a stone statue. The stone statue stands with its back turned to the onlookers, kneeling gracefully upon the ground, its head slightly bowed. Clad in the attire of a personal guard, a sword hangs at its waist. Upon approaching the front, one is met with a striking chessboard, the game nearing its conclusion, with the opposing player evidently on the brink of defeat. Observing the serene visage of the guard, his eyes gently closed, exuding an air of tranquility, Xiao Ning remarked upon the intricately carved chessboard, stating, "This guard is on the verge of victory. Given his demeanor, his opponent must possess a noteworthy status, as he is kneeling to engage in this match." This observation sparked a recollection in Bai Yi, who vaguely recalled a folktale that required further confirmation. He scrutinized the statue, particularly the area around its waist, where a token was affixed, inscribed on one side with the characters for first-class guard. The reverse side, immovable, revealed the faint outline of a character. Bai Yi declared, "I have discerned his identity." Tang San Cheng gasped in astonishment. "You know who this statue represents?" "You may not grasp the depth of this," Bai Yi explained, "but I am drawing inferences based on the chessboard, the inscribed token, and the insights shared by Xiao Ning. This is not mere conjecture. You may be unaware that Emperor Kangxi was an avid chess enthusiast, whose passion inadvertently led to the tragic demise of a loyal guard." The tale unfolded. Once, while leading his entourage for a hunt near the Mukden hunting grounds, Kangxi found himself engrossed in a chess match with a minister, swiftly claiming victory in 3 consecutive games. Still unsated by the thrill of competition, he sought a skilled chess player among his guards, and thus challenged a certain Renfu. Renfu indeed possessed remarkable skill, becoming so absorbed in the game that he momentarily forgot his role as the emperor's companion. Midway through the match, he captured an opposing piece with confidence. Observing the unfolding game, the elderly eunuch Guizhigong, realizing the emperor was destined to lose, quickly devised a ruse, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, a fierce tiger has been spotted in the valley below. You must hasten to the hunt." Delighted by the prospect, Kangxi instructed Renfu to await his return, mounting his horse and galloping towards the valley. However, no tiger awaited him. His entourage only spotted a spotted deer. As an experienced hunter, Kangxi knew that the presence of deer ruled out the possibility of tigers, suspecting that Guizhigong had mistaken a deer for a tiger. In truth, Guizhigong had not erred. The intensity of the chess match held the emperor's full attention, and had there been a deer below, he would not have descended the mountain. Thus, Guizhigong intentionally misled the emperor to pique his interest and draw him away. Once fully armed and descending the mountain, the hunt began. The deer, fleet of foot, led Kangxi on a chase over several hills before he finally succeeded in bringing it down. A few days passed before he recalled the match with Renfu and returned to the original location, only to find Renfu still kneeling beside the chessboard, tragically having perished from hunger. When Kangxi had left Renfu to hunt, he had instructed him to wait, and the emperor's words were as binding as a decree. Renfu, driven by an unwavering loyalty, dared not leave the chessboard, but the absence of sustenance or water sealed his fate. This poignant tale illustrates the devastating consequences of fervent loyalty, claiming the life of an innocent soul. Upon hearing the tale, a chill ran down everyone's spine. The doctrine of loyalty to the sovereign was indeed perilous. It was lamentable for Renfu, who lost his life over a mere utterance from the emperor. Nevertheless, his honesty was commendable, as he played chess with the emperor without yielding an inch. The old eunuch, too, in a bid to preserve the emperor's dignity, spun a falsehood that ultimately cost Renfu his life. Tang San Cheng remarked, "Could that antler chair we saw earlier have been crafted from the deer that the emperor hunted? Renfu perished because of that deer, so perhaps the emperor allowed the deer to accompany him in death?" "Anything was conceivable," Seven Evil said. Bai Yi found Tang San Cheng's reasoning quite plausible, suggesting that the lifeless form in the ebony coffin was indeed the ill-fated first-class attendant, Renfu. But where had the body gone? The coffin was remarkably pristine, devoid of even a hint of the decay one would expect. Xiao Ning suggested, "Could it be that he never truly died and feigned death to escape?" This was certainly implausible. Could he deceive the emperor? Lazy replied, "If he were alive, the emperor wouldn't have taken such drastic measures, and none of this would exist." Bai Yi circled the stone statue several times before halting, entranced by the stone figure. Suddenly, he struck his chest with vigor. "Why didn't I think of this?" Tang San Cheng, concerned, asked, "What's the matter?" Bai Yi inquired, "Didn't the official robes we saw earlier seem incomplete?" Lazy, having some experience in excavation, felt something was amiss, though he couldn't pinpoint it immediately. Noticing Bai Yi's gaze fixated on the base of the statue, Lazy turned to look as well and suddenly realized, pointing at the statue's feet. I see it now. A missing pair of boots, the official boots, isn't it? Chapter 234. Someone an entire set of official robes was lacking only that pair of boots. The cap was present, the robe was intact, yet the boots were conspicuously absent. Surely, the emperor would not have overlooked providing a pair of official boots upon bestowal. Bai Yi felt that ever since entering this tomb, his heart had been in a state of disarray. There were no deadly traps nor astonishing beasts within. Compared to previous experiences, this place felt rather mundane. Yet, the heavy stone pressing upon his heart was inexplicable. It was merely a pair of boots, a trivial matter to others. Lazy was already clamoring to leave. Apart from the kneeling stone statue, the chamber was utterly devoid of anything else. This unremarkable tomb did not live up to the harrowing journey they had undertaken. After exerting so much effort, the disappointment loomed large in their hearts. Bai Yi pondered whether the arduous journey had led him to harbor excessive expectations for this place. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Such was often the case. He resolved to let go of some of that burden. At present, Xiao Ning was suffering from a high fever. It was paramount to find a cave to warm him and attend to his needs. Resolute in his decision, Bai Yi led the group out of the tomb chamber. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from the wall between the two chambers, as if someone were striking it with a heavy object. Tang San Cheng immediately pressed his ear against the wall and discerned some movement on the other side. The sound was not singular. It was intermingled with various noises, leaving him somewhat perplexed. There's definitely someone moving about. I can hear footsteps, he asserted confidently. Recalling the aforementioned missing pair of official boots, an involuntary shiver coursed through everyone. As they envisioned a scene, a man with a long braid, clad in a white robe, treading behind that very wall, clutching a chess piece in his hand. Xiao Ning, cradling his head, exclaimed, "Enough! It must be my imagination." This outcry brought clarity to the group. The essence of terror did not stem from the environment or external forces, but rather from the depths of one's own psyche. Each member found themselves swayed by their own fears. Tang San Cheng slapped his face vigorously, reassuring himself, "It's nothing. It's just an empty coffin." Lazy, somewhat disgruntled, retorted, "Didn't you just say someone was inside?" "It's true. I heard the footsteps." Moreover, this presence felt akin to the seven evils, possessing a certain cultivation. The footsteps were light, almost ethereal. Tang San Cheng faltered, as the group's gazes turned increasingly unfriendly. "What do you mean by ethereal? Such beings do not exist. Only ghosts are spoken of in such terms." Bai Yi interjected, "The fact that there is movement inside suggests that something remains. We have three options. Either retrace our steps in search of a refuge, stay here for the night and return at dawn, or..." He glanced at the wall. "We could venture inside to ascertain if Tang San Cheng's claims bear any truth." Silence ensued. This was an unforeseen circumstance for Bai Yi. He had anticipated a lively debate. But instead, everyone opted for silence. It became evident to him that this shared unease resided in each member's heart. Even the seven evils were not exempt from this chilling atmosphere. With a sigh, Bai Yi declared, "Allow me to take the lead. I wish to uncover what lies within that wall. If you do not wish to accompany me, you may stay here." Contemplating the missing official boots and the persistent sounds, everyone shook their heads, signaling their intent to join him, including the frail Xiao Ning. A glance from Bai Yi prompted Tang San Cheng to lean against the wall, listening intently to the sounds beyond while his hands explored the surface, tapping and probing. Turning to Xiao Ning, he said, "Xiao Ning, may I borrow your digging tool?" Armed with Xiao Ning's small pickaxe, Tang San Cheng began etching square patterns into the wall. Once completed, he pointed to the marks he had made. "I found no mechanisms, but the sounds from within are clearer. It seems the wall varies in thickness. These sections are noticeably thinner. We could attempt to breach through." Lazy spat into his palm, declaring, "This makes things simpler. Allow me to pierce through and discover who is conjuring illusions over there." Typically, this task was assigned to Xiao Ning. However, Xiao Ning had expended considerable energy to expedite their descent and was now aflame with fever. Consequently, Lazy was entrusted with this significant responsibility. Xie and Bai Yi were also occupied, and amidst their endeavors, Tang San noticed a stone statue in the right chamber. Both chambers lacked doors, rendering the scene within fully visible. As he observed, something glimmered momentarily on the statue's shoulder. He approached and scrutinized the round, button-like object on its right shoulder. When he pressed it, it remained unmoving, and just as he was about to chide himself for overthinking, a flash of inspiration struck him. Upon twisting the object, it surprisingly became mobile. Suddenly, he heard a cacophony from outside. Turning around, he saw a hole had opened in the center of the wall, precisely where he had sketched it. Ecstatic, Tang San rushed outside, only to be met with skeptical glances from his companions. He relayed his discovery, to which Lu Zhishi retorted, "If only you had found it sooner. You nearly frightened us to death." While everyone was laboriously drilling, the entire wall trembled unexpectedly. Bai Yi's first thought was that the chamber would collapse, and they had excavated in the wrong location. However, the area they were currently working on suddenly expanded to the left, revealing a passage. The collective heartbeats surged, then plummeted, the emotional roller coaster nearly causing them to faint. Tang San chuckled, "Thank goodness for my keen eyesight. You needn't praise me, but to scorn me is ungrateful. You wretched wolves." Lazy pretended to strike Tang San, who shielded his head with both hands, urging, "Let us hurry inside. We must not let that person escape." Tang San's words instilled a sense of urgency, prompting everyone to dive into the opening. Beyond the passage lay an exceedingly narrow tunnel, approximately 5 meters long, after which flickers of light became discernible. Bai Yi, with a wry smile, noted that seeing light within a tomb should be a cause for celebration. Yet the light always seemed to precede them, lending an eerie air to the situation. Chapter 235. Participation. Noticing Bai Yi's troubled expression, Tang San, feeling a sense of responsibility, led the way towards the light. Upon emerging from the narrow tunnel, he discovered that this was not a man-made stone chamber, but rather a natural cave, undoubtedly part of the Western Ridge. Unlike the previous cavern where the dragons had gathered, this one's walls were slick with droplets of water, yet the ground remained dry, leaving the ultimate destination of the water a mystery. To Tang San's astonishment, there was a pile of extinguished fire at the cave's center, still warm to the touch. Realizing the implications, Tang San called back urgently, "Bai Yi, there are indeed people here." As Bai Yi and the others scrambled to emerge from the cave, upon hearing Tang San's revelation, they hastily climbed out and sighed. "We have arrived a moment too late." As Lu Zhishi supported Xiaoning out, his expression was somewhat grim. Xiaoning, with her eyes half closed, appeared on the verge of slumber. Bai Yi urged her, "Xiaoning, you must not fall asleep. Although the temperature here is slightly better than outside, given your current condition, it is hardly sufficient." Tang San, quickly rekindled the fire. Seeing Xiaoning in such a state, Tang San was filled with anxiety and immediately knelt to the ground, attempting to blow life back into the flames. However, the more desperate he became, the more chaotic his efforts turned. Chijia, with years of experience living in the mountains, stepped forward and, with just a few deft movements, managed to reignite the fire. Bai Yi guided Xiaoning to sit near the warmth, then retrieved a blanket from his backpack to wrap around her. Lei Zi and the others also contributed their own blankets. Xiaoning's forehead became increasingly feverish, prompting Bai Yi to rummage through his bag for medicine. Among the myriad of anti-inflammatory and wound care remedies, he found no fever-reducing medication, which left him frustrated as he scattered the contents of his bag across the ground. "Do not worry, I can endure this," Xiaoning insisted, smiling even at such a dire moment, which only intensified the distress of those around her. Tang San clenched his fists, his heart heavy with concern. Observing Tang San's reaction, Chijia approached him and whispered a few words. Tang San's brows relaxed in disbelief. Chijia gestured for silence, and, while everyone was focused on Xiaoning, led Tang San to a large rock. Behind it, there was a small opening, just large enough for a single person to pass through. Chijia explained, "From here, there is a direct route to the eagle's beak. As long as we can procure a wild ginseng, Xiaoning will be saved." Tang San examined the narrow passage and then looked at himself and Chijia. The opening was too small for Chijia to fit through. "In the past, I could have squeezed through, but now my frame has broadened, and it appears I cannot pass. This is perilous, and Bai Yi and the others would surely object." "You must decide how to proceed," Chijia said. "I shall go," Tang San declared. "For Xiaoning, I will risk it all." Fearing Bai Yi would discover and prevent him, he crouched down to crawl through. His heavy clothing snagged, but with determination, he shed his thickest coat and barely managed to wriggle through the tight space. As Tang San vanished into the narrow passage, Chijia sighed and returned to the others. Noticing Chijia's unusual expression, Bai Yi inquired, "Where is Tang San?" Qijie recounted Tang San's venture to gather wild ginseng. Bai Yi immediately erupted in anger. "The eagle's beak is extremely steep. Even you might struggle to succeed." Yet Tang San, without a second thought, has ventured forth. Xiaoning, already somewhat dazed, faintly heard that Tang San was risking himself for her, and in a fit of distress, she closed her eyes and fainted, leaving everyone stunned and helpless. After a moment of silence, Lu Zhishi asked, "Do you think Tang San will be all right?" Bai Yi requested Qixie to guide him to the location where Tang San Cheng had departed. Upon arriving at the small hole and spotting Tang San Cheng's cotton-padded jacket on the ground, Bai Yi picked it up and removed the outer layer. Tang San Cheng had ventured outside, and even if he did not perish, he would undoubtedly shed a layer of skin. Bai Yi found Qixie perplexing. He was the one who cared most for Tang San Cheng, so why would he allow him to take such risks? Qixie remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together, merely gazing at Xiaoning. Bai Yi understood then that Qixie was attempting to facilitate a connection between Tang San Cheng and Xiaoning. If Tang San Cheng were indeed able to return with the wild ginseng, this woman's heart, as steadfast as iron, might very well thaw, though the peril was immense. As Tang San Cheng crawled out along the path indicated by Qixie, he was met with a flurry of snow. Upon exiting the cave, he found himself on a narrow ledge, barely wide enough for a single person to stand. Just beyond this ledge loomed the eagle's beak, beneath which lay the wild ginseng. Now he had to scale the eagle's beak to reach the coveted prize. Gritting his teeth, Tang San Cheng exposed himself to the biting snow, his blood nearly freezing in his veins. The wind struck him like hidden daggers, causing pain to radiate throughout his body. Glancing down, he saw that the small platform was perched above a bottomless abyss. A single misstep would spell his demise. Gripping the protruding rocks tightly, he found them slick and treacherous from the accumulated snow. With eyes shut tight, he began his ascent. It seemed as if the heavens were playing a cruel joke on Tang San Cheng, for the snow continued to fall more heavily, swirling incessantly in the wind. He cursed the weather internally, aware that he could not afford to be careless. The distance to the eagle's beak was at least 300 meters, a treacherous path where each step was fraught with peril. After climbing a meter, he had to pause to shake the snow from his head. The light. It felt like 1,000 pounds pressing down, leaving him breathless. The snow on his face pierced like daggers into his skin, and he repeatedly reassured himself, "It will be fine, I am almost there." Indeed, he was nearing his goal. The eagle's beak was now within reach, its arc tantalizingly close. A surge of excitement warmed him against the cold, and his stiffened hands regained some strength. Finally, he touched the summit above him, yet he struggled to pull himself up. In that moment, a force seemed to descend from the heavens, grasping Tang San Cheng's hands and pulling him upward to the mountaintop. He found himself sprawled on the ground, and as he lifted his head to survey his surroundings, he noticed a line of footprints in the snow, sending a jolt of fear through him as he suddenly recalled the missing pair of official boots. Chapter 236. A plea for help. Gazing at those footprints, Tang San Cheng slapped himself, urging himself to focus. The only thing that mattered now was Xiao Ning's life. Everything else was to be disregarded. Trembling, he rose to his feet atop the eagle's beak, looking down and immediately feeling as though he were suspended in the clouds. The space on the eagle's beak was no larger than the small platform below. It was surrounded by nothingness. After taking a couple of steps forward, Tang San Cheng trembled, startled by the height, and instinctively dropped to the ground, beginning to crawl forward. Tang San's body crawled slowly through the snow, inching forward at a tortoise's pace until he reached the very edge, where a perilous drop awaited him. He clung to the precipice, peering downwards, and indeed, nestled within the sharp, beak-like formation, a few wild ginseng plants emerged, their heads swaying gently in the frigid air. Tang San stretched out his arms, but fell just short of grasping them. In a fit of frustration, he struck his fist against the stone, eliciting a cry of pain as he felt the sting of the cold, which had turned his hand a mottled blue. The snow was interspersed with sharp ice shards, and he dared not breathe on his wounded hand, fearing the agony it would bring. Cursing under his breath, he resolved to endure the pain swiftly. Sitting in the snow, he untied the rope from his waist, a spontaneous decision that now proved fortuitous. He secured one end to the largest rock nearby, tying it in a firm knot, while fastening the other end to himself. Taking a deep breath, he refrained from wiping his nose, which had begun to run, as any contact would result in icy discomfort. Initially, he cautiously lowered his feet, but soon, Closing his eyes, he shifted his weight, allowing his entire body to dangle precariously. His hands clung to the rock, creating a scene reminiscent of a solitary figure ensnared in the beak of a great bird, soon to be its prey. Tang San carefully maneuvered himself towards the ginseng. Releasing his grip, his gaze averted from the abyss below. With a gentle sway, he reached out and seized 3 roots, stuffing them hastily into his clothing. Indifferent to their chill, for he was already frozen through. Encouraged by his success, he repeated the motion, gathering several more roots until he halted, suddenly feeling himself plummet downward. He looked up through the swirling snow and saw that the rope had frayed. In a moment of panic, he shoved the ginseng into his clothing and began to climb. Gripping the rope tightly, his eyes fixated on it, terrified that any exertion would cause it to snap completely. Typically, this rope would not break so easily. However, it had become soaked with his sweat and, upon exposure to the cold, had frozen solid. Now, under tension, it could scarcely withstand the strain. Tang San realized that his life hung in the balance, and thoughts raced through his mind. He could not allow himself to perish here. He pondered the many regrets he harbored, particularly the fact that he had yet to find the one who shared his azure blood, and the fate of Xiao Ning, who awaited his rescue. He certainly did not wish for her to accompany him on the road to the underworld. With a bitter smile, he closed his eyes, summoning an unknown strength, and with a powerful leap, grasped the rock. With a mighty push, his body followed suit, clinging to the stone that anchored the rope. Yet before he could exhale, a resounding crack echoed, and the rope snapped in two. The timing was impeccable. Tang San suddenly recalled something. He reached into his clothing and retrieved a ginseng root. Ignoring the dirt that clung to it, he broke off a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. The ginseng was chillingly cold, so much so that it felt as if his teeth might shatter. Covering his mouth, Tang San made a cacophony of sounds, yet managed to crush the ginseng and swallow it whole. Whether it was merely a psychological effect or not, he felt a surge of energy coursing through him, prompting an urgent desire to return. As he descended, he noticed that the row of footprints that had previously been visible in the snow was now concealed beneath a fresh layer. The trail led to the precipice of the cliff, where there was no further path. The individual who had left the prints was either not human or had plummeted into the abyss. Tang San dared not delay any longer. He hurriedly retraced his steps, eager to reach the cave. The treacherous journey was fraught with unspoken challenges. By the time he returned to the small platform, he was nearly exhausted. Crawling into the tiny opening, he took a few steps forward and was suddenly engulfed by a wave of warmth, nearly causing him to faint from the stark contrast. At that moment, a pair of hands reached out, grasping his own and pulling him into the cave. "Quick, wrap him in a blanket and carry him to the fire," Seven Evil shouted as he hoisted Tang San and flung him beside the flames. Bai had already prepared hot water, hastily melted from snow, disregarding its cleanliness, and poured it down Tang San's throat. Observing Tang San's clenched jaw and pallid complexion, looking as though he were on the brink of death, Bai could no longer contain his frustration and shouted at Seven Evil, "You scoundrel, look what you've done." Seven Evil gritted his teeth, remaining silent amidst Bai Yi's reproaches. He continuously rubbed Tang San's body, striving to restore warmth to him. After being subjected to such treatment, Tang San regained some strength and pointed to his chest, urging, "Here, quickly give it to Xiao Ning." Bai Yi, in the presence of Xiao Ning, silently cursed Tang San for being so infatuated with love that he neglected his friends, yet still placed his hand on Tang San's chest to extract the remnants of the wild ginseng. At that moment, Xiao Ning had awakened, and upon seeing Tang San in such a state, sorrow overwhelmed her, and tears streamed down her face in torrents, far surpassing the tears of Lin Daiyu. All the men present were at a loss for words on how to console her. Moreover, her tears were a response to the sight of Tang San's condition. Lazy leaned toward Lu Zhishi and remarked, "Brother, you are utterly finished. There is no hope left for you." Lu Zhishi sighed and shot a glare at Lazy. "What are you saying at a time like this?" Bai Yi washed the remaining ginseng root and handed it to Xiao Ning, who, sobbing, chewed it slowly. Tang San, in a wrinkled whisper, remarked, "Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet." This only caused Xiao Ning to cry even harder. After half an hour, Tang San finally regained some strength. Bai Yi took out the ginseng, and the two of them each consumed a root to replenish their energy. Bai Yi stored the remaining ones away, intending to keep them for Tang San's recovery. Noticing that Tang San kept his hand concealed, he realized that Tang San had sustained an injury. The blood had coagulated previously, but now, with the warmth. His unique blood began to flow again. Tang San was evidently trying to hide the wound from others. He immediately exchanged a glance with Qixia, and the two provided cover for Tang San. At that moment, Tang San remarked, "I encountered something peculiar up there." Chapter 237. Exploration. Tang San recounted the events that transpired atop the eagle's beak, and the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. Lazy habitually spat on the ground and exclaimed, "Damn it, Tang San, you didn't see a ghost, did you?" To which Tang San replied, "How can a ghost leave footprints? I suspect it was a person." Lu Ji interjected, "But that person didn't fall, right? Tang San, are you certain someone helped you?" "Absolutely," Tang San replied, his excitement palpable. "If it weren't for someone pulling me up, I would have struggled to ascend. I distinctly remember seeing those footprints as soon as I got up." There was indeed someone who had aided Tang San. Bai Yi sighed, pondering the implications. One person had mysteriously vanished from the ominous wooden coffin, while another had inexplicably appeared outside. It seemed too coincidental. Bai Yi, skeptical of supernatural lore, wondered if it could be a corpse transformation or a malevolent entity akin to the one on the cliff coffin. "Lazy, where's the black donkey hoof you brought?" Bai Yi inquired. Lazy looked taken aback. "In my backpack." "Why, Bai Yi, do you suspect there's a zongzi, a type of rice dumpling, involved?" "That's impossible. How could a zongzi be so kind as to help Tang San?" After Lazy's remark, Bai Yi also deemed it unlikely and decided to set the matter aside for the time being. They consumed the wild ginseng, and after an hour, they all felt a renewed vigor. Xiao Ning, in particular, noticed an increase in her saliva and no longer felt parched like before. After some time, she realized her fever had subsided. Feeling revitalized, Xiao Ning slowly approached Tang San, who was resting with his eyes closed. Upon hearing her soft footsteps, he looked up to see her and managed a smile, though it felt somewhat awkward. "How are you feeling?" he asked. "I'm fine now. It's all my fault for dragging you into this mess. Now we're trapped here, with no idea when we can escape," Xiao Ning replied, meeting his gaze. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she lowered her head, her usual boldness replaced by shyness. Tang San found Xiao Ning particularly enchanting today and chuckled softly. "If you looked like this every day, that would be wonderful. Usually, you resemble a fierce tigress." Xiao Ning shot her head up, her face now displaying irritation. Tang San hastily added, "But a beautiful tigress, nonetheless." This remark left Xiao Ning both amused and perplexed. While the two were engrossed in their own world, the others refrained from intruding, gathering on the opposite side. After some deliberation, Lei Zi and Bai Yi realized that the hour was late, and they might have to spend the night in the cave. Waiting idly was dreadfully tedious, so they decided to explore the area, convinced that it was a site of significant geomantic potential, hoping to uncover further treasures to pass the time. The nature of tomb raiding is inherently monotonous. The pinnacle of excitement lies in the moment of opening the coffin. Once that is accomplished, trepidation sets in. If one's mental fortitude is lacking, this profession is indeed not for them. Take this expedition to Changbai Mountain, for instance. Upon arrival, they were inexplicably ambushed by a hidden foe, leaving them in a state of confusion that persists even now, aside from the three culprits. After much effort, they finally located a burial site, but the spoils were meager, leading to considerable frustration after such a treacherous journey. To add to their woes, there was that individual who occasionally made unsettling noises, which was quite bothersome. As for Lei Zi, he originally belonged to a group of tomb raiders and had a significant reliance on explosives. Now, aligned with Bai Yi and his crew, he felt constrained, as if his hands were tied. However, upon Bai Yi's encouragement to proceed freely, Lei Zi's spirits soared. Lu Jishi, too, eagerly retrieved his modified Luoyang shovel. Lu Jishi felt disheartened. Ever since Tang San Cheng's arrival, many of his innovative tools had become obsolete. Tang San Cheng possessed an uncanny ability to locate sites effortlessly. Now, with Tang San Cheng temporarily incapacitated, Lu Jishi relished the opportunity to showcase his skills. Bai Yi instructed Qixia to remain behind to look after Xiao Ning and Tang San Cheng while he, along with Lei Zi and Lu Jishi, sought a way out of the mountain, preparing to venture into the snow. Bundled up tightly, the trio circled the cave but found no exit from the western ridge. They had no choice but to retrace their steps back to the tomb of the waiting guards. Exiting the tunnel, they conferred and decided to move further away, heading east for about 50 meters before officially commencing their search. In essence, tomb raiding is fundamentally about locating and identifying burial sites. Throughout history, The Luoyang shovel has been the tool of choice. In Lu Zhishi's hands, it had undergone modifications. The head was now conical rather than shovel-shaped, equipped with scales to measure depth accurately, and it had a collapsible design that could extend up to 20 meters yet compact to just half a meter, conserving space remarkably. This was the first trial of the improved Luoyang shovel. As Lu Zhishi plunged it into the snow, it surprisingly pierced down 2 to 3 meters. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "Brother Bai, look. You must see this." Lazy interjected, "Lu, stop acting like a giddy bride. Focus on the task at hand and refrain from unnecessary exclamations." Lu Zhishi, catching the subtle undertone in Lazy's words, immediately reported to Bai Yi, "Brother Bai, look at him." Although it began as a mere experiment, the frigid conditions made the delay unbearable. Furthermore, the snow-laden ground was considerably softer than typical mud, making it reasonable for the descent to occur swiftly. Lu Zhishi, with his limited practical experience, reacted with undue astonishment. Bai Yi urged Lu Zhishi to continue probing deeper. After Lu Zhishi's modified Luoyang shovel reached over 6 meters, they hit a ceiling. "Retract it," commanded Bai Yi, and Lu Zhishi complied, pulling the shovel back. Observing the soil at the tip, Bai Yi shook his head, prompting Lu Zhishi to relocate and try again. After countless attempts, Lu Zhishi once more retrieved the shovel, only for Bai Yi to rush forward upon glimpsing the soil at the tip, scooping a bit with his hand to examine closely beneath his eyes. Lazy, equally exhilarated, collided with Lu Zhishi, sending him tumbling into the snow. Lu Zhishi, grimacing, protested, "Brother Bai, look at him. You should manage this." "Manage what?" Lazy spat into the snow. "Bai Yi, we've got something to deal with now. This black donkey hoof is quite the find. What is going on? Why are you both so jubilant?" Lu Zhishi scrambled to his feet. "Why is the soil up there red? Could it possibly be blood? Good heavens. What if my shovel get a grip? Lu Daizi, let me enlighten you. This isn't blood. It's cinnabar, understand?" Lazy turned to Bai Yi. "It's getting late. Shall we return and discuss this with Tang San Cheng and the others, and make our move tomorrow?" With the sky looming ominously overhead, Bai Yi nodded. "Let us go back." Chapter 238. Cinnabar. As Bai Yi turned to leave, he suddenly realized that the situation here was unlike any other. If the snow continued to fall, the evidence of their presence would soon be obscured. He quickly turned back, stacking some stones high to create a marker. Upon returning to the cave, they found Tang San Cheng and Xiao Ning able to move about, their spirits noticeably revived. Qixia was utilizing stones to roast provisions over the fire, with a kettle suspended above, boiling water. Bai Yi presented the soil from the Luoyang shovel before Tang San Cheng, who sniffed and tasted it, his expression immediately changing. Observing Tang San Cheng's reaction, Bai Yi felt a swell of pride. "How about that? The soil contains cinnabar." Tang San Cheng replied, "You've indeed discovered something, but this tomb is perilous. In Taoist beliefs, cinnabar is used to exorcise spirits and ward off evil, and the red soil suggests the presence of blood. This tomb must harbor taboos." Bai Yi shook his head. "You are partially correct, yet also mistaken." "What do you mean?" Tang San Cheng asked, bewildered. "Typically, ancient tombs featuring fire ceilings, acid ceilings, or cinnabar ceilings would yield red soil when probed with a Luoyang shovel, particularly with acid ceilings. If the soil appears like fresh blood, it inevitably contains a substantial amount of cinnabar. The existence of such structures in ancient tombs indicates high status. Those interred within this crypt must be either affluent or noble." Bai Yi elucidated. Tang San Cheng sighed. "Cinnabar is an exorcistic substance. Its use in the soil of ancient tombs suggests an intention to isolate certain entities within. Thus, a tomb sealed in this manner must harbor some form of anomaly with its remains." "You speak the truth. However, we possess the black donkey hoof, and the corpse transformation is nothing more than the presence of rice dumplings. We are not unfamiliar with such dumplings, and with your soul bottle, what is there to fear?" Bai Yi was no longer receptive to words. Arriving at Changbai Mountain, he yearned for an exhilarating display of his abilities, and now that an opportunity had finally presented itself, he was resolute in his decision to descend, regardless of the dangers involved. Lazy clearly stood in support of Bai Yi. Casting a glance at Tang San Cheng, "Tang San Cheng, are you afraid?" Tang San Cheng could hardly tolerate the provocation. "Nonsense. I would dare to ascend the eagle's beak. Do you think I fear death? My own demise is of little concern, but I worry for everyone else. After all, we have come this far. We cannot afford to lose our lives here." Lazy fell silent, perplexed by his own response. For he would not normally speak to Tang San Cheng in such a manner, especially since Tang San Cheng had saved his life. He looked to Bai Yi. You are the leader. What shall we do? Bai Yi proposed a straightforward solution. Let us vote. The majority will prevail. This resulted in a clear division of 3-3, with the eyes of the three individuals resting upon Tang San Cheng. Gritting his teeth, Tang San Cheng declared, I have some understanding of Taoism. Very well, I shall accompany you down. Thus, the decision was irrevocably made, and it was settled that they would commence at dawn the following day. As they emphasized the presence of the black donkey hoof to guard against the formidable dumpling, Tang San Cheng gradually felt his heart settle, focusing solely on regaining his strength to ensure he would not hinder the others during their descent. That evening, he shared a ginseng with Xiaoning. The next morning, after a night of relentless snowfall, the storm suddenly ceased. As the group ventured outside, they beheld the nearby peaks enveloped in mist, with the sun timidly revealing itself, casting rays of light through the ethereal fog and illuminating countless beams of white, contrasting beautifully with the pristine snow atop the mountains. The scenery was breathtaking, though the chill lingered, undiminished by the sun's appearance. With their backpacks secured, the group, in silence, followed Bai Yi towards the location where they had unearthed the vermilion the day prior. Thanks to Bai Yi's markings, they successfully located the spot. Once they arrived, Lazy began to dig, followed by Bai Yi and Qi Xie, who eagerly joined in. As they commenced the excavation, Lazy soon realized the brilliance of Lu Zhi's improved Luoyang spade, for after digging 3 meters, they encountered a layer of ice beneath the surface, exceedingly hard and challenging to penetrate. Lazy glanced at Xiaoning. Little sister, I now understand just how formidable you are. Yesterday, you single-handedly broke through. Impressive. Xiaoning approached with her tools in hand. Let me take over. The men exchanged glances and promptly stepped back. Though Xiaoning had recently recovered from an illness, her combat prowess remained undiminished. With the same tools, the ice layer crumbled before her with ease. As she exerted her strength, the progress accelerated significantly, and they soon reached the bottom. Bai Yi raised a hand. Wait, do not dig any further. Step aside quickly. What is happening? Lazy asked, perplexed as he paused his work and gazed at Bai Yi. Bai Yi uttered a few words. This is the glazed peak. Lazy called out for his mother and quickly pulled Qi Xie to the side, simultaneously digging towards the edge to create distance. Xiaoning, perplexed, inquired about the situation, prompting Bai Yi to explain that the tomb chamber's security measures were extraordinarily effective. The ground they had penetrated was merely a thin layer of glazed tiles. If their assumptions were correct, a certain degree of external force would inevitably shatter the ceiling, leading to a hollow tomb chamber below where everyone would plummet. What shall we do? We cannot dig downward. Our efforts would be in vain. After finally reaching the apex of this underground palace, we are thwarted by this glazed tile. Xiaoning lamented. Fear not, for there are alternative methods, Bai Yi replied. Isn't its purpose to cause those who delve into the tomb to fall? We shall breach it directly and utilize ropes to descend. Surely, we shall not perish from mere urine. At that moment, Tang San Cheng and Lu Zhi, peering down from above, were signaled by Bai Yi to drop the ropes and hoist Xiaoning and the others up while he remained below, crouching against the wall. The fewer people present, the better. Who could ascertain the weight tolerance of this glazed ceiling? Once everyone was safely above, Bai Yi secured a rope around his waist, allowing those above to pull him up. He then gathered several large stones and hurled them down the theft tunnel. The stones struck the glazed ceiling with a resounding crash, and after a significant pause of 7 or 8 seconds, the sound of the debris hitting the ground echoed back. Xiaoning felt a wave of trepidation. It is astonishing that the glazed ceiling did not collapse while we all stood there moments ago. Had we clustered together, the force could have been catastrophic. The stones, falling from a height, exerted greater concentrated weight. This ceiling would surely falter under such conditions. The glazed ceiling had indeed shattered. Yet descending again would require some maneuvering. At that moment, Lu Zhi showcased his improved Luoyang shovel, which extended to over 20 meters. He inverted the shovel and extended it downwards, reaching a depth of approximately 15 or 16 meters before hitting the bottom. He shook the shovel, exclaiming, Look, is this not a ready-made ladder? Chapter 239. The Jurchen's Lei Zi tapped the Luoyang shovel with a note of surprise, for it was crafted from fine steel, remarkably durable. Lu Zhi, brimming with excitement and eager to be the first to descend, wound his legs around the shovel and gradually slid down, soon disappearing from view. Bai Yi followed. Mindful of Lu Zhixin's lack of practical experience and apprehensive about potential traps below that the Navi Lu might not navigate effectively. As Bai Yi slid down the sturdy pole, he faintly heard Lu Zhixin speaking below, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Within this palace, some entities should not be conversed with, lest one lose their sanity. He hastened his descent, passing through the now completely fractured glazed ceiling and reaching the base. Indeed, between the glazed top and the tomb chamber floor, there remained a perilous drop of 10 meters. A fall from such a height would undoubtedly be fatal. This mechanism is exceedingly insidious, often utilized by the goldsmiths. Bai Yi had long heard his master speak of it, but today was the first time he truly experienced its formidable power. There exists a more advanced version known as the glazed ceiling. It consists of an initial layer of extremely thin glazed tiles, upon which bags of Western region dragon oil are placed, followed by another layer of glazed tiles, and finally a mound of earth. Should any external force intrude, the ceiling shatters at the slightest touch, igniting the dragon oil upon contact with air, incinerating the remains and burial artifacts within the tomb, leaving the tomb raiders with nothing. This mechanism, akin to a self-destructive trap, is indeed rare. Upon reaching the bottom, Bai Yi observed Lu Zhixin murmuring to himself. Following Lu's gaze, his heart tightened. Lu stood before a large pool that obstructed their path. The water within was a deep crimson, congealed on the surface into a layer of ice, yet shimmering beneath, as if something flickered within. Seeing Bai Yi descend, Lu Zhixin remarked, "Brother Bai, look, this pool appears filled with blood. It's truly disgusting." Bai Yi approached cautiously, leaning in to catch a whiff, and was met with an overwhelmingly pungent scent of blood. The color seems quite dark. I cannot discern whether it is human blood or that of animals. Lazy, look. The blood beneath appears to be flowing. As the two were engaged in discussion, the others arrived one by one. Lu Zhixin carefully stowed away his luoyang shovel into his backpack. Upon catching the wafting stench of blood, Xiao Ning frowned. The group saw the blood pool blocking their path. To advance, they would have to traverse its surface, which raised concerns about its structural integrity. Bai Yi suggested a preliminary test by tossing a small stone onto the surface. The stone swiftly pierced through the thin layer, eliciting gasps from the group. This was indeed troublesome. Tang San Cheng noted some unusual sounds and remarked, "Bai Yi, after the stone fell, it could still move. It seems the blood in this pool is in motion, and quite vigorously, capable of displacing the stone." Bai Yi observed the glimmering beneath. Evidently, the blood flowed within the tomb. For liquid to flow, a gradient must exist, indicating that the tomb was constructed with sloped channels to facilitate the movement of the blood pool's contents. The sheer volume of blood suggested the sacrifice of countless cattle and sheep. From another perspective, the presence of blood within the tomb was a dire taboo. He glanced at Lei Zi, who, ever vigilant, had already placed a pair of black donkey hooves in the most accessible part of his backpack, just in case. Tang San Cheng had also prepared his soul bottle. The pressing question remained: how to cross this blood pool and reach the main burial chamber. Lu Zhixin chuckled, and seeing his demeanor, Lei Zi inquired if he had a clever solution. With a pat on his chest, Lei Zi proclaimed, "Of course. With me here. What is there to worry about? We have readily available tools." The others were puzzled by his words, prompting Lei Zi to point at the scattered stones on the ground and say, "You all know the story of the crow drinking water, don't you? The tale of the crow drinking water is known to few, save for the enigmatic Qi Xie, who, despite his apparent calmness, seemed as if he were familiar with the story." Xiao Ning soon grasped the implication. "Are you suggesting we cast stones into the water to construct a bridge we can traverse?" "Indeed," Lu Zhixin replied. "Large stones cannot be removed from this blood pool." This was indeed a clever solution. Everyone agreed to proceed, diligently seeking the largest stones to hurl into the depths, each aiming further than the last. The stones floated just above the water's surface, and after considerable effort, they managed to step across, observing the blood gushing beneath their feet. Bai Yi scrutinized the flow of the blood pool, theorizing that its mechanics resembled those of a fountain, operating under the principle of momentum conservation. The transition from a larger radius to a smaller one would generate a change in velocity, propelling the liquid away from the ground. In ancient times, without mechanical devices, this principle must have been achieved through variations in topography. Bai Yi leapt to the ground, crouched down, and peered into the blood pool. To his astonishment, he discerned what appeared to be small creatures swimming within the crimson liquid. However, upon blinking, They vanished, leading him to believe it was merely a trick of the light. He urged the group onward. After a few paces, Bai turned back and once more leaned over the edge of the blood pool, this time seeing clearly. What he had mistaken for insects were, in fact, strands of hair, mingling with the blood, rising and falling like dark tendrils in the water. With a sense of determination, he reached down, grasping a lock of hair and pulling it upward, causing a head to emerge from the sanguine depths. This severed head was beyond recognition of gender. Its visage a ghastly shade of black, where once eyes had dwelled now lay two hollow voids. Having long been immersed in the blood, the flesh had rotted away, revealing the stark whiteness of bone beneath. Curiously, while the hair on the crown and sides was absent, strands remained at the nape of the neck. As Bai held the skull aloft, realization dawned upon him. This was the skull of a Jurchen. The Jurchen men traditionally shaved the hair from the crown and sides of their heads, leaving only the back, which was braided and allowed to hang down. Lazy interjected. It appears this tomb belongs to the Jin dynasty. Tang San Cheng, puzzled, queried, how can there be a Jin tomb within the sacred mountains of the Manchu? Bai elucidated. The Manchu people were, in ancient times, the Jurchen, an old ethnic group residing in northeast China. Known as the Heishui Mo during the 6th to 7th centuries, they adopted the name Jurchen in the 9th century. By the early 17th century, the Jurchen of Jianzhou had grown powerful, and their leader Nurhasai established the later Jin regime. Under his son Huang Taiji, the various Jurchen clans were unified, leading to the decree that the Jurchen would henceforth be referred to as the Manchu, thus rendering the term Jurchen obsolete. In essence, Manchu and Jurchen are but two sides of the same coin. The Jin tombs surpassed the Qing tombs in grandeur. Lazy's demeanor suggested he was eager to embark on a grand undertaking. Chapter 240. The Seven Stars by Yi shook his head, refuting Lazy's assertion. During the Jin dynasty, the political landscape was tumultuous, and it was a period marked by some of the most significant natural disasters in ancient Chinese history. The nation's power was weakened, and the grandeur of royal tombs diminished compared to previous eras. In contrast, during the Qing dynasty, particularly in the Kangxi and Qianlong periods, the economy and productivity of the nation experienced a remarkable revival. The architectural style of tombs transformed, placing greater emphasis on surface structures, intertwined with the ancestral temples and gardens for worship. Learning from the theft prevention methods of preceding dynasties, the underground chambers of the Qing tombs were constructed with exceptional fortitude, rendering them exceedingly challenging to breach. Upon hearing Bai Yi's explanation, Lazy appeared somewhat dejected. Yesterday, he had discovered the presence of vermilion in the burial soil, believing it to be of great significance. Little did he know there was a deeper layer to this mystery. Could it truly be, as Tang San Cheng suggested, that the vermilion was intended to ward off some malevolent entities entombed within? At that moment, Xiao Ning, with keen eyesight, noticed hair drifting beneath the pool's surface. Lazy half rose, extending his hand downward. With a tug, he retrieved yet another head. Examining its shape, it bore a striking resemblance to the one Bai Yi had previously uncovered. Both had been shaved at the crown and sides, leaving only hair at the back. This discovery was alarming. The blood pool concealed numerous severed heads. Bai Yi felt a wave of nausea wash over him, realizing that this pool was likely used for blood sacrifices, filled with the blood of the living. The group exchanged glances, and Bai Yi, possessing some knowledge of the Jurchen people, recalled their ancestor, Wanyan Hanpu, of the Sumo Mo tribe, who had brothers Agudi and Baohuali. During the Jingguan era of the Tang dynasty, due to the disintegration of the Sumo Mo clan, Hanpu, over 60 years of age, departed from his old residence in Goryeo. His brother, a devout Buddhist, remained behind, while only Baohuali accompanied him. Upon reaching the Wanyan clan, they stumbled upon a dispute over possessions, leading to a violent altercation. Hanpu intervened to mediate and restore order. In gratitude, the Wanyan clan gifted him a blue ox. To solidify his standing, he presented this ox as a bridal gift and married the daughter of a 60-year-old woman from the clan, eventually fathering 2 sons and a daughter, thus naturally becoming a member of the Wanyan clan. This ethnic group did not seem to adhere to the custom of living human sacrifices. They typically offered cattle and rituals, burying the deceased 3 days later in a sunny spot. It was customary to inter the clothing worn by the deceased and their horses alongside them. The horses were slaughtered for their meat, with only the hides buried, indicating that the blood pool's occupants had met an unusual fate. Lazy tossed the severed heads back into the blood pool, declaring it done, and dusted off his hands. Observing the volume of blood, he mused that the number of heads was likely far greater. One could only imagine how many lives had been sacrificed to fill this pool. Bai, noticing the blood staining Lazy's hands, urged him to clean up and leave promptly, advising against lingering in such a place. The group decided to temporarily set aside thoughts of the blood pool and continued onward. Ahead of them lay an unobstructed path, leading to the site of trees. It is not uncommon to behold trees within a tomb chamber. In fact, this marks the third occasion for Tang San Cheng to encounter trees in such a setting. Yet, he has never before witnessed such a multitude of them. Before the gathered crowd stand 7 trees, each towering an impressive 10 meters, their trunks exuding a striking crimson hue. The sparse leaves also shimmer with a similar red tint. These 7 trees are arranged in the formation reminiscent of the Big Dipper, their presence stark and conspicuous. Is there any significance to this? Lu Zhishu inquired, his mouth agape in bewilderment. Tang San Cheng hesitated to respond immediately. Sensing the gravity on Tang's face, Lu Zhishu nudged him. Speak up, Tang San Cheng. The trees, aligned according to the arrangement of the Big Dipper, seem to indicate the heart of the heavens. Here, in this auspicious locale, they have found the celestial pivot, harnessing the essence of the future through their configuration to achieve an invincible triad. This phenomenon, known as the Big Dipper's heist, seeks to seize the dragon's energy, as well as the very essence of fate itself. Tang San Cheng exhaled deeply. If this scheme succeeds, future generations could ascend to great heights. Future generations? Bai Yi pondered. Could it be that the descendants of the Jurchens, namely the Manchu people, thrive due to this configuration of the 7 stars? Indeed, one could say so, Tang San Cheng replied. This is precisely why vermilion is employed for protection here. The formation of the 7 stars is not easily accomplished. Any shift in the star points disrupts the entire scheme, altering the course of history. If I am not mistaken, each of these trees harbors a corpse suspended at its apex, likely headless, belonging to key figures of the Jurchen clan. Before Tang San Cheng could elaborate further, he suddenly recoiled. Bai Yi, be cautious. Something is descending from the trees. Lazy reacted swiftly, brandishing the black donkey hoof in each hand, shielding Xiao Ning and the others behind him. Bai Yi drew his firearm, gripping it firmly in his right hand, while his left rested on the dagger at his waist. From the trees, several figures plummeted. No longer human, they bore swollen bodies, drenched in blood, clad in garments of marten fur, with gaping black-red wounds on their necks, from which dark liquid oozed ominously. Trouble! Lazy exclaimed, they are blood zongzi. Bai Yi aimed at one and fired. The bullet struck true, penetrating the creature's heart, bursting through its skin and muscle to assault its innards, releasing a torrent of the dark liquid. Yet, its advance remained unabated, lunging towards them with sharp claws. Do not let their talons pierce you, Bai Yi shouted. Infection from the corpse's essence would be disastrous. Tang San Cheng retrieved a soul vial, scattering its blood vine powder towards the 3 foremost attackers. As the powder enveloped them, they writhed in agony, emitting clouds of black smoke. Witnessing this, Bai Yi fired thrice at the trio, the blood vine infiltrating their wounds and hastening their demise. The 3 headless blood zongzi dissipated into a wisp of smoke, vanishing entirely. Save me, Tang San Cheng. Xiao Ning let out a piercing scream. Tang San turned to the side and saw Xiao Ning pinned beneath a blood golem, its claws reaching menacingly towards her eyes. These headless blood golems possessed an uncanny sense, able to ascertain their surroundings solely from the sound of their footsteps. The more Xiao Ning struggled, the tighter the grip of those claws became. At that moment, she was desperately pressing her hands against the relentless claws. But with the blood golem above and her beneath, she could hardly muster any strength. Xiao Ning was on the verge of losing consciousness. Chapter 241. Bloodshed. Tang San charged forward with the soul bottle in hand, leaping onto the back of the blood golem. He poured the blood vine powder from the bottle onto its neck, uncertain if it was mere coincidence, but the severed part of its neck was indeed its vital point. Upon contact with the blood vine powder, the blood golem exhibited no resistance and instantly disintegrated into a cloud of dust. Tang San found himself airborne, crashing down right atop Xiao Ning, resulting in an unexpected intimate encounter. Damn it, Tang San. What are you doing taking advantage of the situation at a time like this? Get over here and help. Lazy shouted, engaged in a fierce battle with another blood golem, one hand wielding a black donkey hoof. When the hoof struck the blood golem, It was sent reeling back, but quickly retaliated. More than once, the blood golem's claws nearly grazed Lei Zi's face, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. In a moment of dodging, he caught sight of Tang San in a compromising position atop Xiaoning and couldn't help but curse him out loud. Tang San silently cursed Lei Zi for his lack of understanding. Did he appear to be the type to take advantage of women? At this moment, there were still 3 blood golems left to contend with. Qixia, Bai Yi, and Lei Zi each faced one, while that fool Lu Zhishi cowered on the side, wildly swinging a steel pipe, completely oblivious to the fact that there was no threat before him. Xiaoning, pinned beneath Tang San, forcefully shoved him away and glared at him. Aren't you going to help? Tang San felt wronged, thinking he was there precisely to assist. Xiaoning was so quick to burn bridges. However, her body was so soft that he could not afford to indulge in any further fantasies. The blood golem, already tormented by Lei Zi's black donkey hoof, suddenly turned and lunged towards Tang San. Startled, Tang San instinctively swung the soul bottle at the blood golem. Alas, the blood vine powder was limited. Only a small amount landed on the blood golem, causing no real harm, merely producing a cloud of dark smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San grabbed Xiaoning and retreated while drawing his gun, firing indiscriminately at the blood golem. Tang San's marksmanship was not as precise as Bai Yi's. He fired 4 shots, with only one hitting, and it went astray, merely grazing the golem's skin. The blood golem, enraged by the sting, charged at the 2 of them. Tang San pulled Xiaoning towards the 7 trees, engaging in a game of hide and seek with the blood golem. He thought to himself that this was not a sustainable strategy. Just then, he heard the sound of water beneath the trees and caught sight of a blood pool. A sudden realization struck him. He had conceived a plan. Lu Zhishi, hurry. Find something to block the blood pool and prevent it from flowing. Tang San exclaimed loudly, confronted by a pool of blood that obstructed its flow. The only recourse was to sever the trees above. But the identities of the 3 blood zongzi descending from those trees remained a mystery. It would take an eternity to chop down the trees. Thus, he had no choice but to address the former issue. Lu Zhishi, a frail scholar, trembled in fear, utterly at a loss upon hearing Tang San's words. He rushed to the edge of the blood pool, where the heads of the deceased loomed grotesquely, causing his hands to shake uncontrollably. His typically sharp intellect was rendered utterly useless in this moment of peril. Lei Zi tossed a black donkey's hoof into Bai Yi's hands, urging, Bai Yi, hold on for a moment. I will assist Lu Daizi. Meanwhile, the agile Qijia evaded the blood zongzi, managing to keep it at bay, yet the creature, impervious to blades and spears, posed a significant threat. The only effective counter, the blood vine, had been depleted. The black donkey's hoof might have been useful against the larger zongzi, but against this blood variant, it merely served a defensive purpose, leaving no viable means of subjugation. Reaching Lu Zhishi's side, Lei Zi turned his back to him and encouraged, Lu Daizi, I will provide cover. There is nothing to fear. You must quickly devise a plan. Though spoken easily, Lu Zhishi stood bewildered for a moment before suddenly leaping into the blood pool, a move that astonished Lei Zi. He had underestimated Lu Daizi. In this critical juncture, the lad displayed remarkable courage. Submerged in the pool, Lu Zhishi followed the flow of the blood, his legs occasionally brushing against a head, the hair entwining around his calves, causing him to tremble. He clenched his eyes shut, kicking away the heads as he pressed forward to the source of the stream. Feeling the blood surge into an entrance, his hand discovered a fist-sized hole through which the blood flowed. What could effectively block this opening? Scanning the surroundings, he spotted the floating hair and, gathering his courage, retrieved 2 heads to stuff the hair into the hole. To his relief, the flow of blood noticeably diminished. Just as he reveled in his success, he heard Lei Zi shout, Daizi, duck! Instinctively, Lu Zhishi crouched down, narrowly avoiding a claw that grazed his scalp. The blood zongzi, previously entangled with Qijia, had suddenly altered its course and leapt over Lei Zi's head, aiming straight for Lu Zhishi. Had it not been for Lei Zi's warning, Lu Zhishi would have met a dire fate. Lei Zi plunged into the blood pool, wielding the black donkey's hoof with fervor as he charged the blood zongzi, striking at its body and forcing it to leap away. Daizi, hurry up. Damn it, I can hardly hold on. Desperation overtook Lu Zhishi. He disregarded all else and seized more heads, fervently stuffing the hair into the hole. At that moment, the skulls felt as inconsequential as ping-pong balls, and fear was a distant memory. Finally, the hole was sealed tightly, halting the blood flow. Tang San, it's done. As the flow of blood ceased, The three blood fiends suddenly became rigid, standing motionless in their previous stance. Tang San let out a sigh of relief, realizing that his conjecture had indeed proven correct. Bai Yi halted and inquired of Tang San, "What shall we do next?" To which Tang San replied, "I do not know." Bai Yi was taken aback by Tang San's response. "Tang San, you truly are something else. At such a crucial moment, you declare ignorance?" Bai Yi was on the verge of losing his composure. The three blood fiends remained utterly still, yet who could tell when they might spring back to life? The black donkey hoof was ineffective against these fiends, leaving all hope resting on Tang San's shoulders. After all, he had successfully devised a method to render these blood fiends immobile. Tang San stepped forward, pacing anxiously around the 7 trees. Even the usually composed 7 evil watched him with tension. Observing the crimson trunks, Tang San suddenly smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Eureka!" Chapter 242. Blood Release. Tang San instructed everyone to brandish their sharpest weapons and strike at the tree trunks. Following his command, they even retrieved fruit knives to scrape against the bark. The trees, of an unknown variety, baffled even the nature-savvy 7 evil, who had never encountered them before in Chambai Mountain. As the sharp tools sliced through the trunks, a pungent, metallic scent emerged, reminiscent of the aroma from the pool. Lei Zi was the first to detect it, thanks to his keen sense of smell. "Strange, why is there a scent of blood emanating from these trees?" he remarked. These trees were nourished by the waters of the blood pool. Tang San pressed deeper with his knife, causing blood to flow from within, gushing incessantly and pooling at his feet. If my conjecture is correct, this 7-star formation is sustained by blood. The head is in the pool, while the body resides in the trees, all protected by this blood. The blood flows from the pool underground, entering the tree trunks. With the blood corpses residing atop the trees, their necks intertwined with the trunks. Blood circulates within, giving rise to these living dead. If we obstruct the blood from the pool and release the blood from the trunks, severing their lifeblood, we shall eradicate them from the roots. Will this truly be effective? Lei Zi expressed his skepticism, feeling uneasy despite the plausibility of Tang San's words. Tang San cast a languid glance at Lei Zi and shook his head. "I do not know." Lei Zi suppressed the urge to curse, feeling engulfed by the scent of blood, which matched that of the trees, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Lu Jishi wore a grimace, his features contorted in distaste, likely recalling the ghastly experience in the blood pool, causing his stomach to churn. Frustrated, Lu Jishi scraped his knife against the trunk, as if venting his frustrations. "Lu, you'll get used to it eventually," Lei Zi remarked, observing his demeanor. "I recall when your brother Lei, was trapped in a tomb. To avoid freezing to death, I lay in a coffin alongside the dead for an entire night. This difficulty pales in comparison. Just now, you were a true hero, the savior of us all from peril." After spending a night among the dead, Bai Yi chuckled inwardly. Having engaged in such acts countless times before, he remained silent, allowing Lei Zi to comfort Lu Jishi to his heart's content, while his hands tirelessly carved the 7 tree trunks, each incision resembling a wound, from which blood gushed forth. Once they had completed their task, everyone sank weakly to the ground, drained of energy. Tang San Cheng observed the blood seeping from the trees, his gaze fixed intently, as if fearing that diverting his attention would lead to some misstep. His earnest demeanor instilled a flicker of confidence in the others. The 3 remaining blood-soaked corpses, however, remained unchanged, leaving them with no choice but to wait. Bai Yi spoke upon death. The Jurchens of Jianzhou observe a period of mourning at home, sacrificing cattle for a memorial. After 3 days, they choose a sunny spot for burial. During the burial, the deceased's clothing and mount are interred alongside them. The horse is slaughtered, its flesh removed, and only the hide is buried. The Haishi Jurchens practice tree burials, placing the corpse atop a grand tree, with the horse's hide, tail, and hooves, along with the bow and arrows used in life, hung on the tree. The burial customs of the Eastern Sea Jurchen tribes are rather primitive. Aside from tree burials, when a parent passes away, the stomach is removed, and the body is sun-dried. One must carry the remains of their parents everywhere, and meals must be preceded by offerings, with the remains discarded only after 3 years. Additionally, for the Kili clan, when someone dies, their abdomen is opened, and the corpse is placed atop a tree. Drownings are signified by spearing the body with a harpoon, wrapping it in seal skin before burial, indicating a transformation into a seal. If someone is killed by a bear or a tiger, The body is left bare in a manner mimicking those beasts, and arrows are shot into the corpse, which is then buried alongside the arrows, signifying the deceased's ability to transform into a bear or tiger. The burial customs of the Jurchen people are indeed bizarre. Lazy spat on the ground, remarking, "No wonder these headless corpses hang from the trees. Yet this tree is peculiar, thriving on blood. What species could it possibly be?" The seven-star formation, interconnected, utilized the heads and bodies of the deceased as its boundaries, nourished by blood, a truly ruthless arrangement. Tang San Cheng noted, "These 7 bloodied corpses, to the Jurchen people, are akin to 7 valiant warriors, their bodies dismembered for the sake of blessing their descendants. But what purpose does it serve?" Lu Jishi, still weary, lamented. The Qing dynasty lasted but a short time. Could it be related to their transformation from Jurchen to Manchu? Xiao Ning inquired. To offer human sacrifices for the feng shui formation is surely to preserve the bloodline, right? Tang San Cheng replied, nodding. Indeed, upon death, one must select an auspicious burial site. Those interred there bestow blessings upon their descendants. If these 7 are indeed Jurchen, they must bless the progeny of the Jurchen. The Jin dynasty was a brief reign, spanning from 1115 to 1234, a mere century or so, witnessing 10 emperors in total. Averaging a decade per emperor, it was a tumultuous period. Having long been subjugated by the Khitan, when Wanyan Aguda established the state, he chose the name Jin to signify resilience against the Liao, asserting that while iron may be strong, it ultimately deteriorates, whereas gold remains unblemished and everlasting. As a vassal of Liao, the Jurchens were obligated to present a substantial tribute of gold, silver, and jewels each year, alongside a considerable number of hunting birds, particularly the majestic sea eagles, to the silver-clad angels of Liao. In pursuit of the finest fowl, they were often compelled to launch assaults against tribes of their own kin. This illustrates the precarious existence of the Jin dynasty, caught in a constraining milieu, which ultimately contributed to their downfall, tinged with a sense of grievance. It is not without motive that they sought ways to rise again, as Bai Yi elucidated. Tang San Cheng remarked on the astonishing notion that the Jurchen people could manipulate geomantic arrangements to alter the destinies of their descendants, an idea both remarkable and unsettling. Were you implying that, akin to the tomb of Emperor Yongzheng, this too involved the guidance of a sage? Bai Yi discerned the underlying implications in Tang San Cheng's words. Initially, Tang San Cheng had not entertained such thoughts, but Bai Yi's insight rendered him equally perplexed. Bai Yi, do not speak so recklessly. Surely there are not that many sages. Although the Jurchens were a minority, their ancestors had dwelled for generations in the vast regions encompassing the Songhua and Heilong rivers, areas rich in history and diversity. The ancient lineage of the Jurchens can be traced back to the times of Shun, Yu, and the Shang and Zhou dynasties, during which they may have preserved some archaic methods. Bai Yi regarded Tang San Cheng. I believe you are overthinking this. As Tang San Cheng opened his mouth to respond, Xiao Ning interjected, look over there. Chapter 243. The great Ding Tong treasure. The colors of the 7 tree trunks had transformed to a ghostly gray, and blood pooled upon the ground. Tang San Cheng rose, momentarily entranced as he beheld a blood-red dragon soaring from the center of the 7 trees. Yet, in the blink of an eye, all vanished before him, leaving him startled. He heard a rustling sound, and upon turning, witnessed 3 once motionless blood-soaked figures emanating dark vapors, their bodiless forms gradually fading until they were entirely lost to sight. The blood pool bubbled ominously, and as Tang San Cheng approached, he discerned that the heads within, specifically, the 7 heads, had also dissolved, hair and all, disappearing into the sanguine depths, which flowed once more toward the abyss. Damn it, it's flowing again. Is this all right? Lazy, hands planted firmly on his hips, scrutinized the blood pool. So it was merely 7 individuals. This pool contains far more than that. Tang San Cheng replied, somewhat off topic. The trap has been broken. No matter how it flows now, it is futile. What a pity. What a pity indeed, Bai Yi interjected. The Manchus are no more. This arrangement must have long since lost its efficacy. Its destruction now will have little impact on the grand scheme. Tang San Cheng mused silently. Yet the descendants of the Jurchens still remained. Reflecting on the broken trap, he realized such discussions were pointless. After all, in that confrontation with the blood-soaked figures, it was a matter of either their demise or his own. Moreover, when this tomb was constructed, cinnabar was mixed in, presumably to ward off malevolent entities. unaware that such evils resided within. Fortunately, the cinnabar had confined them here. Otherwise, these blood corpses would have roamed freely. The 7 stars formation had been shattered, and the 6 individuals breathed a collective sigh of relief. It was only then that Bai steadied his mind to examine the layout of the tomb chamber. Aside from the chamber housing the 7 stars formation, there lay a passage behind a tree leading outward. After tidying themselves up, the 6 proceeded towards that path. Lei Zi and Lu Zhishi were both smeared with blood, and there were no spare thick coats to change into. They could only press on, bloodied. Compared to Lu Zhishi, Lei Zi fared worse. His keen sense of smell was overwhelmed by the stench of blood that invaded his nostrils relentlessly, leaving him no choice but to endure it. Upon entering the passage, Bai Yi immediately sensed something amiss. It was not a mere tomb passage, but rather a thief's tunnel. The craftsmanship of the tunnels suggested amateurish handiwork, likely the work of petty thieves. Yet, how could such individuals venture into this snow-laden mountain to dig a tunnel? As Bai Yi pondered this enigma, Lei Zi voiced his frustration. Damn it, why does the odor intensify? He wrinkled his nose. Bai Yi, the smell here is far stronger than that on me. Qiqia illuminated the tunnel with a flashlight, revealing 2 lifeless bodies lying on either side of the tunnel, devoid of vitality. Their attire bore resemblance to that of Lu Shan, who had led them into the mountains. Upon relaying this observation, Bai Yi speculated that they might have been villagers who entered the mountains to forage for ginseng. Inadvertently finding themselves here, perhaps seeking refuge from the storm, only to perish in this desolate place. They were fortunate not to have ventured deeper. Had they done so, they would have met an even grimmer fate. Xiao Ning, however, considered another possibility. These villagers, lacking the knowledge to dig a tunnel, seemed to have stumbled upon this place inadvertently, desperately seeking a means of escape. Yet, from their descent, it appeared that the Luoyang shovel had plunged at least 15 meters deep, suggesting that a direct fall would have resulted in immediate death. Yet, they had managed to muster some strength to dig. This warranted further investigation. Bai Yi concurred with Xiao Ning's assessment and resolved to explore further. As he crawled into the tunnel, his foot struck something hard. Looking down, he discovered a Ding Tong Bao coin, minted during the reign of Jin's Emperor Yongzheng in the 18th year of Ding. The coin bore a slender gold script with variations of small and large denominations, and the iron coins were relatively scarce, with a grayish-white hue, rumored to have a trace of silver. Its design was elegant and dignified, fetching a high price in antique markets. Bai Yi directed his flashlight ahead, revealing the passage strewn with the Ding Tong Bao coins. The sight thrilled Lei Zi the most, for the joy of treasure hunting lay in such discoveries. From initial shock to elation, his emotions fluctuated wildly, invigorating him. He followed closely behind Bai Yi, collecting the Ding Tong Bao coins from the ground. After a rough count, they found no fewer than 160 coins, their weight heavy in the backpack. Lei Zi kept exclaiming about their fortune. We struck it rich. Lu Zhishi chuckled at Lei Zi's materialism, which irked him. Lei Zi retorted, and you, not being materialistic. What brings you along to dig for treasures? Have you lost your mind? Lu Zhishi maintained a serious demeanor, claiming he was there for research and invention. Lei Zi scoffed. I haven't seen you at the Academy of Sciences. Instead, you're here with us, studying the tools of treasure hunting. Truly grand of you. As 2 individuals began to bicker, Bai Yi remarked in a subdued tone, all right. Having narrowly escaped calamity, you must not let hubris cloud your judgment. Do you recall what I once advised? Caution is the mother of safety. Lu Zhishi replied with sincerity, indeed. Precisely, Lei Zi nodded, calming down as well. The group ventured into the cave, drawing closer to the 2 corpses. Bai Yi inspected them closely, and his expression abruptly shifted. Qiqia, these 2 bodies must be incinerated. They are not yet fully dead and may transform into Zongzi. It was known that aside from the tales of red sand days and flying sand lands, there existed a belief that individuals who died while holding their breath could, after death, remain in a state of suspended animation, evolving into the undead, or Zongzi. These mountain dwellers' corpses appeared to have decayed for some time, yet their faces were a ghastly shade of bluish purple, exuding a sinister aura, with long, sharp nails, an ominous sign of impending reanimation. As the flesh decays, the nails continue to grow, which was a troubling omen. It was imperative to dispose of the bodies before they fully transformed. Qiqia nodded, producing a lighter from his pocket, and inquired about liquor from Lei Zi. Following their encounter at the Jiajing tomb, everyone was aware that Lei Zi always carried a small bottle of liquor. With a furrowed brow, he reluctantly produced it, lamenting, "I haven't even had a sip yet." Lu Zhishi snatched it from him, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for? When action is required, one must act. Come on, Qijia." Qijia poured the liquor over the two corpses, gesturing for everyone to move ahead, then ignited the bodies before crawling forward, trailing behind the main group. As the corpses were engulfed in flames, Tang San Cheng glanced back, horrified to see one of the corpse's hands rise. Alarmed, he quickened his pace. Eventually, the hand fell back down into the flames, allowing Tang San Cheng to breathe a sigh of relief. The six of them continued to crawl through the tunnel carved by the mountain dwellers until they arrived at another burial chamber. Upon entering, Bai finally understood how the two mountain dwellers had inadvertently ended up here. Chapter 244. The aroma. It turned out that, after much commotion, they discovered that this burial chamber was also connected to the mountain. The most compelling evidence lay in the fact that one wall of the chamber was not constructed from stones, but was instead solid rock, a natural formation. Judging by the humidity level underground, it was likely situated at the mountain's base. On the opposite side of the chamber stood a small hidden door, which Bai approached and pushed, but it was tightly sealed, presumably blocked from the outside. This likely explained why the two unwitting mountain dwellers sought alternative means of escape. Bai was more concerned about their route, while on that side, Lei Zi and Lu Zhishi celebrated their significant discovery with a collision, revealing that this was indeed a burial chamber, brimming with funerary artifacts. The room was filled with an array of bronze vessels, occupying nearly half the chamber, primarily consisting of everyday items. Given their large size, the group mostly overlooked them. Such items would be cumbersome to transport in the frigid climate. In addition to the bronze, there were also numerous gold and silver objects, mostly ornamental. Tang San Cheng opened the first box at the edge and was immediately struck dumb, as it was filled to the brim with gold bars. Yet, something seemed amiss. The box was not entirely full. Some gold must have been taken by the two mountain dwellers, as they had been so focused on the corpse's transformation that they failed to examine what the mountain dwellers had possessed. As for the other chest, it contained the Ding Tong Bao coins. Lei Zi and Lu Zhishi cheered as they began to sift through the contents. These copper artifacts were too cumbersome to carry, so they opted for smaller, seemingly more valuable pieces, with the Ding Tong Bao being their primary choice, followed closely by gold ingots. The weight of the gold made it difficult for each person to carry more than a few pieces in their backpacks. Bai speculated that this could be a fortune left by the Great Jin dynasty, intended for future generations to rise again. Fortunately, the descendants of the Jurchens had indeed made a resurgence, this time faring slightly better than the Great Jin, managing to endure for over 300 years. No longer a short-lived dynasty. After their resounding victory here, everyone calmed down. They now faced two options. One was to retrace their steps, utilizing the Luoyang shovel to ascend. Though descending was easy, the ascent posed a challenge. The second option was to open the concealed door leading to the Shiling mountain range. This door appeared to allow entry, but not exit. To open it, there was but one method, and everyone turned their gaze to Lei Zi. Tang San Cheng, noticing Lei Zi's mischievous grin, couldn't help but urge him, "Lei Zi, hurry up and get to it." Lei Zi, who was quite reliant on explosives, had not had the opportunity to use them freely until now, and seeing everyone imploring him filled him with pride. He first measured the door's dimensions, then leisurely opened his backpack to retrieve his commonly used gunpowder, beginning the process of packing it. The primary aim of this packing was to minimize the impact of the explosion. The door was small, and since it was connected to the mountainside, any mishap could potentially obstruct their exit with falling debris. Lei Zi approached the task with utmost caution, adjusting his preparations multiple times before signaling everyone to disperse as he prepared to ignite the fuse. Lu Zhishi muttered anxiously, "Is it safe? Is it safe?" Lei Zi turned and shouted back, "If you're scared, just hide in that hole." At that, Lu Zhishi fell silent, albeit he retreated to the very back, nearly squeezing himself into the crevice. With a resounding boom, debris flew into the air, though the sound was not excessively loud, rather muffled. As the noise erupted, everyone buried their heads in the ground, shielding themselves with their hands until the sound subsided and the tremors ceased. Once the dust settled, they shook off the remnants from their heads and looked up to find that the concealed door had been successfully blasted open, the force applied just right. Lei Zi, beaming with pride, gave himself a thumbs up and pointed to himself. Xiao Ning stood up, genuinely impressed with Lei Zi's prowess, exclaiming, "You are incredible." Lazy patted his chest, responding, "This is my expertise. It certainly won't disappoint. If I mess it up, my own life is at stake." Upon opening the concealed door, they discovered a passageway leading upwards. Flanking the door were stone mechanisms resembling crescent moons, which must have served as the entrance mechanism, now rendered completely inoperative. As they proceeded along the passage, it wasn't long before Tang San Cheng heard the sound of wind. He jumped up to investigate and was astonished to find a cave. Outside, the wind and snow continued unabated. Bai stepped out to discover that they had emerged at the foot of the Shieling Mountain. Positioned directly opposite the grand mausoleum of the first-class guards they had previously encountered, they had, at that moment, reached the other side of Shieling. After spending an extensive period several meters underground, emerging back to the surface felt akin to crawling back from the gates of the underworld. The wind here was somewhat stronger, and the chill was considerably more pronounced than before. 7 Evil had begun to gather splintered wood in the cave to kindle a fire. While Xiao Ning assisted in the task, Tang San Cheng and Bai busied themselves with arranging the artifacts they had brought out. Lei Zi and Lu Zhi engaged in playful banter, creating a lively atmosphere. As the fire blazed to life, Bai orchestrated efforts to barricade the cave entrance with stones, believing it would provide a warmer environment. Approaching the cave's mouth, Bai glanced outside, and his entire demeanor froze in shock. A line of footprints had mysteriously appeared on the once pristine snow. Following Bai's gaze, Lei Zi was equally taken aback, eventually spitting on the ground in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is utterly bizarre." Tang San Cheng stepped forward, braving the wind and snow to examine the footprints up close, and immediately broke into a cold sweat. These prints were identical to those he had encountered at the eagle's beak. Observing Tang San Cheng's expression upon his return, Bai surmised that the individual they feared had resurfaced. Lei Zi shook his head and urged, "Quickly, let us seal the entrance." Bai understood Lei Zi's apprehension. The owner of these footprints could appear unexpectedly, a terrifying prospect indeed. If this entity intended harm, they would be utterly defenseless. Moreover, was this being truly human? Although the cave's entrance had been partially obstructed, it still barred the majority of the opening, rendering the cave considerably warmer, yet the chatter among them had dwindled. Surely it cannot be a ghost. How could a spirit manifest in daylight? Xiao Ning novelly remarked. Besides, aren't ghosts supposed to be light? They wouldn't leave footprints in the snow. As she spoke, she rubbed her hands together for warmth. Despite having recently encountered headless blood dumplings, an observable danger, the owner of these footprints was an entirely different matter. They had only heard this being's voice and seen the traces left behind, yet had never laid eyes upon its true form. Tang San Cheng and Bai exchanged a knowing glance, a silent consensus forming between them. This individual was likely not an enemy, for had they intended harm, they would not have intervened to assist Tang San Cheng at the eagle's beak. But who could this person truly be? Chapter 245. Excitement with the cave entrance sealed, Bai felt a wave of relief wash over him. He settled beside the fire, hoping to dry the cold sweat on his body, candidly admitting that the sight of those footprints had sent his spirit reeling. He harbored no belief in ghosts or deities. Yet in this frigid wilderness, anything peculiar could manifest, much like the headless blood dumplings that had emerged. What, then, could be the nature of this entity that left only footprints in its wake? Tang San Cheng and Xiao Ning had nearly regained their composure, each sitting apart, stealing glances at one another before quickly averting their eyes, idly staring into the flames. 7 Evil leaned silently by the fire, lost in thought, while only Lu Zhi and Lei Zi remained lighthearted, engaging in jovial antics. Suddenly, the howling of the wind pierced the air, startling Tang San Cheng as he looked up and remarked, "It seems the snow will not cease, and the wind is growing ever stronger." In Bai's heart, he recalled He Baoxing's mention of the spectral beings that roamed Changbai Mountain, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss. This journey to Changbai Mountain seemed to deviate significantly from his expectations. Upon reflection, the tales of apparitions were uncertain. He pondered the source of his master's information and the veracity of such claims. His initial hopes had been overly ambitious, leading to his present sense of apprehension and doubt. Meanwhile, Lei Zi and Lu Zhi had huddled together, conspiring about something, before scurrying to the opposite side of the cave. The two had recently leapt into a pool of blood, their garments thoroughly soaked. Although the clothes had dried, they remained sticky and uncomfortable, compounded by the lingering stench. They shifted their positions, changed their attire, and washed their clothes with some snowmelt. Sitting beside the fire, they attempted to dry their garments. Lei Zi and Lu Zixi seemed to share a rapport, as Lei Zi regaled Lu Zixi with tales from his past endeavors, stories of treasure hunting that were indeed captivating. Lei Zi's career was invariably intertwined with explosives. Lu Zixi inquired, Lei Zi, why do you have such an affinity for using dynamite? It's perilous. If one miscalculates the dosage, one could easily lose their life. Ah, therein lies the thrill, Lei Zi replied. In our line of work, death is merely a matter of time, rather than fading away like those mediocre grave robbers who perish silently in the tombs. I would prefer to make a spectacle of my demise, ascending to the afterlife amidst a cacophony of farewells. How glorious that would be! Though Lei Zi's words rang with bravado, they struck Bai Yi with a profound melancholy. Tang San Cheng was further unsettled by the thought of the blood parasites possibly residing within Lei Zi. Lei Zi, do take care of yourself, he urged. Lei Zi cast a glance at Tang San Cheng. Of course, it's better to live poorly than to die well. Unless absolutely necessary. I would never resort to blowing my own head off. He gestured to his own noggin. Even if it's not particularly useful, it still serves a purpose. As dusk settled, Qi Xia quietly prepared hot water and provisions for everyone. They gathered around, consuming their warm meal, and gradually their spirits began to lift. Once the meal was finished, fatigue enveloped them, and they succumbed to slumber, perhaps feeling reassured by the blocked cave entrance. Bai Yi was no exception in his drowsy state. He sensed a voice resonate, jolting him awake. His head suddenly dropped, and clarity returned. The voice had resembled that of Fu Yu, perhaps a manifestation of his longing. After the avalanche, thoughts of her had resurfaced, not because he hadn't pondered her before, but because such thoughts had been buried deep within his heart. He harbored an unwavering conviction that he would locate the 7 treasures to dissolve the longevity curse afflicting him. The missed opportunities with Fu Yu during the first half of his life could be compensated for in the years to come. Thus, he could live without regret. However, matters are not as simple as one might envision. The incessant crises and the factors beyond one's control engulf one in a fog of uncertainty. He found himself lacking the confidence he once possessed. A sudden sense of impending danger loomed over him. Fu Yu, he whispered softly as he gazed at the others who were soundly asleep. A chill washed over him, even as the fire in the hearth blazed brightly. When he looked up, he noticed that the stones blocking the cave entrance had vanished. Those stones, which had once sealed the entrance securely, now lay quietly to one side, as if they had never been disturbed. The chill within him intensified, but this time it did not emanate from his body. It arose from his very heart. The people inside the cave could not possibly be responsible for this. They had sought warmth, after all. Could it be? Bai Yi instinctively moved towards the cave entrance, refraining from waking the others. As he approached, an unsettling feeling overcame him. While it was plausible that the others were oblivious to his movements, what of Qi Xia? Qi Xia should have reacted. Under normal circumstances, he would have already opened his eyes by now. Turning back, Bai Yi saw Qi Xia resting soundly against a large stone. Bai Yi felt a disorienting haze, yet he could not restrain himself from advancing towards the entrance. Though the night had fallen, the visibility was remarkably clear due to the snow. His first instinct was to check for footprints in the snow, yet to his surprise, he found none. Bai Yi exhaled, the breath visible in the frigid air, a stark contrast to the stillness around him. Just as he was about to turn back inside, he noticed a shadow beside the cave entrance. Drawing his gun, he called out, "Who goes there? Little brother, after such a long absence. Why must you greet me so unceremoniously?" The voice was distinctly clear. Upon hearing that voice, Bai Yi's heart skipped a beat. "Master, it is you." The voice belonged to his master, He Baosheng, a robust man in his 100th year. Clad in a thick cotton coat, he crouched at the cave's entrance, curled up into a small ball. Fearing that stepping closer might reveal his identity, Bai Yi kept a distance of several paces and said, "Master, it is cold outside. Let us converse within the cave." He Baosheng, unperturbed, tucked away his belongings, revealing that he had been smoking. The scent stirred memories of days gone by. As he entered the cave and spotted the sleeping figures, he exclaimed, "Ah, youth is indeed a blessing. Once in the snow-capped mountains, fatigue sets in quickly, yet you, little brother, seem quite spirited." Though his master continually referred to him as little brother, Bai Yi found it somewhat awkward and could only respond vaguely, "Master. What brings you to Changbai Mountain?" He Baosheng chuckled heartily, "Little brother, despite my age, do not underestimate me. I am, after all, your peer in this venture." Changbai Mountain is rich with treasures. I cannot afford to miss out. As he Baoxing turned, Bai Yi suddenly noticed that his master's trousers were unusually long, covering his shoes entirely. Bai Yi chuckled inwardly at his own heightened sensitivity. Even seeing his master could not quell the suspicions that lingered in his mind. He Baoxing appeared as if he had eyes on the back of his head, abruptly extending his foot. What? Are you trying to ascertain whether I am a ghost? Look, you've been fixated on my foot, so why not have a look at it? Bai Yi took a step back in alarm. Master, do not address me so formally. Simply call me Old He Baoxing replied, hands clasped behind his back. It seems we are fated to meet since my arrival at Changbai Mountain. So, is there anything wrong with my foot? It's been a while since we last met. What has piqued your interest in others' feet? Bai Yi felt a wave of embarrassment. His master remained as he always was, never providing an easy way out and relishing in intimidation. He forced a smile and said, Old He, please do not take offense. It's just that since our arrival at Changbai Mountain, many occurrences have compelled me to be extra cautious. I have been overly sensitive, after all. Who could blame me for being wary of my own master? Would you mind sharing the details with me? He Baoxing inquired. Bai Yi recounted everything in detail without hesitation. A flicker of doubt had crossed his mind, but it swiftly dissipated. Upon hearing Bai Yi's account, He Baoxing remarked, I happen to know of an entity that might be the source of your concerns. Oh, what is it? Bai Yi suddenly perked up. The earth embryo, He Baoxing replied. The Changbai Mountain has accumulated the essence of heaven and earth over millions of years. Here, in addition to being a place of auspicious feng shui, various extraordinary entities can emerge, and the earth embryo is one of them. Earth embryo? Bai Yi had never encountered such a term before. What is its origin? Creatures born from the interplay of heaven and earth, with heaven as the father and earth as the mother, much like the Monkey King, He Baoxing explained. They are born here, thrive here, and roam freely. This is their realm. However, they cannot survive if they leave, unlike the Monkey King. Their nature and growth remain a mystery. Are they benevolent or malevolent? It is all contingent upon circumstances. They can live or perish, in essence. They represent the most unpredictable beings in existence. Bai Yi listened, somewhat bewildered, yet he grasped the concept of the earth embryo. Old He, have you ever encountered an earth embryo? 10 years ago, I saw one atop the western ridge, He Baoxing replied. Ah, what a coincidence. This place is indeed the western ridge. It was encased in ice and snow, not yet fully formed. I wonder what has become of it now? Seeing the seriousness in He Baoxing's demeanor, Bai Yi's heart raced. Old He, are you serious? Is this earth embryo truly located within the western ridge? Of course. He Baoxing responded, slightly irritated. Young brother, I am over 100 years old. Do you think I would deceive you? The earth embryo lies beneath the dragon's energy. If you doubt its authenticity, consult your friend who understands feng shui. That is all I will say. Too much talk might make you think I am speaking nonsense. The matters of heaven and earth cannot be comprehended through ordinary reasoning. Bai Yi felt a peculiar sensation. Despite speaking with He Baoxing in a voice that was not at all muted, they received no response whatsoever. Qixia, too, remained utterly still. Upon turning back, Bai Yi noticed snow beginning to fall outside, and He Baoxing was nowhere to be seen. Rushing to the cave entrance, he peered into the snow-covered landscape, but there was not a single shadow in sight. He lates, Bai Yi shouted, and from behind him came Qixia's voice. Bai Yi, why are you up at this hour? Qixia looked towards the cave entrance, puzzled. Strange, how could this stone have been moved? Bai Yi seemed oblivious to Qixia's words as he shook Lazy awake. Lazy, go to the entrance and see if you can catch a whiff of any tobacco. Lazy, abruptly roused from a deep slumber, felt a bit disoriented and rubbed his eyes. What am I supposed to smell? Bai Yi did not have time to explain and pushed Lazy outside. The temperature outside was undoubtedly lower than within the cave, and the cold quickly jolted Lazy awake. As he inhaled, he detected the acrid scent of smoke. Indeed, there is a smell. It seems familiar. What had transpired moments ago was undeniably real. Master had truly visited. And his footwork was indeed as swift as Tang San Cheng had described. This old man had changed remarkably in the half-century since their last encounter. Bai Yi gazed at the stones at the cave entrance, wondering if he alone had moved them. More pressing, however, was the matter of the earth's womb, which warranted further investigation. They refilled the cave entrance and gathered around the fire as Bai Yi recounted the recent events, all of them astonished, particularly Qixia. This was the first time someone had approached him so closely without his awareness, which could only suggest one thing. The other party's inner strength surpassed his own. Yet, which ordinary person could outmatch Qi Xie, who had cultivated for over 4 centuries? A glance exchanged between Bai Yi and Qi Xie revealed their shared understanding. He Baosheng was indeed an extraordinary individual, harboring some unusual secrets. As Bai Yi spoke of the Earth's womb, Lazy inhaled sharply. Is there truly a real-life version of Sun Wukong? Tang San Cheng, however, fell into deep contemplation. That old man was not entirely mistaken. If the Earth's womb must reside atop the dragon's energy to survive, then indeed, the eagle beak is a suitable location. Do you recall what I mentioned? Bai Yi suddenly remembered Tang San Cheng's insights regarding the eagle beak on the shieling. The eagle beak pointed toward the 3 subordinate dragons. Its sharpness aimed at the dragon's head. This mountain obstructed the dragon energy of the multitude, absorbing the essence of the northern dragon vein. Moreover, the surrounding area lacked smaller hills, leaving it unobstructed and enveloped by vitality. In your terms, it had absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Thus, this mountain, already imbued with spiritual essence, had siphoned the energy from the 3 subordinate dragons, transforming it into a veritable treasure of geomancy. Tang San Cheng spoke again, asserting that the dragon energy was gathering at the eagle's beak. If there truly existed an earthly embryo, it could very well be revived under the influence of this dragon energy. During my previous expedition to the eagle's beak, someone had lent me a hand. That person left behind a trail of footprints before vanishing into thin air. I am acutely familiar with the terrain of the eagle's beak. Apart from the route I took, which an ordinary person might traverse, all other paths are dead ends. Wherever one ventures, death awaits. Such feats are beyond the capabilities of an average individual. Thus, the implication of his words was clear to all. Xiao Ning inhaled deeply. Are you suggesting that the person who aided you was the earthly embryo? Bai Yi shook his head, not merely the earthly embryo, but one that is alive. Chapter 247. The ice coffin. A premise now existed. What he Baosheng claimed was indeed true, that the earthly embryo was a reality. Provided this premise holds, the subsequent deductions, supplemented by Tang San Cheng's discourse on the dragon energy at the eagle's beak, would naturally follow. The individual who assisted Tang San Cheng left footprints at the eagle's beak and also left traces in the snow, was undoubtedly that earthly embryo, one that had already attained life. Bai Yi believed in what he Baosheng stated. Although his master indulged in minor tricks, he never played fast and loose with significant matters. Bai Yi harbored a persistent feeling that he Baosheng had long been vigilant regarding him. He had made a special trip to inform Bai Yi about the earthly embryo before departing quietly, as if he had come solely to deliver this message. He sought no one else, only Bai Yi, and managed to keep it from the 7 evils. This was no trivial matter. Had something changed within his master that Bai Yi was unaware of? After all, 50 years had passed. While his appearance remained unchanged, countless other aspects had transformed. Bai Yi, what are you pondering? Lazy inquired, stretching his arm and yawning. This earthly embryo, or whatever, has nothing to do with us. Tomorrow, let us just pinpoint some acupuncture points and then head down. It's time to withdraw. There are too many strange occurrences here, and lingering too long offers us no benefits. The fearless Lazy had suddenly decided to retreat. Lu Zhishi laughed at him. Didn't you say that even if one were to die, it would be normal? Why do you seem frightened of this earthly embryo now? Lazy jumped to his feet. This earthly embryo is too malevolent. Who knows what it really is? It sounds invulnerable to blades and bullets. Even Tang San Cheng would be at a loss against it. What if we were to confront it directly? There's no need to rush, Bai Yi replied. Didn't he mention that the nature of the earthly embryo is determined postnatally? It must be evil? No, it must be good? Not necessarily. However, I am certain of one thing. If the one who aided me at the eagle's beak was indeed the earthly embryo, it must have been benevolent, for it would not have stood idly by in the face of death. Tang San Cheng defended the earthly embryo, whose true form remained a mystery. Bai Yi waved his hand. Enough of this talk. It is of no use. Let us rest for now and devise our plans tomorrow. Although it was Bai Yi who suggested going to sleep, he was the last to succumb to slumber. He often found himself gazing at the cave entrance, hoping to see he Baosheng reappear. This time, he resolved to unhesitatingly confront him with his inquiries. With these tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, Bai Yi finally drifted into a deep sleep, which lasted until after 9 the next morning. He was awakened by Qi Xie, and upon glancing around, he noticed that apart from Qi Xie, the others were nowhere to be seen. Upon inquiring, He learned that they had all ventured out, the snow had ceased, and the sun peeked through, prompting the group to accompany Tang San Cheng in search of new caves. Xie remarked, "We can only remain here for another 2 days. Our provisions can only last so long." Bai was aware that in recent days, everyone had been quite mindful of their food supplies. Furthermore, they had been cautious in their movements, as their lack of experience traversing snowy mountains deterred them from venturing deeper. They had remained in the vicinity of Xiling to minimize risk, but this also posed a significant downside. The likelihood of encountering subterranean threats was now heightened. At that moment, Xiao Ning rushed in, exclaiming, "Bai, we have made another discovery." This time, it was a find chosen by Tang San Cheng, but the tomb was rather peculiar. Xiao Ning hurried back to summon Bai, urging him to come and see. Bai and Xie dashed over to witness the tomb discovered by Tang San Cheng, located on the northern side of Xiling. This was their first time straying so far. Had the weather not been favorable, they would not have dared to take such a risk. Tang San Cheng noted that the northern side was also situated on the northern branch of the dragon, where the dragon's energy was particularly potent, and he was tempted to test their luck. To their astonishment, they stumbled upon an ice coffin. The ice coffin was not buried underground, but rather suspended from a cliff. The clear weather aided Tang San Cheng, as the sunlight reflected off the coffin, making it conspicuous. While he was measuring the orientation, he caught sight of the glimmer and was compelled to investigate, discovering the ice coffin hanging above. Though the coffin was suspended from the cliffs and not easily discernible, its presence in the snow was quite remarkable. While it may have appeared natural, its perfectly rectangular shape suggested an uncanny precision, if it were indeed man-made. The effort required to hoist such an ice coffin to that height would necessitate significant manpower and resources. Moreover, the heavy equipment required would be impossible to transport into these snowy mountains, casting doubt on the coffin's origins. Standing on the precipice, Bai observed the ice coffin radiating a brilliant white light. However, shortly thereafter, the light vanished as the sun shifted its position, leaving the coffin devoid of its luminous glow. Lu Zhishi remarked, "Tang San Cheng, your eyesight is sharper than that of any hospital's equipment. Otherwise, we would never have noticed the coffin above." "It was merely the reflection," Tang San Cheng replied, shaking his head. "This is not my doing. The ice coffin is different from a hanging coffin. The latter is placed on the cliff, but this ice coffin is parallel to the mountain, suspended above it. Only in such an environment, with years of accumulated snow, could this be achieved. What might lie within?" Bai surveyed the mountainous landscape and quietly asked Xie, "What mountain is this?" Xie shook his head, remarking that the mountain was rather inconspicuous, with its name unknown. Few ventured here. Yet the reflective light was commonplace in Changbai Mountain. Even if it existed, it would not draw particular attention. Observing 2 individuals whispering, Lazy approached them, inquiring what they were murmuring about. Bai, quick to respond, stated that if they intended to tamper with the ice coffin, they must act swiftly, for their provisions would only last 2 days. Considering the half-day journey they had already undertaken, they could truly remain here for only a day and a half. "Xie, would you agree?" he asked. "Indeed," Xie replied, "but the specifics hinge on the weather. Should conditions turn severe, our movements will be impeded and everything will be delayed. If we are to depart, we must do so quickly." He suggested that setting out the following day would be more prudent. Lazy, sticking out his tongue, remarked on how swiftly time passed, expressing that divine assistance was essential. "Do not be deceived by the current fair weather. It can change in an instant." Bai gazed at the ice coffin perched upon the cliff, declaring, "We must act now. This may very well be our final struggle in Changbai Mountain." Xie assured them, "Leave this to me. You need not ascend. Lu Zhishi, hand me your modified rope." The front end of Lu Zhishi's rope bore spikes, allowing it to penetrate rock walls effortlessly. Lu Zhishi secured the rope around Xie's waist, but expressed concern. "Xie, the rope is rather short. Please exercise caution." Without a word, Xie nodded and prepared to ascend with bare hands. In chapter 248, titled Monsters, Xie spat into his hands, rubbed them together, and checked the rope around his waist. Once satisfied, he began his climb, moving upward like a nimble monkey in a frigid wilderness. His movements were fluid, akin to ascending a staircase. Bai recognized the difficulty of the endeavor. The high altitude intensified the strain of each action, and as Xie's speed increased, so did the burden on his body. "Wow, Xie is truly formidable," Lazy said, placing a hand on his forehead and looking up. He seems to meld seamlessly with the mountain, much like the ice coffin itself. Tang San Cheng muttered to himself, "Try spending 400 years in the mountains. You'd become quite the sage." As the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, the previously clear night sky darkened ominously. Tang San Cheng's heart raced, his hands anxiously rubbing together, pleading, "Heaven, please do not let it snow. Please do not let it snow." "Do not worry," Xiao Ning reassured him. "Since Qijie is willing to ascend, he must be aware of the dangers and will take extra precautions. We shall wait for his return. Look, his movements are swift, and he is nearing the ice coffin." Qijie was now only a meter away from the ice coffin. Up until that moment, he had not yet utilized the preparatory rope at his waist. Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. At that instant, however, Qijie came to a halt, pausing in place. At first, Tang San believed that Qijie was simply fatigued, given the altitude's impact on their climbing efforts. Even for someone as capable as Qijie, it was normal to experience exhaustion. However, the length of time Qijie remained stationary began to stir a sense of unease within Tang San. "It seems something is amiss," Bai Yi remarked, drawing his firearm. Tang San, fixated on Qijie's movements, felt a surge of urgency upon hearing Bai Yi's words. From such a distance, communication with Qijie was impossible, and the stillness raised concerns. Had Qijie lost the strength to respond? At that moment, Qijie's entire form suddenly detached from the rock face, suspended in midair, swaying precariously. Tang San instinctively covered his mouth, nearly crying out in alarm. Bai Yi had cautioned against making noise, for even the slightest sound could trigger an avalanche. In a moment of clarity, Tang San managed to stifle his cry, eyes wide as he witnessed Qijie dangling like a solitary leaf caught in the wind. Lu Zhishi suddenly interjected. "Qijie is using a rope. It seems there is something on the rock face that he cannot confront, preventing him from approaching the ice coffin or climbing the wall, thus prompting this action." There was a semblance of logic in his words. Observing Qijie, despite being suspended without support, he appeared strangely liberated. Just then, Tang San saw Qijie grasping the rope above him, beginning to ascend, leveraging the rope and his own strength. Tang San rubbed his palms together, feeling a pang of anxiety. Lu Zhishi abruptly crouched in the snow, frantically picking up a fallen branch to inscribe something in the snow, an array of formulas that Tang San could not comprehend. "Lu Zhishi, what are you doing?" "I am calculating whether the modified rope can support Qijie's current actions. Understand, if it cannot, Qijie's endeavor is tantamount to suicide." Lu Zhishi transformed when discussing formulas, his tone growing resolute as he scribbled in the snow like an artist pouring ink on canvas. After finishing, he discarded the branch, crouching down, hands covering his face. Seeing his demeanor, Lei Zi, unable to contain himself, kicked him, exclaiming, "You fool Lu, after all this time, have you deduced anything?" Lu Zhishi fell into the snow, his head buried, and when he rose, he was covered in snow and mud. Remarkably, he did not express anger nor demanded Bai Yi to intervene. He merely wore a grim expression. "I know Qijie is in grave danger. I was already aware of that," Bai Yi suddenly declared, raising his gun and firing into the air. The shot reverberated sharply against the snowy mountains, and immediately, snow cascaded down. Bai Yi, who had cautioned against making noise, had now created a significant disturbance, yet witnessing Qijie's predicament, it was evident that this shot served a critical purpose. Originally, the seven evils hovered in midair, utilizing a rope to ascend, striving to reach the ice coffin. Amidst seven evils' exertions, Bai Yi noticed a white entity soaring from the rock face, lunging directly towards seven evils. He discharged a warning shot, both to alert seven evils and to instill a sense of trepidation with the resounding noise. Indeed, the white creature poised to attack immediately retreated back to the rock face, prompting seven evils to hasten his ascent. It was evident that he was on the verge of standing atop the ice coffin. Lu Zhishi shielded his eyes with his hands, unwilling to witness the unfolding peril. "Oh no, the rope is about to snap. Shut your mouth," Tang San Cheng bellowed at Lu Zhishi. This time, no one came to Lu Zhishi's defense. They all glared at him in silence. Eventually, Lu Zhishi complied, muttering a sigh, which earned him a swift kick from Lei Zi, compelling him into complete silence. Looking back at seven evils, he had already reached beneath the ice coffin, one hand almost within reach of it. Bai Yi understood that seven evils would undoubtedly seek a way to climb atop the ice coffin. The question lingered whether the enigmatic white creature would strike again. The group remained utterly still, not daring to exhale, as if the slightest breath could send 7 evils plummeting from the precipice. 7 evils extended a hand towards the ice coffin. However, it was positioned vertically, flush against the rock wall. His hand merely grazed the smooth surface of the coffin, and disappointment washed over him. Glancing down, he spotted the white creature, which had attempted to attack him, now lying against the rock face. In a moment of distraction, he might have mistaken it for snow resting on the wall. He had narrowly escaped peril earlier, as the gunshot had startled the creature, preventing what could have been a dire outcome. Frustrated by his inability to ascend the ice coffin, 7 evils gazed upwards, and a wave of dread washed over him. What lay within that ice coffin? Chapter 249. Inhuman. Casting a glance at the corpse within the ice coffin, 7 evils was filled with horror. Could the coffin be opened? Just as he became lost in thought, the snow creature leaped at him once more, its body remarkably light, soaring at least 4 to 5 meters into the air. 7 evils had yet to see its true form, but he felt the rush of wind and the force of its leap, instilling a deep-seated fear within him. This moment of distraction afforded the snow creature a second opportunity to attack. A gunshot echoed from below, presumably a warning shot from Bai. 7 evils, already attuned to the changes behind him, made a swift decision. With both hands, he yanked on the rope above him, propelling his body upward while executing a backflip, narrowly evading the snow creature's assault. Simultaneously, the rope, which had been tightly embedded in the rock face, snapped free with a crack. 7 evils promptly pressed the switch at his waist, retracting the rope to avoid hindrance. The space above the ice coffin was barely the size of a palm, and its secure attachment to the cliff face was unknown, yet sturdy enough to allow 7 evils to confront the snow creature above. The snow beast emerged abruptly, camouflaging itself against the stone wall like a chameleon. The overwhelming blanket of snow served as its finest disguise. The first attack startled it, interrupted by the sudden crack of gunfire, and the second shot proved to be of little consequence. Fortunately, Qixia, possessing a resilient nature, successfully evaded the strike. Now, standing atop the ice coffin, Qixia confronted the snow beast face to face, finally discerning its true visage. This creature resembled a 10-month-old child in size, yet its limbs were disproportionately short, while its head was notably large, devoid of a neck, directly merging into its white, pudgy body. Its features were exceedingly vague, with only the faint outlines of a nose and eyes discernible. Its eyes, small as beans, seemed not yet fully developed. When it curled up, it resembled a snowball, but when it leapt, it displayed the elasticity of a bouncing ball, propelling itself several meters through the air. It was challenging for Qixia to ascertain the outcome of a direct confrontation with this snow beast, for it was not human. Suddenly, the creature shrank into itself, transforming into a snowball and launching itself toward Qixia's chest. Qixia retaliated with a kick that felt as though it had struck a cotton ball, soft, yet yielding a surprising force that rebounded back. Alarmed, Qixia braced himself against the incoming momentum, realizing that without this effort, he could be flung off the cliff. Onlookers below could only witness Qixia wrestling with a snowball. Tang San observed Qixia's struggle with concern, wishing he could soar up and assist, lamenting his lack of wings. Bai, watching the agile snowball, suddenly had a revelation. Tang San, do you recall the entity that pulled you up at the eagle's beak? Yes, but it should not be human. It is an earthborn. As we previously discussed, Tang San replied, puzzled. What of it? You mentioned only seeing footprints without a trace of the being. Yet there is nowhere for it to have gone. Down is an impassable cliff without a path. Look at this snowball. It clings to the cliff face, Bai continued. His thoughts half-formed. Before he could finish, the realization dawned on everyone. Lazy sniffed and exclaimed, are you suggesting that the fluffy creature facing Qixia is the earthborn? Indeed. Bai affirmed. Regrettably, we cannot discern its appearance. We can only hope that Qixia can subdue it. Moreover, the ice coffin, previously, the earthborn even intervened to rescue Tang San. Yet now it relentlessly assaults Qixia. Could it be trying to protect whatever lies within the ice coffin? At that moment, Xiao Ning interjected, look, the ice coffin. To their astonishment, the ice coffin suddenly plummeted from the cliff face, crashing down onto the snowy ground. The crowd hurriedly scattered. The coffin fell from such a height, creating a thunderous sound upon impact, yet it remained intact, still in one piece. As they looked up, they saw Qixia, at the moment of the coffin's descent, securing himself to the cliff with a rope from his waist. The snowball, entangled with Qixia, also resumed its position against the cliff, now motionless. What Tang San and his companions were unaware of was that the ice coffin's descent was a deliberate act by the Seven Evils. Moments prior, the Seven Evils and the snow monster were locked in a stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand. Observing this situation, the Seven Evils began to devise a plan. Looking down, he noticed the ice coffin nestled closely against the cliff wall, a natural phenomenon rather than the result of external force, sustained solely by the ice. Had there been a collision due to gravity, the ice coffin would surely have separated from the cliff. As he watched the snow monster entangled with him, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. At that moment, his foot was still ensnared by the snow creature, but with newfound determination. The Seven Evils exerted all his strength to deliver a powerful kick, flipping the snow monster overhead. Infuriated by this counterattack, the snow monster curled into a ball and charged at the Seven Evils. This was precisely what he desired. He pressed down on the rope at his waist, driving the sharp end into the rock wall, simultaneously evading the oncoming snow creature. The force of the snow monster collided with the ice coffin, causing a violent impact that created a fissure between the coffin and the cliff. Seeing his plan bear fruit, the Seven Evils leaped once more, striking the ice coffin, which then completely detached from the cliff and began to plummet. He had already loosened the rope, allowing himself to hang effortlessly against the cliff. Meanwhile, the snow monster, keenly alert, positioned itself against the cliff, its small, bead-like eyes fixated on the descending ice coffin, its expression complex. Noticing the snow monster's gaze, the Seven Evils found it curious. The creature's eyes mirrored the way Tang San looked at him. Regaining his focus, he took advantage of the snow monster's moment of distraction, releasing the rope and descending rapidly, swiftly surpassing the snow monster. He reeled in the rope and secured it once again, continuing his descent. The snow monster, now aware, was unwilling to let the Seven Evils escape easily, and with the ice coffin's fall, it was even more enraged, charging at him once again. At that moment, the Seven Evils had descended significantly, and dashed forward, aiming his gun at the snow creature. The monster evaded, and with about 10 meters of distance remaining, the Seven Evils steeled himself, loosening his grip and allowing himself to fall. Seven Evils, Tang San called out excitedly, rushing over to support him as he landed in the snow. The Seven Evils stood up with a composed expression. San Cheng, I'm fine. The snow here is deep. He reminisced about the days spent in the dragon's den, often playing like this with his kin, fully confident that he would emerge unscathed. Chapter 250. Mountain Will. Just as Tang San felt exhilarated by the safety of the Seven Evils, the snow monster that had been dodging bullets moments ago tumbled down, rolling into the snow. Initially blending into the white surroundings, it soon unfurled, revealing its beady eyes, fixated on Tang San and the Seven Evils. Then, with a turn, it made its way towards the ice coffin that had landed on the other side. The snow monster left a long trail of footprints in the snow. Upon seeing these tracks, everyone inhaled sharply, especially Tang San, who was intimately familiar with them. This snow monster was indeed the one who had saved him back then. As Tang San pursued it, he was just 2 meters away when the snow monster suddenly turned. Locking eyes with him, Tang San beheld the visage of the snow beast, its face pallid as that of an infant, with remarkably short limbs and devoid of a neck. In the midst of a heavy snowstorm, it would be entirely normal for its form to vanish in the snowy landscape. Thus, it roamed freely through the snow-laden expanse of Changbai Mountain, unencumbered. Tang San swallowed hard and pointed to his own nose, saying, "Brother Snow, do you remember me? I am grateful for your assistance during our last encounter." Observing Tang San conversing with the snow beast, Lazy and Lu Zhishi exchanged glances. Shaking their heads in disbelief, he has lost his mind. Bai Yi raised his weapon, aiming at the snow beast. This was a rare opportunity, for the creature's prowess was exceedingly uncommon. Even the Seven Evils could only manage to contend with it. To allow it to remain was to invite peril. Quick as a flash, the Seven Evils pressed down on the gun, exclaiming, "Bai Yi, you must not." "Why not?" Bai Yi retorted, somewhat disgruntled. "This snow beast poses a formidable challenge. If what the old master said holds true, that it nourishes itself on the spiritual and dragon energies of Changbai Mountain, its powers may evolve further. We would be utterly helpless against it." He contended that it pursued him for the icy coffin. The Seven Evils shared his observations, affirming, "Tang San is correct. The essence of the earth is shaped by experiences. This being seems to embody a more benevolent aura, lacking in aggression." Tang San Cheng locked eyes with the being, which appeared to comprehend his words as it stood quietly in the snow, listening intently. As Tang San Cheng attempted to approach, the being stepped back, then moved forward, glancing back as if beckoning him to follow. Tang San Cheng trailed behind, and the being led him to the icy coffin, where it rested its form upon it, displaying a countenance of distress. Bai Yi and the others hurried after them. Upon nearing the coffin and discerning the figure within, Xiao Ning instinctively recoiled. Lazy, as was his custom in moments of distress, spat on the ground and exclaimed, "This figure in the icy coffin cannot possibly be a being of the earth, can it?" "Not likely," Bai Yi replied. "Earth beings typically appear as infants, whereas this one resembles a dragon." The revelation that the entity within the icy coffin was not human left the group astounded. Peering through the ice, they could not discern every detail, yet the general form was unmistakable, a golden hue, with a head as large as a basin, a square crown adorned with horns, and resembling the size of a deer. Lu Zhishi adjusted his glasses, stating, "This creature appears somewhat familiar. I believe I have encountered it before." "Come now. You've seen this creature? Where? In your kitchen?" Lazy mocked Lu Zhishi, declaring, "This is what happens when one reads too much. It turns one into a dullard." Xiao Ning interjected, "No, I too feel a sense of familiarity." The remarks from Lu Zhishi and Xiao Ning left the others puzzled. Xiao Ning continued, "I remember now. I saw it in a book. Let me think. Yes, it is indeed related to Changbai Mountain." In Chronicles of Changbai Mountain, Lu Zhishi remarked, "I have recalled that the entity within this icy sarcophagus bears a striking resemblance to the creature mentioned in the Chronicles. In the 34th year of the Guangxu era, it was recorded that a peculiar monster emerged from the heavenly lake, resplendent in gold, with a head as large as a basin, a square crown adorned with horns, and an elongated neck with numerous whiskers. Hunters believed it to be a dragon." Again, in the second year of the Xiantong era, it was mentioned once more, for hunters, upon arriving at the Tianqi's turtle fishing terrace, observed something rising from the lake beneath Xipon Peak, golden-hued, with a head the size of a large basin, a square crown with horns, and an elongated neck swaying as if it were drawing in water. They were filled with dread and ascended halfway up the slope, when suddenly they heard a resounding boom and turned back to find nothing. They all believed it to be a dragon, hence it was also referred to as Longtan. Xiao Ning concurred. "Indeed, it is precisely as described, golden yellow, with a head the size of a basin and a square crown adorned with horns. Is it not identical to the entity within this icy sarcophagus? Based on their accounts, it is highly likely that the creature interred within this icy tomb is indeed the same as the one that once appeared in the heavenly lake. However, judging by the degree of frost encasing this sarcophagus, it is evident that such a preservation could not have been achieved since the Qing dynasty. Moreover, the sarcophagus appears to be fused with the cliff face, suggesting it is not a product of human craftsmanship, but rather a coincidence resulting from tectonic shifts. This leads Bai Yi to a profound realization. The existence of this icy sarcophagus must date back at least 10,000 years. Upon closer inspection, Bai Yi noted that the icy sarcophagus was remarkably rectangular. As his hand grazed its edge, he discerned that it had not been polished, but rather was entirely natural. It is conceivable that the creature, upon its demise, fortuitously settled within a rectangular cavity, thus forming this pristine icy sarcophagus. Yet, observing the peculiar entity atop the sarcophagus, Bai Yi pondered why it seemed so agitated by its presence. At that moment, the entity suddenly lunged forcefully at the icy sarcophagus, chipping away a fragment in its attempt to breach it. This act piqued the interest of Lei Zi and Xiao Ning, who promptly retrieved their tools and set to work, chiseling away at the ice. The others rushed forward, momentarily disregarding their apprehensions regarding the entity. Despite its odd appearance, it exhibited a certain amiability, allowing them to focus on their task at hand. As dusk descended, Bai Yi urged the others to hasten their efforts. Gradually, the icy sarcophagus was breached, revealing the creature within piece by piece. True to the chronicles, the creature possessed an elongated, torpedo-like form, with a snow-white interior and the remainder adorned in gold. Its head was large and square, crowned with horns, its neck elongated, and its chin adorned with visible whiskers. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhishi exclaimed, "Look! It truly is the monster from the heavenly lake." Bai Yi noticed a glimmering object amidst the shattered ice and crouched down to retrieve it. As he examined it closely, his expression shifted dramatically. Lei Zi, quickly, inspect the ice, and extract any fragments containing this object. In his hand, he held something even more translucent than the ice, and it felt remarkably hard. Lazy, perplexed, inquired, "Bai, what is this?" "Raw stone," Bai replied, "the raw form of diamond." No sooner had he spoken than they heard a cry from Tang San Cheng, for the peculiar entity, seeing the icy sarcophagus breached, had suddenly burrowed into the mouth of the beast. Chapter 251. Evolution. The earth embryo swiftly burrowed into the mouth of the monster encased in ice. As it penetrated deeper, the monster's jaws began to swell, revealing that the earth embryo continued to delve inward until it reached the creature's abdomen, causing the monster's belly to bulge prominently. What could it be doing? Xiao Ning found the scene before her to be exceedingly bizarre. It appeared as if the earth embryo possessed the ability to freely adjust its size, for how else could it traverse through the monster's throat? Bai shook his head in confusion, remarking that they could only observe what the earth embryo intended to accomplish. Within the monster's belly, the earth embryo writhed incessantly, seemingly in search of something. The creature's body heaved and swayed as if animated by some unseen force. Time passed, and suddenly a torrent of deep crimson blood erupted from the monster's abdomen, gushing forth like a fountain and splattering onto the snow. The vivid red contrasting starkly with the white landscape. The group instinctively took a step back, uncertain of the blood's origin, whether it belonged to the earth embryo or the monster itself. Despite having been dead for many years, the creature's body, having been frozen immediately upon death, still harbored remnants of blood. The earth embryo, akin to a human, required blood to sustain itself, leaving both possibilities plausible. Tang San stepped forward, curious to uncover the truth. As he approached, a head emerged from the monster's belly, its features strikingly clear, with dark eyes gazing at him and emitting soft whimpering sounds. Startled, Tang San quickly retreated a step, while Qixia protectively positioned himself in front of him. "It's the earth embryo. It seems to have undergone evolution," Bai remarked in astonishment. "How incredible! What could possibly reside within the monster's belly that would facilitate such rapid evolution?" Just by observing the earth embryo's head, it appears more human than ever, with its features fully developed, resembling that of a 13 or 14-year-old child. The earth embryo continued to excavate itself from the monster's belly, with blood flowing increasingly thick and viscous from the creature, accompanied by a foul odor. Having been encased in ice for so many years, the monster's muscles were rigid. Yet the earth embryo exerted its own strength to break free, a display of extraordinary power. Following the emergence of the head, the earth embryo gradually pulled itself out, its body now complete with a neck, which had not existed before. Xiao Ning suddenly covered her face and turned away, while Lazy chuckled in amusement upon realizing that the earth embryo, after its evolution, now appeared as a youthful adolescent, completely bare, with skin indistinguishable from that of a normal human. As a girl, Xiao Ning felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly turned her head. Once fully emerged, the earth embryo stood naked in the snow, its once alabaster skin now resembling that of a regular human. Though devoid of clothing, it exhibited no signs of cold. Standing slightly shorter than Tang San, who was visibly excited by the sight of the earth embryo having transformed into a complete human form, he rushed forward, waving his arms in jubilation. The earth embryo suddenly smiled at Tang San, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, as if it recognized him. Qixia removed his clothing to cover the earth fetus, which was already tall and imposing. The garment draped over the earth fetus, extending enough to cover a substantial portion of its body. This earth fetus seemed to be particularly attached to Tang San Cheng, closely following him and incessantly chattering. Observing the earth fetus's complete lack of aggression, Bai decided to let it accompany Tang San Cheng for the time being, planning to address the situation later. As the sky darkened, snowflakes began to descend, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Bai instructed everyone to hasten back to the cave. Qixia, having walked a distance, abruptly returned to inspect the corpse of the beast before rejoining the group in the cave. Lazy inquired about his purpose, to which Qixia replied, "I wish to discover what lay within the beast's belly that could induce such sudden evolution." "What did you find?" Bai asked. Inside the beast's abdomen, there were crystalline substances scattered throughout its organs. Nothing else seemed unusual. "I suspect the earth fetus entered the beast's belly to acquire those crystals, but their nature remains a mystery. It is perplexing how they possess such capabilities." Having finished his explanation, Qixia noticed the peculiar gazes directed at him. "What is it? Has something happened? Xiao Ning could not suppress a laugh. Qixia, we have never witnessed you speak so much in one breath before. Today is akin to seeing the sun rise in the west. Do you not realize you have spoken more than usual today? Realizing the humor in the situation, Qixia closed his mouth, and Bai Yi, chuckling, said, well then, if you choose silence, I shall speak for you. Since the earth fetus acquired a corporeal form, it has not developed a body akin to that of ordinary humans. It has lingered on the cliff, intent on the beast's corpse within the ice coffin. Fortuitously, we encountered the ice coffin, leading to a clash of interests. Thus, it unexpectedly attacked Qixia, but in a stroke of serendipity. The two inadvertently caused the ice coffin to detach from the cliff. We secured the raw diamond, and the earth fetus obtained what it sought. Yet the nature of those crystals remains an enigma. All eyes turned to the earth fetus, now resembling a youth, naively seated beside Tang San Cheng, imitating his actions to warm himself by the fire. Although he was tending the flames, he showed no fear of the cold, having grown up under the extreme chill of Changbai Mountain, endowing him with an extraordinary constitution. However, the earth fetus was not yet fully matured and could not engage in meaningful communication akin to tending to an undeveloped child. Carrying such a companion into perilous ventures was impractical, and the question of how to manage the earth fetus became a conundrum. In time, Bai Yi began to entertain the notion of leaving the earth fetus behind. Tang San, having received the grace of this earthly embodiment, found it difficult to abandon him at this moment. Furthermore, this earthly being had begun to rely on him, often tugging at his clothes with an air of carefulness. As Tang San munched on his rations, he tore off a piece to share with the earthly being, but accidentally dropped it to the ground where it rolled beneath a stone. To everyone's astonishment, the earthly being's hand instantly elongated, effortlessly slipping through the crevice of the stone to retrieve the morsel and place it in Tang San's palm. In that moment, Tang San's mouth fell open, and the uneaten rations tumbled out, leaving him looking rather foolish. Chapter 252, Elongation. Lazy stepped forward and closed Tang San's mouth, his own expression akin to having swallowed a fist-sized egg. Tang San, you are quite the embarrassment. The earthly being suddenly grasped the ration in Tang San's palm and tossed it into his own mouth, mimicking Tang San's voracious chewing with surprising skill. This extraordinary display exceeded everyone's expectations, serving to confirm that the earthly being's earlier entrance into the beast's body was indeed facilitated by his remarkable ability to stretch and contract his form. Bai Yi contemplated that perhaps only his ancient master, He Baosheng, could resolve this peculiar situation, but alas, the old man was as elusive as a shadow, his whereabouts unknown. With a sigh, Bai Yi approached the earthly being and led him to a rock face, tossing a coin into a small crevice. He pointed inside and gestured to the earthly being, indicating that he should retrieve the coin. The earthly being glanced at the small opening, extended his right hand, and with an instantaneous contraction, managed to reach into the crevice and extract the coin. Lu Zhishi shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, in this vast world, there is no end to the marvels, truly astounding. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San suggested, Bai Yi, let us take him with us. The earthly being seemed to comprehend this, promptly sidling up beside Tang San. Bai Yi coldly remarked, Tang San, you really are something. First, you attract insects, then people. And now you've managed to draw in a peculiar being. He struggled to articulate his thoughts on this earthly embodiment. A creature formed from the essence of heaven and earth combined with dragon energy, now taking on human form. A true anomaly, indeed. However, this anomaly possessed a rather rare talent. Bai Yi recalled hearing of a technique that allowed certain individuals to compress their bones and curl their bodies into a ball, akin to a child. Yet, it was merely a rumor. Mastering such a skill supposedly required decades of dedication. The thought of this earthly being achieving such proficiency in a fraction of that time was unfathomable. Bai Yi's mind raced. If this creature truly embodied what He Baosheng had claimed, that good and evil are formed through experience, then its attachment to Tang San could be advantageous. Observing the earthly being's remarkable ability to imitate, Bai Yi surmised that it would not take long for him to assimilate into human society. Very well, let us take him outside. However, Tang San, you must take responsibility for him. As Bai Yi exhaled in relief, Tang San was filled with unbridled joy, embracing the earth spirit and leaping into the air. The earth spirit seemed to sense Tang San's exuberance, its face radiating delight. Suddenly, Tang San paused, grasping his head as he said, We always refer to it as the earth spirit. Shouldn't we give it a proper name? Born amidst the Changbai Mountains. How about calling it Little Mountain? The others raised no objections, for they had reached a consensus. This was their final night in the Changbai Mountains, and they would depart the following morning. Tang San began teaching Little Mountain to speak, and to his astonishment, the earth spirit exhibited an incredible capacity for learning. Mastering basic dialogue within half an hour and following Tang San, calling out brother, brother. Lazy and Lu Jishi were tallying their gains from the expedition. Lazy expressed his frustration over a missing pair of official boots, pondering aloud. Isn't it odd that one pair of boots is missing? I thought the commotion in the cave and on the eagle's beak was caused by the boots' owner, yet another earth spirit emerged instead. Oh, Little Mountain, this remains an unsolved mystery. No remains, no boots. It's infuriating. Bai remarked, if we don't know, we simply don't know. We are tomb raiders, not detectives. Lu Jishi, having made significant contributions this time, spoke with newfound confidence. Lazy shot him a glare. You're becoming increasingly unreliable, but Bai is right. We are thieves, not lawmen. All right, Lu, gather our things. Why is it always me? Lu Jishi protested. Should it be me then? Lazy replied, returning the diamond or to its place on the ground. Astonished that diamonds could be found within the ice. This was not particularly surprising, as the creature in the ice coffin originally came from the depths of the earth, and the formation of the ice coffin was due to geological changes, making the presence of diamond or unremarkable. Bai stated, let us pack up. We must leave the mountain tomorrow, or we risk starving here. No amount of diamond or will save us. His words held merit, prompting Lazy and Lu Jishi to settle down and neatly organize their findings. Qi Xie and Xiao Ning busied themselves with kindling a fire, while Tang San, entangled with Little Mountain, found himself unable to attend to anything else. However, witnessing Little Mountain gradually grasping the world around it filled him with a sense of accomplishment. As night fell, Bai stared intently at the cave entrance, wondering if Baosheng would unexpectedly appear as he had before. He remained vigilant until the early hours of the morning, but Baosheng did not materialize. The hope of seeing the ghostly figure had faded, and Bai felt a heavy weight lift from his heart as he sighed and succumbed to sleep. The next morning, as everyone finished packing, they prepared to set off. With Qi Xie leading the way, they would first return to Kunlongzu and then proceed to Baihe town. A light snow began to fall early in the day, the chill biting fiercely. Little Mountain, clad only in thin garments, kept pace with Qi Xie, its movements as agile and precise as his own. Observing the nimble movements of the young lad, Lu Jishi paused, breathless. Goodness, he exclaimed, it seems as if they were raised in the highlands. The altitude and cold have no effect on them whatsoever. Lu Jishi could not fathom that his careless remarks inadvertently unveiled the origins of Qi Xie and Xiaoshan. Bai remained silent, occasionally glancing back at Changbai Mountain. The mountain was rumored to harbor shadows, yet he had found no trace of such specters, leaving him profoundly disappointed. Tang San and Xiao Ning lingered at the rear of the group, whispering to each other. Their bond had undoubtedly deepened during this journey. Both were aware of it, yet neither dared to acknowledge it openly. As they walked closer together, Tang San seized the opportunity to grasp Xiao Ning's hand suddenly. She did not resist, but shot him a questioning glare. What are you doing? She asked. Nothing, he replied with a chuckle, just as he was about to say more. Xiaoshan unexpectedly turned back, rushing toward Tang San, causing him to hastily release Xiao Ning's hand. Xiaoshan approached Tang San and said, Brother. Tang San patted Xiaoshan's shoulder. Don't be mischievous, walk properly. Chapter 253. Pulse. After nearly 2 hours of walking, the group returned to the site of the dragon's seat. Re-entering the cave that housed the sacred stone, the previous visitors had long departed, leaving no trace behind. Bai suggested they take a moment to rest before continuing their journey out of Changbai Mountain. Just as Bai found a spot to sit, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Well, look who finally made it here. It was Baosheng's voice. Bai jumped up. Master where are you? Baosheng emerged from behind a rock. I've grown old and fragile, hiding here from the wind. How come you only just emerged? I've been waiting for you for several days. Lazy, having heard about the events of that fateful night from Bai, remarked, Old man, why do you always appear and vanish without a trace? At least give us a heads up when you come and go. Baosheng stroked his beard. I am accustomed to my solitary ways. I prefer not to be encumbered by a throng of people. Suddenly, Baosheng noticed Xiaoshan, and his expression changed. Why is there an extra person among you? He approached Xiaoshan, scrutinizing his face closely, before gripping Xiaoshan's arm to check his pulse. With a sudden exclamation, he said, "This young man is no ordinary individual." His words left the group in astonishment. At that moment, Bai Yi seized the opportunity to inquire further, "Master He, thanks to your guidance regarding the concept of the Earth embryo, we might have remained lost and terrified in Changbai Mountain. But did you know all along that the Earth embryo was atop the eagle's beak?" He Baoxing chuckled. "Ah, young man, you are trying to extract information from me again." Bai Yi felt somewhat embarrassed. His master was always like this, never offering a way out. If he did not wish to speak, he could have easily been vague. Yet his master insisted on confronting him directly. For someone with a thin skin, such a situation could be mortifying. Fortunately, Bai Yi had grown accustomed to it, and, laughing it off, interjected, "Old Mister, he has already hinted at half the story. Why not share the whole tale now? Besides, one glance at him reveals his true nature." Bai Yi pointed towards the small mountain. The transformation of the earth spirit into a mortal could likely be understood only by the Monkey King himself. He Baosheng remarked, "This earth spirit is truly peculiar. It has somehow evolved into an ordinary person, and its bloodline is entirely distinct from that of common folk. It leaps with remarkable agility. Young man, you might as well take a look. Its pulse resembles an army clashing on the battlefield." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi shuddered. "You want me to take a look? Not everyone can discern such nuances in a pulse. My master has taught me how to feel the pulse, but could it be?" He cast a glance at He Baosheng, who still bore the visage of a mischievous old man. How much did he truly know? A multitude of questions swirled in Bai Yi's mind, but with others present, he had to temporarily suppress his curiosity. To unravel these mysteries, he would need to have He Baosheng accompany him. Resolute in his decision, Bai Yi spoke. "It appears that old Mister. He is well aware of the origins of the small mountain. However, we lack knowledge about this earth spirit and wonder if there might be any changes on our journey. Would it be possible for old Mr. He to join us, to provide us with some guidance?" He Baosheng pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well. Even an old man like me needs your support." After a brief rest, they set out again. Although He Baosheng was aged, his agility was not diminished, and he kept pace with the group effortlessly. Bai Yi approached him. "Old Mr. He, you are quite extraordinary. At your age, you are not in the least inferior to us youngsters." Chuckling, He Baosheng replied, "Perhaps it is not that I am extraordinary, but rather that you young ones are too weak." He showed no humility and continued to laugh heartily. Lazy could not help but comment, "You are truly peculiar for an old man. Most people your age remain at home, enjoying their peace, while you, with your frail bones, venture outside every day, not fearing the snow burying you." Lazy. Previously, there was a Tang San who spoke without thinking, and now you have outdone him, Bai Yi admonished. "Mind your own business. The more you speak now, the more energy you waste." Lazy spat on the ground and looked up at the sky, where snow continued to fall. His feet sank into the snow, making it difficult to lift them with each step. Bai Yi cautioned, "With the recent heavy snowfall, the deep ravines on either side are hidden. We must tread carefully to avoid falling in." Everyone stood in the center, cautiously treading along the central path, making their way forward with utmost care. After much effort, they finally returned to Baihe town and found an inn to settle in. Bai Yi, being cautious, arranged to share a room with He Baosheng. He Baosheng said nothing about this arrangement, promptly declaring his intention to sleep, skipping even a meal. He turned and entered the room, with Bai Yi following closely behind. Upon pushing the door open, he found He Baosheng already lying on the bed, shoes off, eyes tightly shut, as if he had fallen into a deep slumber. Bai Yi approached the bedside, but He Baosheng remained unresponsive. He gently called out, "Old Master He, would you like something to eat?" Receiving no reply, Bai Yi sighed, preparing to step outside. However, as he glanced down, he suddenly froze. He Baosheng's shoes were neatly arranged beneath the bed, with their toes pointed inward. Bai Yi's heart raced, and just as he bent down to examine the shoes, He Baosheng's voice broke the silence. "Really now? First you look at my feet, and now my shoes. Young man, your interests are quite peculiar." He Baosheng had propped himself up, grinning at Bai Yi, who felt a bit awkward. "Old Master He." Bai Yi pondered for a moment and decided to be forthright. "Master." Upon hearing Bai Yi refer to him as master, He Baosheng chuckled heartily. "How can you so casually take someone as your master?" Bai Yi's smile faded as he replied, "Master, back in the Han women's tomb, you already knew who I was, didn't you? You specifically warned me about the presence of spirits in Changbai Mountain. Likely because you recognized my interest in them and provided me with clues, correct?" That night when you appeared, it was quite unusual, with your prowess. You would not have missed the entrance of anyone. He Baoxing's smile faltered, and he sighed deeply. Bai Yi, I never expected our reunion to unfold in such a manner. It could have been much more straightforward. Bai Yi turned to close the door before kneeling on the ground. Master, I have been an unfilial disciple, failing to fulfill my duties over the years. Even our meeting has been one of recognition without acknowledgement. Please, do not hesitate to impose any punishment. After so many years apart, how have you become so sentimental? He Baoxing remarked, you were not like this before. Bai Yi replied helplessly, Master. Spending too much time in the business world inevitably leads to adopting some of its habits. It is not the same as when I was a bandit or a treasure hunter. The web of relationships and interpersonal dynamics is far more intricate than this underground palace. Enough of that. He Baoxing shook his head. When I first saw you, I recognized your voice immediately, yet your youthful visage suggested you must have had remarkable experiences. At that time, it was not convenient to acknowledge you, and your antics were quite varied. You dared not speak, and even smeared mud on your face. With such tricks, how was I to recognize you? Bai Yi realized that his ruses had not escaped his master's keen eye, but being called out by He Baoxing was still quite embarrassing. He quickly shifted the topic. Master, do you not find it strange, my current state? We are indeed two of a kind. There's nothing peculiar about it. You will undoubtedly inquire in due course. How is it that a man over a century old walks with the same vigor as you youthful souls? How about we settle this with a game of rock, paper, scissors, where the loser speaks first? He Baoxing remarked with great enthusiasm. Bai Yi erupted into hearty laughter, noting that his master remained unchanged. In the past, when only a final sip of wine remained, they would engage in a spirited game to determine who would partake of it, always creating a lively atmosphere where neither would yield. He Baoxing had already leaped from his bed, donning his shoes, and Bai Yi observed that even now, the shoes were still pointed inward, unchanged in direction. Noticing Bai Yi's fixation on his footwear, He Baoxing clapped his hands. Come now, my dear disciple. I can come, but it matters not which of us goes first. Bai Yi touched his nose, realizing that the order of speaking was trivial. The primary intent was to reminisce about their shared past. He Baoxing grunted in affirmation. Naturally. I shall choose the game I excel at, the 3 words. Very well, let it be 3 words then. Bai Yi chuckled softly. Master, let us begin. They commenced with their playful chant. 1 is a pair, 2 are good friends, 3 is the auspicious youth, 4 brings prosperity, 5 is the sage, 6 brings harmony, 7 is the crafty plan, 8 are the galloping steeds, 9 is longevity, and may you be blessed with health. Bai Yi smiled and withdrew his hand. Master, I concede. He Baoxing, aware that Bai Yi had intentionally yielded, was nonetheless pleased. Well then, as we agreed, the loser speaks first. Bai Yi proceeded to recount his experiences from 50 years prior when he ventured into the tomb. Narrating the moment he opened the coffin and was greeted by a fragrant waft. He Baoxing's expression darkened upon hearing the tale. And as Bai Yi delved into matters concerning Fu Yu, the poison of the goo, and the malevolent corpse atop the cliff coffin, He Baoxing fell into deep contemplation. Noticing his master's demeanor, Bai Yi asked, Master, do you sense there is some hidden truth within? As for the goo, most tomb raiders are aware of it. As you know, my master, right? He Baoxing remarked. Bai Yi nodded vigorously. The esteemed figure from the tomb raiding world, Guan Yi. Am I not correct, master? The last time Bai Yi mentioned Guan Yi was in relation to the moving tomb beneath the Qinling waters, where Guan Yi had also encountered that tomb, leading him to withdraw from the tomb raiding realm. Indeed, He Baoxing affirmed. As his eldest disciple, I shared the most profound connection with him. He once confided in me that goo was quite prevalent during the Qin and Western Han dynasties, employed as one of the most ingenious methods to counter theft. The goo is colorless and odorless, rendering it almost impossible to defend against. In his youth, Guan Yi had also fallen victim to goo poison. Each 15th day, he would be seized by an unbearable itch all over his body. In search of a remedy, he journeyed to Xiangxi, seeking the wisdom of masters until a goo master ultimately liberated him from the poison. However, the application of goo poison within tombs remains rare. Bai Yi remarked, over our years in tomb raiding, we have encountered very few tombs that contain goo. He Baoxing chuckled. Some goo do not manifest immediately. Even if one is afflicted, they remain unaware. Should they suddenly perish, most would simply assume it was an untimely death, oblivious to the fact that it was the goo poison that struck. White E was aware that the activation of the cursed poison required specific conditions. If these conditions were not met, the poison posed no threat to the human body. The wisdom of his master was indeed profound. When the topic of the 7 items arose, he Baosheng inquired, "How many of these 7 items have you gathered?" At this, White E felt somewhat disheartened. He had only managed to find 2 items, the liaogu fruit and the tiger insect shell. "Master, you mentioned that there are shadowy figures haunting Changbai Mountain. Yet during our journey, we have encountered numerous strange occurrences, but not a single shadowy figure. By the way, Master, why did you specifically come to inform me about the Earth fetus?" "There is an Earth fetus atop Shilin, which I discovered 20 years ago. At that time, it was not yet fully formed, hidden within the glacier. It had a large head, a diminutive body, and its limbs were not fully developed. I have also heard my master speak of this Earth fetus." He Baosheng continued. He said the most formidable among them is the Kunlun fetus. To locate a place along the dragon vein where a Kunlun fetus might form is nearly impossible. One can only wait for Kunlun to begin its formation. Serendipitously discovered by someone who then excavates the fetus shape and builds a tomb around it. Such a treasure is a rare stroke of fortune, said to be accessible only to those of extraordinary talent. Historically, only one person has been recorded to be buried within the Kunlun fetal position, and that is the Yellow Emperor. Changbai Mountain gathers the essence of heaven and earth. According to Tang San Cheng, the eagle beak on Shilin is precisely where dragon energy is absorbed, aligning perfectly with the conditions for the formation of an Earth fetus. However, it is astonishing that the Earth fetus has taken human form and come to life, entirely indistinguishable from a human being. This is truly remarkable. White E mentioned the peculiar beast's ice coffin still lying in place. Perhaps after death, it can coexist with heaven and earth, which is not without merit. He Baosheng remarked, "I anticipated that you would come upon hearing of the shadowy figures in Changbai Mountain, which is why I was waiting in Baya town. Although I did not encounter you there. One day, I saw 3 individuals emerge from the mountains. Upon observing their appearance, I inquired further, and to my surprise, they had indeed encountered you. They informed me that you were headed to Shilin, and I felt an ominous sense of foreboding." White E immediately recognized that these 3 individuals must be the historian Shi Wenba, his wife's brother Chahu Gai, and that dubious feng shui master. In Chapter 255, Bamboo Forest, he Baosheng fortuitously encountered Shi Wenba and his companions. From them, he learned of White Yi's whereabouts, which brought him both joy at their reunion and concern for his disciple. Thus, he made his way into the mountains, albeit a bit late. By the time he arrived, the group had already faced considerable challenges. "What is it that worries you, Master?" White E quickly grasped a point from his master's words. The urgency with which he sought to inform them of the Earth fetus's existence suggested there were significant considerations at play. "Alas, when I first saw the Earth fetus 20 years ago, I realized it was alive. I feared that should you disturb it or act rashly in excavating the Earth fetus's lair, great calamity might befall you," he Baosheng replied. "The Earth fetus is rare, and such a colossal one is even more extraordinary. I dreaded that you might encounter disaster, but it seems fortune has favored you. This Earth fetus possesses spiritual energy and is naturally benevolent. Master, you walk with such lightness. Is this due to your training?" Bai E inquired further. "Such a subtlety that it eludes even the 7 evils is truly astonishing. I merely lost my focus for a moment, and my master has already vanished without a trace." He Baosheng let out a hearty laugh. "That is precisely the marvel of my shoes." "Shoes?" Bai asked, steeling himself. "Master, you mentioned that there are shadowy figures in Changbai Mountain. Have you ever witnessed them with your own eyes?" "Indeed," he Baosheng replied without the slightest hesitation. "Otherwise, how could I possibly be aware of their presence in Changbai Mountain? You ought to know by now whether my words hold weight." "Master, it is precisely because I know that I am asking directly. Let us not beat around the bush. We both have our unique experiences, do we not?" Bai Yi's words pointedly directed at He Baosheng. "These shadowy figures are those who carry out tasks for the King of Hell in the mortal realm. They appear outwardly as ordinary individuals, requiring food and sleep, yet they have the ability to converse with spirits. The only way to distinguish them is by observing how they place their shoes while sleeping. If the toes are facing inward, it is a telltale sign. Master, when I entered just now, I noticed your shoes were indeed placed with the toes facing inward. Even when wearing them, they would not be turned around. Why is that?" "Ah, Bai Yi, are you directly accusing me of being a shadowy figure?" He Baosheng playfully tapped Bai Yi on the forehead. "You may be over 80 years old, but in my presence, you are still my disciple, and I reserve the right to correct you. As a disciple, Bai naturally accepted the admonition, yet he persisted. Master, you have yet to answer my previous question. He was determined not to let He Baosheng off the hook easily. Master, could it be that the shadowy figure haunting Changbai Mountain is, in fact, yourself? He Baosheng regarded Bai Yi's face, a sly smile playing upon his lips, which sent a wave of anxiety through Bai Yi. Master, firstly, the shadowy figure in Changbai Mountain is not I. Secondly, as for myself, I am merely a candidate to become one of them. As soon as He Baosheng finished speaking, Bai Yi stood there, taken aback. Is there truly such a phenomenon? Allow me to share one thing with you. He Baosheng began. I am a candidate to replace the current shadowy figure, who was originally a first-class guard serving under Emperor Kangxi. He perished from kneeling in loyalty and, perhaps due to his steadfastness, was favored by the underworld and became a shadowy figure. This entity often appears near Shilling. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on Bai Yi's forehead. He had been there himself. No wonder there were only official garments, but no remains. Master, I have entered the tomb you speak of, and found only a coffin, devoid of any corpse. The set of official robes was present, but the official boots were conspicuously absent. Does it mean that both the deceased and the living have the potential to become shadowy figures? He Baosheng hesitated, stammering. There are no formal regulations regarding such choices. Missing a pair of shoes is quite normal. As a shadowy figure, one must possess a pair of shoes. But as for the remains, I am uncertain how the underworld animates them. The underworld? Bai Yi licked his lips. Could this underworld be the one spoken of in popular lore? Not at all. He Baosheng closed his eyes. It has been 3 decades since I was chosen as a substitute for the underworld. At that time, I was in a certain location in Jiangxi, preparing to venture into a tomb alone, when I inadvertently stumbled into an extraordinarily peculiar place that was not a burial chamber. 30 years ago, He Baosheng was already 72 years old, yet his physical condition had always been remarkably robust. The notion of a man of 72 embarking on such an endeavor drew a frown from Bai Yi. He Baosheng remarked, Disciple, do not underestimate your master. 72 is merely a number. Bai Yi could only shake his head, implying that men of such age typically retire to a life of leisure, while the vigorous He Baosheng insisted on delving into tomb exploration. He Baosheng made his way to Jiangxi, a region that, though not an ancient capital, had unearthed numerous ancient tombs from the Eastern Zhou, Ming, and Qing dynasties. In earlier times, countless disciples served under Master Guan, and after he retired from his pursuits, his followers spread across the nation. One of He Baosheng's fellow disciples resided in Jiangxi. Upon arriving, He Baosheng took refuge in his junior's home. This disciple, known as Xiao Gui, was merely a decade younger than He Baosheng, yet already in his 60s. Behind Xiao Gui's house lay an expansive bamboo grove. One night, he mentioned to He Baosheng that there was an auspicious site within the bamboo forest worth exploring, perhaps due to the long absence from his craft. Xiao Gui was exceedingly enthusiastic and dragged He Baosheng to the grove in the dead of night. The bamboo forest at night was always alive with the rustle of leaves, casting shadows that danced like phantoms. Upon their arrival, the two could hardly contain their eagerness to search for the site and began digging a clandestine tunnel. In the mountains, where human habitation was sparse, most residents retired early, rendering the area eerily quiet. The stillness accentuated every sound within the bamboo grove. He Baosheng admonished Xiao Gui, You have let this auspicious site go untouched for so many years. Had your master still been alive, I wonder how he would have reprimanded you. Rabbits do not eat grass near their burrows. Brother, surely, you understand this principle? Xiao Gui spat into his hands, rubbed them together, and commenced digging. The sound of delicate rustling filled the air as He Baosheng lifted his gaze. Through the bamboo, moonlight cascaded down, enhancing the grove's serene atmosphere. Working in unison, He Baosheng and his junior labored, but Xiao Gui, having long abandoned his trade, found his hands somewhat unaccustomed. Observing He Baosheng's deft movements, he remarked, Brother, you are indeed formidable. Age has only made you stronger. Hush, He Baosheng signaled for silence. Pointing below, we have reached a stone slab. Chapter 256. Naked Burial. Bai Yi felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. Indeed, the auspicious site in the bamboo forest yielded results. Master, did you truly find something in the bamboo grove? Indeed. Following the tunnel, we discovered a large burial chamber. He Baosheng recounted, his memory of that experience vivid. Inside were numerous inscribed water vessels, basins, and most importantly, some bronze artifacts engraved with inscriptions pertaining to the kingdom of Su and its king. He Baoxing's recollection of the event was remarkably clear, with details etched firmly in his mind. Su Kingdom, Bai murmured. Master, did you then descend into the underworld? In truth, Bai had no clear concept of the underworld, prompting him to press He Baoxing for every clue regarding this enigmatic realm. No, the situation is far more intricate than you might imagine, He Baoxing remarked. Upon our descent, we discovered that the burial chamber beneath was an expansive 200 square meters, containing 49 coffins. The number 49 holds significant meaning in ancient China. It pertains to the cycle of cultivation, with 77 or 49 representing a complete cycle, or 9 times 9 equating to 81. In many regions of China, it is customary for the period from death to burial to involve a 49-day mourning ritual, during which a perpetual lamp must remain lit for the entirety of that span. A grand sacrificial ceremony is held every 7 days. What manner of ancient tomb is this that houses such a multitude of coffins? Bai, you may find it hard to fathom that within each of these coffins lies remnants of the same type of melon seeds, preserved in an undigested state. He Baoxing's expression became somewhat exaggerated. Bai responded, this indicates at least 2 things. First, these individuals perished during the summer when fruits ripened, having consumed the toxic melons. Second, it is possible they all died simultaneously, perhaps while in slumber. Indeed, Bai, your analytical prowess remains as sharp as ever. He Baoxing nodded in appreciation. Can you speculate what other peculiar items might be found among these 49 coffins? Pray, tell me they are not all empty, Master, Bai quipped, fully immersed in the banter reminiscent of their past conversations. Alas, merely opening these 49 coffins left me and Xiao Gui utterly exhausted. And the revelation was infuriating. All contained the remains of women. He Baoxing closed his eyes, seemingly recalling the scene. Their postures were remarkably peculiar, lying on their right sides, with their left legs draped over their right, and their right hands resting upon their heads, as if they were comfortably asleep. Such positions clearly do not suggest natural death, but appear to have been deliberately arranged for burial. Naked burial? Bai inquired. Master, were these 49 coffins crafted from whole logs, split down the middle to create 2 halves? How did you know? He Baoxing was taken aback. This is the custom of naked burial, Bai explained. To inter the deceased without garments or coffins, burying them unclothed, is termed naked burial, an ancient Han practice that persisted until the Western Han period. Upon death, the body is stripped of clothing, wrapped in deer skin, or placed within a solid log coffin to preserve the integrity of the soul. Quite astute, Bai. Your knowledge has certainly expanded over the years, He Baoxing praised. I, an old man, find myself overshadowed by your wisdom. Oh, not at all, Bai replied. Master, you have become even more amusing than before. By the way, did you ascertain the identities of these remains within the burial chamber? Well, He Baoxing said, we deduced from the inscriptions that these individuals lived 2,500 years ago. In those days, the only people inhabiting the Jiangxi region were the Ganyu and Yangyu tribes, with the Su state being the largest among the Eastern Yi during the Western Zhou period. It is likely that they belong to one of these 2 groups. Indeed, however, Master, this discussion pertains solely to matters within the burial chamber. What of the realm of the underworld? Bai felt a twinge of embarrassment at He Baoxing's gaze. Master, I realize I have been too hasty. However, as you know, Tang San and his companions will not remain docile for long. It will soon be difficult for us to converse. Master, while those troublesome individuals have yet to return, please, let us get to the point. Upon descending into the burial chamber, we found no particularly valuable artifacts. You are aware that we have served under Lord Guan and have encountered countless rare treasures. Thus, the items in that tomb failed to capture our interest, leaving both me and Xiao Gui somewhat disheartened. Just as He Baoxing was experiencing this disappointment, he noticed a glimmer emanating from the wall. Xiao Gui, do you see that? He inquired. Xiao Gui, puzzled, shook his head repeatedly. No, brother, are your eyes deceiving you? He Baoxing began to doubt his own vision, as the light appeared neither as a flame nor as illumination, but rather like a fleeting illusion. He wandered through the chamber in search of other artifacts while Xiao Gui began to gather the discovered items. Though unimpressive, they held some value, and we could not return empty-handed. He Baoxing then spotted another glimmer, this time seeping from the stone wall of the tomb, faint and flickering like a ghostly flame. This time, He refrained from asking Xiao Gui if he could see it. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he approached the wall. Bai Yi, observing the extraordinary radiance on He Baoxing's face, sensed that this light was indeed remarkable. As He Baoxing reached the wall, the light vanished. However, he chose not to wander elsewhere, opting instead to wait, feeling certain that the light would return. Just 5 seconds after this thought crossed his mind, the light flickered once more within the wall. Seizing the moment, He Baoxing extended his hand toward the illumination. At this point, He Baoxing abruptly fell silent, leaving Bai Yi in a state of anxious anticipation. Master, what transpired next? You cannot leave us in suspense. It is not that I wish to withhold the tale, but rather that I find it impossible to articulate the scene and emotions I experienced, He Baoxing replied, a look of confusion crossing his face. Disciple, I have reflected countless times on what occurred, yet all I remember is being enveloped in a gentle light. The subsequent events seem to have slipped from my memory entirely. He Baoxing continued, it is not a matter of my being overly sentimental. To describe the instantaneous events is simply beyond my capacity. That sensation remains etched in my heart, akin to something that can only be grasped intuitively, not expressed in words. Bai Yi understood. Chapter 257. The Underworld. As He Baoxing made contact with the light, he felt himself enveloped in its warm embrace. The source of the light eluded him, leaving him in a state of serene bewilderment as the world around him turned into a blinding white haze. Ultimately, his vision faded entirely, plunging him into darkness. When he opened his eyes once more, the scene before him was astonishing. He was no longer in the tomb, but standing on level ground, with a staircase descending into the abyss. He Baoxing began to descend the steps, one cautious foot after another, suddenly seized by the eerie sensation of walking towards hell. Master, Bai Yi ventured cautiously, there is something I find rather peculiar. Did you have any illumination equipment at that time? The staircase descends into complete darkness, does it not? In retrospect, this matter intrigued him as well. When he entered that space, he had not taken any lighting apparatus. His hands were empty. As he traversed the staircase, he noted the absence of light, yet strangely enough, it felt as though an unseen force was gently urging him downward. A force? Bai Yi remarked. It seems you are among the chosen, hence the unusual circumstances. Bai Yi's use of the term chosen stemmed from the understanding that, throughout history, while tales of the underworld dwellers abound, few are genuinely regarded as such. In his youth, he had encountered individuals in his hometown who claimed to possess the ability to communicate with spirits after waking from a deep slumber or recovering from illness. They all proclaimed themselves as chosen ones. At that time, Bai Yi could not discern the truth, but now, witnessing his master, he realized the complexities of existence far exceeded human comprehension. Indeed, He Baoxing replied, as I continued down the staircase, I once entertained the notion of counting the steps. Yet despite my intention, I could not govern my thoughts. Consequently, I lost track of how many steps I had taken and how long I had been descending, all the while wondering if I was bound for the 9th circle of hell. Guided by an inexplicable force, He Baoxing ventured deeper into the darkness until the path ceased. The staircase reaching its end, the cavernous depths remained shrouded in impenetrable blackness. He silently regretted not bringing a flashlight, leaving him utterly disoriented. After years of navigating such shadows, he understood that peril often lurked unseen. Suddenly, he recalled the dagger concealed at his waist and hastily retrieved it, attuning his senses to the sounds of the darkness. Master Guan had once advised that when visibility fails, one must rely on hearing. Thus, He Baoxing focused intently on the faint sounds surrounding him. Bai Yi recognized that while his master's hearing may not rival that of Tang San Cheng's, it was nonetheless renowned for its acuity. The reason Master Guan had chosen He Baoxing from among numerous disciples was not due to age or experience, but rather his cautious nature and exceptional auditory sensitivity. In the enveloping darkness, He Baoxing discerned the subtle sound of footsteps. He called out forcefully, "Who goes there? Who is present?" He Baoxing shouted loudly but received no response. Only the sound of faint footsteps ceased. Now, in the darkness, not a single sound could be heard, rendering the atmosphere even more terrifying than before. A slight noise, however, is far preferable to a complete silence devoid of life. He Baoxing drew his dagger, but suddenly a numbness coursed through his wrist, causing the dagger to slip from his grasp and clatter to the ground. Master, this resembles the technique of finger flicking, Bai Yi remarked. This person possesses exceptional martial skills, rivaling even the 7 evils. Indeed, I am utterly perplexed as to what could have struck my wrist. That is the truly enigmatic aspect, He Baosheng replied. At that moment, I realized that the opponent was beyond my capability to confront. A wise person knows when to yield. He Baosheng deeply understood the wisdom of recognizing one's limits, and thus called out, "May I inquire who is present? You may as well step forward and speak." If the adversary had intended to kill him, they could have done so long ago. Ending his life would be as effortless as crushing an ant. The fact that they merely disarmed him indicated a lack of murderous intent, suggesting that a chance still remained. "Master, could it be that you never truly saw what your opponent looked like?" Bai Yi, struck by a sudden and intense feeling, voiced his thoughts. To his surprise, a peculiar expression emerged on He Baosheng's face, one reminiscent of someone who had tasted something unpleasant, as he nodded grimly. "Indeed, I never saw him. I only heard his voice, a man's voice, somewhat gruff." "What did he say, master?" Bai Yi's curiosity was more piqued than ever. "He stated that I had been chosen. Selected as a person," He Baosheng explained. "I am familiar with the term person, but I never expected to find myself in such a situation. He told me that being chosen as a person would grant me longevity, though there would be a cost." "What cost?" Bai Yi exclaimed, astonished that the concept of a person came with such implications. "He placed something upon me," He Baosheng continued. "After he spoke of the cost, I felt an excruciating pain in my head, as if it were splitting apart, and I lost consciousness. When I awoke, the voice informed me that from that day forth, my shoes must always be worn with the toes pointing inward. Otherwise, I would face a grave danger to my life and lose the abilities of a person." "What abilities?" Bai Yi pondered, recalling He Baosheng's elusive nature and beginning to grasp the implications. Could it be that beyond longevity, one can also move with the grace of a swallow? "Precisely," He Baosheng affirmed, moving closer to Bai Yi. Suddenly, he bit into his own fingertip, blood oozing forth, which he then dabbed onto Bai Yi's forehead. "From now on, wherever you are, I shall be able to sense your presence. This is the power he granted me." Bai Yi felt a cool sensation on his forehead, the chill seeping into his skin before vanishing in an instant. He was left in astonishment. What just happened? "I wish I knew the answer," He Baosheng replied. "The same was done to me by that individual, enabling him to locate me wherever I went and dictate my tasks. However, since my selection, he has only sought me out once. Perhaps other persons are deemed more useful than I." After listening to this seemingly fantastical tale, Bai Yi couldn't help but sigh repeatedly, astonished by the bizarre occurrences in the world. He had thought that his own experiences with Tang San were peculiar enough, yet they paled in comparison to those of his master. "Master, you mentioned there are other shadowy figures. Do you happen to know where they are?" Chapter 258. The Fate of Sang Jiao. He Baosheng replied, "Master knows you are perceptive. Now that you've heard my story, you wish to learn about others. However, I have little knowledge regarding this matter. It appears that these shadowy figures seldom interact, and I am unaware of their whereabouts. Yet, their experiences are likely similar, lacking anything particularly noteworthy. However, there is one thing I believe I can share to satiate your curiosity. It seems related to our recent expedition into Changbai Mountain." Bai Yi remarked. "As for the events that transpired during our venture, there remains one unsolved mystery. The tomb of the first-class attendant was devoid of a corpse, and one of the official garments was missing a pair of boots. We discovered nothing else nearby. Do you know what transpired, master?" "Indeed," He Baosheng replied. "The tomb was originally empty." "What?" Bai Yi gasped in surprise. "But what about the missing boots?" "All evidence indicates that the official attire was bestowed by the emperor. It cannot possibly be incomplete." "Ah," He Baosheng stated, "I am aware of this matter. The first-class attendant was buried in a site of great geomantic significance. Changbai Mountain is a sacred mountain for the Manchu people. It was indeed a tremendous blessing. However, his family had other plans and committed a shocking act. After the first-class attendant was interred, they excavated a passage leading to the tomb and removed the corpse from the coffin. Since the official garments were granted by the emperor's grace, they took only a pair of boots and buried them elsewhere." "I see," Bai Yi pondered. Yet confusion lingered in his mind. "But how do you know this?" "Ah, have you become foolish?" He Baosheng replied with a sense of pride. "Consider this. How could an ordinary family possess such extraordinary capabilities? What type of terrain is Changbai Mountain? What mechanisms and secret passages exist within the emperor's bestowed tomb?" Bai Yi understood. "Oh, I see now. They certainly lacked the ability to do this on their own. They must have hired professionals. And these professionals are surely not ordinary individuals. Could they be renowned figures in the realm of tomb raiding?" You've hit the nail on the head. In the realm of tomb raiding, you have not yet gained significant renown, for you entered the field rather late. Moreover, this trade has been in decline, resorting to reckless endeavors rather than the clever strategies of yore. Thus, you may be unaware that tomb raiding has been a profession since ancient times. Among the 360 trades, each produces its own talents. Nearby, there is my master, Guanya, and far away, there existed a remarkable tomb raider during the Kangxi era. Today has truly been enlightening, Bai chuckled. I never expected to hear of the illustrious deeds of a predecessor in tomb raiding. I wonder what the background of that tomb raider from the Kangxi era was. It is said that he hails from the Han ethnicity, originally belonging to a family whose elder patriarch held an official position in the court. However, serving under the Manchus proved to be a formidable challenge. And after a few years, he was stripped of his title. His true surname has not been passed down through the ages. It was only after he ventured into tomb raiding that he gained notoriety, earning the moniker Sang Jioming from his peers, indicating that his surname is Sang, while his given name remains forever unknown. Jioming? Does this imply that he possesses 9 lives? Bai inquired. Indeed, was the response. It is said that he wields an extraordinary skill. When others enter the tomb, unable to locate the exit, they resort to digging. He, however, employs a concoction of his own making to induce rapid decay, thus uncovering the entrance. Moreover, he is remarkably fortunate. There are tales of him having fallen from a cliff while inside a coffin, yet he survived against all odds, and on another occasion, he encountered a toxic curse but emerged unscathed. After these incidents circulated within the tomb raiding community, many claimed he possessed an uncanny resilience, akin to a cat with 9 lives. He Baosheng remarked, there is a certain logic to the origin of that name, is there not? Bai continued. So it was this Sang Jioming who was commissioned by the first-class guards to steal the corpse of a first-class attendant? I truly cannot fathom how he managed to gain entry. When we entered that tomb, we found no signs of a breach. If it were a matter of corrosion, there should have been some evidence left behind. Yet, master, I, like you, am meticulous, and I found nothing amiss except for that double-locked door. Yes, the door leading to the passage had locks on both sides. When I entered with Tang San Cheng and the others, the inner lock was already open, while the outer one was secured. I recall stating at the time that had the inner lock not been unlatched, even if we managed to unlock the outer one, we would not have gained easy access. Could it be that the inner lock was opened when Sang Jioming entered? At this thought, a chill ran down Bai Yi's neck. What sort of method could he have employed to unlock that inner door? If Sang Jioming did indeed enter through that door, he must have first unlocked the outer lock and then the inner one, gaining entry smoothly to abscond with the corpse of the first-class attendant, only to exit and secure the outer lock once more. It is plausible that he did not restore the inner lock since the corpse had already been removed. This offers the most reasonable explanation. To descend into the tomb, it would also require the excavation of a breach. The disappearance of that breach is easily accounted for. If a snow avalanche were to occur, the accumulated snow, along with stones from the mountainside, could have filled in the breach. Thus, everything aligns perfectly. Bai could not help but exhale deeply. Master, truly there are those beyond us, and heavens beyond the heavens. Indeed, he Baosheng replied. Because Sang Jioming executed this endeavor with such finesse, his reputation has spread throughout the tomb raiding community and persisted to this day. In the past, the hierarchy of masters and disciples in the tomb raiding world was quite rigid, unlike now. As he Baosheng spoke, he digressed into the topic of the master-disciple relationship. Bai chuckled, Master, I have not forgotten you. Now that I am aging and you are blessed with longevity, we still have ample time to continue this bond between master and disciple. Why not reside with me in the future? He Baosheng's face instantly clouded with sorrow. Bai, it is not that I do not wish to reside with you. Rather, I have my own matters to attend to. The myriad rules of the Yin are best left untouched. Fortunately, I cast a spell on you just now, should you need to reach me. Simply whisper my name in your heart, and I shall find you, no matter where you are. How astonishing. Is this what they call a meeting of the minds? Suddenly, Bai heard a commotion outside, likely the return of Tang San Cheng and the others. He hastily concluded his conversation with He Baosheng. This secret must not be divulged. Tang San Cheng shouted from outside, Bai, where are you? Hurry and come out. Bai furrowed his brow. This Tang San Cheng is quite a nuisance. With him around, it's already troublesome enough. Now there's another young lad, transformed from the earth. Alas, master, my head is spinning. He Baosheng chuckled. What challenge could possibly daunt you? Remember your earlier trials. You navigated them with such ease. Now, they have returned. You should go? Bai nodded slightly, exited, and closed the door behind him. Fully aware that once he stepped out, he might not have the opportunity to see He Baoxing again for quite some time. Chapter 259. Return. As soon as he opened the door, Bai felt as if struck by lightning and swiftly retreated, closing the door. How forgetful he was. Consumed by thoughts of stories, neglecting the most crucial of matters. Master, I have another favor to ask, Bai said. You are already aware of my quest. I seek the 7 items, and one of them. He pointed to He Baoxing's head. I must trouble you once more. Finding a person is no easy task, and this opportunity is rare. If missed, who knows when it will present itself again. He Baoxing laughed heartily and soon retrieved a pair of scissors, cutting off a lock of his own hair to give to Bai. Disciple, consider this a token of our reunion. Fear not. While the 7 items are indeed scarce, they are not without leads. I shall roam the outside world, and if I encounter anything relevant, I will return to inform you. Thank you, Master, Bai replied. I must take my leave now. Please take care of yourself. He Baoxing closed his eyes and waved his hand. Go. Holding the hair of the deceased, Bai sought out Tang San Cheng, who was being playfully tugged by Xiaoshan. It turned out that he had bought a considerable amount of food and drinks for Xiaoshan. Lei Zi and Lu Ji were equally joyful, engaged in a lively bout of playful banter, embodying a harmonious atmosphere. Bai was taken aback by how his small group had evolved into such a cheerful gathering. Lu Ji, an inventive genius, had indeed created practical innovations. Lei Zi, seasoned in the art of excavation, was a formidable character adept at explosives. As for Tang San Cheng, his remarkable hearing and skill in selecting dragon acupuncture points had proven invaluable on numerous occasions. Then there was Qi Xie, a martial artist of profound skill and inscrutable depth, possessing a calm and steady demeanor. Although Xiao Ning, as a descendant of a renowned treasure hunter, had not inherited all her father's skills, her talent for excavation surpassed that of her male counterparts. And the newly joined Di Tai, Xiaoshan, was truly exceptional, being a rare embodiment of the essence of heaven and earth, capable of extraordinary feats such as bone contraction, a skill unmatched by others. It seemed they had formed a golden team. Bai Gu, what are you pondering? Lu Ji, observing Bai Yi's expression, sensed his good mood. Little did he know, Bai Yi had just acquired the hair of the deceased, which had greatly elevated his spirits. Nothing much. We shall rest here for the night and return tomorrow. It is our final night, so let us be cautious, especially since. Bai Yi lowered his voice. We carry numerous valuable items with us. Understood. Lei Zi and Qi Xie, responsible for safeguarding the valuables, nodded in agreement. Bai Yi concocted an excuse for Lei Zi and the others to watch over Xiaoshan, while he took Qi Xie and Tang San Cheng aside. Once they reached a secluded area, he recounted everything he had heard from his master and presented the hair of the deceased. Tang San Cheng was elated. This is excellent. We have located 3 of the 7 items. Only 4 remain. Indeed, we have the Tai Sui, Lingxi fruit, Liaogua fruit, tiger bug shell, hair of the deceased, golden armor, and corpse tortoise blood. We have found the Liaogua fruit, tiger bug shell, and now the hair of the deceased, Bai Yi reflected. For the remaining 4 items, aside from the Tai Sui, the others are entirely unfamiliar. If we are to search, we must start with the Tai Sui. Qi Xie remarked. The flesh fungus resembles meat, adhering to large stones, possessing both head and tail. It is indeed a living entity. The red variety resembles coral, the white akin to lard, the black like lacquer, the blue akin to emerald feathers, and the yellow resembles purple gold. All radiate brilliance akin to solid ice, adhering to large stones. Bai Yi continued. Last time in the Qinling Mountains, I had hoped for significant gains but returned empty-handed. It seems that if we are to pursue the Tai Sui, we must venture to regions with towering mountains. Tang San Cheng, when you return, think carefully about which mountains lie along the dragon vein. That is easily said. Tang San Cheng replied. Bai Yi, your endeavors are progressing swiftly, yet regrettably, I have yet to hear from the person I seek, and I wonder when I shall receive news. The typically accepting Tang San Cheng had begun to fret, while Qi Xie remarked, the world is vast, yet it is not so immense. Well then, we have been out for quite a while, and night is fast approaching. Let us return. After Bai Yi finished speaking, he casually went to purchase some provisions needed for the following day. Upon returning, he led everyone to dinner. When he checked on He Baoxing's room, he found that, as usual, his master had left again. Bai Yi had grown accustomed to this. After a night of rest, the next morning, they prepared to set off. Coincidentally, they encountered the guide, Lu Shan, who seemed to have visited after Bai Yi and the others emerged from the mountains but had hesitated to enter the inn, merely glancing at it before departing. Today, seeing Bai Yi and his companions about to leave, he hurried over while carrying a large bag of special products from Changbai Mountain. Initially, he hesitated to approach, but once Bai Yi waved him over, he ran up eagerly. Boss Bai, heh, everyone, are you leaving? Lei Zi and Xiao Ning wore unsmiling faces. Xiao Ning, though somewhat angry, was calmer than Lei Zi, who bluntly remarked, "Oh, look who it is. What brings you here today?" Lu Shan's expression soured. "Brother, please spare me your jesting. Regarding what happened last time, I hope you can forgive me. The truth is, after you all entered the mountains, I waited until dark to return. I was quite worried when you didn't come out." Whether he truly waited until dark was uncertain, but his effort to come over at least indicated he possessed some conscience. Bai Yi intervened. "All right, Lei Zi, no need to hold a grudge. Brother Lu Shan, we are indeed grateful for your help this time." "Not at all, not at all." Lu Shan pressed the items into Bai Yi's hands. "There is nothing particularly special from our mountains, but please accept these as a gift." Bai Yi graciously accepted the offerings, ushering everyone to the carriage. And they moved past the encounter. The journey felt livelier with the addition of the young boy, who, like a curious child, peppered everyone with questions about the unfamiliar. Along the way, they explained various matters to him, which pleasantly passed the time and made the return journey feel significantly shorter. Upon their return, Bai Yi entrusted the items to Uncle Hong for processing, except for the diamond ruffs, which belonged to the jewelry category rather than antiques. Bai Yi managed to sell them at a good price through his connections. This trip yielded bountiful rewards, and Bai Yi carefully stored away the items, waiting for Tang San Cheng to discover a new auspicious site. Chapter 260. Ancient Kunlun. The young boy had just emerged from Changbai Mountain, and his life was only beginning. His state was one of endless curiosity, relentlessly bombarding Tang San Cheng with questions, to the point of wearing him thin. Even the typically calm and composed Qi Xie felt a touch of impatience. Fortunately, the boy's capacity to absorb information was remarkable. Within a week, he had adapted to life outside, exhibiting the demeanor and mannerisms of a typical 14 or 15-year-old youth. The understanding of Xiaoshan's remarkable ability to stretch and contract has deepened among everyone. Not only can his limbs extend freely, but even his entire body can compress into a compact form, resembling a fleshy orb. Xiaoshan's origin can be traced back to a round and plump shape. Bai Yi was reminded of the bone-shrinking skill, a form of martial arts in Chinese culture. However, this technique does not literally reduce the bones. Instead, it utilizes internal energy, or qigong, to minimize the gaps between bones, allowing them to align more closely and orderly. Consequently, this results in a smaller physique, known as the bone-shrinking skill. It is said to belong to the Shaolin sect, and mastering it requires a minimum of 20 years of dedicated practice to facilitate bone mobility. This internal cultivation of energy is extraordinary. In contrast, Bai Yi speculated that Xiaoshan's bones might differ from those of an ordinary person in terms of hardness, which could explain his ability to stretch freely. The truth of the matter remains elusive. It would be impractical to subject Xiaoshan to medical examinations, lest he be sent to a scientific research facility. During their leisure, Tang San Cheng coaxed Xiaoshan into recounting his past experiences. However, Xiaoshan remained muddled and unable to articulate clearly. Tang San Cheng was particularly curious about what transpired within the belly of that ice coffin monster that led to Xiaoshan's evolution, but Xiaoshan's memories were entirely absent. He could not even recall how he had arrived there. Xiao Ning jested, suggesting that Xiaoshan believed Tang San Cheng to be his father. In response, Tang San Cheng playfully inquired who Xiaoshan's mother might be, causing Xiao Ning to blush and retreat to a distance. Bai Yi was eager to locate the Tai Shui and urged Tang San Cheng to hasten his selection of the next destination. Tang San Cheng then studied the map, muttering to himself before emerging to find Bai Yi. "Bai Yi," he exclaimed, "I mentioned before that China has 3 main dragon veins, all originating from Kunlun Mountain, the source of vitality and essence. Among the 5 dragon veins that emerge from Kunlun, 3 traverse through China, and from the perspective of mountain ranges. Kunlun is indeed the origin of all mountains. Are you suggesting we head to Kunlun Mountain?" Bai Yi felt slightly foolish for asking, as Tang San Cheng had made himself quite clear. Indeed, We have been searching for the dragon veins and auspicious feng shui sites. What place could be more significant than the source of these dragon veins? Tang San Cheng continued. This is the source of vitality, and the essence of feng shui relies on this life force. There are numerous tales surrounding Kunlun Mountain, with legends stating its height to be 11,114 steps and 2 inches. Beneath it lies the weak water that cannot support a feather, and surrounding it are the flames of divine trees that burn eternally. At the summit of Kunlun is the domain of the Yellow Emperor, guarded by enlightened beasts. Ancient mythology holds that Kunlun is home to the goddess Zhuangmu, depicted with a human head and a leopard's body, attended by 2 azure birds. Later legends paired her with Dong Wanggong, evolving into the archetype of the Jade Emperor. Bai Yi remarked, Kunlun Mountain stretches between Xinjiang and Tibet, extending into Qinghai. Where exactly are we supposed to go? This range is rather vast. Tang San Cheng shook his head. Bai Yi, the Kunlun we seek is not the current Kunlun Mountain, but the ancient Kunlun, for it is the true source of dragon energy. As I mentioned Tang San Cheng and the ancient Kunlun, you speak so casually. Yet, to my knowledge, the ancient Kunlun lacks a verifiable location. Bai Yizhen wishes to reprimand Tang San Cheng for his earlier eloquence, which was indeed remarkable, only to leave behind the 3 words, ancient Kunlun. Bai Yizhen is reminded of Lazy's catchphrase, damn it. Thus, I have been diligently searching for the whereabouts of the ancient Kunlun. Tang San Cheng, appearing somewhat innocent, responds, since the ancient Kunlun is the source of the dragon vein. As long as we ascertain the convergence of the 3 primary dragons, we shall discover the location of the dragon vein. Just grant me a little time. Bai Yizhen, feeling helpless, noted that after this exchange, Tang San Cheng secluded himself in his room for 3 entire days and nights, only emerging for meals, water, and restroom breaks. While the door remained firmly shut, a fragrant incense wafted from Tang San Cheng's chamber. Bai Yizhen stood at the door, on numerous occasions raising his hand to knock, only to lower it again. It seemed that Tang San Cheng had never been as fervently obsessed as he was at this moment. Clearly, uncovering the source of the dragon vein was no easy feat, and Bai Yizhen could only depart in disappointment. In contrast, Qi Xia exhibited unwavering confidence in Tang San Cheng, showing no signs of concern, as if there was nothing amiss with Tang San Cheng's current state. Xiao Shan had persistently clamored to find Tang San Cheng, but was pacified by Xiao Ning and taken out to play, where she learned quite a bit. After 3 days and nights, Tang San Cheng finally opened his door, revealing dark circles under his eyes, resembling a panda. Lazy and Qi Xia were sitting in the courtyard with Bai Yizhen. Upon seeing Tang San Cheng's appearance, they burst into laughter, especially Lazy. What happened to you, Tang San Cheng? Did you ignore the rules and get beaten by Xiao Ning? Ridiculous. Tang San Cheng, too preoccupied to engage in banter, had a more pressing matter to announce. I have found the location of the ancient Kunlun. I truly have. Really? Are you certain? Bai Yizhen sprang to his feet, astonished. The origin of the 3 dragon veins. Goodness, Tang San Cheng actually found it. His mystical antics over these 3 days bore fruit. Indeed, Tang San Cheng replied, grinning. As the old saying goes, you only know once you go. Bai Yizhen, exasperated, asked, then tell us, where exactly is this ancient Kunlun? Chilean Mountain. Tang San Cheng asserted decisively, is the fabled ancient Kunlun. Tang San Cheng, the Chilean Mountain spans across Qinghai and Gansu. It's vast. Where exactly are we supposed to go? Lazy spat on the ground in annoyance. Stop toying with us. Tang San Cheng found himself at a loss for words. Lazy. Matters of feng shui are not to be taken lightly, since the ancient Kunlun is located at the source of the 3 primary dragons. Clarifying the direction of the dragon veins will lead us to the source. As for our destination, I have already pinpointed it, Gongquan County. Gongquan County? Bai Yizhen was taken aback. So far away, it seems we are in for quite an ordeal this time. Lazy sighed. So far. Tang San Cheng, you better not lead us astray. Tang San Cheng paused, scratching his head. I should be correct. Should be? Bai Yizhen and Lazy exchanged glances, swallowing hard. Bai Yizhen shook his head. Tang San Cheng, oh Tang San Cheng. Chapter 261. Although the group held reservations about Tang San's words, they nonetheless made ample preparations. A week later, with the exception of Lu Zhishi, everyone embarked on their journey to the ancient Kunlun Mountains. It wasn't he that Lu Zhishi wished to stay behind. The poor fellow had succumbed to a chill after his time in the Changbai Mountains and was bedridden, forced to watch as the others departed. This was the first time Xiao Shan was taken outside, and fortunately, his youthful appearance meant he did not require identification, which spared him considerable trouble. Even on the train, Tang San clutched a map, engrossed in his studies, his fingers calculating meticulously, resembling a little old man. Lazy patted Tang San on the back and said, "Brother, we're already on our way. Don't be so anxious that you start calculating our return. If that happens, I want to let you off." Tang San had never felt such trepidation as he did now. An unsettling feeling lingered in his heart, leaving him uncertain. He sighed, a rare occurrence for someone so self-assured. Yet, this time, he felt something was amiss, his mind wandering. Bastian, do you still not believe in us? My brother and I are seasoned veterans. This journey to Gangquan County is undoubtedly the right choice. Upon hearing Gangquan County mentioned behind him, Tang San immediately turned to look. The speaker was a robust man in his 40s, with dark skin, addressing a man standing nearby, smoking. This latter individual, nearing 50, had a few strands of white hair above his ears, his gaze fixated on the scenery outside the train, appearing somewhat distracted. At that moment, another person emerged from within, causing Tang San to freeze in disbelief. Was that not? Bai Yi also recognized the individual. It was none other than the so-called feng shui master, Lu Xuanzi, whom they had encountered not long ago in the Changbai Mountains, and whom Tang San had unmasked. This Lu Xuanzi had just been leading people astray in the Changbai Mountains, and now he was stirring trouble again in Gangquan County. The fates of these individuals seemed inexplicably intertwined. Upon spotting Lu Xuanzi, Lazy could not contain himself and rushed over, exclaiming, "Oh, who do we have here? Our feng shui master. The world is not so vast. Yet here we meet again." Lu Xuanzi, upon seeing the group, was taken aback, stammering, You are here too? That's a secret I cannot divulge." Lazy glanced at the other two and inquired, "Are you all embarking on a long journey?" Lu Xuanzi, "It seems you have found new patrons." Feeling the pressure of their knowing gaze, Lu Xuanzi's bravado diminished, and he pulled Lazy aside. "Brother Lei, please don't make it difficult for me. In this world, one's fate is not entirely in their own hands. I'm just trying to make a living." Please, as he spoke, Lu Xuanzi slipped something into Lazy's hand. Looking down, Lazy saw a stack of bills. He chuckled softly, unperturbed, and tucked it into his pocket. "Very well. Let us leave it at that for today. However, Lu Xuanzi, what brings you to Gangquan County?" Lu Xuanzi was taken aback. What an incredible coincidence. He silently lamented the misfortune of encountering this group of elderly gentlemen, realizing that concealing his identity would be exceedingly difficult. "I remarked, there are no coincidences in storytelling." Lazy, with a sudden epiphany, exclaimed, This saying is not mine. It belongs to our ancestors. By the way, who is that person who appears to be a big boss?" "I cannot divulge that," Lu Xuanzi replied, shaking his head. "I adhere to professional ethics." Remarkably, Lu Xuanzi turned and dashed back, ignoring Lazy entirely. Feeling somewhat dejected, Lazy's spirits lifted when he remembered the money in his pocket. Bai scanned the accommodations of Lu Xuanzi and his companions, noticing that in the upper bunk, a figure lay concealed beneath the covers, utterly motionless. It was uncertain whether this person was part of Lu Xuanzi's group. After approximately 2 hours, Bai Yi's gaze wandered back upward. The individual had not stirred even once, raising Bai Yi's suspicions. When mealtime arrived, the person still showed no signs of waking to eat or even drink water. Tang San Cheng continued to indulge in his food, his mouth stuffed, while Xiao Ning could only shake her head in exasperation, occasionally urging him to slow down. Lu Xuanzi would glance back at Tang San Cheng, but upon meeting his gaze, he would quickly avert his eyes, feigning indifference. Suddenly, Xiao Shan approached Lu Xuanzi, asking, "Brother, why are you looking at my brother?" Tang San Cheng nearly choked on his food and pulled Xiao Shan aside, saying, "Xiao Shan, you should refer to him as uncle." This elicited hearty laughter from everyone, except for the brooding figure by the window who remained furrowed in thought. Aware of the commotion around him, he merely turned to glance before resuming his solemn demeanor. Bai could not help but observe him more closely, and to his astonishment, he noticed the man was missing an ear. Perhaps sensing the scrutiny, the man turned to meet Bai Yi's gaze. They exchanged an expressionless stare, the silence stretching between them. Eventually, the man abruptly turned and returned to his bunk, picking up a book and no longer lifting his head. Aside from this minor interlude, the journey unfolded without incident until they arrived at the train station. On the verge of disembarking, Bai glanced up once more at the figure in the upper bunk, who remained shrouded in covers for such a lengthy period. It was puzzling that this individual had not eaten or drunk anything. However, one cannot ignore the call of nature. Bai deliberately allowed the others to disembark first, watching as a robust, burly man lifted the covered figure and carried him on his back. When the man finally emerged, Bai noted that he was completely concealed, making it impossible to discern his features. It was unsettling. Prepared to exit, Lu Xuanzi cast a cautious glance back at them and followed, closely trailed by the earless big boss. Lazy approached, shaking his head. What an odd smell. Odd smell? What odd smell? Bai inquired, turning to Lazy. Risey remarked, Bai, I sense something amiss. The individual they carried away just now exuded a peculiar fragrance. Yet it was tainted by a foul odor resembling that of decay. Xiao Ning shuddered. Are they bearing a corpse? Risey nodded affirmatively. I cannot be mistaken. My nose is as keen as Tang San's ears. The moment that person was lifted, I detected it. No wonder they wrapped him so tightly along the way. It was to conceal the truth, was it not? Chapter 262. Carrying the corpse, Tang San Cheng observed Lu Xuanzi and his group disembark from the train, feeling a pang of urgency to uncover the truth. Bai interjected, why the haste? Did you not hear that they are heading to Gangquan County as well? We are all bound for the same destination. What is there to fear? Even if they are transporting a deceased, it bears little consequence to us. Let us not meddle. Upon hearing Bai's words, Tang San Cheng felt somewhat disgruntled, muttering, what a coincidence it is to have a corpse brought here. They are not even from Xiangxi. What is this nonsense about carrying corpses? Bai shook his head, realizing that Tang San Cheng misunderstood. The art of corpse carrying is a form of Gu technique. Unlike the sorcery practiced by Fu Yu, corpse carrying falls under the realm of white witchcraft. It enables the dead to walk back to their homeland through the use of talismans and cinnabar. Even if Risey spoke the truth, and they were indeed bearing a corpse, it had no relation to the art of corpse carrying. As they descended from the train, Lu Xuanzi and his companions had vanished from sight. Bai pondered that their journey was primarily for his own affairs, and there was no need to expend energy on others' matters. He continued with Tang San Cheng and the others, as they needed to transfer to another vehicle to reach Gangquan County. Upon arrival, Tang San Cheng would still need to conduct further research to determine their ultimate destination. The group eventually arrived at the bus station, and, as fate would have it, they encountered Lu Xuanzi and his cohort once more. Upon spotting them, Lu Xuanzi's expression immediately soured. Risey remarked, this charlatan, the moment he sees us, wears a long face. He must be afraid we will expose him and ruin his schemes. Just then, a bus arrived, and Lu Xuanzi's group boarded another vehicle, also heading to Gangquan. Risey felt a surge of relief, for he had no desire to endure the stench of decay. When a person dies, the odor emanates from the mouth, nose, and anus, which is unbearably foul. Once the body succumbs, it begins to decompose. This is the natural order of things. It is no wonder Xiao Ning often ruminates on the luminous pearl, hoping to preserve her physical form from decay, while also warding off insects. With this thought, Risey glanced at Xiao Ning and couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Xiao Ning asked, clearly annoyed. Risey's demeanor was anything but serious, resembling a rogue. With Lu Zhishi absent, he had turned his attention to her instead. Nothing, he replied. I was merely contemplating how our esteemed beauty Xiao would fare if one day she were to be buried beneath the earth, enduring such indignities. Just imagine. Her nose and eyes gradually corroding, her skin peeling away, and the flesh, let us not even speak of it, with so many insects lurking below. In the damp and darkness before Risey could finish his thought, Xiao Ning shrieked, covering her ears with her hands. Risey, you scoundrel. Tang San Cheng immediately turned to glare at Risey. Risey, can you refrain from speaking so much? You've frightened Xiao Ning. Risey chuckled and said, I merely speak the truth. Death is akin to an extinguished lamp, devoid of sensation. Xiao Ning, do not fear. When the time comes, even if insects were to bite you, you would remain unaware, for there would be no pain. This explanation required no further elucidation. Xiao Ning's face contorted in distress, prompting Tang San to lean closer and whisper, do not be afraid. I shall certainly procure a luminous pearl for you. Xiao Ning transformed her anger into joy, her eyes shimmering with boundless tenderness. Observing the silent exchange between the two, Risey felt a sudden loss of enthusiasm. He dared not tease Qi Xie and Bai, opting instead to engage in idle chatter with Xiao Shan. At long last, they arrived at their destination and located their lodgings. Everyone busied themselves with rest. Their rooms were situated on the second floor of the inn. As they ascended the staircase, Bai Yi, the first to reach the top, was taken aback to find Lu Xuanzi standing in the corridor. In a world so vast, their paths crossed once more. Upon seeing Bai Yi, Lu Xuanzi appeared equally bewildered, mumbling something indistinct before hurriedly retreating to his room. Why do I sense something amiss with these individuals? Tang San remarked. Let us not concern ourselves with others, Tang San. Our priority should be our own well-being, Bai Yi replied. The destination you mentioned is still too vague. Further specificity is required. Very well. I shall venture out to assess the surroundings and procure a map of this area. You all should rest for now, Tang San declared. It was rare to witness Tang San being so proactive, indicating his significant interest in the source of the dragon vein. Naturally, Qi Xia insisted on accompanying him. Xiaoshan, initially eager to join, was coaxed down by Xiaoning. Bai Yi retreated to his room, intending to rest briefly, but soon awakened to sounds emanating from the adjacent chamber. Regrettably, Tang San was absent. Otherwise, even through the wall, he could have discerned the happenings clearly. Just as Bai Yi contemplated disregarding the noises, he unexpectedly noticed a small hole in the wall, presumably left by a previous occupant. The temptation to spy is a universal inclination. Some act upon it, while others exercise restraint. Bai Yi believed himself to be among the latter, yet inexplicably found himself drawn to the hole, peering through to the neighboring room. To his astonishment, the occupant next door was indeed the man missing an ear, who was presently engaged in some activity that produced considerable noise. He was dragging something, and upon seeing the white cloth, Bai Yi realized what it was. The very corpse they had transported. The one-eared man hoisted the lifeless body onto the bed, which was entirely swathed in white fabric. Judging by its form, it too was a man. Bai Yi observed as the man retrieved a bottle from his backpack and began spraying the corpse. Recalling Rize's mention of a fragrance, Bai Yi surmised it was likely perfume intended to mask the stench of decay. Little did he know, the odor of death would only grow more pungent, and the mingling of the perfume with the corpse's scent would create an increasingly unbearable aroma. The man stood beside the corpse on the bed, speaking softly, his expression one of profound sorrow. He supported himself with his hands on the bed, tilting his head to gaze at the lifeless body, a sight that evoked both grief and an unsettling sense of intimacy. This bizarre scene sent shivers down Bai Yi's spine. He noticed the man's missing right ear, the wound jagged and unrefined, not resembling a cut from a sharp object, but rather as if it had been bitten off. While Bai Yi pondered this, the man suddenly turned his head, fixing his gaze intently in Bai Yi's direction. Startled, Bai Yi instinctively recoiled, a sense of guilt creeping over him as if haunted by his own conscience. Bai Yi chuckled to himself, reflecting on how, after more than 80 years of life, his courage seemed to wane. He had never considered himself virtuous, yet he had not engaged in any ignoble deeds. Any ruthlessness shown was merely for self-preservation. Today's encounter was peculiar, as if fate conspired to bring disparate souls together. In the midst of his musings, Lazy knocked at the door. Upon entering, he revealed something cupped in his palm. Bai Yi, look what I found in the corridor. What do you think this is? In his hand lay a smooth, black stone, warm to the touch, reminiscent of jade. Bai Yi felt a sense of familiarity but struggled to recall its name. Noticing Lazy's smug expression, he urged, "Stop keeping me in suspense. Just tell me, what is it?" Chapter 263. The resonant stone. The black stone rested quietly in Lazy's palm, its surface gleaming with an inner brilliance. Bai Yi inquired how Lazy had come across it, to which Lazy replied that he had found it at the door of the adjacent room. It seemed he was unaware of who resided next door. Bai Yi took the stone, squeezing it gently. "This feels familiar. It indicates I have heard of it before, yet the name eludes me. One of the world's rare stones." Bai Yi mused, perplexed at his own mental lapse. Lazy, reclaiming the stone, struck it lightly, producing a clear, ringing sound. "Listen, this is Lingbai's stone." Bai Yi finally regained his composure, realizing that what he had witnessed from the neighboring room still lingered in his mind. It is said that Lingbai's stone possesses a jade-like quality and a golden tone. No wonder it feels like jade in hand. However, since you found it at the neighbor's door, it belongs to someone else. You must return it. Return it? Lazy was taken aback. What I found rightfully belongs to me. Besides, just because I found it next door doesn't mean it's theirs. Enough. Just return it, Bai Yi said, a subdued smile forming on his lips. Lazy, confused, felt an inexplicable aura emanating from Bai Yi that compelled him to comply. He approached the neighboring door and knocked, only for it to open slightly. The man with the missing ear appeared through the crack, asking, "Who are you looking for?" The man's demeanor irked Lazy. He felt as though he was foolishly pressing against a wall of ice. Annoyed, he raised the stone and asked, "Hey, is this stone yours?" The man's complexion changed, and a hand emerged from the crack of the door, retrieving something with a simple thank you. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut. Lazy felt a sudden chill as the door closed, his frustration boiling over as he turned back into Bai Yi's room to vent his grievances. Bai Yi observed his outburst with an air of amusement, chuckling incessantly, which prompted Lazy to pause and inquire, "What is it that you find so amusing, Bai Yi? I sensed something amiss about that person, hence I asked you to return it. Now it appears he is indeed peculiar." Bai Yi shrugged nonchalantly. "Well, if he wishes to carry a corpse here, it is not our concern. Let us focus on our own affairs." Lazy's hair bristled in alarm. Is he truly carrying a corpse? Although the individual was entirely swathed in white cloth, a hand protruded slightly, its flesh a ghastly shade of purple, devoid of any color of life. Indeed, he is deceased. While you may not always speak reliably, your nose is quite dependable. That fellow was dousing the body in perfume. Attempting to mask the stench of death, Bai Yi remarked, "Let us wait for Tang San Cheng to return, confirm our destination for tomorrow, and hasten our departure. It is wise to distance ourselves from such eccentricity while traveling." Tang San Cheng did not return until nightfall, and upon his arrival, he immediately bemoaned his hunger, devouring 2 large bowls of rice before announcing, "I have found the location. There is an entrance on the north side of the county, but vehicles cannot enter. We must go on foot. Tomorrow, Qi Xie and I will lead the way. Do you have any thoughts on this?" Xiao Ning asked Tang San Cheng. "The essence of the sand and water is merely that. The dragon's energy lingers. There is no doubt about it," Tang San Cheng replied, adding quietly, "However, the mountain may prove difficult to access. What is troubling you?" Bai Yi noted that Tang San Cheng seemed to have lost the confidence he once possessed since arriving here, preoccupied with worries and anxieties before they had even begun. "I can't quite articulate it," Tang San Cheng stammered, "but we must be exceedingly cautious once we enter. The source of the dragon vein is bound to harbor some inexplicable phenomena. What is there to fear? With Brother Bai's exceptional skills in swordplay and marksmanship, along with Qi Xie and Xiao Shan by our side, have you had your fill, Tang San Cheng? Eat well and retire for the night to avoid overthinking. It is merely a mountain. After all, we have traversed Changbai Mountain before." Recalling the events surrounding the Dragon Summit, Lazy suddenly felt less assured. The last time he had been inexplicably knocked unconscious and quietly expelled, he still had no clarity on the matter. The world is full of strange occurrences, and Lazy hesitated to speak too confidently. "Well, one must exercise caution. A cautious approach is wise." Xiao Ning laughed heartily, seizing the opportunity to retaliate for their earlier misadventures. "Lazy, are you afraid that your own bravado will trip you up? This is the right attitude. Save your energy." Lazy fell silent. "It is getting late. We should retire. And Tang San Cheng, do not mistakenly enter the wrong room tonight. In these times, you cannot afford to be a rogue. Be wary of incurring a charge of misconduct." In the end, Lazy playfully teased Xiao Ning, who pouted in irritation and remained silent for quite a while. The others dispersed to rest, awaiting the dawn. Bai Yi had cast aside the events he witnessed next door. Curiosity is a universal trait, yet devoid of personal stakes. It was easily dismissed. When morning broke and they stepped out of the inn, they finally beheld the true visage of Gangquan County, a little-known town in the northwest. At this moment, the grand era had just passed, leaving a myriad of endeavors waiting to commence. Logically, one would expect the locals to be brimming with excitement, yet every early riser bore an inexplicable calmness, as if the world's chaos held no relevance for them. It is unclear whether the people here remained so serene during the preceding tumultuous times. The northwest appeared especially desolate, dust swirling in the air, rivaling even Beijing in its aridity. Xiao Ning coughed, feeling the grit invade her throat, and donned a piece of gauze to cover her face, eliciting a laugh from Lazy. Curiously enough, Xiao Ning, already strikingly beautiful, took on an ethereal allure with her face veiled, reminiscent of a celestial being. Tang San Cheng remarked dreamily. With her face concealed, it was impossible to discern if Xiao Ning blushed. She silently continued forward. Bai Yi, however, was reminded of Fu Yu, who, upon their first encounter, seemed to descend from the heavens, akin to a fairy. The saying beauty is in the eye of the beholder aptly encapsulated this sentiment. Under the guidance of Tang San Cheng and Qi Xia, the group ventured into the mountains. They were soon approached by a woman in her 50s, carrying a bag filled with breakfast. As their paths crossed, she glanced at the veiled Xiao Ning and suddenly knelt before her, prostrating herself on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head while mumbling indistinctly. Tang San Cheng, perplexed, inquired, "What are you doing?" Chapter 264. The fairy. The woman continued to bow, her forehead meeting the earth with such force that it produced a sound, illustrating her fervor. Xiao Ning, startled by the woman's actions, stood frozen in place. After a considerable time, the woman rose hastily and departed, glancing back at Xiao Ning frequently. "Xiao Ning, it's over," Lazy frowned. "You haven't even passed yet, and someone is already bowing to you. This is an ominous sign." Xiao Ning, equally bewildered, pondered, "How strange." She appeared as if she had encountered a deity, her demeanor almost reverent upon seeing me. "The locals here hold a deep faith in the divine. With her face covered, you bore a striking resemblance to a revered fairy." A voice chimed in. Tang San Cheng turned around in surprise, only to find Lu Xuanzi and his entourage behind them. Lu Xuanzi wore a grim expression, and it was the man missing an ear who spoke. He was carrying a corpse wrapped in white cloth, his face as expressionless as a glacier. Yet, as he gazed at the veiled Xiao Ning, a flicker of warmth appeared in his eyes, an expression he had never seen on his face before. Upon encountering the gaze of the man, Xiao Ning took a step back, feeling a shiver run through her body. After all, she was acutely aware that he was carrying a corpse. This man, so peculiar and in his 50s, was now regarding her with a gaze brimming with deep emotion. How could she not feel a chill? Here in the ancient Kunlun, the birthplace of myth, such occurrences were not entirely unusual. Bai fixed his eyes on the man. "Where are you gentlemen headed?" The man with a missing ear glanced at Lu Xuanzi and coldly replied, "Ask him." Lu Xuanzi, caught in Bai's penetrating stare, wore a grim expression that only deepened with anxiety. He stepped back, colliding with a burly man beside him, who shot him a disapproving glare. Lazy remarked, "Lu Xuanzi, you haven't been swindling again, have you? You brought someone here and now don't know how to proceed?" At that moment, the man with the missing ear spoke again. "I have found the person I am looking for. You may leave." It was evident that he intended to dismiss Lu Xuanzi and the burly man. With a pained expression, Lu Xuanzi pointed at Tang San Cheng and said, "Boss Wang, this is the person. I have fulfilled my part in locating him. Let us consider this a favor, and I trust you will look out for me in the future." The individual referred to as Boss Wang produced an envelope and tossed it into Lu Xuanzi's arms. "Go." His tone was laced with anger, clearly displeased with Lu Xuanzi's theatrics. However, why the matter had fallen upon Tang San Cheng was perplexing. Tang San Cheng called out to Lu Xuanzi's retreating figure, "Lu Xuanzi, what game are you playing? Hey, don't leave." The man burdened with the corpse knelt before Tang San Cheng, pleading, "I have a request. You must assist me." Otherwise, suddenly, he freed one hand, revealing a short knife, its blade aimed directly at his own heart. "I will die right before you." Feeling absurdly threatened, Tang San Cheng was at a loss for words. "Could you please rise? I don't even understand what is happening here. Besides, carrying a corpse in plain sight is bound to attract attention. If the police arrive, it will spell trouble." The man abruptly sprang to his feet. "What did you say?" "He is not dead. Not dead, do you understand?" Spittle flew from his mouth, landing on Tang San Cheng's face. Tang San Cheng wiped it away, while Xiao Ning, unable to tolerate it any longer, interjected, "Why are you being so aggressive? You are the one in need of help here, and yet you act this way. Come on, Tang San Cheng, let us ignore him. He is just a madman." The man's demeanor softened instantly. "Please, sir, you are the only one who can take me to that place. Name your price, and I will surely accommodate you." "This is not merely a matter of money," Bai finally spoke up. It was early morning, and although few people filled the streets, the man brazenly carrying the corpse on his back was bound to attract trouble. "Let us find a more secluded spot to converse," Bai suggested, gesturing to the burden on his back. "Unless you wish to invite complications." The man hesitated for a moment before suddenly declaring, "My name is Wang Shun." Wang Shun followed by and the others as they made their way forward, approaching the northern outskirts of the county town. There lay a narrow path leading up into the mountains, the very entrance that Tang San Cheng had discovered the previous day. This place was utterly desolate, far removed from the bustling heart of the town. Once they confirmed that no one was around, Bai halted and turned back to say, "All right, there's no one here now. Can you finally tell us where you intend to go?" Suddenly, Wang Shun set down the corpse he had been carrying and began to gradually unwrap the white cloth covering it, revealing the ghastly visage beneath. Xiao Ning unexpectedly stood behind Tang San Cheng. Despite having encountered many peculiarities during his numerous excavations, the sight before him was particularly revolting. The corpse was evidently male. Having once possessed a frail physique, its limbs resembled dry twigs, and its skin had turned a ghastly shade of blackish purple. Beneath this discolored exterior, numerous circular red blood spots were visible. Upon examining the face, it was apparent that the features had collapsed, rendering any recognition impossible. The hair lay in disarray. Plastered against the scalp, it was a lifeless shell. Yet Wang Shun insisted that he was alive. What a cruel jest! Gently caressing the hair of the corpse, Wang Shun remarked, "You must think he is dead, don't you?" "He is obviously dead," Lazy shouted loudly. Bai tugged at him, urging silence. "He is not dead. As long as we reach the source of the dragon vein and find the San Sheng grass, he can be saved." Wang Shun cradled the head of the corpse. "He is my son. I will not allow him to die. I have come this far." Suddenly, Wang Shun placed the head down and knelt before Tang San Cheng. "Tell me, is this truly the ancient Kunlun?" It became evident that they were a father and son. Tang San Cheng swallowed hard. How could he have ended up like this? "I do not know," Wang Shun replied. He merely said he was going out to play with his classmates. When he returned, something was awry. In just one night, he had become like this. "He is not dead. He cannot be dead. Someone told me that if I reach the source of the dragon vein and find ancient Kunlun, I can discover the three-leaf clover that will save him." "Someone told you this?" "Who?" Tang San Cheng asked, taken aback. "I do not know. I intended to cremate my son. In this state, sending him to the mortuary would lead people to think the unthinkable. No one has died in such a manner before. Just as I was about to burn him, someone stopped me. They insisted that I must find the three-leaf clover to save my son." Wang Shun covered his face with his hands. "He is my only son. My wife is gone, and he is the last of our bloodline. I will do anything to save him." I was skeptical at first, but my desperation left me with no choice but to try. "Wait, did that person say the three-leaf clover is only found in ancient Kunlun?" Tang San Cheng inquired. "Isn't that what the so-called diviner told you?" Wang Shun retorted, "That man told me that ancient Kunlun is located in Gangquan County. But Gangquan is still a county town. Even if I am here, there is no way for me to know where it is. A business acquaintance referred me to this man, and who would have guessed that upon my arrival, he became a mere shell, spouting myths along the way. Falsehood is indeed falsehood." Tang San Cheng could not hide his smug expression, but Bai shot him a glare and gestured for silence. It was then that Tang San Cheng recalled the true crux of the matter. "Who exactly was the individual that had informed you about the three-leaf clover?" Wang Shun, however, found himself at a loss for words. His son had initially planned to spend the holiday out with friends, yet on the evening of his return, he had neither eaten nor drunk, retreating into his room without uttering a single word. When Wang Shun knocked on the door, there was no response. Instead, he heard the sound of scraping from within, accompanied by a low, beastly howl. As he prepared to enter, his son uttered a chilling plea. "Don't come in, Dad. I don't want to harm you." Wang Shun had never felt such unease as in that moment. He retrieved a spare key, his hands trembling uncontrollably. And after much effort, he finally managed to unlock his son's door. Upon seeing his son's face, Wang Shun let out a horrified scream. "Son? Dad, don't come over." The boy cried, crouching on the floor, desperately clutching his own face. "Dad, I'm afraid I can't control myself. I might bite you, and then you would die too. What should I do? I'm in so much pain. I feel so awful, Dad." His son gradually collapsed before him, and Wang Shun cautiously approached, only to find that his son's body, much like his face, was marred by dark purple bruises, with red bloodstains gradually forming beneath. Wang Shun staggered back, collapsing to the ground, believing his son to be dead. Terrified to take his son to a funeral home, he wrapped him tightly and sought out a secluded place, preparing to set him ablaze. As he sobbed and picked up a torch, a figure silently appeared behind him. This person was tall and seemingly ordinary. Yet Wang Shun felt an inexplicable dread and could not approach. Part of his fears stemmed from his son. His son's ghastly appearance could provoke rumors if revealed. The other reason was the aura of power that emanated from this man, making him feel unwelcome. "Who are you?" he stammered. It was this man who uttered words that left Wang Shun incredulous. Ancient Kunlun, three-leaf clover. Phrases that sounded like mere fabrications to the ears of a businessman like Wang Shun. Wait, Bai Yi interrupted Wang Shun's thoughts. Not wanting to harm his father? He crouched down again, scrutinizing the corpse, which was doused in a foul-smelling perfume, making it difficult for Bai Yi to discern anything. In contrast, Lei Zi, upon crouching down, began to sense something amiss. Bai Yi, it resembles corpse poison. This fellow has been afflicted by it. But that doesn't make sense. Those who are stricken by corpse poison are invariably doomed. How could there be any hope for salvation? There are two types of corpse poison. One emanates from the bodily fluids of a typical corpse, while the other is associated with zombies. Those bitten by a zombie fall victim to this poison. However, observing this young man's body, there were no signs of transformation into a zombie, and I have never encountered anyone afflicted by corpse poison who appeared in such a manner. The bloodstains below are decidedly unusual. Lei Zi, confident in his extensive experience in grave robbing, found himself perplexed in the presence of this extraordinary corpse. No, there is another possibility. Bai Yi remarked, my master once told me that during the late Song and early Yuan dynasties, there was a band of grave robbers in Luoyang, led by a man surnamed Zhu, famously known as Zhu, the lacquered face. The origin of this moniker was quite peculiar. While excavating the tomb of Zhao Kuangyin, the founder of the Song dynasty, he encountered an extraordinary event. Upon prying open the coffin, he discovered that the body of Zhao Kuangyin remained remarkably intact, uncorrupted by time. Zhu, desiring to remove the jade belt that adorned the corpse, found the body too heavy to lift by force. Thus, he devised a plan. He tied one end of a rope around the corpse's shoulders and the other around himself, attempting to hoist the body upwards to facilitate the removal of the jade belt. To his astonishment, at that moment, a dark, viscous liquid erupted from the corpse, splattering his face, a stain that would forever remain. Hence the name lacquered face. You claim to have a master? I have never heard you mention this before. Both Lei Zi and Xiao Ning expressed their confusion. Oh, my master has long since passed away, Bai Yi thought inwardly. Forgive me, master. He recalled his master's teachings that ancient individuals often ingested lethal poisons shortly before death to aid in the preservation of their bodies. Such poisons would erode the internal organs, converting them into a liquid state retained within. When grave robbers disturbed the corpse, the pressure would cause this fluid to expel violently from the mouth. Depending on the toxin, the consequences could vary. It seemed that Wang's son might have encountered such a scenario, suggesting that whoever guided him must have known the nature of the corpse's poison. Wang Shun, after listening for quite some time, finally grasped the situation. Are you implying that my son has committed grave robbery? Not necessarily, Bai Yi replied. It's possible he stumbled upon a tomb accidentally and came into contact with an unusual corpse, thus falling victim. By the way, Mr. Wang, who was the individual that instructed you to seek out the three-leaf clover? That is unknown to me, Wang Shun replied. He left immediately after speaking, and I didn't even catch his name. I felt utterly helpless. I dare not speak of these matters to anyone else, lest they think me insane. However, he did give me something, a stone he said I might find useful. The stone? Bai Yi inquired, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, Wang Shun confirmed. He referred to it as a key, stating that whether it could save me depended on whether I encountered the right person. I believe this young brother is the one I am searching for. It must be so. What are the odds of meeting you all here? Furthermore, I overheard that false master speak of your remarkable abilities. Surely, you can assist me. Tang San Cheng's mind was in disarray, contemplating both the corpse poison and the Lingbai stone. But this person had suggested that Wang Shun needed to find the right individual. Was that person meant to be him? What are you pondering, Tang San Cheng? Xiao Ning nudged him as she noticed his sudden stupor. Oh, it's nothing, Tang San Cheng replied. This person is indeed strange, inexplicably advising others to seek some three-leaf clover. Don't you think so, Bai Yi? Bai Yi gazed at Tang San Cheng with profound significance. It appears he is indeed drawn to you. It seems we cannot afford to ignore this matter. It was as if an invisible hand had orchestrated their encounter with Wang Shun. Tang San's heart raced fervently as he approached Bai Yi. Bai Yi, do you think it could be him, the one who shares the same blood as I do? Chapter 266. Clover. Bai Yi disregarded Tang San's inquiry, pondering instead the necessity of leaving the man behind when they ventured into the mountains. This individual would undoubtedly pose a complication, especially as he bore a corpse, though, of course, he currently denied that it was indeed a corpse. Yet, Could he be in a state of feigned death? A fleeting glance at the body revealed that the male corpse's eyes were indistinguishable, its face exhibiting a dark purple hue, obscured and unclear. What manner of poison could this be? Hey, we can't possibly take this person with us, can we? Lazy spat on the ground. It's too constraining. And I certainly have no desire to enter alongside that living dead. Isn't it unsettling? It seemed that Lazy shared the same thoughts as Bai Yi then approached Wang Shun. Boss Wang, we understand your desperation to save your son. However, we cannot take you with us. Tell me, has that individual mentioned what the clover looks like? Qi Jie suddenly interjected. The clover he referred to is certainly not an ordinary one. Indeed. Wang Shun, listening to their conversation, felt increasingly reassured that he had found allies. What my brother says is absolutely correct. If it were a common clover, my son would have awakened by now. The man insisted that only the clover from the ancient Kunlun, one that is purple with black, could save my son. Qi Jie, well-versed in plant characteristics, recognized this clover. It was an exceptionally hardy plant, quite common. However, since they were searching in ancient Kunlun, it must not be this type of clover. Purple with black? This particular clover was unfamiliar to Qi Jie, yet its color resonated with that of the corpse. He glanced at Bai Yi, asking, what should we do? At that moment, Tang San was lost in thought, unresponsive to Xiaoshan's attempts to pull him back, his mind adrift in distant realms. Bai Yi reiterated his proposal to Wang Shun. Boss Wang, should you accept my terms? We will undertake the task of seeking the clover for you. If we fail, I shall not involve myself in your matters. I, Bai Yi, am no benevolent soul. I do not engage in acts of altruism. Bai Yi's icy declaration sent a chill coursing through Wang Shun's being. He recognized the gravity of Bai Yi's words and knew he had to make a decision. As a shrewd businessman, Wang Shun quickly replied, very well. As long as you agree to help me find it, I am willing to compensate you. I will remain here, waiting for your return. However, please be swift. I fear my son may not endure much longer. Finally, Tang San regained his composure and produced a package, handing it to Wang Shun. This is vermilion powder. Take it as a precaution against corpse transformation. Though uncertain of its efficacy, it is better to be prepared. And the spirit stone? Wang Shun promptly retrieved it. Here, take it. It is of no use to me here. It is the key to saving my son. Bai Yi accepted the jade-like spirit stone, pondering its potential significance within the ancient Kunlun. Only by entering can one truly comprehend. Boss Wang, I too am a businessman. Our journey is far from easy. This price. Wang Shun pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket. Here lies 5,000 yuan, originally intended for that fraudulent master and his accomplices. Now that their deceit has been exposed, they shall not receive it. Bai Yi scoffed coldly. You do not mean to equate us with them, do you? He pushed Tang San Cheng in front of Wang Shun. Without him, you shall never gain entry, unless that individual who once illuminated your path reappears. You wouldn't dare to haggle like a businessman over your son's life, would you? Bai Yi toyed with the spirit stone in his hand. This is indeed the key to life. Wang Shun gritted his teeth. Producing an additional 2,000. You must uphold your promise. Bai Yi accepted the money. Raising it slightly. One thing I must caution you about. Ensure that your son's body is not discovered before we exit. Otherwise, it may be too late to turn back. Do not flaunt it around, lest you attract unwarranted trouble. We shall take our leave. At Bai Yi's command, they prepared to depart, but Wang Shun inquired, who are you? Exactly. I have warned you not to attract trouble, Bai Yi coldly retorted, not turning back as he strode forward. Tang San Cheng stuck out his tongue, recalling how it had been a long time since he had seen Bai Yi in such a manner. It was reminiscent of 50 years ago when he had been abducted, nearly the same demeanor. What are you pondering? Bai Yi seemed to penetrate Tang San Cheng's thoughts. Your earlier demeanor was truly frightening. Did you not see how terrified he was, rendered speechless? Lazy chuckled. I know you are formidable, but I did not expect your words to wield such lethal power. As he spoke, he glanced at his own calf, which had been itching incessantly whenever it rained. This man is no fool. Did you not notice how he had considered bargaining moments ago? Such a person, in the face of his son's life, still hesitates to give his all, revealing the depths of his cunning. Bai Yi remarked, such individuals must be made aware of the stakes. Otherwise, they may mistakenly believe themselves clever enough to challenge us. Enough about him for now, as he is presently our employer. 7,000 is no trifling sum. We must indeed seek that black-purple three-leaf clover. Lazy's eyes widened. Bai Yi fell silent, casting a glance at Tang San Cheng. The quest is not merely for the 7,000. but for Tang San Cheng himself. That person clearly has designs on him, indicating something unusual. It seems he is aware of Tang San Cheng's background. There are many matters currently unclear, yet as events unfold, we shall follow the course of fate, for it may yield new leads, whether regarding Tang San Cheng's mysterious origins or the clues concerning the 7 items. Let us proceed. Bai Yi advanced along a long, narrow path leading deeper within. Snow graced altitudes above 4,000 meters. Yet here, at 3,000 meters, the peaks remained devoid of snow, though the chill was piercing. Take care to keep warm. Lazy, have we not overlooked provisions, drinking water, or tools? None have been omitted. Lazy remarked, rest assured. After the previous incident, I have prepared our equipment more thoroughly this time, enough for us to remain inside for about 10 days. This responsibility has now fallen upon me and Xiao Ning, as Lu Zhishi and Wu Tong, who previously managed this, are no longer available. One has perished, and the other is unwell. Before them, the mountain loomed sharply, its peak resembling a keen blade thrust deep into the earth, shrouded in a veil of mist. Chapter 267. Breaking the formation. The path was narrow, yet for the small mountain, it felt as level as the ground. He skipped nimbly along the trail, effortlessly leaping over the obstructing weeds, light as a swallow. Qixia, astonished, silently followed behind. Lazy, observing the two as they galloped down the narrow path like spirited steeds, gasped, "Goodness, are these two even human?" Xiao Ning shot him a glare. "Enough, let us move. We are unfamiliar with this terrain, and we do not know how long it will take. If we get stuck here at night, it will be quite unpleasant." This place was starkly different from Changbai Mountain, exuding an air of desolation. The path was nearly engulfed by overgrown weeds, suggesting that it had not been traversed in years. A trail, once formed by the passage of feet, had vanished in the absence of visitors. As they journeyed, the initial narrow path ultimately disappeared entirely. Tang San suddenly halted, the distant peak appearing tantalizingly close, yet still unattainable. "What's wrong, Tang San?" Xiao Ning asked, noticing his grave expression with concern. "Is something amiss?" "Indeed," Tang San replied. Turning to Bai Yi, "How long have we been traveling?" Bai Yi glanced at his watch. "Approximately 3.5 hours. It will be noon soon." He gazed at the mountain ahead. "Have you noticed? Our pace over these 3.5 hours resembles that of a snail. The mountain appeared this large before, and it still does now. There's no change, which is rather unusual." The small mountain innocently inquired, "What's wrong, brother? What are you doing?" "Breaking the formation," Tang San declared. "We have been wandering within this array. Even if we walked for 10 days and nights, we would never escape to our destination." Bai Yi approached Tang San, speaking softly. "Does it resemble the Bagua array before the cliff coffin?" "No, it's different. If the Bagua array is akin to a lock, this formation resembles a net, ensnaring us within it. No matter which direction we choose to go, we cannot break free from this web," Tang San explained. "This is a confinement array." Tang San had sensed something amiss when the sound of the wind was not as expected. Typically, the breeze would rustle through the weeds, producing a soft whisper. However, as the wind approached, it emitted a muted sound, indicating it encountered resistance. The wind could not come close. This was a confinement array. Suddenly, Lazy clapped the small mountain on the back. "Xiaoshan, do you dare to venture into that thicket?" Little Mountain blinked his eyes and, without uttering a word, dashed to the right. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment as they observed his swift movements. Light as a feather, he surged forward for a brief distance, then suddenly curled into a ball, rolling ahead at an extraordinary speed. A most peculiar occurrence unfolded. Little Mountain rolled for a few meters, but then found himself unable to progress further, merely tumbling in place like a rolling ball. Concerned for his safety, Tang San hurriedly called out, "Little Mountain, are you all right?" "Brother, something is blocking me," Little Mountain replied, his words causing a shift in the expressions of those present. Before him lay nothing but a desolate expanse of weeds. Xiao Ning gasped, while Tang San urged, "Little Mountain, come back." Like a ball, Little Mountain rolled back, colliding gently with Tang San's feet, unfurling his form with a look of dismay. "Brother, why can't I get through? I can't see anything, yet something prevents my passage." The formation, which one would only expect to encounter in novels, truly existed. Bai Yi, having witnessed such phenomena before, remained composed. "Tang San, is there a way to resolve this?" Xiao Ning gazed at Tang San in disbelief, pondering the myriad secrets he harbored. What formation? What entrapment? Such concepts were foreign to her. Yet Bai Yi's demeanor exuded confidence in his words. She rubbed her hands together, contemplating Tang San, a man who was becoming increasingly enigmatic. What connection did the tiger talisman on him have with her father? Celestial mysteries, the root of all energies. Cultivated through eons, I attained divine powers. Within and beyond the three realms, only the Tao reigns supreme. My body gleams with golden light, illuminating my essence. Invisible to the eye, unheard by the ear. Encompassing heaven and earth, nurturing all beings. Repeatedly upheld, my being radiates brilliance. Guardians of the three realms, the five emperors preside. All deities pay homage, commanding thunder. Spirits and demons tremble, and ethereal beings lose their form. Within lies thunder, the thunder god's hidden name. Enlightenment penetrates, the five energies surge. Golden light manifests swiftly, shielding the true being. Hasten, as commanded. Tang San's hands moved in intricate patterns before his chest. Bai blinked, seemingly witnessing a beam of golden light emanating from Tang San's hands, only to find it vanished upon closer inspection. While others could neither see nor hear, Tang San perceived that golden light darting forth, striking the air and igniting a myriad of sparks. He felt the energy within him stirring restlessly, emanating from his heart and coursing chaotically through his body. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He understood the implications. His master had once warned him that the signs of losing control during cultivation were marked by an uncontrollable flow of internal energy. Xiao Ning observed the beads of sweat forming on Tang San's forehead, feeling helpless. She turned to Bai Yi, asking, Bai Yi, what is happening to San? Is he in danger? Will something happen to him? I do not know, Bai Yi replied succinctly. Previously, Tang San had effortlessly navigated the array, yet now he appeared to be in torment. Xiao Ning felt an urge to rush to him, but Bai Yi restrained her firmly. Do not approach. Within, Tang San battled a fierce internal struggle, fully aware that the outcome rested upon his own shoulders. Great celestial star, adapt without cease. Exorcise evil, bind spirits, safeguard life. Wisdom and clarity, tranquility of mind. The three souls endure, while the spirit remains unyielding. As if compelled by an unseen force, Tang San gradually found tranquility. The turbulent energy within him began to subside, flowing in an orderly fashion through his being. He heard a crisp sound, reminiscent of porcelain shattering upon the ground. Withdrawing his hands, he wiped the sweat from his brow and addressed Bai Yi, it's done. Lazy stood there, dumbfounded, unable to see or hear anything, yet still acutely aware of the oppressive feeling that had just enveloped him. Upon hearing Tang San's assurance, he cautiously approached. Brother, would you mind telling me what just transpired? We have set up a Taoist formation here, Tang San replied. You may find it hard to believe, but the formations described in the investiture of the gods are, indeed, grounded in reality. For Taoists, the essence lies in qi, which can also be wielded as a weapon. What trapped us was merely a surge of qi. To break free, I too had to harness my qi, yet my powers were insufficient, and I nearly lost my footing. My master was right. The study of Tao is boundless. Lazy appeared somewhat perplexed, scratching his head. All right then, we can proceed unhindered now, correct? Chapter 268. Water this time. The situation was markedly different. The mountain before them, resembling a sharp blade, loomed ever closer. Along the journey, silence enveloped them. Even the usually chatty Xiao Shan had quieted, curiously observing their surroundings. A gust of wind would occasionally stir up dust, invading their eyes and noses, prompting only a quick wipe of their faces and an increase in pace. Tang San's stomach grumbled, yet he surprisingly did not demand food or drink. He merely pressed on, reciting his calming incantation. The earlier lapse in composure had served as a wake-up call. Xiao Ning caught up with him. San Cheng, are you hungry? Let us have something to eat. Thank you, Tang San replied, taking the flatbread and biting into it several times. Xiao Ning then offered him water. Be careful while eating. Have a sip. Her doe-like eyes reflected concern. Are you all right? You truly frightened me earlier. Seeing you with your eyes shut and sweat pouring down your forehead, I genuinely thought you had fallen into madness. Almost, Tang San admitted, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. Xiao Ning, the essence of Taoist practice is qi. If I cannot control the qi within me, I really, don't say that. Xiao Ning suddenly tossed her head back, her nose slightly stinging. If anything were to happen to you, she faltered, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she slowed her pace. Tang San turned back, reaching out to pull her closer. Fear not. Even in death, I would ensure you go before me. Xiao Ning stared at him in surprise. and Tang San quickly added, "Thus, I would remain the sole bearer of solitude in this world, should it come to that." "Ha ha." Xiao Ning playfully punched Tang San. "How can you speak like that? You truly scared me earlier, wishing for me to die before you." As he gazed at Xiao Ning's bright smile, Tang San sighed inwardly. What else could he say? This exchange, overheard by Bai Yi, stirred profound emotions within him. The gazes of the two men met in the air, their unspoken understanding resonating deeply. The mountain loomed ever closer, and as everyone prepared to rally their spirits and reach their destination, Tang San Cheng suddenly heard the sound of water. Frowning, he approached, and soon everyone was taken aback to discover that a large pond lay between the path and the mountain. To call it a pond seemed inaccurate, for when Lazy tossed a sizable stone into it, it made not a sound. What sort of pond is this? Lazy glanced around. Realizing there was no way to proceed except by sprouting wings, Tang San Cheng, "I didn't want to criticize you, but look at this place you chose." Tang San Cheng emitted a peculiar noise, dismayed as he crouched there, staring blankly at the pond. "This doesn't make sense. This body of water is indeed superfluous." "What do you mean by superfluous?" Bai Yi inquired. "The incoming water ought to be clear, while the outgoing must be murky. This pond could be termed a feng shui pool. Its auspiciousness or inauspiciousness depends entirely on the quality of the water, whether it is stagnant or flowing. Whether the current is swift or gentle. Stagnant, polluted water is undoubtedly detrimental. Such water ceases to be water. In our assessment, we must rely on sediment to judge. The fortunes and misfortunes fundamentally shift based on this. A rapidly flowing current is also a grave taboo, as flowing water stirs the air. And air represents the wind in feng shui. A swift current generates an aggressive airflow. Although the air may be fresh, over time, it will exhaust one's vital energy, leading to calamity. As soon as Tang San Cheng finished speaking, everyone's faces paled. The water in this pond was both stagnant and polluted. Could it not be deemed a pool of misfortune? The water appeared dark with a hint of green, devoid of any signs of life. Whether due to true barrenness or simply the water's murkiness was uncertain. Lazy spat on the ground. "Now that we're here, regardless of whether it is auspicious or not, we must venture forth. What do you think? Should we construct a raft or swim across?" "Swim?" Everyone glanced at the murky green water. A gust of wind swept by, carrying an indescribable odor to their nostrils. Bai shook his head, surveying the surroundings. Building a raft would take some time, but it was certainly preferable to plunging into that black water. It wasn't merely a matter of cleanliness. Rather, there was an eerie ambience lurking beneath the surface. What could be concealed within? Bai directed everyone to search for materials to construct a raft. After some effort, they managed to assemble a rudimentary raft and tested it in the water. Cautiously, everyone stood upon it. Though it felt somewhat precarious, it managed to float. Lei Zi and Qi Xia paddled the raft with care, the mountain now almost within reach, their hearts lodged in their throats. Xiao Ning gazed at the dark green liquid below, a tightness gripping her throat as she silently prayed for a swift arrival on the opposite shore. "It's all right, Xiao Ning." Tang San Cheng suddenly grasped Xiao Ning's hand tightly, while Xiao Shan clutched his clothing. Brother, the raft steadily glided towards the opposite bank. With just a few meters remaining, everyone felt a sense of relief, but Tang San Cheng suddenly tightened his grip on Xiao Ning's hand. "Everyone, be cautious. There is something stirring beneath the water." With Tang San's keen ears, he sensed movement beneath the water's surface, a necessity to be aware of. Bai drew his firearm, and at that moment, a massive wave erupted from the depths, swirling upwards, causing the makeshift raft to sway perilously. The group clung to one another to maintain their balance as a dark silhouette emerged from the depths. Bai Yi, his finger poised on the trigger, aimed at the shadow and fired. A thunderous boom echoed, resonating like a muffled thunderclap. The creature leaped from the water, and the sight was bewildering. Lazy, too, brandished his weapon, firing several rounds at the monstrous apparition. Bai Yi turned to warn him, "Lazy, conserve your ammunition." But it was too late. The creature, as large as an ox, bore a striking resemblance to a tiger, yet was adorned with the bristles of a hedgehog and sported wings. Its large, coarse snout exhaled hot air, and a foul stench wafted through the air. The bullets fired merely thudded against its body, plummeting into the water without effect. Bai realized this and had urged Lei Zi to be frugal with his shots, yet in his frenzy, Lei Zi was deaf to reason, wasting precious ammunition. What in the world is that creature? As the beast emerged, The waves it created rocked the raft, and images flooded Bai Yi's mind. This could not be real. As soon as Bai Yi's words fell, the raft capsized, and they plunged into the murky, dark green water like dumplings into boiling broth. Chapter 269. The Whirlpool. Tang San, not a strong swimmer, felt a hand gripping him firmly. A gentle voice whispered in his ear, "San Cheng, do not be afraid." Through the murky depths, Tang San discerned a hazy visage of Xiao Ning, her expression resolute, an intensity he had never witnessed before. Her lips were pressed tightly together, and he realized he must have been hallucinating earlier. Kicking his legs, he focused on staying afloat, striving not to burden Xiao Ning too greatly. Perhaps sensing a slight alleviation of weight, Xiao Ning looked down at him. Where are the others? Tang San scanned his surroundings, but the water was too turbid to see clearly. As he fought to stay synchronized with Xiao Ning, a whirlpool formed beneath them, its force rendering him powerless. Xiao Ning struggled valiantly to rise, but time was not on their side. The whirlpool expanded, its pull growing stronger. Xiao Ning's grip on Tang San tightened as he suddenly kicked his legs, propelling himself upward to her side. He embraced her tightly, and she, momentarily startled, rested her head on his shoulder, wrapping her arms around his waist. The whirlpool's force enveloped them, and they vanished into the dark green liquid. Their figures lost to sight. Bai Yi's head emerged from the water as he wiped his face, scanning his surroundings and calling out the names of the others. Bubbles broke the surface beside him, and a head surfaced. It was Lei Zi. Half conscious, he gasped for air, taking a long moment before uttering, "Where are the others?" "I don't know." Bai Yi furrowed his brows. The recent whirlpool had arrived just in time. The monstrous creature that had suddenly emerged from the depths was impervious to weapons. Bullets merely ricocheted off its body. The throwing knives he had exerted all his strength to launch only produced the sound of impact, before plunging into the water below. The waves stirred by the beast had knocked everyone to the bottom, and Bai Yi feared that their time was running out. This creature, native to the underwater realm, was undoubtedly familiar with its surroundings. Suddenly, a powerful whirlpool erupted, and the beast seemed to regard it with trepidation, retreating into the depths, reluctant to resurface. Bai Yi understood the peril of whirlpools. Some were enormous enough to swallow men and vessels whole, while others could unleash towering waves that upended everything in their path. Just as one monster departed, another unfathomable whirlpool appeared. Bai Yi held his breath, swimming vigorously to distance himself from the vortex, his concern for Tang San increasing. That clumsy fool could only swim dog paddle, and he wondered if Qi Xie would be able to keep an eye on him. The force of the whirlpool intensified, as if an invisible hand were pulling him back. Bai Yi dared not entertain other thoughts and fled with urgency, relieved at least that Lei Zi was safe. Uncertain about Qi Xie and the others, Lei Zi, with a dejected expression, lamented, "Bai Yi, what was that thing?" Just as Bai Yi was about to respond, a flurry of bubbles surfaced about 5 or 6 meters away. It was Qi Xie. Beside him emerged a small head. It was Xiao Shan, who excitedly exclaimed, "This is so much fun, so much fun." Lei Zi spat into the water. "Damn it, he's the lucky one." Panic struck Bai Yi as he said to Lei Zi, "It's been so long." Tang San and Xiao Ning still haven't resurfaced. Qi Xie glanced over at Bai Yi and Lei Zi, then dove back into the depths, seemingly determined to search for Tang San. Qi Xie's lung capacity was indeed several times greater than that of an ordinary person. He resurfaced only after a quarter of an hour, with Xiao Shan standing there in a daze. Qi Xie dove in and out of the water 4 or 5 times, each time returning empty-handed, his face a portrait of disappointment. Bai Yi swam alongside him. "Qi Xie, Tang San is a fool blessed by fortune. He must be fine. We cannot linger here. I fear that beast may return. Let us swim to the opposite shore." With no other option, Qi Xie closed his eyes, suddenly lifting his head towards the sky. Bai Yi understood he was holding back tears. Xiao Shan, looking forlorn, asked, "Where's my brother?" No one answered him. Bai Yi led the way towards the shore, and upon reaching it, they were all utterly exhausted. Even Qi Xie collapsed onto the ground. The repeated dives had drained much of his energy. Suddenly, Lei Zi, catching a whiff of the foul odor clinging to him, became alert. "Oh no, our backpacks." The backpacks were still there, albeit drenched in foul water. Bai Yi retrieved his gun, only to feel disheartened. This time, luck had not favored him. His gun was entirely jammed. Lei Zi's gun had lost all its bullets, and in frustration, he tossed it to the ground. "Damn it, what terrible luck." The provisions in the backpack had become rather disheveled. Nonetheless, they could not be discarded, for they were a matter of survival. Bai cast a glance at Qi Xie, whose expression was decidedly grim. Qi Xie, we must first find a place to settle down and start a fire. For now, we shall proceed step by step. It was the only course of action available. Qi Xie gritted his teeth as he uttered those words. Bai looked at the inky surface of the water and sighed inwardly. Tang San Cheng, you must not perish. If you were to die, who would keep me company? Bai raised his gaze to the mountain before him. The summit, resembling a sharp blade, seemed poised to topple down and pierce through the heads of those below. A chill swept over him, prompting an unusual shiver. Let us go. Lazy struggled to rise, his body trembling uncontrollably from the cold. With November approaching, the mountain winds cut through the air like daggers, leaving no part of him unchilled. Gritting his teeth, Lazy growled, "Damn it. If Tang San Cheng returns, I shall flay him alive. What kind of place is this? If we don't find a good talisman, I'll tear him apart. And you all better not stop me. By the way, there's also Xiao Ning. That girl is terrified of dying. If she were to perish in this foul water, she would surely go mad. A beautiful girl ought to die beautifully, don't you think?" Bai Yi understood that Lazy was speaking in jest, for it was Tang San Cheng who had saved Lazy's life. Lazy was not one to utter tender words. Yet, amid his complaints, he harbored concern for Tang San Cheng. As for Xiao Ning, they often teased one another. But the bond of companionship was unbreakable. Bai Yi felt the cold wind penetrating his flesh, weaving through the gaps in his bones, the chill causing his legs to tremble. However, Qi Xie and Xiao Shan seemed entirely unaffected. Having spent years in Changbai Mountain, accustomed to the snow, they were well acclimated to the cold, which was merely a trifle to them. Tang San Cheng, what has become of you? Chapter 270. The ice chamber. Tang San Cheng felt an unbearable cold. His clothes clung to his skin, not like fabric enveloping him, but rather as if ice blocks were pressed against him. The chill seeped into his pores, making him feel as though his very organs were on the verge of freezing. His eyes felt glued shut, and someone was striking his back and pressing on his chest in a series of actions that stirred nausea in his stomach. Finally, he could not hold back any longer and spewed forth a dark green liquid onto the icy surface. Relief washed over him, yet he still felt cold. A warm, soft sensation enveloped him. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld a pale face before him. It was Xiao Ning, who was tightly embracing him. Her hair remained damp, and unknown dark particles clung to her eyelashes. Her eyes were firmly shut, though her lashes fluttered slightly. With great care, Tang San Cheng raised his hand, lacking strength, and gently brushed away the dark particles from her lashes, holding his breath to avoid waking her. Xiao Ning, however, was not asleep, sensing the motion on her face. She opened her eyes, her cheeks flushed like rosy blush. "You're awake?" Xiao Ning awoke, yet showed no intention of leaving Tang San's embrace, holding him tightly. Tang San found himself feeling sentimental, but soon realized that unless they huddled together for warmth, they might succumb to the freezing cold. As he surveyed their surroundings, he discovered that they were in an ice chamber, constructed entirely of ice blocks, each exuding a chilling mist. The icy air enveloped them both, and the chamber was completely sealed. However, light streamed in from somewhere, allowing Tang San and Xiao Ning to see each other's anxious faces. What could this place be? Moments ago, they had been caught in a whirlpool, drawn in by an irresistible force, and now they found themselves here. How did we end up in this predicament? Tang San tightened his hold on Xiao Ning, questioning whether his motives were selfish. Xiao Ning buried her head against Tang San's chest, whispering, "I don't know. We must have been swept in by that whirlpool. When I regained consciousness, we were already here. You were pale, your lips a shade of blue, and your chest felt like it was about to burst. It terrified me. I feared you might not survive." Tang San patted his abdomen, remarking, "It seems I may have consumed quite a bit of water. If we don't find a way to warm ourselves or escape, we might freeze to death in here." Xiao Ning squeezed her eyes shut, fear gripping her. "If we were to die here, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. With all this ice, our bodies wouldn't decompose quickly. Maybe it would be like an ice coffin, preserving my current form, far better than that dark water pool." "Be quiet." Tang San suddenly shouted, "Do not speak of death. I will find a way to get you out." He exhaled warm breath into his hands to warm them, then rubbed Xiao Ning's face, which felt icy to the touch. Her lips trembled as she spoke, and as she gazed at him silently, tears streamed down her cheeks. Merging with the ice below, I never imagined I would develop feelings for a rogue like you. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. That incident was not intentional. I did not mean to intrude. He sighed. It's a long story. Xiao shook her head. Let us not dwell on that. We must think of a solution. Sitting here is futile. We should get up and move our limbs to stave off stiffness. Tang San rose and rummaged through his backpack. But his spirits sank as he found little hope. Even if his lighter and matches were dry, there was nothing but ice blocks around to ignite. Then he pondered another issue. Xiao, even if we were drawn in by the whirlpool, if there is no entrance, we couldn't have fallen in here. Where there is an entrance, there must be an exit. There has to be a way out. The two individuals began to regain some spirit, though a shadow of uncertainty lingered in their hearts, contemplating the fates of others whose lives hung in the balance. Yet, they momentarily set aside their unease and apprehension, embarking on a quest to find an exit from this icy chamber. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the chamber was not constructed from blocks of ice as they had initially presumed, likely due to their preconceived notions that it resembled a stone tomb. As they approached, it became evident that the walls were composed of solid ice, devoid of any seams. Xiao swallowed hard and declared, if all else fails, I shall chisel through this ice. The pair then split up. Tang San sought a passageway, while Xiao retrieved her tools to commence chipping at the ice. However, when her shovel made contact with the ice, she was taken aback. The block remained utterly unyielding. Doubting her initial findings, she switched to a sharper instrument and struck once more, yet the ice offered no resistance, not even a flake. Stunned by the fortitude of the ice, Xiao exclaimed, Tang San, this ice is immovable. It cannot be chipped away. What shall we do? Receiving no response, she turned to find Tang San in a peculiar position, lying flat against the ice with his ear pressed closely to its surface. Tang San, what are you doing? She inquired. He gestured for silence and continued to listen intently. As Xiao approached cautiously, she noticed a subtle movement beneath the ice, causing her heart to race. Could it be the creature from earlier? Tang San turned back with a smile, exclaiming, Fear not, we are saved. It turned out that he had heard the sound of a waterfall. Astonishingly, this icy chamber was situated in proximity to a waterfall. They were no longer in the pool from earlier. It appeared that the water below was connected to the outside. This might explain the formation of the whirlpool. When water encounters a depression, it can create a vortex. Although Tang San was not well versed in the scientific principles behind it, he recalled an extraordinary event from 20 years prior while traversing various mountains. A massive whirlpool had emerged among the terraced fields, swiftly draining the water in mere minutes, while the adjacent terraces remained untouched. The only witnesses to this phenomenon, aside from the local villagers, were Tang San and his companions, who were left in awe. To uncover the mystery, he decided to stay in that small village, where geological experts later revealed that beneath those terraces lay a karst landscape. A fissure, eroded over many years, had encroached upon the terraces, ultimately extending to the surface and forming a colossal whirlpool that siphoned away the water, with sediment swiftly concealing the fissure, leaving no trace above ground. Reflecting on this incident, Tang San felt a kinship with Xiao, akin to the water from those terraces being drawn away by the whirlpool. They were undoubtedly beneath the earth. Beneath this nameless mountain, the presence of an ice layer is nothing short of astonishing. The sound I just heard was undoubtedly the cascading of water from a great height, suggesting the existence of a waterfall. Yet, if this is underground, it implies that the water flows outward, descending from the high peaks to create a waterfall. Tang San clenched his fists, pondering whether there might be a method to allow this icy chamber to flow outward along with the water. Chapter 271. Underground. Upon voicing his thoughts, Tang San found Xiao momentarily speechless. The notion of an ice layer existing beneath the earth was foreign to her, yet it sounded remarkably plausible. Tang San's hearing was quite reliable, as everyone knew. His assertion that the icy chamber was near the waterfall and could harness the power of the water flow to move it seemed somewhat far-fetched. Impossible, in fact. 3 words echoed in Xiao mind. There is no exit. Tang San continued, This is not a man-made ice chamber. I wonder if it is possible that when we were drawn into the whirlpool, it was that force that brought us here, and the entrance was immediately frozen shut. Therefore, what we see now is still a cohesive structure. If we wish to escape, we must harness that same force that brought us in. Otherwise, he glanced at Xiao. Noticing her pale complexion due to the cold, her face was ashen, and her eyes frequently threatened to close. She was weary, the colder the environment, the more susceptible one became to fatigue. However, should she fall asleep, her body temperature would plummet, worsening their dire situation. He tugged at Xiaoning, insisting, "You must not sleep." "I'm so tired," Xiaoning replied. "I understand I cannot sleep, but I am losing control, San. Please, pinch me." Tang San hesitated for a moment before pinching her arm with considerable force. She bit her lip, refraining from uttering a sound. He realized that he had exerted nearly all his strength in that moment. He would rather she endure a brief pain than succumb to slumber in this icy chamber, jeopardizing her life. Xiaoning shivered slightly. "I'm all right now. What should we do? I have some gunpowder in my bag, though it has gotten wet," she mentioned. Tang San felt a pang of uncertainty. "While I contemplated this method of leveraging the water's force, we must first escape this icy chamber and then harness that force to propel us out of here. Since there is a waterfall, it must be somewhere in the mountains, allowing us to emerge from this underground trap." Xiaoning, now more resolute, replied, "It's a bit risky, but whether we live or die, we must take the chance." She focused her energy, her fingers tracing patterns in her palm to keep herself alert. Women are naturally inclined to feel the cold more acutely, and this chill was particularly harmful to her. Xiaoning was already experiencing abdominal pain, a natural physiological response to the cold fatigue. Tang San retrieved the soaked gunpowder from his backpack. Upon extracting it, both he and Xiaoning felt a surge of excitement. This gunpowder had been prepared by Lei Zi, with each of them carrying a portion for emergencies. Lei Zi had a profound reliance on gunpowder, hence he handled it with utmost care. Remarkably, the gunpowder was wrapped in oil paper, which is waterproof. Tang San, filled with exhilaration, opened the gunpowder, discovering it to be dry and intact. "We are saved. Once we escape, I must express my gratitude to Lei Zi," he declared. "But let's discuss that later." Xiaoning surveyed their surroundings. "Where shall we ignite the gunpowder for the most effective explosion? To escape, we must harness the force of the water, and it can only be done from here. As the current flows in this direction." Tang San gestured to his right. "The sound of the waterfall is just ahead. The water flows outward from here. But I have no idea what awaits us beyond." Xiaoning, "It comes down to 4 words, life and death together." "Agreed," Xiaoning softly replied, assisting Tang San in positioning the gunpowder by the ice wall. Tang San motioned for Xiaoning to stand back while he attempted to ignite it with a lighter. However, the lighter was wet, and despite several attempts, it refused to spark. Matches were utterly hopeless. Taking a deep breath, he warmed the lighter against his chest for a while, his hands trembling as he held it. With silent prayers to the heavens, he beseeched, "Please let this ignite. Otherwise, we shall perish in this frozen tomb." Taking another deep breath, he applied pressure to the lighter's mechanism. With a disheartening click, his heart sank. The flint showed no sign of life. Xiaoning, observing from a distance, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Just then, a miracle occurred. A small blue flame flickered to life atop the lighter. Tang San's heart soared as if it had plummeted from the sky and plunged into the sea. Trembling, he tossed the lighter onto the gunpowder and leapt away from the explosion zone. He landed beside Xiaoning, instinctively pressing her body beneath him. A warmth enveloped her as she wrapped her right arm around his waist, burying her head into his embrace, too frightened to move. A loud bang echoed behind them, followed by the distinct sound of rushing water. Tang San turned around, excitement bubbling within him. It worked. The ice chamber began to shift. Releasing Xiaoning, she sat up. Witnessing the ice wall behind them shatter, fragments scattering to reveal an irregular opening. Taking a few tentative steps forward, she felt the chamber sway as though it were a boat on water, previously anchored but now adrift. It seems the explosion has caused the chamber to shift. It was once fixed underground, but now it flows with the current, Tang San explained. Xiaoning approached the opening and peered down, confirming the gentle stream of water flowing forward. The light she observed originated from ahead, where a beam broke through. Tang San was astonished. "Are we not beneath the earth?" He, unlike Bai Yi, struggled to maintain composure, suddenly realizing the fundamental error in his reasoning. If they were underground, where did this light come from? He slapped his forehead, apprehension dawning upon him. Could it be that a waterfall lies ahead? Xiaoning, Tang San urged, "Hurry, we must exit the ice chamber swiftly, or we shall plunge downwards." Xiaoning, still bewildered by the unfolding events, was propelled by Tang San to leap through the opening. As they descended, Tang San's expression darkened further. The realities perceived through sight and sound were often deceptive. Initially, The water appeared gentle and inconspicuous, yet standing amidst it unveiled the true force of the current. Sharing a glance with Xiaoning, they pressed closely against the rocky wall, gripping the protruding stones. Not daring to utter a sound, Tang San was astounded. The vortex had inexplicably transported them to the waterfall's source. What could this possibly mean? The power of nature was indeed unfathomable. Listening to the gentle sounds of the water below, Tang San grasped why the flow seemed so subtle. The rocks beneath their feet were smooth pebbles, densely packed, serving as a buffer to the torrent. In truth, the current was remarkably swift, and beneath the calm surface lay a deadly flow. Chapter 272. The waterfall. The water surged forward beneath Tang San and Xiaoning. Racing toward the waterfall's edge, Tang San glanced back at the ice chamber, which continued to drift toward the waterfall. The chamber's irregular shape, once stationary, was now being propelled by the explosion. A sense of foreboding gripped Tang San. If the ice chamber advanced further, it would inevitably crush them, and a moment's negligence could send them plummeting over the precipice. Xiaoning, sensing the peril, exclaimed, "What should we do, Tang San? We will be shattered upon impact. I cannot bear to meet my end this way." "Fear not," Tang San reassured her, though anxiety gnawed at him. What to do? What to do? Suddenly, a thought struck him. If Bai Yi were here, how would he respond? Calmness, yes. Bai Yi often emphasized the importance of remaining composed. They needed to think clearly. The ice chamber had yet to reach them, affording them a moment of respite. "Xiaoning, we still have explosives. The ice chamber has been compromised on one side. If we detonate it again, the explosion could shrink the chamber, allowing us to pass through without being harmed. Then what are we waiting for? We must act quickly," Xiaoning urged, her voice urgent. Tang San turned, pressing his back against the rock wall, shivering from the cold as the icy water surged around his legs, forcing him to withstand the onslaught. He pressed tighter against the wall to avoid being swept away, his hands trembling as he retrieved the explosives and lighter. Would the miraculous lighter still ignite after its earlier success? Doubt clouded Tang San's mind, yet he feigned optimism for Xiaoning's sake. "It will be fine. We can do this. Xiaoning, if you are afraid, simply close your eyes." Initially turned away from him, Xiaoning now faced Tang San, locking her gaze onto his. "I will not close my eyes. Even if we must fall, I want to ensure you accompany me." Tang San found himself in a perplexing situation, unable to console Xiaoning any further. He hastily focused on his task, wrapping all the explosives in fire paper. With the icy chamber rapidly approaching, he swallowed hard and offered a silent prayer to the deities. He ignited the fuse. The lighter made a sharp sound, sending up a few sparks that quickly vanished. In that moment, Tang San felt a sense of despair. Would a miracle not grace him a second time? He pondered whether such occurrences could truly be deemed miraculous if they could repeat. Tang San incessantly rubbed the lighter in his palm, flipping it back and forth, contemplating one final attempt. If the icy chamber drew too near, the blast could very well endanger them. The distance felt just right. With trembling hands, he pressed down, closing his eyes in determination, and decisively ignited it. A crack echoed, and simultaneously, a warmth enveloped him. He opened his eyes to see the flames igniting. Fearing the fire might extinguish at any moment, Tang San disregarded all caution, igniting the oil paper and hurling it into the chamber. In moments of peril, one often discovers latent strengths. Today, Tang San exhibited an extraordinary dexterity uncommon in his usual self. The flaming oil paper landed in the center of the icy chamber, prompting him to shout, "Protect your head." Even in such dire circumstances, Xiaoning reminded him, "How can you manage with both hands?" Indeed, like Xiaoning, Tang San pressed against the rock wall, gripping the protruding stones tightly. Their heads bowed low as countless ice shards cascaded down, striking them with painful force. Remarkably, neither uttered a sound as the fragmented icy chamber surged forward, eventually disappearing from sight. Tang San, his face pale, listened intently. After what felt like an eternity, 3 minutes passed before faint sounds reached their ears. He furrowed his brow and said, "Xiaoning, ahead lies a dead end. Let us venture inside and see." There was no alternative. Xiaoning cautiously dipped his feet into the rushing water, steadying himself against the rock wall. The current was fierce, akin to battling against the wind, and Tang San followed closely behind, wishing to stay near Xiaoning in case anything went awry. The two struggled forward for a good 10 meters, only to find the passage narrowing and the water surging more violently. Looking down, Tang San noticed the stones had disappeared, offering no buffer against the force of the water. Suddenly, Xiao Ning halted, exclaiming, "Tang San, look." The source of the water revealed itself to be a naturally formed pool, with all the water gushing forth from within. This was the end of their journey. The water in the pool was frigid, steam rising and enveloping the area as if it were about to freeze everything in proximity. Xiao Ning took a few steps closer, touching the pool's surface before retracting his hand. So cold. Even the stones feel icy. Bubbles emerged from the center of the pool, water bubbling up from below. Could we have been swept out from this pool? The temperature here is unbearably low. Tang San clenched his body tightly, feeling on the verge of fainting. His eyelids began to flutter, and a wave of fatigue washed over him. Exhaustion enveloped him, and he cried out in pain. It was then that Xiao Ning pinched him sharply. Her eyes, filled with a hint of confusion, urged him, "Don't sleep, don't sleep." Shaking his head, Tang San surveyed their surroundings. There were no other paths. Only a frigid pool lay before them. "Xiao Ning, if we came from here, do you intend to jump in?" Understanding dawned upon Xiao Ning. She turned to look at the waterfall behind them, contemplating the unknown path ahead. What awaited them if they leapt? Shattered bones or a chance at survival? She closed her eyes, resigned. There is no other way out. We can't possibly carve through this mountain, can we? If we are to jump, then let us do so. With a firm resolve, Tang San felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He glanced at Xiao Ning's pale face. Indeed, we may either perish in the fall or freeze to death here. Either way, it's death. Rest assured, if you jump, I will catch you. I promise I won't let you lose a limb. Xiao Ning attempted to smile, but the expression eluded her. She gazed into Tang San's eyes and asked, "Before we jump, I need to ask you something." "Go ahead," he replied, taking a deep breath. "Am I the first girl you've ever liked?" After she spoke, her earnest gaze met his, but he winced slightly, stirring her unease. "What? Am I not?" Tang San, usually hesitant, suddenly found his resolve. "If we jump and survive, I will reveal the answer." "All right, it's a promise. Perhaps this will make me reluctant to die, as I am too eager to know the answer." Xiao Ning chuckled lightly. "Let us go?" Her laughter held a detached beauty that momentarily stunned Tang San, causing him to forget the cold. "All right, let us jump together." Hand in hand, they approached the pool, suppressing the cold before leaping into the icy water. As they plunged in, they immediately sensed something amiss. Instead of sinking, they were buoyed up and down as if an unseen hand were toying with them. Tang San struggled to hold his breath, nearly succumbing to the pressure, when he heard Xiao Ning's soft gasp. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. When Tang San awoke again, a hand was pressing against his chest. He felt something lodged painfully in his throat, and, with a sudden heave, he expelled it. His chest ached from the pressure. "Xiao Ning, you should be gentler." "It's not me." Xiao Ning's voice broke through the haze, and as Tang San struggled to open his eyes, he found himself staring into Qi Xia's face. "Am I hallucinating, or are you really here?" The face of Xiao Shan leaned in as well, her voice laced with tears. "Brother," Tang San responded weakly, "so, I am still alive." Before Tang San Cheng could continue speaking, Qi Xia abruptly lifted him, bringing him closer to the fire. Tang San Cheng realized he was in a very cramped cave. The outside world shrouded in darkness. A fire blazed in the center, radiating warmth that enveloped him in comfort. Noticing that his clothes had been changed, he found them somewhat snug. These were Bai Yi's garments, and now Tang San Cheng had grown taller than Bai Yi, making the fit tight. "Where are we now?" he inquired. "I don't know," Bai Yi replied, tending to the flames to make them burn brighter. "When we found you, you were lying in a hollow, your body icy as if you were a block of ice. I nearly thought you had perished, yet you proved resilient, clinging to life and escaping a dire fate." What exactly transpired? It turned out that Xiao Ning had awakened nearly 10 minutes prior to Tang San Cheng. Being a girl, Bai Yi and the others found it inconvenient to change her clothes, leaving her near the fire to dry her garments. She hadn't had the chance to recount her experiences to Bai Yi and the others. Tang San Cheng felt parched. "Water, please let me have some water first." Lazy offered him a few sips of warm water, observing as Tang San Cheng drank. Suddenly, he chuckled mischievously. "How does it feel? Much better, I presume?" "Thank you, Lazy." Tang San Cheng replied gratefully. "Don't mention it. I didn't expect you to mind. This water is drawn from that pool with the monsters. Before boiling, it was foul and murky, but after boiling and filtering out the sediment, it seems no different from ordinary water," Lazy remarked, picking his nose. As the climate here was rather arid, Tang San Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief, his tongue stumbled over words. "So, This water really came from that pool. It was the most convenient source. Bai Yi smiled wryly. Don't think I relish the idea. The area has abundant water sources, yet they are difficult to access. We simply cannot do without water. It's as straightforward as that. Enough, Lazy interjected impatiently. How did you end up in such a peculiar place? Hurry up and tell us. You're driving us mad with curiosity. It was only then that Tang San Cheng and Xiao Ning recounted their encounter beneath the waterfall. Bai Yi listened with incredulity. The whirlpool underwater must be due to the terrain, yet the connection between the whirlpool and the waterfall above was beyond comprehension. The irregular ice chamber's formation was indeed related to the frigid waters, which made sense. However, what force could elevate water from beneath the earth to the mountaintop, converging to form a waterfall? Such a phenomenon, devoid of mechanical means and relying solely on nature's might, was exceedingly rare. What about you? How did you find your way here? Tang San Cheng inquired of Bai Yi and the others. After emerging from underground, we proceeded directly into the mountain. From a distance, it appeared as a solitary peak, its summit sharp like a dagger. Yet, upon entering, we discovered smaller hills surrounding this mountain. We found you in the central hollow. Thanks to the smaller hills, Bai Yi elaborated. Had it not been for the exuberance and swiftness of Xiaoshan, Bai Yi would have been able to prevent him from darting into that small depression. While referred to as a small depression, it was more accurately a sunken area filled with water. Xiaoshan bounded over and beheld Xiao Ning and Tang San Cheng entwined together upon the ground. Perhaps the mud was warmer than the icy chamber. Their faces seemed to bear an expression of comfort, a sentiment echoed by Lazy rather than Xiaoshan himself. Observing Tang San Cheng's inexplicable excitement, Xiaoshan promptly hoisted the two of them out and transported them to a refuge discovered by Qi Xie, for night had fallen, and they required a place to rest. By the way, Bai Yi recalled the creature that had emerged from the water, which still caused a sensation of nausea within him. Having been so close, the putrid odor expelled from the creature's mouth lingered in his nostrils. I remember you mentioning something about impossibilities in their existence. Do you possess knowledge regarding the true nature of that monster? Are you familiar with the Shanhai Jing? Bai Yi's response seemed somewhat off-topic. Xiao Ning, having worked in a library, was naturally aware of it. I know of the Shanhai Jing. It is an ancient text from the pre-Qin period, regarded as one of the oldest geographical works rich in mythological narratives. It primarily chronicles ancient geography, resources, mythology, witchcraft, and religion, and also encompasses aspects of ancient history, medicine, folklore, and ethnicity. Furthermore, the Shanhai Jing records various strange occurrences in a chronological manner, and these events remain subjects of considerable debate to this day. Among its most representative mythological fables are the tales of Quafu chasing the sun, Niuhua mending the sky, Jingwei filling the sea, and Gun and Yu managing the waters. Although the specific dates of composition and authorship remain obscure, this has led to disputes regarding the authenticity of the Shanhai Jing. Indeed, Bai Yi nodded. However, I have harbored a profound interest in the Shanhai Jing since childhood and am quite familiar with its accounts. The complete text currently consists of 18 chapters, with the original reportedly comprising 22 chapters and approximately 650 characters. It encompasses 5 chapters of the Zhongshan Jing, 4 chapters of the Hai Wai Jing, 5 chapters of the Hai Nei Jing, and 4 chapters of the Da Huang Jing. The Han Shi records 13 chapters, excluding the Da Huang Jing and Hai Nei Jing. The structure of the entire text is organized into groups, with the 5 chapters of the Zhongshan Jing and the 4 chapters of the Hai Wai Jing forming one group, the 4 chapters of the Hai Nei Jing constituting another, while the 4 chapters of the Da Huang Jing and the concluding chapter of the Hai Nei Jing comprise yet another group. Each group possesses its own coherent beginning and end, with a clear connection between the preceding and following sections, thus elucidating the relationships between the sections. The Zhongshan Jing primarily records the distribution of mountains, rivers, flora, fauna, and minerals, while the Hai Jing, particularly the Hai Wai Jing, documents the peculiar customs of foreign lands. The Hai Nei Jing chronicles wondrous phenomena within the seas, and the Da Huang Jing encompasses significant mythological materials related to figures such as the Yellow Emperor, Niuhua, and Yu. Bai Yi surveyed the curious faces of those around him and remarked, "The creature we just witnessed is indeed documented within the Shanhai Jing, appearing in the Hai Nei Jing." Chapter 274. Xiongqi Bai Yi observed the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, their eyes wide as saucers in disbelief. He remarked, I do not exaggerate. The Shanhai Jing explicitly describes the appearance of this creature, and I remember the original text vividly. Xiongqi resembles a tiger, with wings sprouting from its flanks, and when it devours its prey, it begins at the head. The unfortunate individual currently being consumed has unkempt hair. Xiongqi resides to the north of the Taoquan. Another account suggests that Xiongqi starts its feast from the feet of its victims. Mythological tales recount that Xiongqi does not indiscriminately consume humans. Rather, it selects its victims. It specifically preys upon loyal and upright gentlemen. While it presents offerings of wild beasts to those who are treacherous and ruthless, much like a sycophant in a crowd, it distorts truth and aids the wicked, inciting great hatred among the people, who associate it with the likes of Hundun, Tao Wu, and Tao Tai, collectively known as the Four Fiends. Upon finishing, Bai noticed the change in everyone's demeanor. With a tiger's form, wings, and a bovine visage, these characteristics aligned perfectly, Lei Zi exclaimed, exhaling a deep breath. He suddenly remembered himself and spat on the ground, exclaiming, "Goodness, we are actually witnessing the living embodiment of this creature." Bai swallowed hard, saying, "Since childhood, I have been captivated by the legendary tales recorded in the Shanhai Jing, while others dismiss them as mere fabrications. I have always believed it to be a historical account predating humanity itself. However, when Xiongqi truly manifested, I was left utterly astounded. You must understand, if Xiongqi truly exists, then so too might other ferocious beasts." Suddenly, Qi Xie interjected, glancing at Bai Yi with an unusual glint in his eyes. Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled that Qi Xie was a descendant of the Yu dynasty, the closest lineage to ancient times. Perhaps such legends existed in their dynasty. Since Qi Xie had remained the most composed since hearing Bai Yi's conclusion, it suggested a deeper understanding. Other ferocious beasts? Lei Zi gasped, instinctively shrinking back. Good heavens! Ever since I joined you, I have encountered an endless series of bizarre events. I fear for my life, not knowing when it might be lost. And in the most inexplicable manner, contemplating the possibility of blood parasites lurking within Lei Zi, Tang San Cheng's expression turned somber as he regarded him. Lei Zi nudged him, saying, "Why look at me like that? I'm still alive." Tang San Cheng was at a loss for words, but Xiao Ning assisted him, asking, "Might there be such creatures appearing here alongside the other ferocious beasts?" Bai Yi sighed. If the Shanhai Jing is to be believed, then there are 4 ferocious beasts in total. In addition to the Xiongqi we have encountered, there are 3 others, Tao Tai, Tao Wu, and Hundun. Tao Tai is described as having the body of a goat and the face of a human, with eyes situated under its armpits, sharp teeth and human-like claws, and a pair of curved, beastly horns atop its head. It possesses wings that resemble enormous ears and an appearance that is quite fearsome, its cries akin to that of an infant. Tao Tai is insatiably gluttonous, with an overwhelming desire for flesh. The creature known as Tao Wu bears a resemblance to Xiongqi, both sharing a likeness to a tiger, yet Tao Wu's form is somewhat more diminutive. It possesses a human face, tiger-like claws, and tusks akin to those of a pig, coupled with an impressively long tail measuring 18 feet. Its sole distinguishing feature is its ferocity, coupled with an unyielding obstinacy. Chao, on the other hand, is rotund in shape, reminiscent of a pig, with its entire body ablaze in a fiery red hue. It possesses 4 wings adorning its back and 6 legs, yet lacks discernible facial features. Its tail is short and stunted. However, it exhibits a peculiar trait. Despite the absence of ears and a mouth, it is able to comprehend melodies and dances. Ordinary humans are unable to perceive its presence or hear its sounds. It often bites its own tail and chuckles foolishly, displaying an almost idiotic demeanor. It cannot discern right from wrong. When encountering benevolent individuals, it becomes violent, yet it obeys the commands of the most malevolent beings. When Bai Yi concluded his narration, he noticed the profound silence enveloping the group. He himself was equally astonished, having been captivated by the tales within the Shanhai Jing since childhood, even facing reprimands from his father for his obsession. Despite later studying abroad, he always kept a copy of the Shanhai Jing close at hand. The sudden manifestation of these fantastical elements from the pages into reality was an overwhelming shock. It is no wonder this place is regarded as the source of myths. Tang San Cheng seemed to be mentally prepared, acknowledging the presence of extraordinary entities and perhaps even rare flora and fauna yet unseen by them. Bai Yi felt a stirring within. The 7 wonders were indeed rare treasures of the world, thriving in shadowy realms. Their appearance here was not implausible, particularly as this locale is the source of dragon energy. The graves that lie here surely belong to individuals of no ordinary stature. Hence the presence of precious artifacts is inevitable. From Tang San Cheng's experiences, it was clear that the terrain here was exceptionally unique. The more perilous it appeared, the more it suggested an underlying significance. As night deepened, Bai Yi encouraged Xiao Ning and Tang San Cheng to rest adequately, planning to devise their strategy the following day. Everyone was weary, and although the cave was quite cramped, it had its advantages. A single fire transformed the space into a warm haven. Tang San Cheng and Xiao Ning leaned against each other, closing their eyes. Observing this, the others found it unsurprising. Having just faced life and death together, it was only natural for their bond to deepen. Yet, this evoked a sense of unease in Bai Yi. His hand grazed his chest, where the dual fish jade pendant lay. As he caressed it, he whispered the name of Fu Yu within his heart and succumbed to a deep slumber. Contrarily, Xiao Ning found herself unable to sleep. Once the others were soundly resting, she suddenly opened her eyes, turning her gaze upon Tang San Cheng, who in turn awakened abruptly, startling her. "Why aren't you asleep?" he inquired. "I can't sleep," she replied softly. Tang San Cheng's voice lowered. "I still remember what I said. We are not dead." Xiao Ning's voice dropped significantly. "So now you must tell me, am I your first crush?" Tang San Cheng swallowed hard. "I cannot deceive you." Xiao Ning's disappointment was palpable. "So I am not the first? What kind of girl is she?" Tang San Cheng found it difficult to articulate. How could he express this complicated emotion? Nearly 50 years have passed since that time, when the once innocent girl has now transformed into a woman in her 60s or 70s, residing across the strait. Tang San Cheng sighed, his mind a tangled web of thoughts that he found difficult to untangle. If he could not articulate clearly, it would surely lead to exposure. "Why are you still awake?" Bai Yi's voice broke the silence. "Look at you two. Your conversation is bound to wake us all. Save your sweet nothings until after we get through this." Bai Yi's timely intervention left Xiao Ning feeling somewhat embarrassed, prompting her to cease her inquiries. Tang San Cheng, catching the subtle implication in Bai Yi's gaze, suddenly understood that Bai Yi was rescuing him from an awkward situation. He opened his mouth to express gratitude, silently mouthing 2 words of thanks. Bai Yi, however, displayed no emotion, simply closing her eyes and drifting into slumber. Tang San Cheng sighed inwardly and followed suit. Yet his mind wandered to the enchanting Gij who had knocked on the door of his heart. Chapter 275. Gij. Though the young woman referred to herself as Gij, Tang San Cheng harbored doubts about her claim. Their encounter happened during his time of misfortune. He had just awakened from the depths of an ancient tomb from the Western Han dynasty, ravenous and disoriented, with hunger pangs echoing within him. Stumbling out of the tomb, he was struck by an overwhelming stench. As he adjusted to the sunlight and opened his eyes, he was met with a startling revelation. The scattered farmhouses that once surrounded him had vanished, leaving nothing but a vast expanse of flat land. Wiping his nose, he grappled with the disorienting change and questioned how long he had been asleep, for the world outside had undergone a profound transformation. Examining his filthy attire, he began to walk towards the direction of his home, relying solely on instinct. Having been led to the mountains by Bai Yi, he had lost all sense of distance from home and could only follow what seemed to be the path back. Suddenly, his joints ached unbearably, and he collapsed to the ground, his body exhausted and weak. Why was the sun so blinding? What time was it? Before he could ponder further, the sensations of hunger and fatigue enveloped him, and he finally succumbed, falling onto the ground with his rear facing the relentless sun. Therefore, when Gij caught sight of Tang San Cheng, he lay in a most peculiar position, eyes tightly shut, lips cracked, pallid complexion, and covered in dust, emanating an indescribable foul odor. The most striking image was his raised backside as he lay there. The young maid accompanying Gij tugged at her. "Miss, it's too filthy here. How can there still be beggars?" Gij, eager to find her father, was accompanied by the maid, a nurse, and 2 servants. Their vehicle had broken down, leaving the driver to seek repairs. In her impatience, Gij decided to walk ahead, only to encounter this bizarre figure. As she approached Tang San Cheng, the nurse pulled her away, exclaiming, "Miss, this person is so dirty. He might be afflicted with some strange illness. We should leave quickly." As Gij had just taken a few steps forward, she heard Tang San Cheng make a noise. He flipped over, lying flat on his back with his belly up, and, Driven by hunger, he couldn't help but lick his lips. Gij chuckled heartily, finding him quite amusing. She approached Tang San Cheng and kicked him lightly. Hey! Tang San Cheng opened his eyes and beheld a lovely face, radiant with youth and beauty, adorned in a style he had never encountered before. It was only later that he learned this was the fashionable attire of contemporary female students, a light blue, cheap house-style short dress, elegant in its simplicity. Her short hair, cut to ear length, was secured with a butterfly-shaped hairpin, and her sparkling eyes were playfully gazing at him, while her petite nose and mouth added to her charm. For a moment, Tang San Cheng forgot his hunger and struggled to rise. Why did you kick me? Upon standing, he found himself a head taller than her. Gij took a step back, pinching her nose to ward off the foul odor that wafted toward her. You smell terrible, she exclaimed. After staying in an ancient tomb for so long without a bath or a change of clothes, how could you not smell? Though he thought to himself that he could hardly be blamed, he refrained from voicing his thoughts as he studied the girl, realizing they belonged to entirely different worlds. He turned to leave, but Gij pursued him. Hey, where are you going? I'm going home, Tang San Cheng replied, though his pace slowed. Home? Gij shook her head. Where do you intend to return? The direction you're heading is where we just came from. That place has long been razed to the ground. Tang San Cheng looked up at the sky, which was undeniably clear. Yet he felt as if he had seen lightning flash. He was also hearing a booming sound. Razed to the ground? How could that be? Do you know Sanya Village? He asked. The old woman glanced at him. Sanya Village is our neighboring village. Like ours, it no longer exists. The people there have fled everywhere. Sanya Village was completely engulfed in flames. Alas, Tang San Cheng nearly fainted. The old woman, who had previously kept her distance, now expressed sympathy for him, wiping away a tear. In these times, there is conflict everywhere. What can we common folk do? Young man, do not head that way. There is nothing but ruins left. There are still remnants of soldiers there, and one misstep could cost you your life. Perhaps it was a genuine fear of death. Or perhaps his heart had already succumbed to despair, but Tang San Cheng found himself walking alongside Gij. He soon discovered that her father was a military man of considerable rank, affiliated with the Nationalist Party. Gij had a melodious name, Chu Qing, which means initially clear skies. What a beautiful scene that conjured, and she was as lovely as her name. Chu Qing claimed to be a descendant of the Manchu royal family. And according to royal lineage, she held the title of Gij, ranking 9th. Thus, she was Gij. As Tang San Cheng was drinking the water offered by the old woman, he nearly spat it out. A Gij? She was clearly a new student from the post-May 4th movement era. How could she be associated with such a title? However, seeing her earnest demeanor and recognizing her act of saving him, he remained silent, tacitly accepting her claim. Dressed in the attire of the 9th princess's servant, Tang San Cheng washed his face clean. Naturally tall and possessing handsome features, his brows radiated a certain gallantry. Chu Qing cast a curious glance at him, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her mouth. When Tang San Cheng turned to meet her gaze, he inquired, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing," she replied, turning her head away, a rosy flush creeping onto her cheeks. Her bashful demeanor caused Tang San Cheng to gulp. Having grown up in Sanya Village, he had seen his fair share of beautiful women in town, yet none had ensnared his heart quite like her. Compelled by an inexplicable force, Tang San Cheng followed the 9th princess to the county town, where he found employment at a local inn. His towering stature allowed him to accomplish the work of 3 men, although his meals were proportionately larger than those of an ordinary person. The 9th princess would visit him occasionally, and an unspoken sentiment lingered between them, yet they refrained from addressing it. Having spent considerable time in the outside world, Tang San Cheng began to grasp the concept of social standing. He was no longer the wild boy of his youth. With increasing clarity, he recognized the shifting dynamics of the world around him. He was no longer the spirited child confined to Sanya Village. The more he gazed at the 9th princess, the more his heart quivered with trepidation. One fateful day, while carrying a tray, he was suddenly seized and unceremoniously thrown into a prison cell, leaving him perplexed as to the reason for his imprisonment. The jailer regarded him with a sense of sorrowful pity, yet Tang San Cheng remained unaware of his transgressions. In an era where silence prevailed, only the might of the gun spoke the truth. As an ordinary citizen, he lacked the privilege to voice his concerns, and all he comprehended was that his fate was sealed. He was destined to perish, yet he could not accept such a senseless demise. Chapter 276. The treasure trove entering in confusion. He emerged equally bewildered. Tang San Cheng soon realized that the ninth princess had not come to seek him again. In a shocking turn of events, she abruptly married, piercing his heart with an invisible dagger. Initially, it felt like a mere bee sting, but soon it transformed into a profound pain that, while devoid of bloodshed, was excruciating nonetheless. Tang San Cheng retreated into his humble abode, isolating himself until the innkeeper's wife dragged him out. This fiery woman, the innkeeper's wife, was perhaps the only one who could handle the seemingly aimless Tang San Cheng. During such tumultuous times, everyone was a stranger to one another. She splashed cold water on him, exclaiming, "You useless creature! What will Miss Chu Qing do with you like this? She married for you." Her words struck him like a heavy stone. What was truly happening? "Foolish boy," she continued. "While you delve into mystical matters, you remain oblivious to the obvious. Even I, an outsider, can see that Miss Chu Qing holds feelings for you. Yet you both are clearly not meant to be together." She cast aside the basin in her hands, sighing deeply. "Your imprisonment was merely a spectacle for Miss Chu Qing. Your life is of little value, like an ant in someone else's palm. A gentle squeeze, and your life could be extinguished." Tang San achieved enlightenment and then heard the proprietress say, "Miss Chu Qing married to protect you. You must cherish your life to honor her heartfelt intentions." As she departed, Tang San suddenly awakened to the realization of his circumstances. He closed his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. In a daze, he felt a pair of hands gently wiping the corners of his eyes. One hand grasped his. It was Chu Qing. Tang San was momentarily stunned and opened his eyes, only to find that the one who was drying his tears was Xiao Ning. This brought him back from his reverie to the present, and feeling somewhat embarrassed, he wiped away his tears. "Xiao Ning, I'm sorry." "It's nothing," Xiao Ning replied, having clearly heard the name that had so deeply impressed Tang San. To his surprise, she did not display anger, which was unlike her usual demeanor. "Aren't you angry?" She was angry. Lazy chimed in with a chuckle. "Tang San, you have quite the audacity to call out another woman's name in front of my sister Xiao Ning. Do you have a death wish?" Xiao Ning shot a fierce glare at Lazy. "If you don't want to be treated as a mute, then keep your mouth shut." Lazy stuck out his tongue. "See, this is her true nature. Tang San, you'd better fend for yourself. No one can help you now. Xiao Shan, be good and come eat something." That night, Tang San found it difficult to sleep, memories flashing before him like a kaleidoscope. Zhou Gu was now living across the strait, leaving him oblivious to her well-being. Xiao Ning appeared somewhat despondent, while Bai cast a glance at Tang San and exchanged a knowing look. Tang San cautiously remarked, "It's all in the past. That was nearly 50 years ago," he thought to himself. "Oh," Xiao Ning replied softly, choosing not to say more, and merely began to pack her backpack. Everyone spread their belongings on the ground to dry. As the night wore on, things were nearly sorted. Lazy was busy counting the quantity of gunpowder. "In my opinion, this time the gunpowder will certainly come in handy, so we need to use it sparingly." Bai Yi was attempting to ignite a lighter, relieved to find 2 still functional. Though others were unusable, the gasoline inside could still be utilized, which he carefully stored, saying, "From now on, none of us can afford to be alone. Tang San, you brought us here. Now you should tell us where we should go next." Lazy's words carried a hint of irritation. Arriving in this bewildering mountain, they had faced numerous unforeseen challenges, and returning empty-handed was unacceptable. "And what about that 3-leaf clover? Where are we supposed to find it?" Tang San was taken aback for a moment. "Actually, when Xiao Ning and I rushed out, I discovered that this place is a treasure trove." "A treasure trove?" Bai Yi inquired. "Tang San, you aren't referring to Shun Wansan's treasure trove, are you?" Xiao Ning was the first to react. The legend of Shun Wansan's treasure basin is quite renowned. Bai Yi also recalled it. It is said that Shun Wansan, the wealthiest man of the Ming dynasty, amassed his fortune due to a magical treasure basin in his possession, which could transform anything placed within it into precious jewels. If one were to deposit a gold hairpin, a multitude of gold hairpins could be retrieved. Placing a silver ingot within would yield a basin full of silver ingots, inexhaustible and unending, thus enabling him to dominate the wealth of the world. In Nanjing, he financed the construction of city walls and related facilities for Zhu Yuanzhang, as well as building 654 pavilions and 4 taverns, with expenses that were incalculable. Among his possessions was an agate wine pot, translucent and reminiscent of crystal, adorned with a cluster of grapes resembling ink dots, referred to as grapes under the moonlight, which was said to be exchangeable for salt currency from Jiaxing. "I do not believe such treasures exist in this world." Tang San Cheng remarked, "What I refer to as the treasure basin pertains to the principles of feng shui. If our ancestors could locate the burial site of a treasure basin, their descendants would undoubtedly be wealthier than nations." The notion of Shun Wansan's treasure basin seems to be a misinterpretation. Perhaps it was merely that his forebears were fortunate enough to be buried within a favorable feng shui site, granting him a prosperous fate. When I and Xiao Ning descended, I was momentarily lucid and observed that we were indeed in the area of the treasure basin. "Are you speaking of the small depression where you and Xiao Ning fell?" asked Qixia. "Precisely," Tang San Cheng replied. "I have a feeling that there is something extraordinary beneath that depression, yet I harbor a concern." "You fear that there might be water beneath the depression," Bai Yi surmised. "To be honest, I too feel uncertain. The pond inhabited by monsters leads directly up the mountain, where the icy pool flows into a waterfall. However, you jumped from the icy pool and landed in the depression. The terrain here is exceedingly peculiar. Nevertheless, since we are here, let us descend and investigate. If there is water underground, we will quickly submerge into the thief's tunnel, and we shall devise alternate plans without incurring any loss. In my view, the surrounding mountains encircle this one, resembling stars surrounding the moon. This depression is situated at the center, which seems to hold some significance," Lazy commented. "The entire mountain formation resembles a treasure basin, and this depression is at its heart. We are either here to fish for treasures or to fill it." Chapter 277. The Bagua. The implication of filling is clear to all. Should we encounter misfortune, we would become the nourishment for this auspicious land, sustaining the mountains and trees, and perhaps even the poverty-stricken creature we previously encountered. Bai Yi led everyone towards the depression, which lay at the central position among the mountains, in close proximity to the main peak, where a blade seemed to pierce the mountain. Upon reaching the depression, Tang San Cheng noticed that its shape strikingly resembled the Bagua diagram, which symbolizes the 8 natural phenomena: heaven, earth, thunder, wind, water, fire, mountain, and marsh. Having already encountered water, Tang San Cheng's heart sank. Could it be mere coincidence? "Tang San Cheng, what are you pondering? Did you not just misjudge the location?" Lazy nudged Tang San Cheng, who was caught off guard and nearly fell. After a night of rest, Tang San Cheng still felt somewhat weak. "No, it must be here." Tang San Cheng felt increasingly certain now. "Fine, I shall not waste words with you, Xiao Ning. Today you shall rest, and I will take charge." Although Lazy may speak irresponsibly, he is, in truth, a kind-hearted individual. With tools in hand, Lazy descended, and Xiao Shan immediately followed suit. Qixia called out to Bai Yi, as there were words he had refrained from expressing yesterday due to the lack of opportunity. Standing on the opposite side, Qixia remarked, "The 4 ancient fierce beasts you mentioned were indeed once seen in our dynasty." This revelation confirmed Bai Yi's suspicions. Yu dynasty, being the closest to the ancient era, certainly had a chance of encountering such mythical creatures. "Is that true? What of these legends?" "Some are true, while others are false," Qixia replied. "I cannot guarantee what else we might encounter. Some of it may be difficult for you to accept." Bai Yi glanced at himself and Tang San Cheng, offering a bitter smile. "What is there that we cannot accept? We have already become what we are." Qixia said calmly, "That is good." With that, he entered the depression, joining Lei Zi and the others in their tasks. Bai Yi also moved over to assist, leaving Tang San Cheng and Xiao Ning to rest on the side, keeping an eye on everyone's backpacks. Xiao Ning occasionally stole glances at Tang San Cheng's expression, as if she had something to say. "What do you wish to express?" Tang San Cheng asked directly, not mincing words. Xiao Ning shrank slightly, her shoulders hunching as she gently traced a finger in her palm. "I wanted to ask how you and she parted ways. The match was ill-fated from the start." Tang San Cheng replied, looking down at his feet. "She married someone else, hence our separation." "Oh," Xiao Ning responded, her tone noticeably lighter. "It seems her family must be influential. Otherwise, why would they look down upon others so?" "Enough of that," Tang San Cheng interjected. "Xiao Ning, I have some doubts. This place subtly resembles a Bagua diagram. Could it be hinting at something?" "What do you mean?" Xiao Ning's mood lightened a bit. "The Bagua diagram originates from nature, with each of the 8 trigrams representing various natural phenomena: heaven, earth, thunder, wind, water, fire, mountain, and marsh, symbolizing the world's changes and cycles. The classification is akin to the 5 elements, where all things can be categorized within the 8 trigrams. This depression connects with water and happens to form a Bagua diagram. I fear that upon descending, we may encounter further challenges. Tang San Cheng studied Xiao Ning's face. We have already traversed water, perhaps heaven, earth, thunder, wind, fire, mountain. And marsh await us ahead. Is this also a human-made formation? Xiao Ning, who had previously held ambivalent beliefs regarding Taoist formations, now found herself wholly convinced. So this is indeed a trap? No, I do not perceive any signs of human intervention. This place is entirely natural, Tang San Cheng clarified. Bai claims this is the origin of myth. Evidently, much transpired here in ancient times, closely tied to the surrounding environment. Xiao Ning, you must exercise caution. I cannot endure a second loss. This thought lingered in Tang San Cheng's heart, unspoken. Perhaps he was simply that kind of person, timid, fearful, always apprehensive of loss. How he wished he could be like Bai. Speak of Chow Chow, and Chow Chow arrives. Tang San Cheng, come quickly. Bai is calling for you. Xiao Ning and Tang San Cheng approached with everyone's backpacks. They discovered that a square hole had appeared in the depression below, revealing a void beneath. Lei Zi and the others had excavated less than 3 meters when they sensed something was amiss. As they dug, the earth crumbled downwards. Bai leaned forward and peered in, realizing the space below was completely empty, its depth unknown. Lei Zi leaned in, and immediately, an echo responded from the depths. The depth still unclear. Bai exchanged glances with Qi Xie, and it was evident they were dealing with a significant depth. At that moment, Xiao Shan suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "This is so much fun. I want to go down." No sooner had he spoken than he jumped down. Qi Xie reached out to grab him, but only brushed against Xiao Shan's clothing, watching helplessly as he vanished into the dark abyss. Xiao Shan. Tang San Cheng felt a chill run down his back. This Xiao Shan was utterly uncontrollable. Lei Zi gasped in shock, "Oh my. This is going to be troublesome. Who knows what might happen?" Suddenly, Xiao Shan's voice echoed from below, "Brother, I'm here. It's really fun down here. There are so many things. You all should come down." Tang San Cheng's spirit lifted. "Xiao Shan, light. Light." Xiao Shan began to explore in the dark, and after a while, a faint glow illuminated the space below. Tang San Cheng noticed that Xiao Shan was at least 3 meters underground. This little fellow's vitality was astonishing, having jumped down. He remained lively and energetic, waving at Tang San Cheng. "Brother, hurry. There are many strange things here." "Strange things?" Tang San Cheng glanced at Bai Yi, who suggested, "We should hurry down. Xiao Shan is inexperienced and might accidentally trigger some mechanism down there. Quickly, get the rope." However, the critical issue at hand was that someone had to remain above. Who should it be? Bai Yi shook his head. "No, we can't leave anyone alone here. We all need to go down. Go down." Lei Zi was about to complain, but then recalled the improved Luoyang shovel invented by Lu and Shi, laughing heartily. Lu is absent this time, but his invention is still quite useful. How about this? I'll be the last one down, and you all go first. Indeed. How could they have forgotten Lu Zhi's great creation? The group was momentarily filled with excitement. Bai Yi was the first to descend, followed by Xiao Ning and Tang San Cheng. Qi Xie glanced at Lei Zi, "Be careful," and then slid down the rope, leaving Lei Zi alone. After everyone had descended, they suddenly realized Xiao Shan was nowhere to be found. Tang San Cheng stomped his foot in frustration. This Xiao Shan is completely out of control. Just then, Xiao Shan emerged from a nearby shadow, saying, "I'm right here." Chapter 278, Similarities. Xiao Shan's head was sunk into his neck, his body tense and coiled, as if facing a formidable enemy. As Tang San Cheng approached, Xiao Shan relaxed, but he regarded Xiao Ning behind Tang San Cheng with an odd expression. Xiao Ning touched her face. "What's wrong? Is there something off about my face?" Being a girl, she was quite sensitive about her appearance. Xiao Shan suddenly exhaled with relief, exclaiming, "You scared me to death, sister. I thought I had seen a ghost." The fact that Xiao Shan was aware of ghostly encounters amused Tang San. Bai Yi raised the torch in his hand, a hard-won flame, and directed it towards the wall, startled to discover why Xiao Shan had perceived a ghostly presence. "Look, doesn't this deity on the wall resemble the veiled Xiao Ning?" Indeed, there was a rather hastily drawn mural on the wall, crudely etched with a sharp instrument. While its form was difficult to discern, the essence was strikingly pronounced. Take, for instance, the depiction that had frightened Xiao Shan. This goddess, adorned with feathers, her bosom partially exposed, wore a short skirt made of animal hide, revealing a pair of powerful legs. Beneath her feet lay a monstrous creature, and she wielded an arrow feather. After a brief glance, Bai Yi remarked, This is chaos. She stands upon chaos. The goddess's proud visage gazed into the distance. Her expression remarkably akin to Xiao Ning's, particularly her eyes, prompting Xiao Ning to involuntarily touch her own face. Oh my heavens, this is terrifying. Tang San, gazing at the mural and then at Xiao Ning, was equally astonished. No wonder that middle-aged woman selling vegetables worshipped you upon sight. It turns out there's really something to this resemblance. Although the painting is so hastily done, the demeanor and posture are entirely that of one person. The ability to tame chaos surely indicated that this individual was no ordinary being. Lazy casually remarked, approaching the mural to inspect it closely. Running his hand over it. This is made of stone. Tang San, you truly have an eye for this. It seems we are in for quite the show. The underground. Previously just soil, now revealed stone walls and primitive murals, suggesting that there was treasure below. Lazy, who had initially harbored a bellyful of complaints, suddenly felt inexplicably exhilarated. I say, this woman must have been a remarkable figure from ancient times, capable of subduing chaos, undoubtedly extraordinary. Xiao Ning, perhaps she is your ancestor. Xiao Ning shivered as she considered the mural. When we see her, we declare her a goddess, but in ancient times, she may have merely been an ordinary person. This statement held a grain of truth. During the ancient era, societies were comprised of various tribes and animals, albeit differing from modern configurations and species. It was merely the vast differences that led to her being regarded as a goddess or a legend. Bai Yi had always believed that the Shanhai Jing was the earliest historical record of humanity's origins, and the sites before him further solidified his conviction. Holding the torch, crafted from gasoline and cloth strips, he surveyed the surroundings. Strange, this appears to be a circular passage. But if so, are we merely going in circles? Xiaoshan shook his head. It's not circular. I walked straight ahead for a while and encountered many ice blocks. It was too cold, so I turned back. Everyone was aware of Xiaoshan's speed. Within such a short span, he had been darting about below. Tang San frowned and admonished him. Xiaoshan, do you remember what I told you? You cannot run about recklessly. The underground is not like the mountains. There are many dangers. I understand, Xiaoshan replied. Xiaoshan shrank his shoulders, filled with trepidation at the thought of Tang San becoming angry. Brother, please don't be upset. I promise I won't dare again, he pleaded. His words reminiscent of a frightened child. Tang San sighed and merely patted his shoulder. This fellow had evolved from a mere earthly being to a human, now having to traverse the journey of growth anew. Yet, he possessed an extraordinary ability that was difficult to control. Perhaps the only thing capable of reining him in was emotion. Xiaoshan, lead us there, Bai Yi instructed, urging Xiaoshan to guide them in search of the ice blocks. Xiaoshan led the group through the right pathway. The temperature in the mountains was already cool, but underground, it was even colder. A biting chill greeted them, and Lazy rubbed his hands together incessantly, exclaiming, "Damn it, why is it so cold?" The deeper they ventured, the colder it became. Bai Yi took note of their entrance and marked the wall with his dagger to prevent getting lost. Indeed, the path was circular, yet upon reaching the location Xiaoshan mentioned, they discovered the circular route was not interconnected. There, they were blocked by ice, more accurately described as an ice door. An irregularly shaped hole led inside, which Xiaoshan pointed out, saying, "It's all ice in there, really fun." It seemed Xiaoshan had been inside before. "Hey Xiaoshan, what's in there?" Lazy peered in cautiously, hesitating to enter. His heart wavering. Tang San and Xiao Ning exchanged uneasy glances. Ice again. Having just narrowly escaped the ice chamber, how could they encounter it once more? Their expressions conveyed a sense of despair. Suddenly, Tang San lunged forward, propelling himself through the opening. Xiao Ning shouted, "Lazy, what are you doing?" It turned out Lazy had playfully kicked Tang San's backside, causing him to tumble inside. This mischievous Lazy was always full of tricks, catching everyone off guard. As Tang San fell onto the icy surface, he felt as though he had been electrocuted, bouncing back up in shock, exclaiming, "Mother of God, what happened?" Bai Yi was knocked aside by Tang San's sudden movement, obstructing his view. The darkness below became even more impenetrable. Tang San swallowed hard, trembling, half from the cold and half from fear. He pointed inside. There is something beneath the ice. Bai Yi, holding a torch, led the group further in. Lazy, feeling a tinge of guilt for scaring Tang San, walked over and said, "Brother, I'm sorry. I won't joke with you anymore. I understand now. Scaring someone can be deadly." "You have no idea," Xiao Ning interjected, her tone discontented. You seem determined to frighten at least one or two of us to death. Tang San tugged at Xiao Ning. All right, I'm fine. I was merely startled by what's inside. It's just my nerves. It's merely some corpses, after all. It's not the first time I've seen them. Corpses? The torch held by Bai Yi drew closer to the icy surface, revealing a grim sight beneath, a multitude of corpses. The shock that gripped Tang San stemmed not from the fact that these individuals were deceased, but rather from their peculiar appearance, markedly different from that of ordinary humans. Their ears were notably pointed, foreheads pronounced, eyes larger and rounder, and their hair was luxuriant. Their stature was not imposing, with some even reaching only the height of a dwarf. All were men. Bai cleared his throat, for these bodies lay unclothed. Their physiological traits glaringly prominent. Some bore resemblance to primitive beings. Xiao Ning remarked, such protruding foreheads suggest an incomplete evolution. Thankfully, Xiao Ning's forthrightness eased the tension among the group of men. The corpses were scattered beneath the ice, numbering at least a dozen, and remarkably preserved, retaining their appearances from life. Upon closer inspection, their hair was vividly detailed, and their facial expressions appeared frozen in astonishment. What could have elicited such surprise? Had they witnessed something truly unimaginable? Bai Yi brought the torch even closer to the ice, discerning a crimson mark emblazoned on each forehead, the design abstract and indiscernible. What do you make of this? He inquired. Xie replied, this is likely a tribal mark, unique to each clan, akin to a totem. I am familiar with totems. Bai Yi responded. In ancient times, each tribe possessed its own totemic culture. Even surnames were tied to this. The Shang dynasty revered the Xian Niao as their totem. As mentioned in the records of the Grand Historian, the mandate of heaven descended with the Xian Niao, giving rise to the Shang. The totem appears to embody reverence for animals or plants, but fundamentally, it is a veneration of ancestors. They believe their lineage stemmed from whatever they deemed sacred, thus designating it as their tribal or national totem. Bai Yi continued, I believe I have encountered this pattern in the classic of mountains and seas, yet the specifics elude me. Frustration washed over him, as this was a crucial clue, and at such a pivotal moment, his mind seemed to falter. Xie reassured him, do not rush. Let us explore further. This place does not resemble a frozen coffin. It appears these individuals perished due to some unforeseen calamity. Could it be akin to the extinction of the dinosaurs? Lazy attempted a jest, though it fell flat, chilling the atmosphere further. The dinosaurs became extinct during the Cretaceous period. When, then, had these seemingly primitive individuals met their end? Bai Yi fixated on the crimson markings on their foreheads, compelling himself to recall the details from the classic of mountains and seas, a text he had once memorized thoroughly. Bai Yi, there lies a path ahead. Let us venture further. Xie urged, pointing forward. Wait, Lazy exclaimed, what do you see below? With keen perception, Lazy spotted an object resembling a mask among the corpses, glimmering with a red radiance under the torchlight. Tang San nearly drooled at the sight. Goodness, it appears to be a ruby. Wow, Tang San, you truly are remarkable. Now identifying rubies. Xiao Ning was somewhat taken aback. At times, he perceived Tang San as akin to ancient beings, untouched by the mundane world, though, to be precise, he merely consumed earthly sustenance. With a foolish grin, Tang San remarked, during our last expedition in Changbai Mountain, we uncovered Diamond, Oregon. Isn't it said that the earth conceals treasures beneath its surface? I merely made a wild guess. Bai Yi adjusted the torch's position, scrutinizing the find. Consider yourself fortunate. You guessed correctly. The red objects upon it are indeed rubies, and not merely one. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get to work. Xiao Ning, disregarding the bare corpses below, eagerly reached for his tools to excavate. Tang San, aghast, gazed at Xiao Ning. Calm down, my friend. It seems the sight of jewels has driven you to madness. The ice was remarkably hard, and after considerable effort, they managed to carve a hole, hastening their progress. Once breached, an unusual scent wafted forth. Lazy sniffed the air, perplexed. Strange, these corpses bear no stench. Rather, they exude a fragrance. As the faint aroma emanated from the ice, Lazy's hand reached down, brushing against one of the bodies. He grimaced, bringing his hand to his nose. It seems these corpses have been treated with some substance. Could it be a preservative? Or perhaps a common household item? The truth of the matter was beyond their inquiry. It might very well be an extract from some ancient plant. Bai Yi conjectured. It could be a tradition of their tribe. Now, Lazy, let us not dwell on this scent. We must retrieve the items below. The group hastened their efforts, gradually revealing the remains beneath. Suddenly, Xiao Ning halted. I think I shall step aside. Although they were deceased, the lack of covering was undeniably awkward. The others urged Xiao Ning to take a moment away, while the remaining members pulled the ice apart, unveiling all the corpses, long entombed in the ice. The bodies were exceedingly hard. Pressing a finger against them felt akin to touching metal, unyielding and unyielding, akin to pork. Lazy ferociously extracted one of the corpses, tossing it onto the ice. It's as stiff as a board. The group hurriedly separated the bodies, revealing the object adorned with rubies. Bai cautiously donned gloves and retrieved it, a mask. He tapped it lightly, uncertain of the metal's nature, but it possessed considerable hardness, adorned with no fewer than 20 rubies, arranged to mirror the markings found on the foreheads of the deceased. The craftsmanship is rather poor, Bai commented. These rubies, rather than being set in, appear to have been forcibly pressed into place. While not aesthetically pleasing, they fit snugly. He attempted to dislodge a ruby, but found it immovable. Indeed, it is quite secure. Xiao Ning leaned in for a closer look. They are truly rubies, such a splendid hue. The rubies radiated a dazzling red, vibrant, and seemingly infused with a chill. Having just been liberated from the frigid ice, Bai noted, not only are they rubies, but they exhibit the exquisite pigeon blood red. Xiao Ning observed closely. Do you not see a hint of blue at their centers? Indeed, Xiao Ning inquired. Does this signify something specific? The production of pigeon blood red rubies is exceedingly rare, rendering them immensely valuable. Myanmar serves as the primary source. It is truly astonishing to discover such a gemstone amidst the ruins of ancient Kunlun. As Bai spoke, he gazed intently at the mask, his eyes fixed on the totem pattern formed by the rubies, deep in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he exclaimed with excitement, I remember now. I finally recall. What have you remembered? Tang San Cheng inquired, placing a hand on his chest. Bai Yi's dramatic revelations were somewhat exhausting. As he found himself in this ancient Kunlun, having narrowly escaped death from falls and frostbite, only to be frightened to death in this place. A rather unfair fate. I have discerned the totem's tribal affiliation, Bai Yi declared, a confident smile illuminating his face. He even snapped his fingers in delight at his sudden epiphany. Chapter 280. Emperor Jun. Bai Yi had been fixated on the mask, the totem pattern of rubies swirling in his mind. Human thought is peculiar. When one concentrates intensely on something, the mind can often go blank. Yet, at times of reverie, enlightenment may suddenly strike, and Bai Yi's experience belonged to the latter category. Bai Yi, please do not leave us in suspense, Tang San Cheng urged, a hint of impatience in his voice. Being encased in this massive ice block filled him with an unsettling feeling, likely a remnant of the earlier incident in the ice chamber. Have you heard of Emperor Jun? Bai Yi chose this moment to tease their curiosity. No, came the collective response. Precisely, Bai Yi affirmed. Most are familiar with the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor. Yet few know of a third lineage of humanity, the clan of Emperor Jun. In ancient Chinese mythology, Emperor Jun is an enigmatic divine figure, whose deeds are neither chronicled in historical texts nor passed down through philosophical schools, but rather mentioned in the classic of mountains and seas, particularly emphasized in the Eastern classic of the Great Wilderness. His divine lineage does not belong to either the Flame Emperor or the Yellow Emperor, representing a third divine lineage coexisting with these two great ancestral lines. Today, discussions about Emperor Jun's status among ancient deities abound, and even the question of his historical existence remains unresolved. Presently, the consensus only acknowledges the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor, leaving Emperor Jun's reality in doubt. The group understood Bai Yi's words, though they were puzzled by his excitement. He pointed to the shape on the mask and remarked, this pattern appears quite abstract, akin to the totems on these individuals' foreheads. It is evident that this is the totem of this tribe. Do you see? It resembles two phoenixes facing each other. The design was abstract and generalized, yet upon Bai Yi's suggestion, it indeed began to take form. No, the more I look, the more it resembles that. Tang San Cheng remarked. Look, these are the tails of the phoenixes, and here is the head. It truly does depict two phoenixes confronting one another. Everyone nodded in agreement as Bai Yi continued. With the pattern deciphered, the answer emerges. The classic of mountains and seas, Eastern classic of the Great Wilderness states, there are 5 colored birds, dancing opposite each other, yet Emperor Jun is their friend below, with 2 altars managed by them. This implies that two five-colored birds dance in opposition, signifying Emperor Jun's companions on Earth, and the two altars he possesses here are overseen by them. The vibrant birds here are, in fact, the mythical phoenix, closely associated with Dijuan and revered by his tribe. Furthermore, since the Warring States period, the divine bird of the sun has been referred to as the June bird, highlighting the inseparable bond with Dijuan. Does this imply that these individuals are descendants of Dijuan? Xiaoning glanced back momentarily, then turned away, feeling utterly embarrassed. Indeed, with such evident proof before them, what more could be said? Bai Yi tucked away the mask, observing that this totemic mask was likely worn during certain rituals. One wonders if they were aware of the current value of the gems adorning it. Surely, in those times, they were not mere ordinary stones. The possibility remains entirely plausible. Remarked Qixia. The corpses lay scattered about. And suddenly Bai Yi spoke. The goddess who had captured the chaos and bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Ning may well be one of Dijuan's wives. Xiao Ning furrowed his brow. One of them? How many wives does Dijuan have? Not many, only 3. One named Shiha resides in the eastern seas and bore 10 sons. Another named Changxi dwells in the western wilderness and gave birth to 12 moons. He has a wife named Huang, who lives in the southern wilds and is the progenitor of the ancestors of the 3 bodies kingdom. This ancestor, possessing 1 head and 3 bodies, passed down descendants of similar form. Dijuan frequently descended from the heavens to forge friendships with the vibrant birds dancing below. The 2 altars dedicated to him are managed by these colorful creatures. In the northern wilderness lies a bamboo grove belonging to Dijuan. A cut segment of bamboo can be fashioned into a boat. During the reign of Yao, when 10 sons appeared simultaneously, Dijuan bestowed upon Yi a red bow and white arrows, instructing him to descend and alleviate the suffering of the people. This is a fragment of the enduring myth surrounding Dijuan, showcasing his divine nature as the heavenly emperor. Bai Yi paused. Nevertheless, there is some contention regarding Huang's identity. It is generally believed that Dijuan has only 2 wives, Shiha and Changxi. Is this recorded in the classic of mountains and seas? Lazy, as if hearing a tale from the fantastical, remarked. Incredible. 1 head, 3 bodies. Yet these individuals do not resemble monsters, but rather appear akin to modern humans. Did you not hear him? Only the descendants of the woman named Huang possess 1 head and 3 bodies. Tang San Cheng, seizing the opportunity, wisely countered Lazy. One cannot generalize. Otherwise, it would contradict the widely accepted belief that Dijuan has only 2 wives. Taken aback by Tang San Cheng's retort, an unexpected occurrence, Lazy stammered. And no, what I meant was, these people, sigh, I can't articulate it clearly now. These matters are inherently elusive, White E suddenly remarked. The air here is chilling, and the dark purple 3-leaf clovers remain elusive. Furthermore, the key mentioned by that esteemed individual has yet to reveal a useful purpose. As for these individuals, White E gazed at the stark corpses. He resolved to return the bodies, tossing them back with a casualness akin to casting stones into a pond. With a swift motion, they were flung in, and once completed, Lazy clapped his hands and bowed to the corpses, saying, my sincerest apologies, my sincerest apologies. Observing Lazy's antics, Xiao Shan found it rather amusing, laughing heartily. Brother, look at him. What on earth is that expression on his face? Tang San Cheng was taken aback, noticing a sudden pallor on Lazy's visage. Lazy, what is happening to your face? It itches, Lazy replied, attempting to scratch his face, only to be restrained by Whitey. Do not scratch. What have you touched? Whatever you have touched, I too have touched, and it is merely these corpses. Realizing mid-sentence, Lazy recalled. Indeed, I just touched them and then brought my hand to my nose to sniff. That is the only distinction between us. Could it be that the substance is on them? Panic ensued as everyone inspected their hands, finding no issues. Lazy felt a rush of blood to his head, anxiety gripping him. What to do? Hold on, let me think. White E, finding a glimmer of insight, crouched on the icy surface, grasping his hair. He observed the corpses now encased in the ice, and an idea sparked within him. Chapter 281, Golden Silk. Our hands have indeed come into contact with the liquid coating the corpses, yet no symptoms have manifested. Moreover, the corpses themselves exhibit no signs of affliction. White E declared, only your face shows symptoms. Damn it. White E, can you please be quicker? I'm worried sick. I've become a black-faced man. Lazy, slightly irked, grumbled. Damn it. I've had nothing but misfortune since entering here. Tang San Cheng. Lazy was about to blame Tang San Cheng for the peculiar location when Tang San Cheng stuck out his tongue, tugging at his ears. I cannot hear, cannot hear. All right, I have devised a solution, White E proclaimed. Our hands have indeed touched that liquid, but we also touched the ice. These corpses are likewise encased in the ice, leading me to ponder whether this ice could serve as an antidote. No sooner had White E spoken than Lazy eagerly sat down and picked up a shard of ice, rubbing it across his face. The icy sensation spread over him, bringing immense comfort as he meticulously attended to every corner of his visage. The ice, warmed by his touch, began to melt, transforming into droplets that fell onto the ice below. Only the water was black, murky, akin to ink. The ink dripped down gradually, and the darkness on Lazy's face slowly receded, disappearing altogether. Lazy, now devoid of his previous appearance, was no longer the black-faced judge. Tang San Cheng's remark earned him a roll of the eyes from Lazy, who, sensing the atmosphere, wisely fell silent. This ice is seemingly extraordinary. White E inquired of Qixia. Qixia, what are your thoughts? Qixia picked up a piece of ice and inhaled deeply, remarking on the presence of golden silk. What could golden silk possibly be? Lazy's face, having just returned to its usual demeanor, quickly transformed back to its typical carefree expression. Though it was called golden silk, it bore no trace of gold. Rather, the delicate leaves of this precious material were as slender as hair, their color exceedingly pale and almost imperceptible. Qixia crushed the ice in his hand, meticulously searching. Look closely. Within this ice lies golden silk. The others widened their eyes, straining to see, until they finally discerned the fine strands embedded in the ice. Tang San Cheng's eyes grew weary from the strain. Good heavens, one would need a magnifying glass to perceive this. The strands, finer than human hair, were difficult to see with the naked eye. Bai gasped in astonishment. This ancient Kunlun truly harbors all sorts of rare flora. I suspect that extraordinary three-leaf clover is genuine. Had it not been for the faint, citrus-like fragrance emanating from the ice, he would have remained unconvinced. Qixia remarked, You must understand, this golden silk thrives in icy landscapes, almost merging with the snow. Without a deep understanding, one would hardly notice it. The properties of golden silk are intricate. It often repels other plants. Misused, it can be fatal, yet when utilized correctly, it yields remarkable effects. This plant has long been extinct. I have only encountered references in medical texts, and this is the first time I have laid eyes on it. Remarkable properties? Tang San Cheng inquired. What kind of remarkable properties? Qixia, unusually bashful, responded. It is said that when women are in labor, consuming golden silk can facilitate the process. Oh, no wonder Qixia appeared so peculiar. It seems he was embarrassed. Xiaoning couldn't help but laugh aloud. This towering figure, seemingly robust and unyielding, harbored a shy heart. However, it now appeared that this golden silk, combined with the liquid smeared on the corpse, could yield extraordinary results. Qixia continued. The substance on the corpse must also be an extract from a certain plant, capable of preserving the body from decay, albeit turning it black. Thus, the introduction of golden silk into the ice creates a remarkable synergy, preventing decomposition while averting signs of toxicity, with the ice serving a significant role. Incredible! How wise were the ancients? Xiaoning marveled. If they were still alive, who knows who the great healers would be today? Qixia chuckled quietly. Perhaps. Bai Yi recognized that with Qijia's knowledge of herbal medicine, should he choose the path of healing, he would rival any renowned physician. He patted Qijia's shoulder. It's not perhaps. It's a certainty. Now that they had acquired the mask, the pressing question remained. Would the ancient tomb of Dijuan be located here? If so, what wonders would await them? Bai Yi felt in eager anticipation. The thrill of exploration lay in the unknown, where one could never predict whether the next step would lead to an abyss or to riches. This element of uncertainty rendered the adventure all the more captivating. Let us proceed, Bai Yi declared. This ice chamber appears vast, seemingly extending indefinitely. Let us explore and discover what other extraordinary items await us. A few individuals inhaled deeply, releasing a plume of white mist into the air, which swirled around their mouths, creating a rather comical spectacle. Xiaoshan, with a playful spirit, continued to exhale, causing the mist to dance before him. He waved his hand to swat at it, missing completely, and burst into laughter. What an amusingly low sense of humor. Lazy remarked. This is merely a child's game. It's so juvenile. You're not exactly the epitome of maturity yourself, Bai retorted, chiding Lei Zi for his habitual backstabbing remarks. When will you learn to change that habit? If there truly is a trap inside, it could endanger your companions. There was an undertone of reproach in Bai Yi's words, causing Lei Zi's face to flush slightly. I'll try, he mumbled, as they ventured deeper. An eerie sensation enveloped them. Xiao Ning rubbed her hands together, feeling the chill, while Tang San, glancing at the others, suddenly wrapped his arms around her. Bai Yi suppressed a chuckle, and Lei Zi, who initially intended to make a jest, thought better of it, recalling Bai Yi's earlier comment about his immaturity. Xiaoshan suddenly tugged at Tang San's arm, exclaiming, "Brother, I want to join." His lack of awareness was amusing. Lei Zi pulled Xiaoshan closer, admonishing, "Your brother is busy. Do not disturb him." After this brief interlude, their spirits lifted considerably, and their pace quickened. As they progressed, towering ice walls flanked them. With intriguing spectacles embedded within the ice, numerous insect carcasses, preserved like amber, evoked thoughts of geological upheavals that had frozen these creatures in time, along with their human counterparts. Nature's unpredictability is a formidable force. Who could accurately predict an earthquake? Suddenly, Xiaoshan pushed Lei Zi aside and pressed himself against the right ice wall. Wow, a giant bug. A giant bug. It turned out to be a plump creature resembling a centipede, significantly larger than its kin, with a robust body. Could this be the ancestor of centipedes? Lei Zi leaned closer for a better look, only to be startled as the creature's eyes fixated on him. Chapter 282. The choice. A jolt of fear struck Lei Zi, as if something had collided with his chest. This was the essence of terror, unexpected and disarming. He clutched his chest, reassured by the motionless state of the insect, long deceased. Goodness, my heart nearly leapt from my chest, he exclaimed. The insect's eyes remained open in death. Lei Zi wiped the ice surface over its eyes, saying, "Please, don't die with your eyes wide open. It's frightful." The flora and fauna here were unlike anything they had ever encountered. No one has ventured into this place before, Bai Yi asserted. Otherwise, it would have made headlines across the globe. This could significantly contribute to our understanding of new species. Then, he hesitated, realizing he had misspoken. No, there must have been someone who entered here. Tang San paused, pondering. Are you referring to the person who directed Boss Wang? Quite astute, Bai Yi replied. If that individual had not entered, how would they know about the existence of the detoxifying three-leaf clover? This person is indeed remarkable. Navigating this place with such ease. Tang San's heart began to race once more. Xiao Ning felt the hand encircling her arm tremble slightly, with concern etched on her face. She gazed at Tang San and inquired, "What is it?" "It's nothing," he replied, just feeling a bit frightened. The terrain here is unlike anything familiar. It is always unpredictable. And the sights before us are remnants long vanished from Earth. Tang San diverted the conversation, admitting, "I'm feeling a tad scared." It was amusing to Xiao Ning that a man of his stature would exhibit such timidity, yet, in times of peril, he somehow instilled confidence. She stifled a chuckle, realizing that Tang San himself was unaware of the latent strength he possessed, a relentless spirit that refused to surrender. He would not await demise but would instead fight back. And it was this very tenacity that often yielded favorable outcomes, reassuring those around him. As Tang San babbled on, attempting to extricate himself from embarrassment, Bai Yi suppressed a laugh. At that moment, the icy path before them split into two. Bai Yi loathed such indecisiveness. The time had come to choose, a left or a right. Everyone halted in their tracks, and Xiaoshan suggested, "There are two paths, brother. Which one shall we take?" "Let us settle it with rock, paper, scissors," came the proposal, one hand gesture for left and another for right. The winner decides. Lei Zi, struck by inspiration, was taken aback when everyone concurred. The two paths appeared indistinguishable, hard, frozen blocks of ice stretched infinitely, devoid of borders, akin to a chess game reaching a stalemate. What to do? Restart, of course. With no other options, they sought a breakthrough to continue forward. It seemed trivial, yet it was born of desperation. Bai Yi represented the left, while Lei Zi represented the right. They stood poised, ready to strike. Lei Zi sniffled, declaring Bai Yi, "I must reclaim the losses I suffered at your hands. My legs still ache from our last encounter, and this icy cavern exacerbates the pain. Then let us proceed." Bai Yi replied with a cold smirk. The two struck simultaneously. Lei Zi let out a cry as he fell backward onto the ground, only to leap up in exhilaration, exclaiming, "Excellent! I have avenged myself. Bai Yi remained silent. The previous scene had not escaped Qi Xie's keen eye. Lazy had acted quickly, but Bai Yi had merely allowed him to triumph for the sake of his pride. Though Lazy fancied himself more astute than Tang San, in truth, he was quite ordinary. With Lazy victorious, the group was compelled to traverse the right path. This route was considerably narrower than the last, accommodating only 2 individuals side by side. Thus, their formation was established. Bai Yi and Qi Xie led the way with torches in hand, followed closely by Tang San and Xiao Ning, while Lei Zi and Xiao Shan brought up the rear. As they entered the icy corridor, an eerie silence enveloped them, perhaps due to the constricted space that heightened their sense of dread. The notion of claustrophobia floated through Xiao Ning's mind, especially since she had discovered the striking resemblance between herself and the goddess depicted on the wall. A discomfort had settled within her heart, which she had attempted to divert by shifting her focus elsewhere. A chill crept down her neck. Was something watching her? Suddenly, she turned around, startling Lei Zi, who exclaimed, "Goodness! I didn't mean to scare you. Please refrain from turning around so suddenly." "My apologies," she replied. Xiao Ning also believed she was being overly sensitive. Aside from the 6 individuals present, there was only the ice. Ice cubes surely could not possess eyes to surveil her. Xiao Ning exhaled, noticing white smoke materializing before her. She waved her hand to disperse it, but the torch suddenly extinguished, plunging the 6 into darkness. Unexpectedly, a hand seized Xiao Ning's wrist. She thought it was Tang San. "Tang San, stop messing around." Upon hearing his name, Tang San turned to look, extending his hand only to grasp at emptiness. He heard the voices of Xiao Shan and Qi Xie. "Who are you?" The sounds of struggle ensued, and Tang San became anxious. He could neither find Xiao Ning nor hear her voice. The icy chill from the surface penetrated his heart. "Xiao Ning, where are you?" The torch flickered back to life, revealing Xiao Shan and Qi Xie staring at each other, but Xiao Ning had vanished. Tang San stood there in disbelief. What just happened? The torch was extinguished deliberately. Qi Xie remarked, "It was swift, so silent that had it not been for the narrow space, I wouldn't have noticed him when he bumped into me." Xiao Ning must have been abducted. Abducted? Tang San felt a chill run down his spine. Are there others here? If he intended to kill, there would be no need for such elaborate measures. Qi Xie and Xiao Shan were unable to intercept him, which speaks to his formidable prowess. He came specifically for Xiao Ning. Bai Yi interjected, "You all must have figured out what Xiao Ning's sole connection to this place is." The mural, depicting the goddess treading upon chaos. Xiao Ning bore an uncanny resemblance to her, making this the most evident link to the location. Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of unease, words escaping him. Suddenly, Xiao Shan exclaimed, "Look, there are footprints." The ice surface was hard, yet faint imprints began to appear on the ground. The person who had taken Xiao Ning left shallow marks, indicating an increased weight. This individual was barefoot. Look, the toes were distinctly visible, and the spacing between the footprints was wider than that of an average person. Bai Yi's keen observation prompted him to look up at Qi Xie, who silently nodded in understanding, as if they shared a tacit agreement. While the two exchanged glances, Tang San was filled with excitement. "If we follow the footprints, we will find Xiao Ning." Chapter 283, Ice and Fire. The footprints continued forward, while Lei Zi wore a tense expression, enveloped by self-reproach. It was all his fault for suggesting a poor plan, for guessing the punch, for taking the right path. Now Xiao Ning was missing. With a sigh, he hastened to follow Bai Yi and Tang San. Everyone moved swiftly, and as they approached a bend to the left, Tang San, anxious, hurried past Bai Yi. A whistling sound reached his ears, prompting him to step back and push Bai Yi a couple of paces away. "Crouch down." They all crouched, heads down, appearing somewhat disheveled as they stared at the ice beneath them, feeling a surge of heat above and the scent of singed hair. Lei Zi sniffed. "It's fire." Flames surged forth from the left passage, threatening to engulf everyone overhead. Tang San's timely warning allowed them to evade the peril of being scorched. Upon arriving here, they truly grasped the essence of experiencing 2 extremes, ice and fire. However, the origin of this fire remained a mystery. Lei Zi sniffed the air and suddenly drew his weapon, sensing a metallic tang. "Bai Yi, it appears we are in for another fierce battle." Realizing his gun contained but 2 bullets, Lei Zi spat in frustration. "What bad luck. I've expended too many resources while combating Qiongqi. A stark reminder of my inadequacies compared to Bai Yi. In moments of crisis, I lose my rational judgment. These 2 bullets must be used judiciously." Bai offered a wry smile. It's futile. The gun is of no use now. I forgot. My backpack got soaked, along with many other items, including the gun. Closing his eyes, Lazy cursed vehemently. Damn it. Now I'm left empty-handed. Before he could finish his lament, a fox-like white creature lunged forth, its jaws agape, revealing menacing fangs. It was diminutive, with bright red eyes. Tang San stood at the forefront, becoming the initial target. In a sudden burst, Xiaoshan charged, his body curling into a ball, bouncing off the icy surface before pouncing on the little fox. A hand emerged from the mass, gripping the creature's neck with ferocity. The fox emitted a strange cry, appearing quite distressed, as Xiaoshan and the fox became entangled, each vying for dominance. Bai Yi, poised with a throwing knife, focused intently, waiting for the opportune moment. With a swift motion, he hurled the knife. Tang San, fearing for Xiaoshan's safety, shut his eyes. Yet the sound of the fox's anguished cry reached his ears as the blade pierced one of its crimson eyes, blood splattering onto the ice, creating an abstract tableau. Seizing the moment, Xiaoshan tightened his grip around the fox's neck. With visible veins straining, a sharp crack echoed, and the creature's head tilted to one side as it succumbed. At that moment, Xiaoshan reverted to his human form, gazing at the lifeless fox on the ground. A complex array of emotions crossing his face. Observing this, Tang San quickly reassured him, "Thank you, Xiaoshan, you protected us all." Yet, Xiaoshan's maturity had not yet reached that of an ordinary adult. The weight of taking a life left him bewildered and anxious. Tang San's words acted as a balm for his troubled heart. "Really?" Xiaoshan asked timidly. "Of course," Bai Yi interjected, understanding Tang San's intent. "There are good people and bad people. If a villain attacks first, your actions are justified as self-defense. You are safeguarding everyone, and no one will blame you. On the contrary, we will be grateful." Xiaoshan's demeanor relaxed completely, the tension and panic evaporating, replaced by relief. "Brother, I will protect you from now on." Qixia exhaled in relief and approached the fallen fox. Although it resembled a white fox, its fur concealed sharp spines, slender and pointed, clustered along its back. "Another creature I have never encountered," he observed. "It exhibits considerable aggression. Bai cautioned, we must exercise utmost vigilance." "This is truly astonishing," Tang San Cheng remarked. "In my opinion, much of the content within the Shanhai Jing is indeed genuine, yet regrettably, most people regard it merely as mythology. Perhaps it is a mix of both." Bai Yi interjected, "At the very least, one must question if you believe that Di Jun's wife, or the sun and the moon. Do these two celestial bodies truly have any correlation? This may have simply been fabricated to enhance the legendary narrative, juxtaposing celestial and corporeal beings." Bai Yi shook his head. "There is too wide a chasm to bridge. All that we observe, though peculiar, is fundamentally corporeal. As long as it remains within the realm of the physical, we need not fear." His words seemed to bolster Tang San Cheng's resolve, who then bit his lip and said, "Let us hasten. For I cannot fathom how Xiao Ning is faring." The footprints continued to stretch ahead, and with their recent experience weighing on them, everyone was more vigilant than ever. The path ahead grew increasingly narrow, and water began to seep beneath the ice, causing the icy ground to fracture into irregular pieces that floated upon the water. It was Tang San Cheng who first noticed this. Upon hearing the rushing water beneath his feet, his heart constricted. The scene before them rendered everyone momentarily speechless. Yet Xiaoshan, in a burst of exhilaration, leaped onto one of the ice fragments. To his surprise, the ice remained steadfast. Bai Yi exhaled in relief. "It appears the ice can withstand more than we initially presumed." The footprints were lightly imprinted upon the ice, prompting everyone to cautiously leap onto it. The ice did not tremble, and with a collective sigh of relief, they proceeded slowly. Xiaoshan soon emerged as their guide, his lightness allowing him to bound ahead joyfully. Time passed, and fatigue began to settle in. Lazy bent down, gasping for breath, and upon noticing the stable condition of Qixia, couldn't help but curse, "Damn. None of you seem human." Bai felt a jolt of alarm and pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent. Ahead, Xiaoshan's voice carried back to them. "There is no more path. The footprints vanished here. Was it possible that the person who had taken Xiao Ning simply vanished into thin air?" Bai declared, "I shall take a look." Where the ice fragments and footprints ceased, a wall stood, its surface encased in ice, while within lay a stone wall. At its center was an indentation, and Bai Yi's mouth fell agape in astonishment. The shape and size were unmistakable, Ling Bai sure. Lazy, having spotted it as well, exclaimed in disbelief, "It truly is the key." Bai Yi retrieved the ling by Sure, inhaled deeply, and placed it into the indentation. Chapter 284, The Celestial Cave. The entrance swung wide open. This must be what is meant by a hidden paradise. Inside lay another extraordinary space, distinct from the icy realm outside. It was imbued with warmth. The previously observed stone wall bore ice on the outside, yet within, it revealed a stone surface devoid of any trace of snow. This was likely a demarcation line separating the realms of ice and spring. Outside the cave lay ice, while inside flourished spring. The interior was adorned with exotic flora, where vibrant flowers peeked curiously at the newcomers. A nearby hot spring billowed with steam, rendering it difficult for the group to discern whether they had stumbled upon a realm of immortals. Qi Xie cast a glance, his eyes filled with astonishment. The flora here consisted almost entirely of species long believed extinct. Dragon's brain incense? Seven Evil could hardly believe it as he stepped inside. Heading straight for the dragon brain incense he was convinced of, Bai Yi remarked in surprise, "Isn't dragon brain incense produced in tropical regions? Isn't it merely ice essence?" "No, this dragon brain incense is not the same as the other," Seven Evil replied. With a swift motion, he sliced through the trunk of the incense tree, revealing an astonishing pattern within. Silver lines resembling dragon shapes adorned the inner bark. This is the secret of dragon brain incense, hidden dragons within the tree. A fragrant aroma emanated from the trunk, penetrating the air. Tang San inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. This scent is truly refreshing. After a brief whiff, he found his mind remarkably clear. Indeed, Seven Evil acknowledged, recognizing that a mere sniff posed no harm, and thus refrained from interference. The environment here allows for the flourishing of extraordinary flora and fauna. The juxtaposition of ice and hot springs creates a truly wondrous spectacle. Yet, where was Xiaoning? Tang San wandered aimlessly, desperate to catch a glimpse of Xiaoning, feeling as frantic as an ant on a hot stove. Surrounded by a multitude of flowers and trees, he called out Xiaoning's name, only for Bai Yi to cover his mouth. "Are you foolish?" By shouting, "You're revealing our presence." He referred to those who had abducted Xiaoning. Tang San's eyes blazed with urgency. "What should we do? The footprints lead to this location. That scoundrel must have brought Xiaoning here." Seven Evil appeared indifferent to Xiaoning's safety, searching among the foliage. Lazy rushed after him. "Seven Evil, what are you doing?" "Looking for Clover," Seven Evil replied without lifting his head. "I owe someone a debt." Lazy was taken aback, but soon bent down to help search. Sometimes, a casual endeavor yields unexpected results. In his fervent quest for Clover, Seven Evil failed to find any, while Lazy spotted a cluster of three-leaf clovers beside the hot spring, their dark purple hue standing out amidst the vibrant blossoms. By the heavens, it truly exists. That person must be extraordinary to know everything, rather than a divine being. It would be more accurate to say he arrived here before us. Bai Yi watched as Lazy meticulously uprooted several clovers and carefully placed them into a bag. This attention to detail was characteristic of Lazy. This individual possesses considerable skill. I have a lingering feeling that he is pursuing Tang San and is aware of his movements. Good heavens! Does this imply that Tang San has been under surveillance all along? Lazy chuckled. That is unlikely. With so many of us, how could he have evaded notice? I cannot say, Bai Yi replied tersely. I merely sense a possibility. Otherwise, it is too coincidental that Wang Shun is also searching for Gu Kunlun. Too many coincidences suggest deliberate intent. Tang San, observing the group engaged in idle chatter, felt a surge of irritation. His face flushed. How can you all be so indifferent to Xiaoning's plight? This is outrageous. If you won't search, I shall do so myself. Bai Yi scoffed lightly. Suit yourself. The word indifference sent a chill through Tang San from head to toe. Bai Yi, how mistaken I was in my judgment of him. His heart, upon arriving in this ancient Kunlun, had turned to ice. Tang San's complexion grew pale, and what infuriated him most was the equally apathetic demeanor of Qi Xie. Even Xiao Shan had just been pestering him about where his sister had gone. How could these people behave this way? The more Tang San pondered, the more aggrieved he felt, unable to contain the rising frustration within him. You all have the audacity. At that moment, Qi Xie suddenly darted in a particular direction, swift as an arrow. Before Tang San could react, Xiao Shan followed suit, exuding an aggressive aura, while Lazy appeared somewhat flustered. Clearly not faring much better than Tang San. What on earth is happening now? Xia vanished behind a lush thicket of flowers, and Tang San sensed his erratic breathing, followed by a cacophony of combat sounds. Soon, Bai Yi and Xiao Shan joined in, and he heard Bai Yi's labored breaths, indicating that he had sustained injuries. Then, Xiao Ning's voice rang out, "Stop fighting, I'm fine." Xiao Ning suddenly emerged halfway from her hiding place, and indeed, she appeared unscathed. Tang San, propelled by an unseen force, leaped forward. "Xiao Ning." He heard Xia's deep inhalation as he inquired, "What happened, Xia?" Bai Yi's voice pierced the air. "Are you Dijun?" Dijun. The name left Tang San feeling somewhat dizzy. Bai Yi had mentioned it before. Was this not the name of a legendary figure? How could it be? Dijun had been concealed here all along, and he had not sensed his presence at all. Tang San felt a pang of disappointment. But what did Dijun even look like? To his astonishment, someone recognized me. The voice was low and resonant, as if emanating from the depths of the earth. A man clad in garments fashioned from white fur stepped forth, his knuckles pronounced, his forehead prominent, resembling the goddess depicted in ancient murals. Nevertheless, he was tall and imposing. Adorned with a phoenix totem on his forehead, his eyes significantly larger than those of an ordinary person, with bulging veins along his arms, presenting an overall bizarre appearance. Tang San murmured, "Good heavens, could this be real?" Suddenly, Lazy clamped his hands tightly over his eyes, muttering incessantly, "Impossible, impossible. What is impossible?" Xiao Shan countered. If Xiao Shan can transform from flesh to human, it is hardly surprising that humans exist here. Bai Yi, however, seemed more accepting, suddenly bowing respectfully to the man. "Thank you for your restraint earlier." In their previous encounter, it was evident that they were no match for this individual. Had he wished to strike with lethal intent, the outcome would have been vastly different. Yet, he did not claim to be Dijun. Bai Yi smiled wryly. Having encountered the living dead and earthbound spirits, should he encounter a deity from ancient lore, his life would indeed be legendary. Dijun? The man mused, stroking his head. "I no longer recall that name." Xiao Ning stepped forward and approached Tang San Cheng. She had observed his anxious demeanor earlier, and to claim she was not moved would be disingenuous. In this era, a girl like Xiao Ning exhibited remarkable boldness. Even if she were to take a further step, it would not be a grand gesture. She merely cast a shy glance at Tang San Cheng, remarking, "You were akin to a monkey just now." Chapter 285, The End of Days. How else could one describe such impatience? Perhaps Tang San Cheng was so flustered that he spoke without thought. The term monkey-like urgency is often employed in peculiar contexts. Xiao Ning paused, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, prompting Tang San Cheng to panic. "What did I say wrong?" "Nothing," Xiao Ning replied, shaking her head slightly. "What exactly happened?" Tang San Cheng inquired. Xiao Ning herself had only just begun to piece together the events that had transpired. In the icy passageway, she had merely exhaled and waved her hand to disperse the mist. When the torch extinguished, she felt someone encircle her waist and a hand cover her mouth, silencing her. In the darkness, she felt as though she were floating, weightless. Upon her arrival here, Dijun had not harmed her. He simply placed her amidst a bed of flowers and adorned her with something. "He merely placed this upon my head." Xiao Ning gestured to a crown of water-blue flowers that graced her head, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Tang San Cheng smiled. "It looks quite lovely." "Oh, please," Xiao Ning thought, secretly delighted, yet pouting playfully. The two were utterly unrestrained in their flirtation. Lazy spat on the ground, exclaiming, "Bai Yi, what is the meaning of this? You should inquire with him." Relieved that there was no malice intended, Lazy felt a sense of gratitude and urged Bai Yi to engage with the enigmatic figure. This remark revealed Lazy's underlying fear as he nudged Bai Yi forward. Bai Yi was convinced that the figure was indeed Dijun. He observed the three-legged crow emblem on his white fur, seemingly drawn from plant sap. This three-legged crow was the very symbol of Dijun, a mythical bird described in the Shanhai Jing, embodying Dijun himself. Bai Yi believed in the veracity of the Shanhai Jing, yet he understood that some tales were mere folklore, diverging from the truth. Dijun was a human, a being from ancient times, not a deity. The explanations of gods were merely the products of human imagination. "Dijun," Bai Yi stated, "I have not misnamed you. The three-legged crow on your attire serves as evidence." Dijun turned to Xiao Ning, saying, "It has been a long time since I have encountered someone from the outside. You are the second group." Before the previous entrant, Tang San Cheng eagerly pressed for more information, yet Dijun interrupted, "I am aware of your inquiries. It is remarkable that, upon seeing me, you do not appear particularly astonished. It seems my thoughts were indeed accurate. Bai comprehended the implications of Dijun's words. It is my conjecture that you dwell in the ancient Kunlun of a bygone era, merely preceding us by a span of time, akin to the inhabitants of the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. You are indeed more ancient, imbued with a sense of legend. However, the forces of nature exceeded your expectations, leading the Dijun clan to utter devastation, was it not? Was it the ice and snow? You are quite astute. Dijun replied. We are but mortals, and the ice and snow we had never witnessed obliterated everything within our tribe. Except for myself, I survived. Destined it seems to endure eternally in this place. Should I depart, my life would surely extinguish. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Lazy, initially inclined to spit, gazed upon Dijun and felt a surge of trepidation, swallowing his impulse. Qixia, whose lineage bore resemblance to Dijun's, sensed the weight of his emotions. Sometimes, an extended lifespan may not be a blessing. Had he not encountered Tang San Cheng, he too might have languished for millennia within the dragon's seat of Changbai Mountain, enduring boundless solitude. While he still had kin, Dijun was utterly alone, suffering a fate even harsher than his own. Why would leaving here lead to your demise? Lazy inquired, attempting to articulate his curiosity. Could you elaborate? We, alongside the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor, constituted the three great tribes of antiquity, residing in ancient Kunlun, distanced from them, relishing our tranquility, avoiding conflict. Yet, unexpectedly, one day, a heavy snowfall descended, transforming this landscape. All within the tribe perished, leaving only me. I do not know if it was due to consuming something strange, but I inexplicably survived until this day. To preserve the bodies of my fallen kin from decay, I encased them in ice. To preserve their original appearances, I utilized certain plants unknown to you. The figures you glimpsed in the icy corridor are merely a fragment of the whole. Countless of my kin, including my wife and children, lie entombed within these underground ice layers. Consumed something strange? Bai mused inwardly, wondering if it might be one of the seven entities. What was the name of that substance you ingested? Does it still exist? Dijun's face betrayed a hint of irritation. I would willingly face death alongside my kin rather than endure this existence. What you see now are the flowers, grasses, and trees that once thrived in ancient Kunlun. Beyond this place, they cannot survive. Thus they remain unseen in the mountains outside. Among the fortunate plants that survived, none is the one I mistakenly consumed. To venture outside would spell doom? Bai pondered this statement. Does this imply you once stepped beyond these confines? Into the outside world? Dijun cast a cold glance at Bai, who met his gaze unflinchingly, devoid of fear. Dijun emitted a low grunt. Intelligent individuals are not always endearing. Indeed, I have ventured beyond this place, traversing the Blackwater Pool. However, upon emerging, I was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, rendering me unable to walk. Bai felt a twinge of sympathy. I wished to inquire about the fierce creatures we encountered, like the snow-white beasts that attacked us upon our arrival. As you have observed, they are all aggressive entities. Dijun remarked. The tribesmen have persistently resisted these creatures, and this time they have survived. As for the animals you describe, resembling foxes in their snow-white fur, we refer to them as firebirds, for their eyes blaze like flames, and they can unleash fire. Dijun's demeanor was notably amicable, displaying an unusual calm towards the invading outsiders, which could be attributed to two primary reasons. First, he had encountered invaders before and possessed experience with such circumstances. Second, it was undoubtedly influenced by Xiao Ning. When he gazed at her, a flicker of confusion and disappointment danced in his eyes. Xiao Ning was one entity, while the woman depicted in the mural was another. The two were ultimately distinct, and he seemed to grasp this truth. What brings you here? Dijun suddenly inquired. As far as I know, ordinary people cannot endure more than 2 days and 2 nights in this place without succumbing. What? Lei's voice faltered. Are you referring to underground or within these mountains? 2 days? It feels as though we have already spent nearly half a day in this subterranean realm. Naturally, I mean here, Dijun replied, closing his eyes. You should leave as soon as possible. Chapter 286. Benefits. Tang San Cheng abruptly stepped forward. I have one more question for you. Speak. Dijun opened his eyes to regard Tang San Cheng, a fleeting expression of inscrutable emotion crossing his face before he swiftly masked it with a frosty demeanor. I have grown weary of conversation. It's rather cold, Tang San Cheng remarked. What did the earlier intruder look like? Just like you, Di Jun replied succinctly. To me, there is little distinction among your appearances. Bai Yi felt a stir within. Di Jun's words seemed laden with deeper meaning. Yet there was no time for further contemplation as Di Jun abruptly issued an eviction notice. I implore you to vacate this place promptly. I have no desire to engage with you further. His attitude shifted dramatically, leaving Bai Yi with no recourse. Thank you. Just as Bai Yi prepared to turn away, his gaze fell upon an object near the hot spring, sparking immediate suspicion in his mind. However, he refrained from voicing it, ushering his companions away. Upon reaching the exit, he spotted the spirit wall stone and seized it, taking it with him. The moment the spirit wall stone was removed, the icy gate sealed shut, thrusting them back into the realm of frost. Bai Yi had much to express, yet upon hearing Di Jun's warning, he dared not linger. They departed the underground world. Returning to the icy passageway, Lei Zi let out a tremendous sigh of relief. That was terrifying. What is there to be frightened of? Xiao Ning scoffed at Lei Zi. In truth, he is quite amiable, and he holds on to sentiment. Such kindness may not be found in the outside world. Lei Zi retorted. What benefits has he bestowed upon you for you to speak so favorably of him? Xiao Ning fell silent. Let us discuss it outside. Hasn't he truly given you any benefits, has he? Lei Zi turned to Tang San Cheng, noticing his composed expression. Hey, are you not concerned? Look at Xiao Ning. You are being overly meddlesome. Tang San Cheng's 4 words revealed to Lei Zi the meaning of the emperor is not in a hurry. Yet the eunuchs are anxious, and the folly of a dog-biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a good-hearted person. All right, let us keep the chatter to a minimum. Do not assume we are safe just yet. Bai Yi cautioned them. Listening to what Di Jun just implied, there are indeed some rare and extraordinary beasts that survived alongside him. If we encounter any aggressive ones, it would spell trouble for us. We must depart from this place swiftly, do you understand? With that, a heavy silence fell upon them, and they hurriedly made their way out. After much effort, they finally emerged from the underground glacier, returning to the vicinity of the hollow. Without a word, they all sat down. Though the mountain air was chilly, it was considerably warmer than the subterranean space. Earlier, being numbed by the cold, they had hardly felt it. But now, apart from Qixia and Xiao Shan, everyone began to shiver, especially Lei Zi, who, due to his injuries, was particularly sensitive to the cold. His calves felt as though something were burrowing into them, causing an intense itch. His speech became somewhat slurred as he insisted, No, we need to find a place to start a fire quickly. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Tang San swiftly caught him, exclaiming, This is bad. He feels scorching hot. It seemed Lei Zi was repeating the unfortunate fate that Xiao Ning had suffered on Changbai Mountain. They struggled to their feet and carried Lei Zi back to the cave where they had rested the previous night. The remnants of their fire were still there. Qixia and Xiao Shan, being the strongest, encouraged the others to rest while they rekindled the fire. The flames illuminated Lei Zi's frail face, a sight the group had never witnessed before. Upon their first meeting, even after sustaining gunshot wounds, Lei Zi had been an unstoppable force. Now, he lay defeated, utterly vulnerable. Tang San suddenly retrieved a wild ginseng root from his backpack. No wonder I felt compelled to bring a few along. This is what was left from last time. He mused, recalling how he had instinctively packed it. Watching Lei Zi unconscious, Tang San found himself at a loss. What should I do? How can I administer it to him? All eyes were fixed on him, and Bai Yi remarked, Aren't you the most experienced in this matter? Reluctantly, Tang San bit into the ginseng, extracting its juice and dripping it into Lei Zi's mouth. Though it wasn't a direct mouth-to-mouth approach, he still felt uncomfortable. Let him die then, he muttered bitterly. Bai Yi, having observed Tang San's efforts, suddenly interjected, I have fever-reducing medication in my backpack. After the last lesson, I made sure to prepare some, though it did get wet. I'm not sure if it will still be effective. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Tang San glared at Bai Yi, suspecting him of intentional withholding. Uncertain of its efficacy, especially given the moisture, he was relieved that the ginseng was unharmed. Bai Yi produced a pill, placing it in Lei Zi's mouth. He can dissolve this as well. Let's wait a bit. We need to boil some hot water and warm up some food. If he doesn't eat, we must. After a flurry of activity, the sky outside darkened, and the fire blazed brighter. Lei Zi remained in a stupor, whether due to the ginseng or the damp medication. His fever had subsided, yet he remained unconscious. The others gathered around the fire, replenishing their energy. Xiao Ning appeared pensive, and after a lengthy pause, finally spoke. Actually, Lei Zi was right. That Dijuan did grant me some benefits. What? Tang San exclaimed, excitement spilling over into his native dialect. It's this thing. Xiao Ning retrieved an object resembling a bracelet from his pocket. I cannot ascertain what material this is crafted from. It appears to be both stone and jade, he remarked. The craftsmanship of this item was rather rudimentary. Bai Yi accepted it, possessing a profound understanding of jade after years in the antique business. He had seen numerous specimens, and while he could not always discern authenticity and quality at a glance, his expertise was still evident. He scrutinized the intricate patterns and assessed its hardness before shaking his head. This does not belong to any known category of jade. It resembles the tooth of some creature. An animal's tooth? Xiao Ning shuddered, realizing the significance it held for him. Just moments ago, he had unwittingly fastened it around my wrist, exclaiming that he had found its rightful owner. It goes without saying, Tang San Cheng interjected, feeling absurdly jealous, as if he were envious of an ancient man's affections. He must have mistaken you for his long-lost wife from the past. Xiao Ning shot him a glare. Do not belittle their purest emotions. Consider this, not merely a century or a millennium, but thousands of years, and he still holds her in his heart. Such feelings transcend our capacity for judgment. She reclaimed the bracelet from Bai Yi, defiantly adorning her wrist as if to challenge Tang San Cheng, who, though irritated, could only glare back in response. What are you two discussing? Lei Zi murmured, rousing from his stupor. Though pale, he mustered enough strength to sit up. I am hungry. Tang San Cheng, with an air of impatience, replied, such sentiments are typically voiced by me. Chapter 287. The wrath. The commotion was palpable, emerging from the frigid world. The air now felt warm. Every interaction between the sexes altered the atmosphere, which gradually cooled from its earlier warmth to a freezing point, resulting in a standoff between Tang San Cheng and Xiao Ning. Despite the tension, hunger remained a pressing concern. Basic physiological needs could not be ignored. Qi Xie began to heat the rations, methodically tearing them into small pieces to give to Lei Zi, while also offering him water. Your awakening is quite timely. Bai Yi thought to himself. In truth, in that mysterious realm, I had discovered an object that did not belong here. Bai Yi stated, broaching the topic not only out of necessity, but also to alleviate the awkward tension caused by Tang San Cheng and Xiao Ning. What is it? Lei Zi inquired. It is a map, Bai Yi replied. Moreover, it is a printed version. How could such an item find its way here? Do you recall Dijun mentioning he could not depart from this place? So how did the map come to be here? It must have been brought in by the individual who entered before us. Tang San Cheng's interest piqued immediately. Indeed, Bai Yi affirmed. The map appeared quite new, likely delivered not long before our arrival, indicating that this mysterious figure entered shortly before us. Tang San Cheng clenched his fists. What a pity. We missed our chance. He added. Furthermore, Dijun urged us to leave just after I saw the map. He must have sensed something amiss. His warning about perishing if we remained underground is half-truth at best. Bai Yi spoke while observing Tang San Cheng's expression. Since that person has given us a lead, let us pursue it further. Tang San Cheng, don't you agree? Tang San Cheng appeared lost in thought, prompting Lei Zi to nudge him. What are you doing? Bai Yi is asking you a question. Tang San Cheng replied. I was contemplating that if we can use the clover we found to save Boss Wang's son, it will lead us to our next destination. He cast a sideways glance at Lei Zi. You see it, right? Lei Zi slapped his forehead. Of course. How did I not think of that? But it must be effective. If we revive him, we can inquire about the extraordinary corpse he discovered. If it is indeed a valuable ancient tomb, it would be worth exploring. The thought of the recently uncovered ruby sent Lei Zi into a frenzy of excitement. Already daydreaming about their next adventure, Xiao Ning was engaged in a game of stone tossing with Xiao Shan, who was still gradually grasping the concept. Xiao Ning collected a few stones of similar size, placed them on the ground, and proceeded to toss and catch them with remarkable skill, leaving Xiao Shan in awe. Tang San Cheng noticed that Xiao Ning was deliberately ignoring him, and he felt a twinge of regret for harboring jealousy. All right, let us consider how we will venture out tomorrow, Bai Yi suggested, causing the expressions of everyone to shift in unison as they recalled the threat of Qiongqi. Qi Xie remarked, swimming across is too perilous. In my opinion, we should construct a raft. Qiongqi, no matter how ferocious, is merely an animal. As long as it is a living being, it must adhere to a routine. We can take advantage of its slumber to make our crossing. That sounds easy enough. Lei Zi retorted, having just regained a modicum of strength. But how can we possibly ascertain its sleeping hours if we haven't shared its dwelling? Through observation, Bai Yi replied. When we entered, it was approximately noon, and it seemed to be at its most vigorous. We should leave before dawn to avoid the previous timing. Additionally, under the cover of darkness, its targets will be less defined, which may work to our advantage. We should ensure our lighting is not overly bright to avoid startling it. With no better alternatives in sight, the group reluctantly agreed. Tang San Cheng swallowed hard. Let us hope there are no further mishaps. My life feels as though it is hanging by a thread. Suddenly, Xiao Ning turned and shot him a glare, which invigorated Tang San Cheng, lifting his spirits as he realized she still cared for him. He even snored louder than usual while asleep. In the dead of night, apart from Lazy, everyone quietly rose to gather materials for the raft. Drawing from their previous experience, this raft was to be sturdier. The mountain air was chilly, and a mist seemed to swirl around them like a persistent specter. Tang San Cheng felt increasingly paranoid, frequently glancing over his shoulder. His anxious behavior prompted Bai Yi to interject. Tang San Cheng, I am directly across from you. If there were anything behind you, I would surely see it. So please stop being so superstitious. All right, Tang San Cheng conceded, finally focusing on his task. With your state of mind, how can you possibly engage in this venture? Lazy commented. I never thought you to be so paranoid before. Has this place truly shaken your courage? Tang San, feeling rather impatient, remarked that only Bai Yi and Qi Xie could truly comprehend his emotions at that moment. Qi Xie, evidently attuned to Tang San's thoughts, gently patted him on the back as he passed by, and with the reassuring weight of Qi Xie's hand, Tang San felt a considerable sense of relief. The raft, a primitive watercraft used by early humans, was a rudimentary assembly of long timber bound together, boasting a history that spanned 7 millennia. It was somewhat disheartening to realize that, despite being citizens of the 20th century, they were still employing methods from 7,000 years ago. Xiao Ning, reflecting on this, expressed his admiration for the ancients' wisdom, simple yet practical. Qi Xie selected 2 stout branches to serve as paddles, which Tang San observed with a hint of incredulity, noting that these paddles were even thicker than the logs of the raft itself. Qi Xie, are you using those as paddles or as weapons? He quipped. Both. Qi Xie replied with a furrowed brow. In the unfortunate event that we encounter trouble, when bullets and throwing knives prove ineffective, we shall have to rely on speed and brute strength. That beast, although fierce, is quite cumbersome and not particularly swift in water. We may yet have a chance. This realization sparked an epiphany in Bai Yi. Indeed, its bulk is a disadvantage. As long as we maintain the raft's speed, we have a fair opportunity to outpace it. At that moment, Xiao Shan suddenly picked up a stone, exclaiming, "This stone is beautiful and glows at night." The group, focused on assembling the raft, had overlooked their surroundings. But the stone in Xiao Shan's hand was indeed luminous, reflecting the moonlight with a dazzling brilliance. Bai Yi inquired, "Xiao Shan, where did you find that?" "Over there." Xiao Shan pointed to the right, where the stones were scattered near a thicket. His attention had wandered while crafting the raft, and he had fortuitously stumbled upon the glimmering stones. "What kind of stones are these?" Xiao Ning immediately associated them with luminous pearls. Bai Yi explained, in the antiques trade, many people utilize such stones to create luminous pearls, often indistinguishable from the genuine article. Xiao Ning, should you desire a luminous pearl, ensure it is authentic. A fake is merely a counterfeit. What about these? Xiao Ning gazed at the stones shimmering in the moonlight. It would be a shame to leave them here, wouldn't it? If we can carry them, let us take them. Xiao Shan, could you collect all the glowing stones? At Bai Yi's command, Xiao Shan excitedly dashed towards the location, feeling a surge of accomplishment at having made the discovery. Once the raft was completed, the group exhaled in relief. As they returned to the cave entrance, Lazy emerged, grumbling, "Do you really consider me an invalid? Such an important matter, and you didn't even inform me." Bai Yi, eager to avoid a lengthy exchange, replied, "There's truly something urgent at hand. Gather your belongings immediately. In 2 hours, dawn will break, and we must depart without awakening the beast." Lazy, sensing the jest in the atmosphere, promptly returned to the cave to prepare his backpack. For the sake of safety, he extinguished the fire completely. Only then did everyone carry the wooden raft to the edge of the dark water pool. A bag of luminous stones rested heavily on Qi Xie's back, though somewhat burdensome. He remained silent. As they approached the ominous waters, Bai Yi whispered, "Do not make a sound or cause any commotion." Everyone nodded in agreement, cautiously placing the raft into the water, stepping onto it one by one. The raft, sturdier than when they arrived, floated steadily in the night. Qixia exchanged a glance with Xiaoshan, and they began to paddle. The raft glided smoothly through the darkness, and everything appeared serene. Even looking up at the sky, the moon and stars seemed to shine more brightly. As they gazed toward the indistinct boundary ahead, their anticipation intensified. Xiaoshan and Qixia quickened their strokes, while Tang San Cheng perked up, raising his right hand, their movement beneath the water. This caused everyone's hearts to leap into their throats. Qixia signaled Xiaoshan to halt paddling, and they collectively held their breath, listening intently to the distant sounds of splashing beneath the surface, growing alarmingly close. In the hazy moonlight, no one dared to glance at one another, their eyes fixed on the depths below. Perhaps, in unison, they had temporarily suspended their breathing. Eventually, the sounds receded from the raft. Tang San Cheng nodded, and Qixia and Xiaoshan resumed paddling with fervor. As the raft moved, the retreating water sounds shifted direction and began to pursue them. Quickly, Tang San Cheng shouted, "It's coming after us." In a sudden move, Qixia tossed the bag of luminous stones into the water with a splash, lightening his load. Seeing his action, the others followed suit, discarding various items into the depths. With each splash, the raft became significantly lighter. Bai stood at the rear, facing the oncoming waves, drawing out his flying knife, determined to fight back. "Faster!" Tang San Cheng urged as they neared the shore, only 10 meters away. Water splashed up, drenching everyone. Xiaoshan became flustered, but Qixia shouted, "Stay calm. Keep paddling." Qiongqi leapt from the water, spraying droplets everywhere. Simultaneously, Bai launched his knife, aiming for Qiongqi's eyes, its most vulnerable spot. However, the darkness obscured his vision, and the knife merely grazed Qiongqi's eye. Nevertheless, it momentarily halted its advance. It feared for its weak point. Bai felt a surge of confidence, declaring, "You all focus on paddling. I'll handle Qiongqi." 10 meters, 9 meters. Suddenly, Tang San Cheng grasped Xiao Ning's hand tightly. "Do not fear. I am here with you." Xiao Ning shot him a glare but did not push his hand away, tacitly accepting his clever compromise. In that perilous moment, the two transformed hostility into camaraderie, a shared smile dissolving their past grievances. Once again, Bai discovered the Achilles heel of the monstrous Qiongqi, focusing his attacks on the creature's eyes, which deterred it from advancing. Under this remarkable defense, the wooden raft gradually approached the shore. Strangely, as they neared the bank, Qiongqi hesitated, swimming up and down in the water, but daring not to take a step forward. Bai urged, "Hurry to the shore." The group scrambled onto the land, almost tumbling over one another. Qiongqi, still unwilling to relent, lingered before them for an extended period, yet it remained too fearful to advance. Finally, it turned and submerged into the depths, disappearing without a trace. Tang San plopped down on the ground, stating, "It has left." Like Emperor Yongzheng, it was too afraid to cross the black pool. Beyond it, survival was impossible. This was its fate. Bai remarked, "It is merely a beast eternally trapped in the black pool." Suddenly, Lazy let out a piercing scream. "We're doomed." "What happened?" Everyone inquired simultaneously. With a furrowed brow, Lazy lamented, "In my excitement, I accidentally threw our rations and water into the pool." Xiao Ning cast him a sidelong glance. "It's not a big deal. Ours went in too." "What?" Lazy was taken aback. "Does that mean we'll have nothing to eat or drink before we get out?" "Indeed," Bai replied. "Are you possessed by Tang San?" He remained silent, "Yet you react so strongly. What is more vital, sustenance or life?" "Life is paramount." Lazy gritted his teeth. The group came to terms with their predicament as the sky gradually cleared. The sun was about to break through, illuminating the surroundings. After sufficient rest, they had endured thirst and hunger on their journey to the junction, which consumed the entire morning. Thankfully, having discarded burdensome items, their load was light. Otherwise, with their stamina, they would have been delayed for several more hours. Having finally returned, Bai instructed everyone to tidy their garments. If they appeared suspicious, they might attract unwarranted inquiries. Despite the current revival of society, the people remained conservative and mutual suspicion lingered heavily. After a thorough preparation, they proceeded to seek out the proprietor, Mr. Wang. Upon returning to their previous inn, inquiries revealed that Mr. Wang had remained indoors, anxious for his son's safety, receiving meals through the door without venturing out. Bai felt relieved, fearing that Mr. Wang might lose his composure and inadvertently attract trouble. Bai allowed the others to rest while he took Tang San to find Mr. Wang. Bai Mian stood before Mr. Wang's door and gently knocked. "Mr. Wang, we have returned." The door opened slightly. Mr. Wang peered through the gap, his features twitching with relief. "You have finally returned. Come in, quickly." Though the door did not fully open, Bai Yi and Tang San managed to squeeze inside. Once within, they were greeted by a long-forgotten, enchanting aroma. "How is he?" Bai Yi inquired. Upon hearing the question, Mr. Wang's face paled. "I am truly worried. If you had not returned soon, he would have been unable to hold on any longer." Wang Shun lifted the quilt that covered his son, and Tang San Cheng immediately halted in his tracks. The crimson spots beneath the corpse had expanded. What was once a collection of distinct patches now appeared to merge into one another. "We have completed your commission, Boss Wang," said Bai Yi, producing a dark purple three-leaf clover and placing it in Wang Shun's hand. Overwhelmed with excitement, Wang Shun, without a moment for gratitude, hastily chewed the clover and then fed it to his son mouth to mouth. To both men, Wang Shun's son resembled nothing more than a peculiar corpse. The sight of Wang Shun engaging in such intimate contact with a lifeless body was profoundly unsettling. Tang San Cheng, unwilling to witness this awkward scene any longer, was about to turn away when he suddenly noticed that the crimson spots on the corpse were slowly fading. Could the effects be so rapid? The spots, which had nearly fused together, had reverted to their former isolated state, their color lightening significantly. As the crimson marks diminished, the skin's hue also appeared less dark and purple. Though their disappearance was not quite as swift, it seemed that some time would still be required. Tang San Cheng remained incredulous that this person could truly be saved. The evidence lay before him, yet words eluded him. Bai Yi remarked, "Boss Wang, I suspect he won't awaken so swiftly. We shall not intrude further. However, once he does regain consciousness, could you kindly inform us? We have matters to discuss with him concerning the poison he has endured. I am currently residing in the adjacent room." Witnessing his son's revival, Wang Shun's spirit soared, and he readily agreed. Bai Yi then dragged Tang San Cheng back to his room. Peering through a small hole in the wall to observe the happenings next door, he saw Wang Shun meticulously covering his son with a quilt, a tender paternal smile gracing his face. Bai Yi sighed and gestured toward his backpack. "I haven't given him all the clover." "Why not?" Tang San Cheng queried, taken aback. "Are you foolish? We might yet need that three-leaf clover," Bai Yi replied. "The poison affecting the little one is quite unusual, indicating that the tomb is extraordinary. If the tomb is remarkable, the funerary objects are surely exceptional as well. Should there be any leads to pursue, the clover will be an essential remedy for us. How could I possibly part with it entirely?" Bai Yi's foresight was commendable, and Tang San Cheng patted his own head, conceding, "I am impressed by your wisdom." "Shouldn't you have been impressed long ago?" Bai Yi chuckled. "Now let us rest. We shall see whether the guidance of that esteemed figure is indeed prophetic and if the little one can awaken." However, it would be 12 hours before the boy stirred. When Wang Shun came to knock on the door, his fervent enthusiasm was evident. He nearly shattered the door panel. "My son has awakened," he called for me. Wang Shun exclaimed, eager to share his joy. Bai Yi nodded. "Effort begets reward. Congratulations, Boss Wang." Wang Shun's son was named Wang Wei, and both father and son shared a two-character name. While Wang Wei's skin had not fully recovered, it was a significant improvement over its previous ghastly appearance. It was now recognizable as human skin. To avoid disturbing his rest, this time, it was only Bai Yi and Tang San Cheng who visited. Upon seeing Wang Wei able to half-sit and drink water, Bai Yi remarked, "Surviving great trials surely brings forth future blessings." "Father." Wang Wei weakly uttered a sound. A mere adolescent of merely a few years, having endured such immense suffering, evoking a sense of compassion. Bai Yi remarked, "Curiosity is the nature of youth. A phase I too have traversed. However, you ought not to venture into such places." Wang Wei responded, "We merely set out to climb the mountain. I accidentally fell in." "Which mountain?" Bai Yi inquired. "Please divulge the details of the incident." There was an undeniable force in Bai Yi's words. Wang Shun's lips moved. But upon meeting Bai Yi's gaze, he swallowed his words, concerned for his son's well-being yet equally eager to learn. Noticing that his son showed no aversion, he resigned himself to the truth. "I went to Ling Mountain with my classmates, intending to hike together, but I strayed from the group and lost my way. While searching for the path out, I fell through a hole. I cannot fathom how it occurred. When I fell, my back was unscathed. The ground was not hard." Wang Wei recounted, swallowing hard. "Yet, there was a corpse within. I must have landed upon its chest, and a foul, putrid liquid gushed from its mouth, splattering onto me. Initially, I felt merely a tingle, for I was preoccupied with escaping. You climbed back out from where you fell? Bai Yi exclaimed, astonished and somewhat disheartened. If it were truly a tomb, how could that be possible? Wang Wei extended his hand, and Tang San Cheng felt a pang of sympathy. The boy's will to survive was remarkably resilient. All 10 of his fingers were slightly truncated. I fashioned steps with my hands to climb up, he explained. Wang Shun turned away, for a man seldom weeps lightly. It is only natural to feel sorrow for one's own flesh and blood facing such calamity. Bai Yi remarked. To have survived is a testament that your efforts have not been in vain. By the way, were there any peculiar features in that place? Yes, many holes. Wang Wei replied. In my haste to escape, I did not examine them closely, but each hole was blocked by large stones, tightly sealed. Bai Yi's spirits lifted. Could you assist me in sketching them? Would that be convenient for you? Wang Wei hesitated. Are you planning to go there? Please, do not. It is perilous. I have an unsettling feeling about that place. It sends chills down my spine. Precisely, Bai Yi affirmed. I must see it for myself to uncover the nature of the corpse's poison that could cause such a transformation. Being still quite young, Wang Wei did not comprehend the intricacies of adult minds, nor did he grasp the affliction plaguing the two individuals before him. He glanced at his father, who gently nodded in encouragement. Tell them, your life was spared by their efforts. Wang Shun understood that these individuals were not of his world, and theirs was a matter he wished to remain detached from. Once this ordeal concluded, their paths would diverge once more. Very well, I am quite adept at drawing, Wang Wei declared with newfound confidence. Wang Wei did not lie. His drawing was remarkably precise. Bai Yi believed that by following this illustration, he could undoubtedly locate the very hole where he had fallen. Astonishingly, he had even depicted the trees and grasses of the mountain, with patches of red interspersed among the lush greens. Although it was already early November, the Ling Mountain, situated in the south, still flourished with vibrant blossoms and verdant willows, making the presence of flowers in the mountains hardly surprising. Bai Yi carefully stored the painting and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." He then turned to Wang Shun, stating, "Boss Wang, our accounts are settled. Farewell." Chapter 290. The illusory tomb. Bai Yi returned to his room with the painting, followed closely by Tang San Cheng, who resembled a devoted apprentice. "So, are we truly going to this place?" he inquired. "I left behind some clover, so I fear no corpse poison," Bai Yi replied. "I suspect that many of the holes Wang Wei mentioned could be illusory tombs. To put it plainly, they are likely to be numerous false burial sites concealing the true resting place of the deceased. However, there are quite a few holes depicted in this drawing, over 20 in total. Typically, illusory tombs are not constructed in such abundance. Even the most renowned Confucius had only 4 or 5 false tombs built by his disciples, and those were situated to the west of his actual grave, all constructed from stone. At the time, Confucianism was merely one of many philosophical schools, not universally accepted, and faced significant opposition. His disciples took precautions when his grave was plundered, making these perhaps the earliest illusory tombs in history. So, if you believe there are false ones, then the true ones must not be far behind, Tang San Cheng queried. Precisely. I have a strong feeling that the actual burial site lies within one of these 20 or so locations. Anyone who would go to such lengths must be no ordinary individual. The scale is immense, and without considerable manpower and resources, it would be unattainable, Bai Yi elucidated. I see, Tang San Cheng replied, clearly pleased. This destination is your choice. Now I wonder how Lei Zi will criticize me if we come up empty-handed. Nonsense, Bai Yi retorted. We haven't even left yet, and you're already inviting misfortune upon yourself. When are we departing? Tang San Cheng lamented. This has truly exhausted me. That peculiar individual seems intent on pushing us into the ancient Kunlun. Indeed, it feels as though we are mere puppets in his hands, Bai Yi remarked, irritation creeping into his voice as he mentioned the enigmatic figure. Very well, we shall depart tomorrow. For today, let us all rest well. Do not ponder too much. I suspect he has set his sights on you, and it is only a matter of time before you encounter him. Do you think so as well? Tang San Cheng asked foolishly, his expression reminiscent of a child. I sometimes wonder what he truly intends to do with me. I nearly lost my life within. He cannot possibly want me dead, can he? Nonsense. Even if he had not nudged Wang Xin towards us, we would still be entering the ancient Kunlun. You would inevitably cross paths with everything. Bai Yi shook his head. He merely facilitated Wang Shun's arrival to find us, as though he is signaling his presence. He is aware of our movements and could easily seek me out. Tang San Cheng found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of complex emotions. Isn't all of this rather strange? In ordinary circumstances, Bai would undoubtedly have scolded him, urging him to attend to his responsibilities. However, today was different. Tang San Cheng bore a sorrow deeper than on any other day. Yes, a melancholic expression lingered on his face, accompanied by an aura of despair. He had once experienced such desolation, believing himself to be the sole anomaly in a world filled with normality, perpetually haunted by a sense of isolation that would remind him in the stillness of night just how lonely he truly was. If after Dali's demise, Tang San Cheng had not appeared, he would have completely lost the pillar of his existence. Was Tang San Cheng not in a similar predicament? The revelation of another soul sharing his blood felt akin to discovering a long-lost kin, providing him with a spiritual support. Yet, this very person was playing hide-and-seek with him. It's all right. Bai unexpectedly embraced Tang San Cheng's shoulders with an affectionate gesture. I understand your feelings, but it matters not whether he is present. You still have me and Qi Xie by your side, not to mention Xiao Shan. Although Xiao Shan is yet unaware of his fate, the three of us can accompany you through this journey. With companions like us, what is there to fear? Tang San Cheng erupted into hearty laughter. The sincerity displayed by Bai today was a rare sight, even more so than when he encountered Fu Yu in the cliff coffin. Haha, I'm fine now. Really I am. Bai, please don't treat me this way in the future. It frightens me. Get lost. Bai playfully shoved Tang San Cheng away. You ungrateful wretch. If you wish to leave, then go. Tang San Cheng cheerfully sought out Qi Xie, his spirits lifted. The heavy burden that had weighed upon his heart had vanished entirely. Wang Shun and his son did not intend to leave immediately, as Wang Wei had yet to fully recover. To venture out now would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Bai and his companions departed first, with Lei Zi brimming with excitement. The red ruby on that mask, if sold, would surely fetch a handsome sum, coupled with the 7,000 acquired from Wang Shun. This venture had proven to be remarkably lucrative. Upon returning to Beijing, Bai busied himself with the ruby mask while Lei Zi and Xiao Ning each returned home to rest, and tranquility resumed. Bai arrived at Uncle Hong's courtyard, and the moment he unveiled the mask, Uncle Hong's expression shifted dramatically. Dove blood ruby. Indeed, Bai confirmed. Uncle Hong, with your extensive knowledge and experience with various artifacts, can you discern the purpose of this mask? Bai had contemplated consulting Di Jun, but given that this artifact belonged to their clan, revealing it might jeopardize its retrieval. Thus, he dismissed that notion. Uncle Hong appeared perplexed. If I were to compare it to something, it resembles a mask from the Xia dynasty, primarily used for rain invocation. Rain invocation? Bai grasped the implication. Originally, this act was a form of shamanistic practice. Hence, even if this mask was not used for rain summoning, it undoubtedly belonged to the realm of ritualistic tools. The likelihood of this was indeed substantial. Uncle Hong furrowed his brow. It might be challenging to sell this mask. Those who can afford it are likely few. I will need some time to locate a buyer and will disseminate the information promptly. Bai entrusted his mask to Uncle Hong with ease, returning to prepare for the next venture. On that day, Lu Zhishi rushed over, bursting through the door with fervent energy. As he entered, laughter erupted among everyone present. Tang San Cheng pointed to the bruises on Lu Zhishi's face and inquired, "What happened to you? Did you get beaten?" "My father did it," Lu Zhishi replied, appearing somewhat aggrieved. "He wants me to take the university entrance examination, but I am unwilling." The reinstatement of the college entrance examination occurred in 1977, 4 years prior to this moment. If Lu Zhishi were to succeed in his studies, it would undoubtedly pave a promising path for him. Attending university would illuminate his future. Bai motioned for Lu Zhishi to take a seat. "Take the exam. Brother Bai, I came to discuss this with you." Lu Zhishi was taken aback by Bai's unequivocal stance, standing firmly on the side of his father. "Do you think I am of no use and no longer want me?" "Not at all," Bai replied. "We owe our survival this time to your tools. However, you must consider your family and yourself. If there comes a day when we cease our operations, how will you support your family? There is a viable opportunity before you now. If you do not seize it, you will surely regret it later." "Tang San Cheng, you speak." Lu Zhishi, unable to garner support from Bai, turned to Tang San Cheng for assistance. "Me?" Tang San Cheng pointed to himself. "I cannot articulate much, but since this is for your benefit, it stands to reason that you should pursue it, right?" Chapter 291. The college entrance examination. Lu Zhishi, filled with enthusiasm, came rushing in. only to be doused with cold water twice. Now, only Qixie and Xiaoshan remained. Xiaoshan, still naive and bewildered, was unable to offer any sound advice. Qixie remained the last hope. Qixie, what do you think? Bai is correct. You are still young, unlike us. Qixie's brief statement shattered Lu Zhishi completely. What difference is there between us? I can do what you do. I understand now. You have Lei Zi, you have Xiao Ning, and you have Xiaoshan. You no longer value me, do you? Just say it plainly. If you wish to cast me aside, do not preach any lofty principles. With a resounding slap, Bai Yi silenced Lu Zhishi, commanding, sit down. Lu Zhishi still harbored a fear of Bai Yi, who was his idol. With reddened eyes, he complied, Brother Bai. Lu Zhishi, I ask you one question. How have you felt among us all this time? Bai Yi inquired. Very well, like a family. Brother Bai takes great care of me and has never put me in danger, Lu Zhishi responded. It is precisely for this reason that I do not wish to leave you. Good. Since we are a family, would we harm you? You understand that the college entrance examination is advantageous for you, do you not? Bai Yi continued. Thus, we have a win-win solution. You can attend university, continue your research and inventions, and provide us with assistance. I will ensure you receive your due rewards, and with your education, you will acquire more knowledge to better aid us, ensuring that you and your father remain on good terms. Lu Zhishi found himself at a loss for words. Realizing that this truly was an ideal compromise, he scratched his head, exclaiming, how did I not think of this? Brother Bai is indeed remarkable. However, there is one thing I must convey to you. Once you enter university, your social circle will undoubtedly expand, and you should know how to navigate that. Bai Yi's tone turned icy. He understood that with Lu Zhishi's capabilities, his admission was a foregone conclusion. Lu Zhishi momentarily froze before comprehending the implication. Rest assured, Brother Bai, I will never disclose our connection, nor will I allow anyone to uncover what I am doing. You must remind yourself that you and we are bound by mutual interests. Should you falter, there will be no escape for you. Bai Yi's demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming starkly serious. It's death, do you understand? The atmosphere plummeted to a chilling silence. Upon hearing that word, Lu Zhishi felt as if a blade rested upon his throat, ready to extinguish his breath with a mere push. I understand, Brother Bai. I will remember it well. Bai Yi smiled. Good, Lu Zhishi, strive diligently. Go back and apologize to your father. If I require assistance, I will certainly seek you out. Upon reflecting on the confrontation with his father, Lu Zhishi felt it had been excessive. As he was about to exit, Bai Yi called him back, tossing an envelope into his arms. Although you did not attend this time, your contributions were invaluable. This is what you deserve. Consider how you will explain its origins to your family. Yes, rest assured, Lu Zhishi replied, feeling elated as he departed. Qixie remarked once Lu Zhishi had closed the door. He is still quite young, filled with idealism. This is the best approach for him. Bai Yi responded. The terrain of Ling Mountain is not perilous. The southern mountains are generally more tranquil, with abundant greenery and a benign environment. My concern lies with the corpse poison, and according to Wang Wei, the cave entrance is tightly sealed. If there are toxic gases inside, it could pose a serious danger. This time, gas masks are indispensable. What had transpired was now a page turned for Bai Yi. As he formally began planning the next operation, Ling Mountain is located in Yuan City, and the current climate is quite favorable. We need not carry many heavy garments. However, due to the humid climate and the prevalence of mosquitoes, it is essential to prepare the appropriate medications. As for other tools, we will prepare as usual. By the way, clover is a must. All right, Qixie, let us commence. Xiaoshan clamored to assist, and together they organized all the tools, distributing them among various backpacks to balance the load. They also contacted Xiao Ning and Lei Zi, agreeing on a departure date 10 days hence. This time frame was primarily due to Uncle Hong, who had established contact with the buyers of the masks. The transaction was set to occur in 8 days, thus solidifying their departure schedule. Yuan City proved to be even warmer than anticipated. Despite it being November, the sky was as clear and blue as a summer's day, with only a slight chill in the mornings and evenings, while the midday sun was somewhat blinding. Arriving here significantly lifted everyone's spirits. Both Changbai Mountain and the ancient Kunlun had presented considerable hardships. On the bus heading towards Yuan City, Lei Zi expressed repeatedly, "It's so much more comfortable in the south. Winter passes in the blink of an eye. What splendid weather." An elderly gentleman seated behind Lei Zi remarked, "Youngsters, the south is not as marvelous as you claim. It is humid, and winter brings a damp chill. Though the temperature may appear warm, when the wind picks up, it can be quite unbearable. Moreover, I see you have your bags packed. Are you heading into the mountains for a jaunt? Do exercise caution, for the hills are rife with venomous creatures. Where exactly are you headed? Bai leaned forward and replied, We are going to Ling Mountain. Ling Mountain? The elder frowned slightly. I've heard tales of it being haunted. Haunted? Xiao Ning gasped, while the little mountain tilted its head in curiosity. What are ghosts? Indeed, it is said that during thunderstorms, one can hear the wails of spirits, echoing for quite some time. The elder shook his head repeatedly. You must not spend the night there. It is far too perilous. Upon hearing this, Bai merely chuckled. The notion of ghostly cries in the mountains held little significance for him. In certain specific physical conditions, magnetic fields can capture sounds from ages past, which may resurface when the original scene is recreated. The reason these ghostly wails are heard during thunderstorms is simply because such an event transpired many years ago amidst stormy weather. This phenomenon has been studied abroad, and Bai had encountered such discussions during his studies overseas. Thank you, dear sir, Xiao Ning smiled sweetly. Half an hour later, the vehicle came to a halt. They had reached their destination. As the elder departed, he reminded them once more, it is best to enter the mountains from the eastern entrance. However, there is one mountain you must avoid, as it is easy to get lost within. Over the decades, at least 20 or 30 souls have vanished inside. Alas, humans are often drawn to the places they should not venture. Chapter 292. The sedative. After the elder finished his warning, he departed, trembling slightly. A notable characteristic of Ling Mountain is that the road winds around it. Whether in the county or the villages, they are nestled within the hills. Just when one thinks there are no settlements ahead, the vehicle takes a turn, revealing a village that takes one by surprise. The spot where they had halted was precisely Yuan City, enveloped by Ling Mountain. Though it looks nearby, based on my experience, it will take at least an hour to reach, Lei Zi remarked, hands on his hips, surveying the not-so-towering, yet verdantly lush hills. Let us find a place to stay first, Bai Yi suggested. As per tradition, let each of us have a local map. Since the elder warned of the potential for getting lost, and given that Wang Wei encountered trouble within, it seems the area is indeed complex. As was customary, they sought out a clean inn for their stay. The innkeeper had a rather shifty demeanor but was exceedingly hospitable, enthusiastically guiding them to their respective rooms. After ensuring they had settled their luggage, he took his leave. Qi Xie and Lei Zi exchanged glances as the innkeeper departed. With a playful grin, Lei Zi said, What are you pondering, Qi Xie? This man is a bit too eager, Qi Xie replied. I thought the same, Lei Zi remarked, rolling up his sleeves. It truly is warm here. Xiao Ning resided in a room of her own, while Tang San, under the pretense of assisting her with her luggage, made his way over there. Lei Zi shook his head, remarking, This Tang San is becoming increasingly untrustworthy. By the time everyone arrived at the inn, it was already afternoon. Nearing mealtime, when the proprietor hurried over, saying, Ladies and gentlemen, I have prepared the meals, please come down to dine. Goodness, how generous of you, Lei Zi exclaimed. I had only heard of the amiable hospitality of people from the northeast. I never anticipated such warmth from a southerner. The owner chuckled, saying, Our establishment is situated near the mountains, and many guests venturing into the hills choose to stay here. Your presence is a testament to the value you place on our humble inn. What delicacies do you offer? Tang San's gluttonous nature finally surfaced, and after inquiring, he audibly swallowed in anticipation. We serve local specialties, freshly made mountain tofu, and dried fish that will surely satisfy you. The owner led them to the dining area in the backyard, but Tang San failed to notice that Qi Xie was missing. Though referred to as a dining hall, it actually consisted of a table set up in the backyard, already laden with an array of dishes. Upon seeing this, Tang San's appetite awakened, and he eagerly began to feast as the owner enthusiastically urged the others to sit down and enjoy. Come, come, these are all local specialties. Dig in. Indeed. Hunger gnawed at Lei Zi and the others, who had begun to eat before he finally took his seat. Ah, owner, you truly have put in great effort, he remarked. By the way, where is that brother who hasn't come down? I'll go call him. Suddenly, the owner rushed upstairs, prompting Lei Zi to smirk as he leisurely picked up his chopsticks, while the others had already started their meal. Bai glanced at Lei Zi and abruptly set his chopsticks down. Lei Zi sighed inwardly, recognizing Bai Yi's perceptiveness. At that moment, Tang San let out a sudden sound of dismay, dropping his chopsticks to the floor, his head crashing onto the table. Xiao Ning and Xiao Shan, seated beside him, were startled and turned to check on him, only to feel dizzy themselves, quickly succumbing to unconsciousness. Bai Yi and Lazy exchanged knowing glances, their peripheral vision catching movement in the kitchen where someone was stirring about. They both instinctively feigned unconsciousness. From the kitchen, a figure emerged, and a woman's voice declared, "This drug truly works wonders. It's spot on each time. However, we are still short one person." Lao Hu was becoming increasingly unreliable. How could he not notice? What is there to fear? Can Lao Hu not handle that individual? Another voice, clearer and more confident, responded, "While they are all unconscious, let us hurry upstairs. Didn't they say this drug could keep them under for several hours? Why the rush?" The woman slowly followed the man upstairs, prompting Lei Zi and Bai Yi to sit up immediately. "We can't let them see what's in our bags," Bai Yi exclaimed anxiously. "It appears we have stumbled into a den of thieves. If they are seasoned in this world, they will recognize those tools." Lei Zi leisurely shook his head. "No worries. Qixia is upstairs. He is likely dealing with those individuals right now. When did you first sense something was amiss?" The proprietor exhibited an excessive enthusiasm, and upon entering our room, he scrutinized our luggage for an extended period, which raised my suspicions. Qixia perceived it as well. Lazy remarked, at that moment, "You were facing away from him, yet you failed to notice the glint in his eyes, as if he were about to toss his eyeballs into our backpack. Let us ascend and investigate." Bai Yi and Lazy were just about to head upstairs when Qixia descended, each hand grasping one of the individuals who had just come up, a man and a woman. Previously, we had only heard their voices, but upon seeing them now, Lazy couldn't help but chuckle. The woman resembled a matchmaker, with a mole at the corner of her mouth, her appearance rather ordinary, yet she was not particularly old. Perhaps in her 30s, adorned in a garish manner. As for the man, he sported a shaved head, with dark skin, a small stature, yet quite robust in build. Qixia flung the two of them to the ground, causing the woman to scream in pain, akin to a slaughtered pig. Lazy, filled with ire, stepped on the man's hand and demanded, "What sort of drug did you administer?" "Just a little sedative," the man replied, his eyes brimming with tears. "We only sought some quick cash. We would never do anything more. Brother, let us speak amicably." "Speak amicably?" Lazy retorted with a sinister grin. "You nearly harmed my grandfather. Do you dare to suggest such a thing?" He exerted pressure, eliciting tears from the man. "Help!" the man cried. "By the way, where's the proprietor?" Bai Yi inquired. "I have him bound with bed linens upstairs," Qixia replied. "How shall we deal with these two?" "Please, do not call the police," the woman sobbed. "We merely sought a bit of quick cash." "A bit of quick cash?" Lazy shouted. "You dared to use drugs. If my brother does not awaken, you ought to be very cautious. Moreover, after obtaining the money, wouldn't that imply intent to kill? We would never dare. We only saw you as outsiders and thought we could act. If the guests lose something, we would simply claim it was the work of outsiders, and the drugs would be attributed to thieves, leaving us blameless. We genuinely only sought to make a little money. We would never harm anyone." The woman, surprisingly, wore a proud expression, prompting Lazy to slap her across the face. "Do you take us for fools?" In chapter 293, The Ghost Valley, after delivering that slap, Lazy inspected his palm, exclaiming, "Damn it, I usually do not strike women, yet I have never encountered someone as shameless as you. You commit wrongdoing and yet take pride in it, do you?" Bai cast a glance at Lazy, urging him to calm down. "From your accents, you are not locals." "Indeed, we hail from the north," the man noted. Witnessing Lazy's aggression towards the woman, his demeanor underwent a complete transformation. "We operate a shop in this desolate place, with hardly any customers. Those who do come are primarily climbers or students on holiday, with little profit to be had. We must survive somehow. It is truly desperate." "Oh, spare me the sob story," Lazy spat on the ground. "I will not be swayed by your empty tales. If I were lying, let the heavens strike me down. I truly did not recognize your stature, unaware that you are remarkable individuals." The man's head struck the ground as he pleaded, "I implore you, please do not call the police. Are they all just climbers? Has anyone ventured into the mountains recently?" Bai inquired. "Yes, there were two individuals, just like you, laden with large and small bundles. They were overly cautious, bringing their own food and drink, which resulted in our failure to take advantage," the man replied, smacking his own mouth. "I deserve to be punished." "Bundled up?" Bai furrowed his brow. "When did they enter?" "Just yesterday. It has been quite some time, and they have yet to return. I suspect they are lost, having wandered into that cursed ravine," the man said, glancing at Lei Zi, who he assumed was the leader of the group. The cursed ravine? Bai asked, what is the story behind it? It is said that this ravine was established during the anti-Japanese war to thwart the invading Japanese forces. Its construction is intricate, supposedly designed by a master of feng shui, resembling a maze. Once the Japanese entered, they could not escape, akin to being trapped in a gourd. However, the local resistance fighters navigated it with ease, defeating the invaders with overwhelming force. The man grew increasingly animated, spewing saliva as he spoke. Thus, the locals refer to it as the Cursed Ravine, a place specifically for vanquishing the Japanese. Bai wiped his face, now speckled with saliva. The man lowered his head. After the war, the ravine remained, but the methods to traverse it were gradually lost. The local populace who ventured in could not find their way back, and word spread, causing everyone to fear entering. A maze of confusion? It sounds like some esoteric formation, Bai thought, regretting that Tang San Cheng was still unconscious. Otherwise, he would likely expound on such matters. Bai scoffed, you truly are remarkable. The conversation returned to the matter at hand, and Lei Zi asked, how shall we deal with these individuals? Bai cast a glance at Lei Zi, who suddenly understood that they certainly did not want to alert the police. After all, they were not innocent either. If their misdeeds were exposed, it would create trouble for themselves. We haven't lost anything, said Xia. I believe we should let this matter go. But if they dare to plot against us again. Lei Zi skillfully mimicked a gesture across his throat, instilling fear in the man and woman on the ground, who nearly lost control of themselves. They were indeed facing a true menace. Bowing their heads, they humbly said, we won't dare, we won't dare. Even so, they dared not resolve their hunger and thirst in the establishment. Bai instructed Lei Zi to procure some food and drink from outside, while he and Xia moved the three still unconscious individuals back upstairs. The proprietor remained bound, a cloth gagging his mouth. Upon seeing them approach, he began to make muffled sounds. Bai stepped forward to remove the gag, his cold gaze sending a chill through the proprietor, rendering him speechless. The man and woman followed them upstairs, timidly eyeing Bai. He coldly remarked, release him. Noticing their lack of response, Bai cast them a sharp glance. Do I need to take action myself? Oh. The man was the first to react, rushing over to untie the boss, whose face wore a pained expression. In a hushed tone, the man remarked, boss, you might as well accept your fate. These brothers are no ordinary folks. The boss, demonstrating a remarkable blend of humility and resilience, unexpectedly chuckled and clasped his hands toward Bai, saying, I apologize for the inconvenience. Judging by his demeanor, Bai surmised that he had previously been involved in some rough dealings, leading him to exclaim, you must have had connections with the Dongbei gang. Given your posture of clenching your fists, it resembles there's quite a bit. He recalled his first encounter with Xie Dachuan, who had exhibited similar gestures, and noted that both men hailed from northern China. Ah, the boss exclaimed in surprise, I never would have guessed. Bai smirked coldly, replying, I myself fell victim to a soporific. The boss's face flushed with embarrassment. I only seek wealth, not lives. At worst, I might engage in some petty trickery, feigning ignorance. Bai found this unexpected wit somewhat intriguing. He waved his hand dismissively, declaring, let us consider this matter settled. If you do not provoke us, we shall cover our lodging expenses. All right. The boss quickly ushered the man and woman downstairs. Turning to Tang San Cheng, Bai found him sleeping soundly. As he turned in his sleep, he nearly tumbled off the bed, mumbling incoherently. Bai approached and overheard him uttering the words, so delicious. In his dreams, he seemed to still be savoring food. Suddenly, Tang San Cheng slipped off the bed, landing with a thud on the cold concrete floor, his head making an intimate acquaintance with the hard surface, resulting in a loud noise that jolted him awake quite swiftly. Bai made no move to assist him, but Xia, feeling a pang of sympathy, hurriedly helped him up and checked his head, asking, how does it feel? Does it hurt? It does, Tang San Cheng replied. But I feel a bit dizzy. Dizziness is to be expected, Bai admonished. You, with your insatiable appetite, are an easy target for deceit. A mere substance slipped into your food, and you become vulnerable. Tang San Cheng looked puzzled, as the events that had transpired were hazy in his mind. Xia sighed. We've encountered a shady establishment. The food we consumed contained a soporific, essentially a drug. Tang San Cheng grasped the situation. So, there really are unscrupulous establishments. This was not particularly surprising, as he recalled instances where guides had lured individuals into the mountains only to lead them into traps for monetary gain. Bai remarked, fortunately, It was merely a soporific this time. Had it been poison, the outcome would have been dire. He pondered whether Tang San Cheng's lineage might render him immune to toxins. This thought troubled him. After all, he couldn't very well conduct a poisoning experiment. As his thoughts drifted, Xiao Shan awoke, immediately complaining of hunger. Given her female constitution, she was the last to awaken and required a moment to comprehend the current situation. Upon learning of the drugging, apprehension washed over her. I dare not eat anything from this establishment again. Bai Yi replied, I'll have Lazy go out to buy food, and, while he's at it, ask him to procure a map. Chapter 294. The trench. He recounted the matter of the ghost trench to them, and Tang San immediately responded. This ordinary trench cannot possibly possess such formidable capabilities. It is essentially a Taoist formation, ensnaring the enemy within. Anyone who ventures inside will inevitably become disoriented. Which is quite normal. Isn't that so? We shall ascertain the truth tomorrow, Bai Yi remarked. However, those 3 individuals who entered the mountains before us are shrouded in mystery. They must not be fellow travelers. I have heard they are exceedingly cautious. Such types are often more difficult to contend with than the more aggressive counterparts. He sighed in relief that Lei Zi was not present. Otherwise, he would have ruminated on it excessively. After all, Lei Zi's previous group was a classic example of the aggressive type, which made Bai Yi's comment seem to imply they were easier to handle. Upon returning, Lei Zi not only brought back provisions and maps, but also unsettling news for Bai Yi. I inquired about the 3 who entered the mountains yesterday. Many have seen them and purchased maps. They headed eastward, and judging by the descriptions of their gear, the likelihood of them being fellow travelers is quite high. 3 men, 1 tall and 2 of average height, all rather slender, have left an impression of being rather sinister. We must remain vigilant tomorrow, Bai Yi advised. Fellow travelers can be foes. Lei Zi immediately recalled their encounter with Bai Yi and the others, sheepishly scratching his head. Well, it depends on the people, doesn't it? Some are ruthless towards their fellow travelers, while others, he trailed off, realizing he had no ground to stand on. After all, he had once been part of a group that opened fire directly, even attempting to employ tricks afterward. He chuckled, enough of that, let us eat. By the way, our journey into the mountains from here will indeed take about an hour. It's not far, but the route is winding. I have rented a vehicle, and it will arrive at 7 tomorrow. Truly the season one, Bai Yi nodded. Let us all rest well tonight. Following the earlier incident, the night passed without incident. Those 3 had learned of their prowess and dared not provoke them further. As dawn broke, they packed their belongings and set off. The vehicle arrived punctually, a farm truck equipped with a trailer, quite practical. They clambered into the spacious trailer, and the vehicle sped along the winding mountain roads. Tang San's heart raced as the surrounding mountains seemed to loom ominously over them. He gazed up at the peaks, murmuring, this place is lacking something. What is it lacking? Water, Tang San replied. The sand surrounds the water, yet there is none. What do you mean? Xiao Shan pointed to a small ditch by the roadside. Prompting Bai Yi to explain, this is an irrigation channel. The county is nestled in the mountains, and the land lies within the hills, necessitating the diversion of water to irrigate the fields. No wonder, Tang San had not noticed these channels earlier. The water system has been disrupted, rendered utterly useless. The vehicle halted at the foot of the mountain. One advantage of the southern hills is that the road leads directly to the base, saving them considerable energy. They jumped down from the truck, and Lei Zi paid the driver, who appeared to be a straightforward individual. As he looked at them, he cautioned, as you venture into the mountains, be sure to steer clear of the ghost trench. Once again, they found themselves at the infamous Gizi Gully, a shadow looming over the local populace. Lei Zi inquired, what characteristics does Gizi Gully possess? In the past, there were notable features, yet now it was overgrown with grass, rendering distinctions nearly impossible. After a moment of contemplation, the driver replied, however, no vegetation thrives nearby. Only within the gully does it flourish. Though the gully appears indistinct, one can discern a particular area with caution. Tang San Cheng remarked, there are still many good people in this world. Naively, Bai Yi coldly interjected with 2 words that struck Tang San Cheng profoundly. Consider this driver. He is exceedingly warm-hearted, as is the elderly woman on the bus. Bai Yi fell silent. Once the driver had shared all he knew, he drove away, prompting Bai Yi to retrieve Wang Wei's painting. Entering from this point should be correct. The eastern entrance lay just beyond this mountain, concealing the place where Wang Wei had become lost. The painting featured a prominent marker, a stone tablet, a memorial for martyrs of the anti-Japanese war. It was toward this very monument that Wang Wei and his classmates had rushed, brimming with youthful fervor. Unaware they were straying into perilous territory, nearly losing their lives. The group followed a narrow path leading to the rear of the mountain. Signs of previous visitors were evident, as the grass along the path bore the imprint of footsteps. Continuing along the trail, they turned left and soon beheld the memorial tablet. Wang Wei must have studied art. Tang San Cheng exclaimed. The shape and size are depicted with remarkable accuracy. He was astonished, recalling the inscription clearly. Memorial tablet for anti-Japanese martyrs. The stone tablet bore the marks of age, its inscriptions weathered and faint, the foundation uneven and slightly tilted. As Bai Yi touched the tablet, he suddenly felt a sticky substance on his hand. Upon lifting it, he discovered it was blood. What on earth is this? Lazy frowned. It's dog blood. How could someone spray dog blood on the memorial? Such a disgraceful act. Xiao Ning expressed her irritation. The blood was fresh, evidently sprayed not long ago. Bai Yi moved to the back of the tablet, observing that the blood was primarily on the edges and rear. Dog blood is typically used for warding off evil. Tang San Cheng mused. What connection does it have with the memorial? This is indeed perplexing. Such an odd occurrence left even Tang San Cheng at a loss for explanation. The others were equally stumped. After cleaning his hands, Bai Yi led the group toward Gizi Gully. What had once been visually apparent in the painting, yet unnamed, was now revealed. The very site of Wang Wei's disappearance was Gizi Gully. Gizi Gully was essentially a trench, dug during combat to provide cover against enemy fire. When opposing forces faced off, such trenches offered a means of protection from frontal assaults. Consider the contrast, standing mere meters from the enemy, exposed, versus the relative safety of a trench, which could shield one from bullets and mitigate danger. This is indeed a trench, Lazy remarked. But how could it be so vast? The trench lay significantly lower than where they stood, no longer a barren earthen ditch. Countless verdant plants sprouted from within, their growth unrestrained by design, a testament to nature's unbridled development. As Tang San Cheng gazed upon the scene, he found himself perplexed by the arrangement of the trench, unable to comprehend its layout. Suddenly, Lazy leaped down. The plants were towering at least as high as a person. Bai Yi took out a drawing and confirmed once more that this was indeed the right place. However, Wang Wei had not initially fallen here. After becoming separated from his classmates, he had arrived alone at this spot and encountered Gizi Go. The youthful curiosity was at its peak, prompting him to jump down, much like Lazy did now. He aimlessly wandered in Gizi Go, indicating that someone had already descended. Bai Yi remarked. Aside from Lazy below, the others noticed that to the left of Lazy, the plants were askew, clearly disturbed by someone passing through. Tang San Cheng expressed some concern. Could it be those 3 individuals the shopkeeper mentioned? What a coincidence. Are they also here for Gizi Go? Bai Yi rested his hand on his head. It seems we cannot escape the norm. Since we are here, we might as well go down. Chapter 295. The Labyrinth. Fortunately, they were aware of the abundance of mosquitoes in this area, so everyone wore long sleeves and pants. Jumping down one by one, Lazy led the way, secretly lamenting as he had to dig through the obstructing plants with the tools from his bag. In truth, there was a path along the side that could have saved them considerable effort, but venturing that way might lead them to cross paths with those 3 unknown individuals. Given their deliberate arrival at Gizi Go, it was evident they were not ordinary tourists. Until they had a clearer understanding of the situation, it was better to avoid an encounter. This left Lazy in a pitiful state. Before long, he was gasping for breath and called out to Qixia for help. I can't take it anymore. Qixia, I feel like I'm about to faint. This is exhausting. The mountains were somewhat cooler than the outside, but the temperature remained high. Such was the nature of the south. In the early mornings and evenings, one needed to wear a jacket, yet by noon, the sun blazed fiercely, almost venomously. Even in early November, the sunlight striking the neck could cause it to redden after prolonged exposure. Qixia switched places with Lazy, and thus, they took turns navigating through the interior, searching for the hole where Wang Wei had fallen. As they walked, Tang San Cheng began to sense something. The trench was unmistakably a labyrinth. Once inside, locating the center would be quite challenging, and finding the exit would prove equally difficult. These trenches had no relation to feng shui. They were simply a maze, ingeniously designed as a trench. So it is a labyrinth. Bai Yi halted, re-examining the area. The place Wang Wei went should be at the very center. How astute these children are. He has directly found the center. Bai Yi instructed Qixia to carry him on his shoulders, observing the terrain with a sigh. The precise location of the trench was indeed uncertain. Could it rely on luck? There seemed to be no other option but to move forward and see. Bai had never encountered such a comically perplexing situation before. Beneath the blazing sun, the group proceeded through the trench. After a while, they encountered a dead end, forcing them to retreat and choose another direction. They were unsure how long they had walked when suddenly a piercing scream echoed through the air. Tang San Cheng's ears perked up immediately. He pointed to the left front. It came from over there. The right front. Bai Yi's spirit was lifted. It seemed they had encountered the trio. He was genuinely grateful to them for pointing the way. Now, he knew which path to take. Judging by the sounds, those individuals were no more than 10 meters away. The direction was clear, yet they still needed to find the route leading there. As for the cries of despair, Lazy remarked, it appears they have most likely repeated Wang Wei's misfortune and fallen down. Now we have some excitement to witness. Bai Yi shook his head. If they came prepared and still fell, it only indicates one thing. The pit is not conspicuous, and they stumbled into it. We must remain vigilant. You truly never let your guard down, Lazy said helplessly. With so many thoughts racing through your mind daily, doesn't your head ache? Less chatter. Xiao Ning seized the opportunity to retort to Lazy. Only those lacking in intellect would fail to ponder matters. Humph. Lazy glanced at Tang San Cheng. Tang San Cheng, this girl is no good. You Haven Tea taught her well. As the two continued their banter, Qi Xie suddenly pushed aside the branches ahead. There is a path here. It seems to lead directly in that direction. Damn. Finally a glimmer of hope, Lazy sighed. I feel like I'm being sun-dried. Following that path, Qi Xie, with his sharp eyes, noticed a slender figure in the distance, busily flitting about in a state of urgency. Before Qi Xie could make a move, Xiao Shan shot forward like an arrow and leaped onto the person's back. The individual, already slight of frame, nearly tumbled into the pit due to Xiao Shan's forceful pounce. Fortunately, Qi Xie acted swiftly, grabbing both of them just in time. The person, having just experienced a fright, was startled by the sudden appearance of the group. Who are you? This individual bore a resemblance to a lanky monkey. What do you want? Lazy, noticing the pit ahead, understood why they had fallen. It was covered by a layer of vines, now punctured by an opening. It seemed Wang Wei had also met the same fate, as the previously broken vines had regrown, concealing the entrance, leading this group to inadvertently stumble upon it. Given the circumstances, shouldn't you answer us first? Lazy said dismissively. Xiao Shan suddenly drew a knife from the person's waist. Look, he has this. Xiao Shan and Tang San Cheng quickly snatched the knife away. Don't be reckless. You could hurt yourself. Seeing the sharp blade, Bai Yi understood that these three were certainly not ordinary. The individual, now subdued by Qi Xie, had calmed down. Let us talk this over. I don't believe I've damaged your bridge or crossed your river. Bai Yi, disregarding the question, replied, I wonder how the ones who fell are faring. A flicker of anxiety crossed the person's face. Having been frantic just moments ago, they now grew solemn upon hearing Bai Yi mention the safety of their companions. Are you with them? I don't know. Bai Yi suddenly yanked off the person's backpack, discovering a Luoyang shovel inside. He chuckled. What a coincidence. It said that enemies are drawn together. Indeed, we are rivals. The individual glanced at Qi Xie. Brother, but it seems you've set a trap first. Qi Xie cast a glance at Bai Yi, who nodded in response. Let him go. The man extricated himself from Qi Xie's grasp. It appears you also have your own agenda for coming here. To speak frankly, fellow travelers can often be adversaries. Once we descend, each must rely on their own abilities. Naturally, the man's candor elicited a modicum of goodwill from Bai Yi. However, we must first ascertain the condition of your companion below. Shall we? I surveyed the drop, approximately 10 meters. Should one fall, it would likely not bode well. Perhaps not, Bai Yi replied confidently. We shall find out once we descend. But how do we go down? Are we to jump? The man suddenly smirked slyly. Or perhaps you would be willing to assist me. I happen to have prepared a rope. What is your name? Bai Yi inquired, sidestepping the question. Skinny Monkey. The name seemed quite fitting, both diminutive and slender, reminiscent of a monkey indeed. Bai Yi chuckled. Let us descend. Lazy cheerfully retrieved an improved Luoyang shovel and rope from his backpack, first lowering Qi Xie with the rope. The rationale was abundantly clear. The two individuals below would likely be as untroubled as Wang Wei. Whether those two would launch a surprise attack was uncertain. If Qi Xie descended, there would be little to worry about. Next, Bai Yi was lowered. This was tactical, with Bai Yi and Qi Xie descending together. a balanced 2 against 2, ensuring no concerns regarding their strength. Following that, Xiao Ning was lowered, and finally, the skinny monkey was sent down as well, a balanced 3 against 3. Lazy turned to Tang San Cheng. It's your turn now. Chapter 296. Accumulating coal. Tang San Cheng secured the rope around his waist, glancing at the small hill before descending slowly. The rope tied around his waist was certainly uncomfortable, each time he was suspended causing considerable distress. Today was no exception, coupled with his thin clothing. The rope pressed painfully against his skin. After descending a few meters, he grimaced, and upon reaching the bottom, he was caught by Chijia. Are you all right? I'm fine, Tang San Cheng replied, scrutinizing his abdomen. Just a bit sore today. The rope was made of cotton, sturdy yet soft. Bai Yi remarked, we are in the south, dressed lightly. There is little choice. Endure it, Tang San Cheng. After all, you are not delicate. Tang San Cheng glanced at the individuals within the cavern. It was now 4 against 3. But currently, it remained 4 against 1, as the skinny monkey's companion was absent. Moreover, the cavern below was not straightforward, resembling a labyrinth with numerous entrances. Some accessible, while others were tightly blocked by stones. Another underground maze indeed. Not only that, the soil here was notably loose, and the underground was remarkably clean, devoid of any extraneous stones. Bai Yi stamped his foot. The soil is quite soft. It seems your companion's fall has not caused significant harm, and there is a cushioning layer in the middle of the descent. Tang San Cheng understood that the so-called buffer zone was characterized by encountering a massive tree root protruding from the earth upon descent. Should a person fall directly, they would inevitably strike that root before continuing their plunge downwards, thereby significantly alleviating the force of gravity. Thus, Wang Wei had not met his demise. And although the 2 companions of the slim monkey had also descended with caution, they remained unharmed. At that moment, Xiaoshan jubilantly made his way down. The slim monkey took a moment to count their numbers and remarked, it seems one of you must remain above to keep watch. Unnecessary, Bai Yi replied, a smirk gracing his lips, exuding an air of satisfaction. The elongated Luoyang shovel nearly dropped the slim monkey's jaw in astonishment. Lazy was no novice in employing it. And this time he maneuvered it with remarkable proficiency, swiftly retracting it to a standard size. The slim monkey was taken aback. Is this a Luoyang shovel? An extended, retractable version, Lazy replied with pride. What do you think? Is this your first encounter with it? Not quite, said the slim monkey. The front end has been modified. His keen observational skills were indeed impressive. They found themselves in an underground labyrinth, surrounded by numerous passages. Which direction should they take? Bai Yi retrieved a map, attempting to discern further clues, but unfortunately, the map's value lay primarily above ground. As for the subterranean realm, they would need to navigate through it themselves. Your companions must have chosen a passage and departed, he noted. The slim monkey blinked. In that case, I shall temporarily accompany you. Humph, Bai Yi thought to himself, recognizing that the slim monkey was no ordinary character. Despite his small head, he was quite astute. Traveling together posed no immediate issue. But he feared that once the treasures revealed themselves, competition would be inevitable. With a cold laugh, Bai Yi replied, of course, that is acceptable. They now had to select a passage and continue their journey. Lazy, wielding the Luoyang shovel, commenced his task. In their hands, the shovel's true worth was yet to be realized. Today, it would finally serve its intended purpose. Lazy ventured into a passage unblocked by stones, probing the earth with the shovel while extending its length. Upon reaching the bottom, he pulled the shovel upward, bringing a clump of soil with it. He inspected it, shook his head, nodded. The primary function of the Luoyang shovel was to extract soil from beneath the surface. Experienced grave robbers could ascertain the presence of a tomb based on the soil's texture. The history of this tool was ancient, and while the nuances of assessing soil by smell and sight were lost on Tang San Cheng and Xiaoshan, Xiao Ning had gleaned such knowledge from her father. In every passage that was not obstructed by stones, Lazy meticulously conducted his explorations, but the results were disheartening. Nevertheless, he uncovered some clues. The underground pathways were frequented, resulting in chaotic footprints. However, since only Lazy had ventured into the passage, the footprints became much easier to discern. In one particular passage, he discovered 2 additional rows of footprints, unmistakably belonging to the slim monkey's companions, who had entered through this route. Damn it, how foolish. Why didn't they think to use the Luoyang shovel for probing? The lanky figure wore an expression of frustration as Bai Yi shook his head. Surely, something has transpired that remains unknown to us. Now, lazy, it appears these passages are merely a feigned labyrinth. We are left with only these openings, obstructed by stones. Lazy nodded, maneuvering the Luoyang shovel at an angle to probe the earth, extracting soil. After examining 4 spots without success, his patience began to wane. Observing his fatigue, Bai took over, noting that only 2 openings remained. He inserted the Luoyang shovel diagonally, drawing out a small amount of soil, which he sniffed. A smile breaking across his face. Lazy, had you persisted a moment longer, the credit would have rightfully been yours. Damn it, really? Lazy rushed over, prodding the soil on the shovel with his finger and then spitting on the ground. What bad luck? What is the matter? Tang San inquired. How does this soil differ from the previous? This soil contains a layer of carbon, Bai explained. This indicates that there was an intentional burning of charcoal underground. Burning charcoal? Tang San, unfamiliar with the chemical principles, listened intently. The accumulation of charcoal in a tomb serves multiple purposes. First, it can help dry the burial chamber and preserve the body. Secondly, charcoal mixed with soil complicates the creation of a tunnel. Most importantly, when charcoal burns, it produces carbon monoxide, commonly referred to as poisonous gas, grave toxin. If one were to inadvertently inhale it, death would be imminent. Tang San shuddered slightly. Fortunately, we have gas masks. Gazing at the stone-sealed entrance, Bai pondered how to open it. The Luoyang shovel had unearthed carbonaceous soil approximately 5 meters below, indicating that the burial chamber extended another 5 meters downward, right beneath this entrance. Explosives, perhaps? He glanced at Lei Zi, who had been eagerly awaiting Bai Yi's command. Rubbing his hands together, Lei Zi remarked, I've been itching to do this for a while. He retrieved explosives from his backpack, first measuring the entrance's dimensions, then muttering to himself as he began to prepare the mixture. Throughout this process, the lanky figure remained quietly observant, not making a sound. Suddenly, Bai Yi turned to see the excitement radiating from his face as he intently watched Lei Zi prepare the explosives, his eyes seemingly alight with fervor. Was it excitement for Lei Zi, or for the explosives themselves? Chapter 297. The yellow turbans. The powders in Lei Zi's hands resembled toys, and all he needed to do was reassemble them to impart a certain lethality, neither too great nor too minor, striking a delicate balance. One aspect that continually astonished everyone was Lei Zi's near-total reliance on instinct rather than measurements, which left them feeling apprehensive. If his intuition faltered, lives could be at stake. Do not be anxious. I assure you with my own head that the measurements will be precise. Lei Zi chuckled, attempting to alleviate the tension in the room. At that moment, the lanky figure surprisingly voiced his support for Lei Zi. There is no error in the measurements. You understand explosives? Lei Zi replied, somewhat taken aback. You sound as though you are quite knowledgeable. Everyone silently chuckled, as this Lei Zi was perpetually belittling others. The 3 words he uttered seemed to subtly mock the frail monkey, suggesting that he was merely adept at verbal sparring. The frail monkey did not refute. Instead, observing as Lei Zi carried the explosives into the cave, poised to ignite them. Having experienced similar situations before, everyone prudently retreated to a safe distance. Once they were secure, Lei Zi ignited the fuse and quickly withdrew. With a resounding bang, debris scattered in all directions. The stones at the cave entrance fell away. Relinquishing their guard, Lei Zi shook his head, dislodging the fragments that clung to him, declaring triumphantly, we have succeeded. The small hill had already cleared the rubble aside, revealing a gaping entrance. Beyond lay nothing more than ordinary soil, yet the true enigma awaited deeper exploration. Bai Yi employed a Luoyang shovel to once again verify the location of the charcoal layer. Here it is, let us begin. As Bai Yi proclaimed the commencement, it was the young girl Xiao Ning who took the lead, causing the frail monkey's jaw to drop once more. Witnessing Xiao Ning's actions, he gasped repeatedly in astonishment. Incredible. Where on earth did this group come from? Bai Yi stepped forward and inquired, Frail monkey, it is evident that you have come here with purpose. Are you aware of the intricacies of this place? The question caught the frail monkey off guard, and the panic etched on his face betrayed his thoughts. Indeed, they must possess some knowledge to have arrived here. Bai Yi let out a cold chuckle. Now, the advantage lies with us. I wonder where your 2 companions are at this moment. You have but 2 choices. First, divulge what you know, and if it holds any value, you might yet partake in the spoils. Second, you may choose to remain here, and rest assured, a clever mind like yours can surely fathom the means of ensuring your stay. The frail monkey clenched his lips tightly. When faced with tension or the need to make a decision, Individuals often exhibit subconscious behaviors. This frail monkey had arrived at such a moment. Those who understand the times are the true sages. Do I have any other options? That as well. Bai Yi replied with a smile. We did not arrive here by mere chance. The frail monkey continued. There exists a book titled Yuyumitian. I wonder if you have ever heard of it. No, Bai Yi replied, confident in his extensive reading, particularly concerning tales of the extraordinary. Yet he had never encountered this Yuyumitian. To be precise, this book is not exactly a book, but merely a notebook, passed down from my companion Xiao Deji's ancestors. The frail monkey elaborated. It mentions an individual who was one of the 36 leaders of the Yellow Turban Army. Tang San Cheng, assisting Xiao Ning, grew animated at the mention of the Yellow Turban Army. I know about that. They were a peasant uprising. Bai Yi shot him a glance and remarked. The Yellow Turban Army was a peasant uprising during the late Eastern Han Dynasty, recognized by their members tying yellow cloth around their necks. The populace referred to them as divine soldiers, also known as the Yellow Turban Army. Their rallying cry, "The heavens have perished, the yellow sky shall rise," echoed among the people. Their leader was Zhang Jiao, who proclaimed himself the General of Heaven, while his brothers Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang were known as the Generals of Earth and Humanity, respectively. Indeed, it is entirely plausible that this place is connected to the Yellow Turban Army. The slender monkey recounted. In the tales, it is mentioned that an ancestor of Brother Xiao was abducted in the dead of night. Upon arriving at their destination, he discovered that several compatriots had also been taken. These captives were masked, rendering their appearances indistinguishable. They were forced to excavate numerous tunnels, but only one served as the genuine repository for certain boxes. These boxes were sealed tightly, and they were strictly prohibited from being opened without permission. Any sign of curiosity would lead to immediate execution. Initially, the man was solely focused on survival, without any thought of what lay within those boxes. However, he eventually gleaned some knowledge of their contents and thus penned a memoir, hoping that one day his descendants might uncover these treasures. Bai Yi remarked, he must have realized what was inside. Indeed, you are astute. The slender monkey spoke with great clarity. Although his head was small, his mind was remarkably agile. He did not intentionally pry. He was merely an ordinary person seeking safety. However, during the move, one box was excessively heavy and cracked open, revealing its contents for just a moment. He was fortunate, as he and his fellow movers feigned ignorance, narrowly escaping disaster. He had glimpsed what lay within, hence he left a clue behind. Did he note the geographical location? Bai Yi was taken aback. If that were true, the man had undoubtedly ventured into a perilous situation, risking his life at any moment. Yes, but it was rather vague, which is why he could not find it upon his return. The slender monkey spoke fluently, which sparked some suspicion in Bai Yi. Either they had discussed these matters countless times, thus becoming quite familiar, or this slender monkey had concocted his narrative in anticipation of Bai Yi's inquiries. If it were the latter, Bai Yi glanced at the slender monkey. It is indeed no small feat for a memoir from the Eastern Han period to have survived through generations. That is because the contents possess sufficient allure, replied the slender monkey. Your words imply that you have witnessed it firsthand. Bai Yi's offhand remark caused a change in the slender monkey's complexion. Bai Yi noted this, realizing that the slender monkey had likely concealed certain truths. He needed to be wary. I heard it from Brother Xiao, the slender monkey stammered, his blinking becoming increasingly frequent. Bai Yi chuckled. How fortuitous that this place was transformed into trenches during the War of Resistance, resembling a labyrinth. Who would have imagined that beneath it lies another maze dating back to the Eastern Han? By the way, how did Brother Xiao's ancestor ascertain that those captives were members of the Yellow Turban Army? Chapter 298. The Curved Hem. Interestingly, among those masked individuals was one of considerable stature, whose expressions others were keen to read. Brother Xiao's ancestor, upon hearing a remark, inadvertently called out to him as General Rengong. The Yellow Turban Army held significant sway among the common folk, and the identity of this General Rengong was well known. Thus, the identities of these individuals could not remain concealed. Was it a detachment led by General Zhang Liang? Bai Yi remained in a state of astonishment. While the excavation on the other side was nearly complete, the thin monkey turned his head, unable to conceal the surprise etched on his face. When he looked at Xiao Ning, his eyes conveyed an added depth, muttering repeatedly, I never expected this, truly unexpected. Xiao Ning felt a twinge of pride, as she could vaguely discern a staircase below. Aware of the toxicity beneath, none dared to descend recklessly. Bai Yi suggested, "Put on your gas masks." Surprisingly, the thin monkey complied, demonstrating he had indeed come prepared. As everyone donned their masks, Xiao Shan, accustomed to freedom, protested against the mask's constricting nature, insisting on removing it. Tang San, terrified, firmly restrained him. "You can't take it off. You could die. If you die, you'll meet my sister Xiao Ning." Fearless of everything else, Xiao Shan was genuinely afraid of not seeing Tang San again, promptly settling down and obediently following in Tang San's wake. The thin monkey's mask appeared bulkier than those of Bai Yi and the others, prompting Bai Yi to think of Lu Zhishi, who possessed a certain skill. The thin monkey, being slender, looked somewhat foolish with the cumbersome mask perched atop his small frame, creating a disproportionate appearance. "Let us descend," Bai Yi's voice echoed from within the mask. Somewhat muffled, the rope was lowered, and one by one, they reached the bottom. Bai Yi was the first to arrive, followed by Xiao Shan and Lei Zi. Then the thin monkey, with Xiao Ning and Tang San arriving last. Qi Xia lingered behind, utilizing a Luoyang shovel to descend. The thin monkey was wedged between the others, rendering any thoughts he had futile. Upon arrival, a sensation akin to being choked enveloped them, with a wave of heat swirling nearby. Indeed, the underground was toxic. Even through the masks, the scent of death lingered, compelling them to hold their breath. As the air gradually seeped in, the oppressive heat began to dissipate. Tang San cautiously opened his mouth to inhale, confirming he felt no discomfort before allowing himself to relax. Turning around, he noticed Xiao Shan curiously staring at something. "Brother, what is that?" On the wall, there were braziers, quietly observing the group under the beam of the flashlight. How long had it been since they were last ignited? Bai Yi lit one, and the scene left everyone in awe. The room was filled with skeletal remains. Lei Zi counted and found over 30 corpses. Qi Xia crouched to inspect. The cervical vertebrae show signs of injury. It appears they were slain by a swift throat cut. The assailant was efficient, with clean, precise cuts. Indeed, ruthless and accurate, Lei Zi shrugged. Death should be a familiar affair for us. Scattered remnants of fabric lay about, grimy and tattered, originally belonging to the corpses. The flesh had decayed, and the skeletons could no longer support the garments, causing them to fall and mix with the dust over the years, culminating in their current state. Lei Zi picked up a piece of sharp stone to examine one of the garments. "Whose clothing is this?" Bai Yi crouched down, scrutinizing the intricate patterns. "This is a tsuju." "What is a tsuju?" Tang San, upon hearing such a specialized term, reacted with confusion. "What does that signify?" In the early days of the Han ethnicity, trousers without a connected crotch were non-existent, necessitating protective measures at the hems, which led to the emergence of the tsuju style. Both men and women could don this attire, with men's tsuju featuring a wider hem for ease of movement, while women's were more fitted, accentuating their figures. Bai Yi cast a glance at Shouhou and remarked that this style was predominantly popular between the pre-Qin and Han dynasties. Shouhou's spirit lifted, so it was indeed true. However, Bai Yi cautioned that it was premature to draw conclusions. These individuals were merely commoners. Suddenly, Qi Jia interjected that their hand bones appeared deformed, likely due to prolonged laborious activities. It could also suggest they were part of the peasant army. Shouhou then noted that the Yellow Turban Army originated from peasants, and should these be their remains, it would indeed be substantiated. Tang San Cheng, intrigued, inquired about the Yellow Turban Army, having missed the earlier exchange while assisting Xiao Ning. Bai Yi sighed and reiterated Shouhou's account. Noting Tang San Cheng's lack of understanding regarding the Yellow Turban Army, he explained that this peasant uprising emerged during the late Eastern Han period, a fact that required little elaboration. The government was rife with corruption, and natural disasters plagued the land, rendering life exceedingly difficult for the populace. A multitude of farmers fled, leading to widespread starvation, with even the capital, Luoyang, strewn with the dead. Thus, various peasant uprisings arose, with the Yellow Turban Army being one of the factions. Could this truly be the work of the Yellow Turban Army? Lei Zi mused, surveying the area. This resembles an execution chamber more than anything else. So many lives were lost here, yet all that remains are these tattered garments, utterly devoid of value. Lei Zi's bluntness held a ring of truth. These fabrics were indeed from the Eastern Han era and might have held some worth, but the antique market values items based on their condition. A complete ancient vase holds far greater value than one with a missing piece, and these textiles had disintegrated into countless fragments, rendering them virtually worthless. Shouhou suddenly stated that according to the notes, there were other tomb chambers in this vicinity, and this was merely one of them. As they approached, they discovered a dilapidated wooden door beside the chamber, which Lazy kicked open, causing it to crash down. Beyond lay a stone corridor, poorly constructed and loosely assembled, with soil seeping through, revealing deep ruts likely left from the original construction. On either side of the corridor were additional tomb chambers. Left or right? Lazy pondered, scratching his nose. Shall we decide by rock, paper, scissors? Enough, Bai retorted, barely able to contain his exasperation. Had they already forgotten the lessons learned from their previous game of chance? Bai crouched down to examine the tire tracks. These impressions were quite deep, indicating a substantial load. The tracks heading left were even deeper, suggesting a heavier burden. Thus, we shall first explore the left chamber, then return to the right. Are you all in agreement? Even if there were objections, none would dare to voice them. Lazy remarked, I will follow your lead this time. Leading the way, Bai approached the left tomb. As they drew nearer, he abruptly halted, turning back to declare, something is amiss. Chapter 280. Mercury. Bai's sudden reaction caused those behind him to stop in their tracks, exchanging puzzled glances. Xiao Ning, bewildered, asked Bai. What is it? Lazy responded, the smell is wrong. It's mercury. Everyone stepped back. Despite wearing a gas mask, Lazy's reaction was intense. Tang San Cheng, initially eager to mock Lazy, suddenly felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. His throat was parched, prompting him to hastily pull Xiao Ning back into the chamber filled with corpses. Lazy, isn't mercury supposed to be in liquid form? Xiao Ning, possessing some knowledge, was more astute than Tang San Cheng and Xiao Shan. Yet, I see no mercury at all. How could Lu Zhixi's gas mask allow any scent to seep through? It's likely that the mercury inside has vaporized, hence the strong odor. The gas mask can filter out toxic substances from the air, but it cannot achieve complete efficacy. Mercury is highly toxic. Even a hint can induce discomfort. In the past, without any protection, a mere proximity would have been fatal. Lazy glanced at Bai. This clearly indicates that what lies within is extraordinary, hence the presence of a mercury pool. Precisely, Bai replied, his voice tinged with excitement. The connection between here and the ground has been established. Even if the mercury has vaporized, with a little time, donning our gas masks, we can venture inside. Suddenly, the thin monkey bent down, appearing quite distressed. Tang San Cheng, concerned, asked, Are you all right? Bai shot him a glare. The thin monkey's allegiance was still uncertain. Yet Tang San Cheng's heart was initially kind. He'll be fine. Mild mercury poisoning can be remedied with milk and egg whites. Besides, do you think his gas mask is merely decorative? Indeed, the thin monkey soon regained his composure, cursing, Damn it, this mercury pool is astonishing. Bai glanced at his watch, a fine piece he had brought back from Switzerland, handcrafted and maintaining its precision even underground. It was a mechanical watch, waterproof and fireproof. Let us wait for a while. The gaseous mercury will gradually dilute in the air. Once we approach again, with our gas masks, we should be safe. Approximately 15 minutes later, Lazy could no longer contain himself and rushed forward to test the air. Standing at the entrance, he inhaled deeply several times, declaring, It seems safe now, come on over. As the group approached the tomb chamber, they discovered a stone door that was not entirely sealed. In fact, it seemed that some external force had created a narrow opening, from which the earlier scent emanated, though it had since diminished. Qi Xie and Lei Zi joined in an effort to push the stone door open. After a brief attempt, the three were taken aback by its astonishing weight. This stone door was extraordinarily heavy. Bai Yi's fingers slipped into the crevice, probing behind the door. He wiped his fingers and brought them to his nose. Detecting a scent, a layer of clay had been cast behind the stone door, presumably for waterproofing purposes. The slender monkey, displaying a certain expertise, remarked that moisture would struggle to penetrate the clay, which would be a mess when wet yet as sharp as a blade when dry. Lazy spat on the ground, commenting on the ingenuity of such a design, and lamented that despite their combined efforts, they still struggled to open the door. With the strength of all present, the stone door slowly yielded, revealing the interior. Before them lay a pool, 1 meter in length and width, filled to the brim with mercury. It appeared that only a slight amount of mercury had vaporized, which relieved Lazy. Bai nodded in agreement, noting that mercury vaporizes only under specific temperature conditions, and that its fumes are highly toxic. The ancients had cleverly constructed mercury pools within tombs, and he wondered what other secrets lay within that coffin. Passing through the mercury pool, they arrived at the coffin, which was neither stone nor wood but crafted from clay. The structure of the ceramic coffin appeared relatively intact. Its surface was smooth, deep black in color, and remarkably unfaded despite the passage of time. Tang San Cheng had just expressed his astonishment when Bai shook his head, indicating yet another lesson was forthcoming. He explained that the black layer must have been applied prior to firing. Had it been painted afterward, it would surely have worn away. This dark, lacquered coffin bore a striking resemblance to contemporary black lacquer coffins. Regrettably, Bai noted that the ceramic coffin had developed cracks. Indeed, while it had not fractured completely, the lid exhibited numerous fissures. As Bai and Lazy carefully lifted the lid, it shattered into countless pieces upon being set down. Lazy spat on the remnants, exclaiming in disbelief at the choice of a ceramic coffin, predicting that in a few years, the remains would lie directly on the ground. Suddenly, Bai spoke up, urging Lazy to take a closer look. The slender monkey squeezed through, his face alight with excitement as he observed the remains within the ceramic coffin. His mouth is swollen. He must have been holding something. The avaricious, slender monkey was about to reach in, but Bai's icy glare halted him, a silent warning of potential peril. What is the problem? Lazy shrugged, unfazed. We're all just waiting for you to reach in. The corpse within the earthenware coffin had lost its moisture, resembling a desiccated body. In the southern underground, the presence of a mummified corpse is a rarity, considering the abundance of groundwater that hinders the geological conditions necessary for such preservation. The skin and flesh clung to the bones, and though the clothing was filthy, hints of its yellow hue remained, adorned with dragon motifs. Bai observed the limbs. The hands were tightly clenched, fists raised, evidently grasping something. Upon inspecting the face, he noted the swollen cheeks, indicating the mouth contained an object. However, Bai and Lazy dismissed Shouho's intention to examine the mouth, as the bulging abdomen led Shouho, an experienced individual, to quickly deduce he had ingested mercury. Lazy shrugged, expressing his support for Shouho's initiative. The process of embalming often relied on mercury. Upon death, mercury was immediately poured into the mouth. The southern Song Emperor Zhao Lizong had undergone this procedure, and in ancient times, due to mercury's value, tomb robbers like the infamous Yang Lianji from the western regions had specifically arranged to suspend Zhao Lizong's corpse to extract the mercury. Bai shook his head, asserting that there must be more than just mercury, for the abdomen could not be so distended otherwise. Chapter 281, Poison. Reflecting on the corpse poison that afflicted Wang Wei, Bai became particularly vigilant. However, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Wang Wei had fallen upon a corpse, subsequently compressing its abdomen and causing the poison to spew forth from its mouth. Yet, they had not discovered any remains where they had fallen. Was there another passage leading directly to this subterranean tomb? Or had that corpse been relocated by Shouho's companions? If it were the former, there would be no issue. If the latter, it posed a significant problem, as the corpse must possess unusual properties to warrant such actions. Bai, why did you stop mid-sentence? Tang San Cheng nudged him with his elbow. He not only ingested mercury, but what else? It was possible he had been poisoned, and not merely with mercury. Bai blinked at Tang San Cheng, who stared back in bewilderment. Finally, Bai uttered two words, corpse poison. Tang San Cheng's realization dawned. I understand now. Any action taken against the corpse could potentially release the poison, necessitating the resolution of this predicament first. Bai smiled as he observed the stones on the ground. Lazy, fetch a larger one. All right. Lazy picked up the largest stone he could find. Aim better. Bai paid no heed to Lazy's jest. Tang San Cheng was well aware of his precision. Holding the stone, Bai distanced himself from the coffin, gauging his throw, and with a swift motion, he released the stone, which landed squarely on the corpse's abdomen. The force caused the upper body of the corpse to spring upright, astonishingly sitting up. Xiao Ning hurriedly took refuge behind Tang San Cheng. As the corpse straightened, it expelled a jet of black liquid with considerable force, splattering onto the ground outside the earthenware coffin, where it hissed upon contact, releasing a noxious smoke. Qi Xia approached cautiously, taking a moment to inspect the substance before declaring, it is poison from the hemlock. The zhen is a legendary bird of prey, larger than an eagle, with a mournful and piercing cry. Its feathers are highly toxic. A mere dip in wine transforms the beverage into a lethal concoction known as zhen wine, which is incurable. The effects of consuming this poison alongside mercury remain a mystery. As the ominous black smoke dissipated, danger seemed to fade. At that moment, the lean monkey could no longer restrain himself. He darted forward like an arrow released from a bow, eager to seize the advantage. Though small in stature, he was remarkably agile, and in an instant, he reached the coffin, eagerly attempting to pry open the corpse's mouth. With a sudden twist, a small arrow shot forth from the deceased's mouth, aimed directly at the monkey's throat. The lean monkey had no time to evade. When the projectile struck him, he instinctively recoiled, narrowly avoiding the arrow. Yet it left a crimson mark on his chin, blood oozing forth rapidly. Bai Yi, toying with a stone in his hand, approached the coffin and cast a glance at the surviving lean monkey. As the price for saving you, all that is here belongs to me. Do you understand? At that precise moment, witnessing the monkey's stunned reaction, one could hardly blame him. The speed of the mouth arrow was astonishing, and given the proximity of the corpse's head, the likelihood of hitting was nearly absolute. Bai Yi had anticipated this maneuver, which explained why he had allowed the monkey to act impulsively. As for using the stone to spare the monkey from calamity, Bai Yi considered it merely a whimsical decision. The lean monkey touched his chin, feeling the blood pooling in his palm, a chill creeping up his neck. Suddenly, Xia exclaimed, "This is not good. The color of the blood has changed." What was once vibrant red was now slowly turning black. Upon hearing this, the lean monkey wiped his chin, and his face turned as pale as snow, his legs trembling. Bai Yi, having initially held the monkey in higher regard for his calmness, now realized that the creature was merely clever, lacking true wisdom or bravery. The lean monkey collapsed onto the ground, while Xiao Shan bounced energetically to retrieve the small arrow, only to be halted by Tang San. The arrow had grazed the monkey's chin before embedding itself in the wall, showcasing its tremendous force. The mechanism, in essence, lay within the mouth, a fine thread, as thin as a hair, attached to the arrow, threaded through the teeth. Once the mouth was pried open, the teeth would separate, causing the thread to snap, and the arrow would be released. Should a treasure hunter encounter such a mouth arrow, it would indeed be a sudden and unforeseen peril. If death ensued, it would not be unjust. This arrow is smeared with blood, designed to seal the throat, Xia remarked. It is derived from a highly toxic plant known as the poison arrow wood, which was historically used to coat blades and arrows for hunting beasts or enemies. Is there any hope for salvation? The lean monkey suddenly grasped Xia's pant leg, pleading with a pitiful expression. If the poison can be extracted, there may still be a chance, Xia replied. But the question remains, who will do the extraction? Bai Yi leisurely circled the coffin, observing the corpse's tightly clenched hands. The lean monkey had already discerned that Bai Yi was the leader of this group and suddenly crawled towards him, beseeching, "I implore you, save me." But how? Could one's own mouth reach their chin? It was not entirely impossible. Bai Yi pointed at the emaciated figure's chest and demanded, "Hand over the journal." The slender man recoiled slightly. "When did you discover it?" When a person harbors guilt, they inevitably seek to conceal it. This so-called disguise is, in fact, a revelation of their own trepidation. Bai Yi remarked, "You spoke of the journal's contents with remarkable familiarity. If you were old Xiao, such familiarity would be understandable, considering it's a family heirloom you've seen for countless years. But why are you so well-versed? Furthermore, since we descended, you've been exceedingly cautious, even after sustaining an injury, deliberately shielding your chest. I merely prodded you. You divulged it yourself." The emaciated man silently cursed. "Am I left with no choice? From the moment you decided to accompany us, you should not have underestimated our resolve." Bai Yi gestured to his own face. "Is it my gentle appearance that misled you? Or perhaps your own naivety? No, you are far too cunning. Had you been more forthright, our conversation would not have taken this turn." The slender man closed his eyes, agony radiating from his jaw. His hands instinctively tightened, nails digging into his flesh as he fought to endure the pain. His mind was a battlefield, chaotic and tumultuous, ultimately leading him to a singular decision. "Fine deal. The journal is yours. Please help me." Chapter 282, The Jade Cicada. The journal was extracted from the emaciated man's grasp, and in frustration, he hurled it to the ground. Bai Yi, unfazed, picked it up with a casual politeness, saying, "Thank you." Who would tend to this slender man? Lei Zi, taken aback, stepped back, nearly falling into the mercury pool in his agitation. He waved his hands dismissively. "I'll pass. Just the thought is nauseating." Xia glanced at Lei Zi and chuckled. "Allow me. Extracting the toxic blood requires skill and technique. A careless mistake could lead to dire consequences for oneself." Upon hearing Xia's words, Tang San Cheng's face paled instantly, You must be cautious. Lazy spat on the ground, somewhat resentful towards Bai Yi. What a splendid deal you've arranged, distancing yourself while putting Qi Xia at risk. Damn it, I can do it too, Bai Yi remarked nonchalantly, leaving Lazy speechless. Qi Xia addressed the slender man. While I am extracting, do not breathe heavily. If you harm me, you will meet a dire fate as well, understand? Qi Xia, typically composed and taciturn, spoke earnestly, devoid of any threat. However, the slender man, seeing Qi Xia's stern expression and formidable physique, felt a surge of fear and nodded repeatedly, understood. And so it began. As soon as Qi Xia finished speaking, he crouched down and began to suck at the wound. The slender man initially felt a tickle, desperately stifling a laugh, but soon the sensation morphed into a sharp pain, causing tears to well up in his eyes. Remembering Qi Xia's admonition and glancing at the faces surrounding him, he held his breath, fingers digging into his thigh, channeling all his strength to let the pain in his leg drown out his cries. Finally, Qi Xia released his mouth from the slender man's chin and spat onto the ground. Tui. A mouthful of black blood was extracted, landing upon the ground in a viscous and repulsive manner. Xiao Ning tilted his head, deliberately avoiding the sight of the black blood. Qi Xia instructed, "Take a deep breath and draw another sip." The thin monkey closed his eyes, urging, "Hurry up. Spare me your incessant chatter. My brother risks his life to save yours. And yet you still have the audacity to prattle on." Lazy immediately began to curse, but Tang San Cheng tugged at his arm, cautioning him not to disrupt Qi Xia's rhythm. Lazy promptly covered his mouth, silenced. Qi Xia, akin to moments prior, drew another mouthful of blood, spitting it onto the ground, before examining the thin monkey's wound. It should be fine now. The thin monkey's injury had transformed into a white hue, surrounded by a faint pink, rendering his face somewhat comical. Nevertheless, he had regained some strength, struggling to rise and murmuring his gratitude to Qi Xia. Qi Xia shook his head, wiped his lips, and retrieved a water flask to rinse his mouth. Once assured of Qi Xia's well-being, Bai Yi opened his journal, discovering its contents aligned closely with what the thin monkey had disclosed. However, there was one detail that the thin monkey had omitted. Bai Yi shot him a glare, as if to imply, "I knew you were being deceptive." There was also a secret burial chamber, surrounded by oil, housing all the large boxes. Indeed, this was the flaw in the thin monkey's narrative. He had claimed that the ancestors of the Shao family had been moving numerous boxes and had inadvertently glimpsed the items within. But where had these boxes been relocated? In such a pivotal location, why had the ancestors not mentioned it? It was not that they failed to mention it. Rather, the thin monkey chose to withhold this critical information. Bai Yi closed the journal, his curiosity piqued. "Isn't this journal a treasured heirloom passed down by your elder brother Shao? Why would such an important item rest in your possession?" The thin monkey found himself at a loss for words, ultimately surrendering. "I am indeed the Shao de Gu I referenced. This recounts the events of my ancestors, and I acknowledge it." His true name? Bai Yi cast a sidelong glance at him. Shao Long. Upon uttering his name, the thin monkey felt a tinge of embarrassment. How did the name dragon connect with the thin monkey? The thin monkey had a knack for weaving tales, but his facade was now laid bare. Bai Yi's focus shifted to the corpse within the coffin, particularly the arrows in its mouth and the hands that had been loosened under the weight of the heavy stone. Tang San Cheng, intrigued, leaned closer to observe. It resembles two round balls, much like those health balls favored by the elderly. What Tang San Cheng referred to were the health balls played with by some elderly individuals in present-day Beijing. However, this was impossible, as health balls originated from Baoding, also known as Baoding iron balls. When held in the palm, they not only promote the circulation of vital energy and blood, facilitating movement and harmony of yin and yang, but their origins trace back 4 centuries to the Ming Dynasty, and they could also be made of jade. For centuries ago, the Ming Dynasty produced artifacts that could not possibly be found within the tombs of the late Eastern Han period. Bai Yi naturally dismissed such assertions. The outcome of his investigation could only be determined by examining his hands closely. Having learned from previous experiences, Bai Yi was particularly cautious this time. He retrieved a specially crafted iron claw from his backpack, a masterpiece of Lu Jishi. With this tool, he could manipulate the fingers of the corpse without direct contact. According to Lu Jishi, the inspiration for this device came while observing others cooking in a sand pot. To avoid burns, he devised a unique clamp, which evolved into the present iron claw. Utilizing the claw, Bai Yi grasped a finger bone, revealing its contents, indeed spherical in shape. Yet it was not a protective orb, but rather two jade cicadas. When he pried open the mouth of the corpse, as anticipated, another jade cicada lay within. The presence of a jade cicada in the deceased's mouth bore significance. Since the Han Dynasty, the cicada's metamorphosis has been metaphorically linked to human rebirth. Thus, placing a jade cicada in the mouth of the departed symbolizes the notion of an undying spirit and resurrection. Naturally, the jade cicada was crafted from jade, serving as both an ornament for the living and a burial gem for the dead. Traditionally, jade cicadas are categorized into three types: the crown cicada, used as a hat ornament without perforations; the pendant cicada, featuring a pair of perforations at the top; and the cicada held in the mouth, which rests upon the tongue of the deceased, characterized by its simplicity and absence of perforations. The cicada found within the corpse's mouth was, indeed, the third type, unperforated. The three jade cicadas sprang vibrantly to life in Bai Yi's palm. "What is the Han 8-knife jade cicada?" Tang San Cheng inquired immediately. Bai Yi explained. The Han 8-knife refers to a technique regarded as the pinnacle of craftsmanship, making such jade cicadas exceedingly valuable. The Han 8-knife jade cicadas are typically flat, their surfaces adorned with rich red hues, mottled and naturally varied, with strong carvings and elegant forms. If placed in an antique market, they would undoubtedly be highly sought after. Bai Yi, it seems there is something beneath this corpse, Tang San Cheng observed keenly, noticing a glimmering object beneath the waist of the remains. Chapter 283. Dead. In the shimmering object reflected light, prompting Bai Yi's quick thinking. It could potentially be an ancient bronze mirror. The craftsmanship of Eastern Han bronze mirrors was exceptional, as ancient peoples believed mirrors could ward off evil spirits. Furthermore, it was customary for a tomb's occupant to be accompanied by items they had used in life. With great care, Lei Zi turned the corpse, while Bai Yi extracted the shining object, which indeed turned out to be an ancient bronze mirror, specifically a four-beast mirror: azure dragon, white tiger, flood dragon, and galloping horse. Bai Yi exclaimed. Indeed, Tang San Cheng leaned closer to inspect. The bronze mirror was divided into 4 sections, each adorned with a distinct mythical beast. The designs varied dramatically. The azure dragon turned its head, swishing its tail, with long, slender horns and discernible strands of mane. The white tiger displayed its fangs and claws, proudly raising its head, seemingly accompanied by a wing, exuding great ferocity. The flood dragon strode confidently, boasting a single horn, with its scales countable, while the galloping horse, in mid-gallop, turned its head to neigh, adorned with a saddle, presenting a strikingly handsome figure. The ancient bronze mirror, having endured the passage of time, now bears the marks of rust, rendering its recent gleam somewhat subdued. Unlike modern glass mirrors, the so-called mirrors of antiquity lack clarity. However, the craftsmanship exhibited is remarkably exquisite and intriguing. Upon encountering this bronze mirror, Bai Yi was filled with delight. This ancient mirror, adorned with motifs of beasts, humans, and landscapes, was quite popular during the Eastern Han Dynasty, and one could assert that this particular bronze mirror epitomizes the craftsmanship of that era. The lean monkey, witnessing Bai Yi and his companions swiftly acquiring 3 jade cicadas of the Han Dynasty, now finding themselves with this bronze mirror, felt a surge of both anger and frustration. He relinquished his hand record with reluctance, realizing that he could no longer expect to partake in the treasures of the hidden chamber. The despondency etched on his face betrayed his emotions. Bai Yi remarked, "There is no need for you to feel disheartened. As for the treasures within the hidden chamber, your share will depend on your conduct. As long as you refrain from playing any tricks, you shall receive your due." "Are you serious?" The lean monkey was taken aback. "Humph," Bai Yi replied coldly, "believe it or not." "Bai Yi, look at this person. He is still clad in royal robes," Lei Zi interjected, leaning in to examine the indistinct fabric with a flashlight. It hung loosely on the corpse, appearing quite tattered, yet the patterns faintly resembled dragons, predominantly in a dusty yellow hue. Bai Yi explained, during the Qin dynasty, black was the color of water, hence the black dragon robes. In the Han dynasty, yellow represented the earth, leading to the yellow dragon robes. The Song dynasty, valuing fire, favored red dragon robes. This particular garment, strictly speaking, cannot be classified as a dragon robe. It seems rather like a modified version of the Eastern Han dragon robe. If anyone from the Yellow Turban Army were to be buried in such a modified robe, it could only be one person. "Zhang Jiao," the lean monkey exclaimed, suddenly invigorated. This tomb was constructed by General Ren Gong, who was Zhang Jiao's brother. Considering the timeline, Bai noted, it is indeed plausible. Zhang Jiao passed away due to illness, and shortly thereafter, his brothers Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang were killed in succession following their defeat. He continued, moreover, it is unlikely that Zhang Jiao's ambition to usurp the Eastern Han was a mere pretense. Having not fulfilled his desires in life, it is conceivable that he wished for his brothers to assist him in achieving his wishes after death. To be buried in a traditional Eastern Han yellow robe would be akin to slapping himself in the face. Thus, a modification makes logical sense. Indeed, Lei Zi gazed at Bai Yi with admiration. Your analysis is astute. However, this mercury pool seems somewhat superfluous. There is nothing particularly valuable within this ceramic coffin. Merely placing a mercury pool here is intended to create an impression of grandeur, leading one to believe there are great treasures to be found. Alas, it is just this trivial amount. In my view, Zhang Jiao shares a similar disposition to Xiao Ning, fearful of death in life, and, even in death, afraid of decay and desecration, which likely inspired such a detrimental notion. While Lei Zi's comments were casual, the mention of Xiao Ning drew a frown from him. Lei Zi, I was mistaken. Lei Zi readily admitted his error, fully aware of Tang San Cheng's displeasure. Thus, the matter at hand was settled. Bai Yi, holding the ancient bronze mirror, was about to stow it away when he noticed the inscription on the reverse side. Heaven governs, earth governs, humanity governs. He appeared contemplative, and it was evident that this corpse undoubtedly belonged to Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao, based on the theories articulated in the Taiping Jing, which discusses the governance of heaven, earth, and humanity, proclaimed himself the general of heaven. Let us proceed and investigate yonder, he suggested. However, Bai Yi harbored a lingering suspicion. Most tombs from the Eastern Han dynasty were typically arched, yet this one exhibited no semblance of order, as if it had been hastily excavated. The notes indicated a sense of urgency, suggesting that due to a lack of laborers, even common folk from nearby villages had been conscripted to assist in the construction. The circumstances at that time must have been extraordinary, necessitating such expedient measures. Another chamber left everyone utterly disappointed. It was nothing more than a storeroom. This space is cluttered with debris and construction materials, as well as tools used during the tomb's excavation, Tang San Cheng remarked. It was nearly filled to the brim, and upon entry, a pungent smell of earth and the cold scent of stones assailed their senses. Xiao Ning waved his hand beneath his nose, exclaiming, "Isn't this merely a refuse chamber?" As they returned to the passage, both sides led to dead ends. The simplicity of the tomb was striking. Consisting of 3 chambers, one for chariots and horses, filled with construction tools and waste, the central one, a leisure room, likely contained the remains of those who were either buried as sacrifices or silenced. Where, then, was the secret chamber filled with chests as mentioned in the notes? Regrettably, there was no map provided, leaving the group akin to headless flies, aimlessly flitting about. Tang San Cheng, isn't your intuition typically quite accurate? Why not give it another try? Lei Zi challenged him first. This place is not only hastily constructed, but its layout is also flawed. It is certainly not a site of auspicious feng shui, Tang San Cheng replied. If the builder disregarded feng shui principles, I find myself at a loss. Indeed, without any order, what can Tang San Cheng possibly do? Xiao Ning began to taunt Lei Zi. Didn't you boast of your extensive experience? Where is it now when it's needed? Lei Zi fell silent, and at that moment, Xiao Shan began to fidget, insisting on removing his gas mask. Tang San Cheng was naturally opposed. Mercury had already vaporized, and although air had begun to circulate within, who could guarantee that the mercury content in the air would not harm their health? Xiao Shan, however, was not of ordinary stock, his reasoning diverging from that of the common man. He was like a child, insisting on his desires. No, Xiao Shan, you must heed my words, otherwise, you may never see me again, Tang San Cheng exclaimed, his temper flaring as he gestured emphatically, inadvertently pushing Xiao Shan. Chapter 284. The rubber wall. Xiao Shan's face registered shock and hurt. He had always believed that Tang San Cheng regarded him as his most important companion. Yet here he was, struck. Like a child wronged, tears streamed from Xiao Shan's eyes, trickling through his gas mask and down his neck. It was a revelation that Xiao Shan could indeed weep. Tang San Cheng, taken aback, felt a pang of concern. You should hurry and console him, Xiao Ning urged. To the lean monkey observing, this entire scene was tinged with disdain. Did these individuals truly resemble grave robbers? A young lad with yellow hair has arrived, unmistakably still in his adolescence. Little Sean, upon noticing Tang San's approach, turned around in excitement and inadvertently collided with the wall. The impact caused concern among the onlookers, for it must have been quite painful. Strangely, upon hitting the wall, little Sean immediately bounced back as though he had struck a spring. This rebound led him directly into Tang San, knocking him backward and causing him to fall onto the corridor floor. The force of the collision was considerable, prompting Tang San to exclaim in surprise. Little Shan's earlier excitement dissipated instantly as he hurriedly helped Tang San to his feet, checking for any injuries. At this moment, Bai Yi and Lazy exchanged glances. Qi Xie had already approached the wall, pounding it with his fists, producing a series of crisp sounds reminiscent of rubber. To illustrate the contrast, Qi Xie moved to the far end where the wall was ordinary, indicating that the mystery lay within this rubbery wall. If Wang Wei had not fallen in the previous spot, could it be that he had landed behind this peculiar rubber wall? Bai Yi turned to Xiaoning, who had been examining the wall intently. After a while, she remarked that it was indeed a mud wall, albeit coated with a mysterious substance that created the current effect. Xiaoning pressed against it, declaring it to be very hard and viscous, something she had never encountered before. Bai Yi's foremost concern was whether there was any way to breach it. He had already observed Lei Zi's restless demeanor. However, the structure's ambiguity prevented any hasty use of explosives. Who knows what lay behind this rubber wall? Lei Zi, evidently aware of the impracticality of using gunpowder at this moment, stood aside, scratching his head in frustration. Xiaoning retrieved some tools to test the wall and astonishingly found that not even a dent was made, despite the sharpness of her instruments. She shook her head in defeat, stating that there was no way through. Frustrated, Lazy spat on the ground in exasperation. Suddenly, Bai Yi recalled the notebook he had found. He took it out and examined it diligently. Since the notebook's owner had participated in the construction of this place, he would have at least known what materials were transported here. The exterior layer of this wall was exceedingly rare and would certainly have caught his attention. Did he record any details? Bai Yi had previously skimmed through it hastily. Had he overlooked any crucial information? This time, Bai Yi scrutinized each word with great care. Fortunately, the notebook's author was meticulous. In the underground realm, he had been observant and perceptive. The notes mentioned that one day, a peculiar box was transported from above, mixed with water, and applied to a wall. Yet, it merely stated this without elaborating on the effects after it dried or what made the substance so strange. This was tantamount to providing no clues at all. Was it possible that the only solution lay in returning to the surface, locating the hole from which Wang Wei had fallen, and hoping for luck to see if it led directly to the rubber wall? It felt utterly hopeless. The thin monkey, resembling a deflated balloon, suddenly spoke. It seems my two companions did not descend from here. They must have taken that passage to another location. Is it possible that this tomb is larger than it appears? Perhaps there are other sections accessible through different corridors? The words of the slender monkey solidified Bai Yi's resolve, prompting him to articulate his intentions. Tang San Cheng and Qi Xie believed that returning to the starting point might indeed be a prudent idea. While Lazy felt somewhat uncomfortable, after such a difficult descent, ascending again would be akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Damn it! Why engage in such foolishness? Bai Yi was well aware that Lazy was the most difficult to manage. He was not the type to easily submit. Furthermore, one could not intimidate him, as he was not afraid of threats. His initial decision to join was rooted in loyalty, influenced by Tang San Cheng's persuasion, coupled with a certain greed. Would you be content to leave with merely a handful of treasures when the elusive tomb remains unfound? Bai Yi prodded at Lei Zi's soft spot, igniting his curiosity. As you witnessed earlier, the individual within the ceramic coffin could very well be Zhang Jiao. While he was merely the leader of a rebel army, he had long manipulated the populace with his teachings, thus reaping considerable rewards. Lazy, if you are unwilling to ascend, how about we split into two groups? Damn it, that is nonsense. Given the current situation, you outnumber me. If you all leave, can I possibly remain here? Lazy had come to recognize Bai Yi's prowess, not merely in skill, but in cunning. Observing the interplay over the past while, he noted how Bai Yi adeptly handled both the slender monkey and himself, employing a mix of soft persuasion and hard reasoning, elucidating both the benefits and dangers. He was indeed a clever individual, and he felt utterly outmatched. With a sigh, he conceded, I suppose I have been bested by you. Thus, it was decided that they would retrace their steps. Xie utilized a luoyang shovel to first return to the upper passage filled with corridors, then lowered a rope to pull them up one by one. This was a task requiring physical strength, and Xie naturally first pulled up Bai Yi, followed by the slender monkey, and lastly Lei Zi, strategically chosen, as throughout the ordeal, they had all been wary of the slender monkey. Now, they faced two choices: either continue upwards to return to the maze-like trench, or follow the footprints of the slender monkey's companions to see if they had made any discoveries. Xie first inspected the passage, discovering only footprints leading in, with none emerging. This tomb was indeed intricately constructed. It was uncertain where those two individuals had ventured. At that moment, a muffled sound suddenly pierced the air. Tang San Cheng's keen ears detected it. It sounded like gunfire, albeit muffled as if fired from behind some barrier, making it quieter than usual. He surveyed the surroundings and pointed to the wall on his right. It is emanating from within there and is situated lower than our current position. The group found themselves in a mix of disbelief and amusement, except for the slender monkey, whose expression shifted. Bai Yi observed and inquired, "Do your companions possess firearms?" "Yes." The slender monkey gritted his teeth. "Damn it. I hope it isn't a case of dog eat dog." Hearing his companions likened to dogs, Lei Zi chuckled. "If they are dogs, then what does that make you?" "A monkey, of course," Xiao Ning quickly chimed in. Amidst the playful banter, the slender monkey grunted, "Do not underestimate my appearance. One of my companions is quite an extraordinary individual." "Oh, do elaborate." Despite hearing the gunfire, Bai Yi remained unperturbed, as the danger did not pertain to his own people. If any unforeseen circumstances were to arise on that side, it would only be advantageous, as it would mean that someone else had alleviated their peril. Thus, what was there to be anxious about? Chapter 285. The strength of the unloading ridge. Understanding Bai Yi's thoughts, Lei Zi inwardly cursed, "Old fox." He was indeed a figure of the unloading ridge. Upon the conclusion of Shouho's words, Lei Zi's expression slightly shifted, and he spat on the ground, exclaiming, "Nonsense. Do you even know what an unloading ridge warrior is?" Lei Zi's reaction was somewhat exaggerated, prompting a chuckle from Bai Yi. Lei Zi was adept at using his nose, as the most notable trait of the unloading ridge warriors was their exceptional olfactory sense. Lei Zi's self-description was limited to his collaboration with his brother Zhou. While his past remained shrouded in secrecy, he had never disclosed much, even the fact that he was an orphan. Bai Yi was primarily concerned with Lei Zi's sincerity in their current partnership, choosing to overlook everything else for the time being. However, was Lei Zi on the verge of revealing his true identity? Shouho paused. Much like Bai Yi, he belonged to no faction and was a self-taught individual. "Nonsense. Just because your companion came to rob this tomb, I can confidently assert he is no unloading ridge warrior. They are typically extreme nationalists, deeply valuing the heritage of the Huaxiao lineage. Although their activities do not extend to the Central Plains, they seek their disciples solely among the Han people, employing every means possible against nations that threaten the Han central authority. If he were truly an unloading ridge warrior, would he come here?" Lei Zi spoke with fervor, spitting droplets of saliva onto Shouho's face. "Why are you so agitated?" Even the slow-witted Tang San Cheng recognized the intensity of Lei Zi's excitement. Taking a breath, Lei Zi replied, "It's nothing. If a tomb raider doesn't even grasp the basics of their sect, damn it, what are they even doing?" Tang San Cheng remarked, "In truth, we are also not well-versed. Among the 36 trades, tomb raiding reigns supreme. Digging graves and unearthing treasures, the unloading ridge is the mightiest," Bai Yi asserted. This is a widely accepted truth in the realm of tomb raiding. The unloading ridge warriors originated during the tumultuous Han dynasty, flourished in the Tang and Song eras, declined in the Ming and Qing dynasties, and mysteriously vanished during the Republican period. The unloading ridge exists between the green forest and the grave-digging trades. When tombs are present, they excavate graves, and when they cannot find tombs, their leaders pass down insignias, rallying in the mountains to plunder wealth. It is said that the founder of the unloading ridge was taught by an extraordinary individual, bestowing him with immense strength, which is why the disciples of the unloading ridge are often immensely powerful and skilled in martial arts, hence the title of warriors. It is rumored that the once mighty El Bu, who struck terror across the 9 provinces, was also a disciple of the unloading ridge, preparing military provisions for Dongzhuo and having excavated the tombs of several Han emperors. Bai Yi cast a glance at Lei Zi and continued, "This sect primarily utilizes their sense of smell, and to maintain the sensitivity of their noses, They abstain from tobacco, alcohol, and spicy foods. Moreover, due to their national beliefs, they are viewed as enemies of the Yuan and Mongol forces. They have desecrated the mausoleum of Genghis Khan and, as a consequence, are pursued by the Golden Eagle Order. It is said that even to this day, descendants of the Golden Eagle assassins continue to hunt down members of this sect, which is why they do not even disclose their identities to their own kin. Tang San Cheng, demonstrating his cleverness, turned to Shou Ho and inquired. It seems this must certainly be false, since they do not disclose their identities even to their own family. How could they possibly tell you? I perceive that he noticed the notebook in your possession and sought to exploit it, thus deceiving you. Indeed, Lei Zi felt a profound sense of relief. It is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The lean monkey opened his mouth, intending to clarify, but at that moment, another gunshot echoed, causing him to grow anxious. This is bad. I truly do not know what has transpired. We must hasten to find them. Conversely, Bai Yi and the others were not in a rush. The resentment within the lean monkey simmered, his teeth grinding audibly. Tang San Cheng, unable to endure the sight, interjected, Bai Yi, we ought to investigate. I never suggested we should not go. Bai Yi's retort nearly rendered one speechless. They entered from there. We can simply follow the trail. Others have ventured ahead. It is safe. Resolute in their decision, the group ventured into the passage marked by footprints. Why did this particular route, unobstructed by stones, capture the attention of those two? Could it truly be the aforementioned, as the lean monkey suggested? Suddenly, Lei Zi crouched down, murmuring a phrase. Following his gaze, Bai Yi noticed that after the turn, the ground bore an additional feature, phosphorescent powder, which glows at night, a method employed to prevent losing one's way in the dark. What was the name of that companion of the? Bai Yi inquired, for if this powder had been scattered by him, it would at least indicate that he possessed some skill. Shen Pengxing, replied the lean monkey, and another named Zhu San. After Bai Yi's previous recounting, the lean monkey's mind began to clear. It was inevitable, for due to Bai Yi's appearance and demeanor, his words carried considerable weight, one of the key reasons for success in business. He had only known Shen Pengxing and Zhu San for a little over a year. Could he truly claim to know them intimately? Was he truly deceiving himself? Lean monkey. Lei Zi suddenly halted, turning around. How did you find this place? The notebook does not seem to contain an accurate map, does it? The lean monkey was momentarily taken aback. This was discovered by Zhu San. Zhu San. Bai Yi exchanged glances with Lei Zi, a brief moment of understanding passing between them. Lei Zi seemed to shy away from Bai Yi's gaze. The crux of the matter emerged. It was Zhu San who guided these two here. Among Zhu San and Shen Pengxing, who truly possesses the expertise in this endeavor. The passage, twisting and turning, nearly made them nauseous, until they reached the end, where they spotted the excavated opening, which invigorated them somewhat. Clearly, those two had entered through here. Bai Yi was the first to crawl inside. Just as his head slipped through, he heard Tang San Cheng shout from behind, "Get down." Bai Yi instinctively shrank his head, pressing his body to the ground. As a knife whizzed past overhead, nearly grazing his scalp, several strands of hair falling to the ground. Lao Shun. The lean monkey let out an excited shout and suddenly lunged at Lei Zi's abdomen. His impulsive action disregarded the presence of Xiaoshan and Qixia. Xiaoshan swiftly reached out, gripping the lean monkey's neck with such force that it seemed his slender neck might snap in two. The lean monkey's face turned a shade of blue from the pressure. Lei Zi retaliated with a punch to the lean monkey's soft belly, sending shockwaves through his insides, and a mouthful of bile erupted from the lean monkey's lips. Bai Yi sidestepped a man, while Qixia delivered a swift kick that sent the man crashing into the cave entrance, eliciting a pained gasp and causing the knife he held to clatter to the ground. Qixia bent low and leaped inside, striking the man's forehead with a palm, causing him to grunt and collapse to the floor. The lean monkey continued to retch, expelling bile, and Bai Yi cast a glance at Lei Zi, exclaiming, "You are indeed ruthless." Lei Zi paused momentarily, spitting on the ground, who told him to attempt a sneak attack. Consider this a mercy. He shot a glare at the lean monkey. Do you dare to believe I wouldn't hesitate to cripple you right now? Chapter 286. Thundervine. The lean monkey gagged, his stomach churning violently, as he remained sprawled on the ground, unable to move, likely petrified by Lei Zi's threat. Qixia entered the cave to inspect the man he had knocked unconscious. Lifting him by the neck to reveal his identity, it was Shen Pengxing. The lean monkey, lying there motionless with tightly shut eyes, resembled a lifeless creature. Shen Pengxing was significantly taller and sturdier, his eyes shut tight, skin dark, with large hands bearing calluses on the inner side of his index finger, indicating prior military service. Likely from frequent handling of firearms. Bai Yi remarked, this man may have been a soldier, accustomed to pulling triggers, hence the calluses. The names Lean Monkey and Shen Pengxing, as well as the surname Xiao, were mere fabrications of the Lean Monkey. They were still missing one person. Where was Zhu San? Tang San pondered. Could the gunshots earlier have been the result of infighting between these two? Qixia searched Shen Pengxing for a weapon, but found none. He returned to the cave and scoured the ground, discovering the gun lying in a corner. Picking it up, he opened the magazine to find it had 2 bullets missing. 2 gunshots, and 2 bullets are unaccounted for. The shots must have originated from this gun, but the question remains, who was wielding it? Zhu San was nowhere to be found. Bai Yi responded, we can only ascertain what transpired once Shen Pengxing regains consciousness. That's simple, Lazy declared, promptly sitting on Shen Pengxing's abdomen. The pressure caused Shen Pengxing's upper body to convulse slightly. Bai Yi frowned at Lazy's unusual behavior. With a muffled grunt, Lazy pinched Shen Pengxing's pressure point forcefully. Shen Pengxing let out a sound, his eyelashes fluttered, and his eyes cracked open slightly. Upon seeing a face hovering above him, he let out a startled scream. Where has Zhu San gone? Lazy inquired in a low voice, his countenance exuding an air of menace that instinctively caused Shen Pengxing to swallow hard. I do not know. Just now, something resembling a monkey sprang forth and attacked us. I fired my weapon amidst the chaos, and I lost sight of Zhu San. Then you suddenly appeared. A creature resembling a monkey? Bai Yi exclaimed in astonishment. What manner of being could inhabit this subterranean realm that bore such a resemblance? Qijia declared, I shall investigate. He bent down and re-entered the cavern, advancing a short distance before a sudden brilliance illuminated his sight. As he approached, he beheld an unexpected scene, a passage leading directly to the surface where sunlight streamed in, revealing a lifeless body, desiccated and mummified. This location mirrored the previous one, replete with numerous caverns, some obstructed by stones, while others branched out in various directions. Judging by the appearance, it closely resembled the place described by Wang Wei. As Qijie drew nearer, he noticed a dark stain near the head of the corpse, alongside rudimentary steps carved directly into the earthen wall. It became evident that this dark residue was likely the corpse poison that had caused Wang Wei's demise, and the earthen steps were fashioned by Wang Wei's own fingers. It was now confirmed that this was indeed the site where Wang Wei had fallen. Could this location be connected to that secret chamber? Qijie clenched his fists, a gesture of his delight. He promptly returned to inform Bai Yi and the others of his findings. The ground here is slick and will surely bear footprints. If we proceed, we are bound to uncover Zhu San's trail. Bai Yi pondered thoughtfully. His sudden disappearance is certainly not mere coincidence. He turned to look at the thin monkey and Shen Pengxing. Bind them together to avoid any hindrance. Xiaoshan eagerly approached, producing ropes to tie the thin monkey and Shen Pengxing back to back, ensuring even their feet were secured. Lazy patted Xiaoshan on the shoulder. Well done, Xiaoshan. I did not realize you possessed such resolve. The thin monkey and Shen Pengxing, severely injured, were unable to resist and submitted to their bindings. Once they were secured, Xiaoshan clapped his hands. Shall we be on our way? Qijie led them to the place where Wang Wei had initially fallen, and upon seeing the corpse, Bai Yi remarked, I am quite curious to ascertain what sort of corpse poison could have reduced Wang Wei to such a state. Qijie, can you discern anything? In ancient times, there were 7 poisons, among which one was deemed the most potent. The crane's top red, Qijie replied. However, considering Wang Wei's symptoms, though his body was emaciated and his appearance altered, his life still lingered. The likelihood of crane's top red being the cause is rather low. It is well known that even a mere trace of crane's top red can lead to immediate demise. Yet, there exists another toxin whose symptoms bear some resemblance. Though this remains merely my conjecture, speculation is acceptable. Do share your thoughts, Bai Yi encouraged. Thundervine, Qijie elucidated. This plant typically flourishes in the damp, shaded peripheries of mountainous woods. Its roots are harvested in autumn, while the leaves are gathered in summer. Both the flowers and roots are toxic. The primary manifestations of exposure to thundervine include severe dehydration, muscle pain, agonized cries, numbness or convulsions in the limbs, and in severe cases, an eventual state of apparent death. This bears a striking resemblance to Wang Wei's predicament at the time. His affliction manifested gradually after being poisoned, rather than immediately. Wang Shun remarked that his son was in considerable distress, likely due to muscle pain that left him in a dire state. Bai Yi observed, "The corpses we discovered earlier all met their demise by having their throats slit, yet this one lies here alone, its circumstances shrouded in mystery. Moreover, it was poisoned, typically. Ancient individuals ingested poison post-mortem to preserve their remains. This person died here, without even a coffin, which is indeed peculiar. If the individual found in the is General Zhang Jiao, then who is this person?" Xiao Ning noted. "He is situated so far from Zhang Jiao's tomb, resembling an unrelated individual who inexplicably perished here." Lazy suddenly stepped forward and cautiously turned the corpse over, saying, "Before our arrival, someone had tampered with this body. Look, it is exposed to the elements, and the dust here is considerable. Yet, observe the distinct patch of soil on its back. This area starkly contrasts with the surrounding dirt. Someone must have turned it over and then restored it. Is it Zhu San?" Tang San Cheng inquired. "He is the only one who has come here," Lazy replied. Glancing ahead, surprisingly, there are no footprints. This fellow must have taken measures to conceal his tracks. I suspect he is already aware that, apart from them, another group is present. Otherwise, he would not have been so cautious. Lazy was particularly focused on Zhu San, a sentiment echoed by Bai Yi. Suddenly, Lazy chuckled. "However, I possess a method to unmask him." He retrieved a packet of powder from his backpack. Bai Yi was taken aback. "Is that lime powder?" "Indeed. No matter how well he conceals it, once the lime powder is scattered, the footprints will become visible. Just wait and see," Lazy proclaimed with unwavering confidence. "Although it has been a while since I employed this tactic, its efficacy remains undiminished." Chapter 287. Lime powder. Lazy meticulously sprinkled the lime powder across the ground. Initially, there was no apparent change, but after approximately 5 seconds, faint footprints began to emerge atop the white powder, leading directly into the left passageway. Zhu San had evidently rushed inside. "Damn it. Just wait until I catch you and uncover your true identity." Lazy inhaled deeply, his expression one of triumph. Bai Yi remarked, "Previously, when you boasted of your vast experience, I remained somewhat skeptical. However, I now find myself half convinced. Lazy, just how many secrets do you still hold?" At the mention of the words ahead, Lazy felt a surge of pride, yet the final statement left him somewhat flustered. "What do you mean by hiding? If it were of any use, I would have revealed it long ago. Enough chatter, let us hurry inside and prevent him from reaping the rewards alone." As Lazy advanced, he sprinkled more lime powder, revealing Zhu San's footprints, guiding them swiftly toward the innermost recesses of the passage. Tang San Cheng whispered, "He is just inside. Should we attempt to capture him alive?" Xiao Shan, brimming with excitement, nearly shouted, "This game is exhilarating." Xiao Ning swiftly covered his mouth. "Do not make a sound. It will alert him." Seven Evils nodded slightly at Bai Yi, and his figure immediately moved inward, vanishing like a ghostly shadow. Xiao Shan darted out like an arrow, and Lazy stomped his foot, exclaiming, "Damn it, wait for me. He is mine." As Lazy rushed forward, Zhu San had already become entangled with Xiao Shan and Seven Evils, surprisingly managing to hold his ground. With a swift motion, Seven Evils grasped Zhu San's neck and forcefully pushed him against the wall. The immense impact caused Zhu San to emit a muffled grunt, yet he remained silent. Everyone expected Zhu San to relent, but to their astonishment, he seized Seven Evils' wrist, flipping it with seemingly great strength, forcing Seven Evils to take a step back. His expression one of disbelief. "What remarkable skill!" Tang San watched in awe, while Xiao Ning nudged him, saying, "Hey, whose side are you on?" In the brief exchange, Zhu San had already freed himself from Seven Evils' grasp. Xiao Shan shouted and leapt over like a monkey, his agility astounding. With one bound, he landed squarely on Zhu San's neck, catching him off guard. Seizing the opportunity, Seven Evils swept his leg, unbalancing Zhu San, who fell to the ground. Xiao Shan then rolled off like a ball, landing unscathed. Zhu San hit the ground hard, but upon noticing Xiao Shan's unusual maneuver, he momentarily lost focus and was completely subdued by Seven Evils. Suddenly, Lazy charged forward, shouting, "Seven Evils, what are you doing?" Seven Evils looked at Lazy, who seemed to have lost his mind, and replied with a hint of disbelief, "He has already been subdued. What can I say when outmatched? It's up to you all now. This Zhu San is quite a man. His iron will could echo on the ground." Lazy approached Zhu San, who lay on the ground with Seven Evils' foot on his back. As he drew closer, Lazy could see Zhu San's strikingly handsome face. appearing to be in his 30s, similar in age to Bai Yi, though merely in appearance. His spirited eyes were tightly clenched into fists, seemingly disheartened by his defeat. "It's really nothing remarkable," Lazy murmured. "There are just many of them." Xiao Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. Was Lazy mad? It sounded as if he were comforting Zhu San. In a situation where allies and foes were unclear, Lazy's words were astonishing. Akin to the sun rising in the west. Upon hearing Lazy's voice, Zhu San lifted his head and let out a chuckle. A loss is a loss. What is there to discuss? Isn't making excuses rather shameless? Lazy fell silent, his fists clenched tightly, his expression dark. "Earlier, you rummaged through the corpses. What did you find?" Bai Yi inquired. "I respect you as a man, and Lazy speaks on your behalf. He is not usually like this, being quite ruthless to enemies." Lazy wore a somewhat disgruntled expression. "Bai Yi, could we have a word in private?" Zhu San raised his head, glaring at Lazy with apparent fury, as if they harbored deep-seated animosity. Lazy avoided his gaze. "Let us step outside to talk." "Very well." Bai Yi rubbed his nose and instructed Tang San and the others. "We shall return shortly." Upon leaving that place, they walked for over 10 meters before stopping. During this time, Lazy remained silent, his head bowed, appearing lost in thought. He walked ahead of Bai Yi, who could only observe the slight swaying of his shoulders, seemingly filled with inner turmoil and hesitation. Suddenly, Lazy halted, turned to face Bai Yi, and sank to his knees, exclaiming, "Bai Yi, I am sorry. Please, do not put Zhu San in a difficult position." Bai Yi replied, "You know him." "Indeed," Lazy acknowledged. "I understand he would rather die than admit to knowing me. However, given his nature, I genuinely fear that he might provoke you. When that happens, even if you wish to avoid conflict, circumstances will force your hand. He has always been this way, unable to navigate the complexities of life. Bai Yi, he harbors no malice, not from the beginning to the end. I am simply too angry." Bai Yi's words momentarily stunned Lazy. "So, in your eyes, I am merely a person who cannot distinguish right from wrong?" "True. I occasionally prioritize my own safety and interests, but that does not make me a butcher." "You are correct. Zhu San has not truly wronged us. Yet, we are merely contending for interests. If he could relinquish his claims, there would be no discord, and we could all remain safe and sound. However, if he insists on fighting, then I cannot be held accountable. In this line of work, it sometimes becomes a matter of life and death." Lazy fell silent, and Bai Yi glanced at his legs. "A man's knees are precious. I shall not assist you. Stand up on your own." Lazy's face flushed as he rose, revealing clear marks on his knees from the filthy ground, evoking a sense of pity. Bai Yi sighed. "If you truly wish the best for him, encourage him to collaborate with us. As for your identity and his, I shall not pry. It is of no concern to me." "Thank you, Bai Yi," Lazy replied with mixed emotions. "As for my identity, let us discuss it once you have reflected upon it. I hope you do not act impulsively." Bai Yi coldly responded, "Let us return. If we delay further, who knows what troubles Zhu San might stir up." Chapter 288. A bond established upon returning. Lazy found Qixia had bound Zhu San tightly, resembling a twisted pastry. Zhu San glanced up at Lazy and, upon noticing his knees, erupted in a barrage of curses. "You worthless wretch. No wonder back then, you never could let it go." Lazy pointed at himself, retorting, "If we are to speak of worthlessness, we are equally matched. Neither one of us is in a position to mock the other." Tang San suddenly realized, "So? You two are acquainted." "Nonsense." Zhu San reacted vehemently, as if Lazy were his father's killer. "When you entered, did you uncover something at the corpse?" Lazy, wishing to avoid further pointless banter with Zhu San, replied, "Otherwise, you would not have rummaged through that corpse. Produce what you found." Zhu San chuckled, a derisive laugh devoid of words. Without uttering a sound, Lazy approached and began to search, soon uncovering an object concealed within Zhu San's belt. It had always been this way since childhood, never changing the hiding place. What Lazy retrieved was a jade pendant, accompanied by a string of tassels that had lost their original luster, now appearing dark and unremarkable. What could bind affection? The exquisite jade adorned with tassels suggests that in ancient times, women would embellish the jade given to their beloved, a clear declaration of their feelings. The owner of this jade was indeed fortunate. Bai Yi took the jade pendant from Lazy's hands. The pendant depicted a dragon and phoenix in harmonious union, surrounded by auspicious clouds. The dragon symbolizes the totem of scaled beasts, while the phoenix represents the totem of avian creatures. When the two tribes clashed, the dragon prevailed, merging with the phoenix, thus ushering in an era of peace and bountiful harvests, a representation of nobility and good fortune. The auspicious clouds signify favorable omens. Could it be? It sounded like a token of love between a man and a woman. Still, women are inherently perceptive, Xiao Ning remarked. Although the tassels are soiled and partially decayed, one can discern the intricate craftsmanship, undoubtedly the work of a woman's hand, who specifically chose the dragon and phoenix design. Is this not a metaphor? Indeed. If it were a gift from a woman, she would likely leave a trace of her presence, a sentiment that has remained constant through the ages, reflecting the nature of a woman's heart. Bai Yi concurred with Xiao Ning's insight. Precisely. Bai Yi examined the dragon and phoenix jade pendant closely. The craftsmanship was exquisite. The edges of the pendant faintly bore an inscription, so minuscule that it took Bai Yi several moments to discern. It resembled the character for Yuan. Ma Yuani. Zhu Xin suddenly interjected. Ma Yuani? Bai Yi shook his head in disbelief. How could that be? Ma Yuani died long before Zhang Jiao. And how could he possibly appear here? Ma Yuani had faced defeat due to betrayal prior to the Yellow Turban Rebellion, subjected to the punishment of being drawn and quartered. However, Zhu San cast a glance at Lei Zi. The true Ma Yuani did not perish. The one who died was merely a substitute. How do you know? Tang San Cheng retorted. You speak as if you witnessed it firsthand. Zhu San swallowed hard, believe it or not. Lei Zi, however, was thoroughly convinced by Zhu San's assertion. It must be true, although he seemed hesitant to elaborate, as if burdened by an unspeakable secret. Enough of that. Where is the secret chamber? Bai Yi tucked the jade pendant away, deeming it a fortunate find, a fine piece of Qingtian white jade. Zhu San glanced at Lei Zi, finally closing his eyes, and concluded, it should be within. There is a layer of charcoal here. An expert, indeed, Zhu San was a true connoisseur, discerning the presence of a tomb chamber from the soil. An amateur would not recognize the difference between ordinary soil and that containing charcoal layers. At the far end, Zhu San had already excavated a portion, and Xiao Ning continued to dig further from Zhu San's position. Tang San Cheng and Qi Xie lent their assistance, while Xiao Shan remained active. Observing Xiao Ning's adept movements, Zhu San grunted softly. It is rare to see a woman with such skill. Bai Yi. She is quite remarkable, he added. Rizzi whispered. He would never concede verbally. If so, please release him. Being bound is quite uncomfortable. Bai Yi perceived that Zhu San harbored a certain camaraderie towards Rizzi, yet for reasons unknown, he remained obstinately defiant. With this understanding, Bai Yi felt assured that Zhu San would exercise caution. Zhu San appeared momentarily taken aback. You are too agreeable. You will come to regret this. Then let me experience that regret, Bai Yi replied, patting Rizzi on the shoulder. This individual is now in your care, should any issues arise. I will direct my inquiries solely towards you. Bai Yi then withdrew to assist Xiao Ning, while Rizzi recognized this as an opportunity to converse with Zhu San. Zhu San spoke softly. They are unaware of your true identity. They know I possess years of experience in underground dealings and that I am an orphan. Our acquaintance is merely circumstantial, Rizzi responded. The person from earlier caused me significant trouble, and do not underestimate that seemingly foolish one. He is adept at pressure points, precise in his strikes, and his hearing is as sharp as that of a keen observer. Furthermore, he has saved my life. And the one skilled in the seven evils martial arts possesses profound abilities. Had he unleashed his full strength earlier, I would have had no chance to counterattack. Zhu San furrowed his brow. They are indeed a peculiar group. Well, isn't that strange? It's as if you've encountered the murderer of your father upon seeing me, Rizzi shrugged, sticking out his tongue, inadvertently hitting a sore spot for Zhu San, and swiftly shifted the topic. So, did you choose the name Zhu San yourself? It sounds rather foolish. Your name is hardly any better. Quite silly, in fact. Zhu San retorted immediately. Humph, at least it rolls off the tongue better than yours, he added. Rizzi fell silent, and Zhu San glanced at him. After all these years, how have you fared? You haven't revealed your identity, have you? Do not forget, we are the hunted. I am aware, Rizzi replied impatiently. How did you end up entangled with the thin monkey and the others? Like you, I must survive, Zhu San replied. Do not forget, I adhere to the rules more strictly than you do. Rizzi closed his eyes, recalling how he had been cast out for breaking the rules. Yet, in the face of survival, which holds greater significance, this perplexity, it seems, is shared by many. How is Master? Risey suddenly inquired. He has passed away, Zhu Sin replied. If you care, you might visit his grave. You know where it is. Risey bit down on his lip, striving to suppress his tears, though they trembled nonetheless. Zhu Sin regarded Risey's display coldly. Master passed away peacefully in his sleep. Chapter 289. Disgusting Zhu San, a capricious individual. Observed Risey's quivering lips and suddenly erupted in anger, glaring fiercely at him. I wonder if you have the audacity to stand before Master's grave. After uttering this, Zhu Sin moved to a distance, standing silently away from Risey. Risey was taken aback, feeling a tinge of grievance. Bai Yi turned back. What are you still standing there for? Come and help. It was likely that if he remained there, he would soon burst into tears, ultimately regretting today's events. Bai Yi thought it prudent to find him some task to help him regain his composure. In the aftermath, Bai Yiqing felt a sense of relief for having momentarily softened his heart and inexplicably tended to Lazy's emotions. Otherwise, the individuals digging below would have been roasted like pigs. Perhaps this is what they call the virtuous being rewarded? Shortly after Lazy joined the effort, they were close to breaking through, when he suddenly grabbed a handful of soil and sniffed it. Xiao Ning was poised to dig, likely connecting directly to the burial chamber, when Lazy shouted, "Get back! There's marsh gas." Qi Xie held on to Xiao Ning with his left hand and grasped Tang San Cheng with his right, executing a graceful leap. Bai Yi leaped with Xiao Shanlong, while Lazy performed a splendid backflip, landing perfectly in Zhu San's arms. Lazy cast a grateful glance at Zhu San, who deftly sidestepped, saying, "You seem to have some use after all." A wave of heat surged through the critical layer of soil, rushing into the narrow passage. Zhu San pressed Lazy's head down while shielding his own, and with a loud bang, a downpour of dust and dirt fell upon them, obscuring their hair's original color. Tang San Cheng wiped his face and instantly resembled a painted cat. The force of the blast was formidable, leaving his legs feeling somewhat numb. Bai Yi raised his head, shaking off the dust. What an intense explosive force. This marsh gas is rather unusual. It was evident that the soil beneath had been deliberately filled with muck. Lazy sniffed. If my instincts serve me right, there should be a cesspool below, one that could rival even a mercury pit. We ought to consider ourselves fortunate. Bai Yi stood up. There has been no collapse. Our luck is holding. There is clay in the soil, Zhu Sin suddenly remarked. It won't collapse that easily. Bai Yi instructed everyone to don their gas masks anew. When the marsh gas exploded, the thin layer of soil was naturally breached, transforming the previously 1-meter square tunnel into a swirling pit. Wearing a mask, Lazy approached, and right below was indeed a cesspool, reeking abominably. The contents were a nauseating mix of liquid and solid, prompting Lazy to spit. Damn it, I refuse to be the first to go down. I'll go first, Qi Xie declared. He secured the rope and descended unsteadily, expertly balancing his weight to land beside the cesspool, then unfastened the rope around his waist. I'll assist. Come down. Tang San Cheng descended tremulously, supported by Qi Xie, standing firmly beside him. He glanced at the pit's contents and understood all too well Lazy's reluctance to take the lead. Any ordinary person would faint from the stench, let alone Lazy, whose keen canine nose could be a curse at times. Tang San Cheng fought back a laugh, but couldn't help it as Lazy leaned over, hesitating slightly. Bai Yi suddenly asked Zhu San, "So what do you think? Are you willing to go down? What's there to hesitate about?" Zhu San glanced at Lazy, a hint of defiance in his demeanor. Just watch me. As Zhu San's body swayed, just halfway through, a monkey lunged forward, clinging tightly to the rope with its limbs. With a snap of its jaws, it aimed its sharp teeth at the rope, inflicting considerable damage. With just 2 bites, it had already gnawed away a chunk. Zhu San inwardly cursed the misfortune and hastily descended, wary of making any abrupt movements. Bai Yi was preoccupied with gripping the rope, leaving only Lei Zi and Xiao Shan to contend with the monkey. Observing the monkey's agile movements, Xiao Shan felt a surge of excitement, emitting strange cries as he leaped onto the rope, determined to compete with the monkey. Lei Zi, infuriated by Xiao Shan's recklessness, nearly fainted. The rope was now at its breaking point. The monkey's eyes glowed a vibrant green, fixated on Xiao Shan while emitting a series of threatening chattering sounds. Lei Zi, in a panic, urged, "Xiao Shan, come back." Unfazed, Xiao Shan continued to make bizarre noises, seemingly locked in a standoff with the monkey. Tang San, observing from below, realized the precariousness of Xiao Shan's situation and called out, "Xiao Shan, hurry down. I'm waiting for you here." Thankfully, Tang San's words resonated. prompting Xiao Shan to let out a wild cry. He then released his grip on the rope, plummeting headfirst. Tang San, terrified, shut his eyes. However, just before nearing the filth pit, Xiao Shan executed a sudden flip, rolling to land near Tang San's feet. He stood up slowly, grinning. Brother. The monkey, wide-eyed at Xiao Shan's antics, mimicked his leap downward, but tragically, it failed to execute the flip and fell straight into the pit with a resounding splash. Fortunately, Tang San and the others managed to dodge the spray, or they would have been drenched. The monkey emerged, struggling from the muck, its innocent eyes gazing at Xiao Shan with a pitiful expression. Zhu San, however, was not as fortunate. The splashes from the monkey's fall had doused his feet and legs with filth, his expression akin to swallowing a dozen raw eggs. Lei Zi, suppressing laughter, ultimately succumbed, rolling on the ground in fits of mirth. Zhu San, stifling his anger, decided to descend. Fortunately, Qi Xie bore no disdain for the foul odor clinging to Zhu San, assisting him in avoiding the stinking pit. Zhu San glared at the monkey, momentarily flustered, unsure of how to deal with it. The monkey's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Shan. Zhu San, exasperated, stepped aside to gather some dirt to wipe off the filth, his brow furrowed deeply. This was not their first encounter. Long before Bai Yi and the others had arrived, the monkey had appeared in the corridor, forcing Shun Pengxing to fire 2 shots, but the quick-footed creature had evaded capture, leaving both shots to echo in vain. Chapter 290. The remaining ones as the others descended one by one. The monkey remained obediently in the filthy pit, its eyes fixed intently on Xiao Shan, who squatted nearby, babbling nonsensically as if engaged in a conversation with the creature. Tang San could not help but inquire of Xiao Shan. What is it saying? This scenario led Tang San to believe that Xiao Shan was indeed capable of communicating with the monkey. Bai Yi and the others had long been accustomed to Tang San's unique way of thinking, so this question elicited no surprise from them. Zhu San swallowed hard, exclaiming, "What a peculiar group." Lei Zi, keeping his distance from the foul pit, remarked, "Hey, let us not linger here. Do you wish to suffocate me?" He cast a sidelong glance at Zhu San, a smile lingering on his face. Zhu San huffed in frustration, feeling stifled, and helplessly kicked at a clod of earth. The secret chamber must be in close proximity, otherwise there would be no reason to construct such a pit with such effort. Bai Yi mused, strange. They utilized biogas as early as the late Eastern Han period. Clearly, they must have had someone of great wisdom guiding them. Lei Zi nodded in agreement. Indeed, there was a wise figure involved. I will explain further once we are outside. It seemed that Lei Zi had unraveled some of the mysteries surrounding them. Bai Yi nodded, surveying the area. There were 3 brick burial chambers, a style that gained popularity after the Han Dynasty, where tombs were constructed using bricks, some even combining bricks and stones. Notably, a particular kind of hollow brick was most distinctive, with some noble brick tombs imitating the residences where the deceased had lived, resulting in complex and grand structures. The 3 brick chambers here bore similarity, yet if they were modeled after the residences of the deceased, it was evident that they had not resided in opulence. Each of the 3 chambers was constructed of hollow bricks, and at their entrances stood wooden figurines, 1 male and 1 female, each holding a tray adorned with vessels of wine. In total, there were 6 figurines, severely corroded, their features barely discernible. Following the Han Dynasty, human sacrifice was deemed illegal. Aside from a few exceptions, human sacrifices were generally absent from tombs of that era, marking the end of the brutal practice that had begun in the Shang Dynasty. In their place, wooden and clay figurines served as substitutes for servants. During the Eastern Han period, it became customary to place stone tablets in front of tombs, chronicling the lives of the deceased, heralding a new era. The grand doors of the 3 tombs were also wooden, arched with stones above, faintly inscribed with characters that appeared not to be carved, but rather etched with a sharp blade, resembling weaponry. As Bai Yi approached, he discerned the inscription, "The heavens have perished, the yellow sky shall rise. In the year of the Jiazi, great fortune shall reign." It was unequivocally linked to the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Bai Yi recited, "The heavens have perished, the yellow sky shall rise. In the year of the Jiazi, great fortune shall reign," recognizing it as the rallying cry of the Yellow Turban Army, which sounded quite imposing. Lei Zi turned back to glance at the monkey still languishing in the foul pit. "Bai Yi, what shall we do with that little creature?" he inquired. "Let it remain there for now, or do you find it unbearable and wish to rescue it?" As Bai Yi's words faded, Xiao Shan approached the pool and extended his hand. The monkey, as if responding to a telepathic connection, immediately stretched out its claws. With a gentle pull from Xiaoshan, the monkey was liberated from the pool's confines. Unperturbed by its odor, Xiaoshan lay on the ground, chattering animatedly with the monkey. Xiaoshan, can you truly comprehend its speech? Tang San Cheng inquired. Xiaoshan chuckled. Not exactly, but it enjoys this interaction. Bai Yi observed that the monkey's claws were distinctly different. While a typical monkey possesses 5 toes with a versatile thumb, this one, aside from its similar physique, exhibited at least 2 notable differences: its striking green eyes and an unusual 6-fingered paw. Who had ever encountered such a creature? Nature is full of wonders, and this peculiar beast likely hailed from beyond its usual realm. Its mild temperament was a relief, especially as it seemed quite fond of Xiaoshan. With someone capable of managing it, Bai Yi redirected his focus to the 3 adjacent brick tomb chambers. Typically, wooden doors are quite fragile, save for certain exceptional woods like cypress, which endure underground decay. Based on past experiences, a robust kick would easily breach their defenses. Lazy shared this sentiment. He lifted his foot and aimed a powerful kick at the wooden door of the outermost tomb. Damn it, he exclaimed, feeling a pain more acute than most. He cradled his foot, leaping back. That hurts like hell. How could it be so sturdy? Bai Yi reached out and nudged the door, confirming its solidity. This wood was merely common cedar, lacking any extraordinary properties. Zhu Sen approached. I fear it's not the door's fault, Lazy. He seemed to seek Lazy's opinion. Taken aback, Lazy replied, What do you mean? Let's give it a try, Zhu Sen suggested. If you believe they can be trusted. Lazy nodded, of course. Just as he finished speaking, Zhu Sen suddenly grasped Lazy's right hand, palm facing upward, and produced a small box from his pocket filled with various silver needles. Selecting one, he swiftly plunged it into Lazy's palm. Lazy's expression remained remarkably calm, yet a thrill coursed through him as the needle nearly pierced through his entire hand, causing his face to flush crimson and veins to bulge. Tang San Cheng could even hear Lazy's heart racing, a powerful thump akin to heavy fists striking a sandbag, echoing loudly. Zhu Sen inhaled deeply and quickly withdrew the needle. Examining Lazy, how does it feel? Quite well, Lazy shrugged, though a bead of sweat dripped from the tip of his nose. What are they doing? Tang San Cheng asked Bai Yi, perplexed. You'll find out soon enough, Bai Yi thought, already knowing the answer. Lazy placed his hands before his chest, channeling his energy as the redness in his face gradually subsided. With a grin directed at Bai Yi and the others, he declared, Let me give it a shot. He approached the wooden door of the first brick chamber, took a deep breath, pressed his hands against the door, and uttered a sound. With a resounding crack, the wooden door shattered into numerous fragments, cascading down. The sight behind the door made Lazy take a step back, exclaiming, Damn it, no wonder. Behind the wooden door lay immense stone blocks, which formed the obstructive force preventing entry. Lazy spat on the ground in disbelief, wondering aloud, How peculiar. The stones are barricading the door. Could there be someone trapped inside? Otherwise, how could the door be closed? Bai Yi replied, We will only discover the truth once we enter. It seems we have some labor ahead of us. Casting a glance at Lazy's hands, Bai Yi suddenly leaned in to whisper something in his ear. Lazy's expression shifted to one of discomfort as he finally murmured, I will provide an explanation to everyone once we are outside. Chapter 291. Kerosene thus commenced the arduous task, but fortunately, with many hands to assist, the stones were cleared away in no time. The sight of the boxes within invigorated the group, and the absence of any corpses dispelled the notion that someone had barricaded the door from the inside. Bai Yi surveyed the ceiling and remarked, There is indeed another method by which the door could have been sealed from within, transforming this space into a true vault. When the boxes and stones were moved here, there must have been space left above. Placing stones behind the door while escaping through the top and sealing that space would render this tomb a veritable chamber of secrecy, undetectable to the eye. This theory was not without merit. Qi Xie examined the boxes, noting the heavy locks and the iron chains that bound them together securely. Zhu Sen expressed his agreement with Bai Yi's hypothesis, stating, I too believe this to be the case. He then scrutinized the thick layer of dust near the boxes, his eyes lighting up as he suddenly inquired, Where is your water bottle, Lazy? What for? Lazy replied, sensing Zhu Sen's intent. Do you suspect something? Indeed, Zhu Sen affirmed, taking the water bottle from Lazy and unceremoniously pouring its contents around the boxes. As the water hit the ground, the dust revealed its dual hues. The moisture darkening the dust signaled something amiss. Bai gasped, kerosene. Precisely. This is a method of counter-sabotage, Zhu Sen explained. If a torch were to accidentally fall, the kerosene would ignite, dooming both the individuals and the boxes. When did you make this discovery? Bai inquired. Zhu Sen replied. The enclosed space retains the scent of kerosene, which, despite the passage of time, remains detectable. Even when mingled with dust, its presence lingers. Seems you surpass Lei Zi in this regard, Bai remarked. Lei Zi, taken aback, felt a tinge of indignation but sighed. That does seem to be the case. Zhu San's demeanor brightened. Humanity finds it difficult to resist praise. Even the coldest of hearts can be warmed by sunlight. His enthusiasm surged as he continued. Observe the iron chains. They show no signs of rust. It appears they have been tampered with. The lack of rust suggests that the chain's durability cannot be easily compromised with our tools, Bai noted. Zhu San, what insights do you possess? Zhu San had evidently become the team's special advisor, and he declared, I am aware of a method to prevent iron chains from rusting over time. And I possess a means to unravel this mystery. Zhu San lifted his garment, revealing a tightly bound pouch at his waist. Bai pondered the man's ingenuity, realizing he had overlooked the concealed intricacies within. The pouch resembled a treasure chest, from which Zhu San continuously extracted various items, eventually producing a small vial of liquid, aqua regia. Bai recognized it as a highly corrosive chemical substance, feeling somewhat embarrassed that this individual carried such a potent agent. Truly, he was a man of hidden depths. At this juncture, Zhu San regarded Bai with a thoughtful expression. You are not without your own complexities. With the vial of aqua regia in hand, he approached the chains, examining their configuration with meticulous attention. This chain is singular, which simplifies matters. By creating a single breach, we can entirely unravel it. He poured the aqua regia onto the chain, which immediately emitted a plume of white smoke. Bubbles formed on the surface, and gradually, it began to shrink, revealing small holes. As they held their breath in anticipation, Lei Zi caught a foul odor. He glanced over to see a monkey perched on Xiao Shan's shoulder, both of them alarmingly close to him. With a pleading expression, Lei Zi implored, Xiao Shan, I beg you, could you move back a bit? Xiao Shan appeared somewhat hurt by this request. At that moment, the monkey screeched at Xiao Shan, who suddenly broke into laughter. Lei Zi muttered, could it be that they can genuinely converse? This is truly uncanny. Zhu San observed the chain being gradually corroded and declared, now is the time to accelerate our efforts. Bai unsheathed his knife and struck at the weakened section of the chain. The aqua regia had rendered it pliable, allowing him to effortlessly pry it apart. Donning gloves, Bai methodically unfastened the links, casting them aside with a sigh of relief. The moment has arrived. The greatest thrill of tomb raiding lies in the instant of opening a coffin. Lacking that, it is naturally the moment of unveiling a chest. Bai casually selected a box, first testing for concealed traps with a stone before proceeding to open it. This particular box was the leftmost one, containing a grand jade vessel accompanied by various jade artifacts. The jade vessel, intended for serving wine, was notably large, 4 times the size of a typical one, designed to hold wine warmed in hot water. A practice of the ancients who preferred to drink it warmed rather than directly. Wiping away the dust, Bai admired the vessel's pale pink color and straight cylindrical form. Its body adorned with intricate carvings divided into 2 sections by 3 recessed bands. The upper section featured a pair of looped handles, while the remaining decorations depicted dragons, tigers, and celestial beings riding clouds. The lower section was embellished with 3 groups of motifs portraying battles between celestial beings and dragons and bears, and tigers and dragons. The vessel's base was supported by 3 bare feet. The surface patterns were densely intricate, depicting divine figures in serene states, with the forms of auspicious creatures varying dramatically, some with necks arched high, others glaring defiantly, the designs swirling and undulating, accompanied by flowing clouds, exuding an invigorating vitality. Such a rare jade vessel prompted Bai to remark, before the 3 Kingdoms period, jade vessels were quite common, often modeled after bronze designs. It was during the 3 Kingdoms era that porcelain vessels emerged, which later became predominant. This jade vessel is masterfully crafted, lacking even a trace of wear or carving marks. Rizy eagerly opened the box and rushed forward, while Zhu San maintained a considerable distance, displaying an air of indifference. Observing Rizy's impatience, he frowned slightly. Rizzi rummaged through the assortment of jade artifacts, exclaiming, "Wow, is this not a jade ring? We're in luck this time. Bai, look at this jade belt and this jade pillow. Tang San Cheng, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and pack." Tang San Cheng and Xiao Ning approached to assist, while Bai opened a nearby box, revealing it to be filled to the brim with silver ingots. Although the Han dynasty had begun minting silver ingots, their circulation was limited. Bai picked one up and turned it over, noticing the inscription of the characters for heaven, earth, and man, suggesting it had been privately minted by the Yellow Turban Army. Tang San Cheng gazed at the silver ingots with a hint of worry. There is so much. But how are we supposed to carry it? Rizzi dismissed his concerns with a scoff, retrieving a bag from his backpack. "See, learn from me." He began stuffing the silver ingots into the bag, only to find it exceedingly heavy. Ugh! Tang San Cheng seized the opportunity to retort, "I told you it was unmanageable. Look at all these boxes. There might be even more valuable treasures inside." "True," Rizzi conceded, thick-skinned enough to find a way out of the situation. "Let us check what else is in the boxes before we decide what to take." Zhu Sin cast a dismissive glance at Rizzi, who feigned ignorance and spat on the ground. Bai Yi, uninterested in their petty squabbles, opened the box next to the silver ingots. Upon peering inside, Bai Yi's expression shifted dramatically. Tang San Cheng and Xiao Ning leaned in curiously, catching a whiff of a rich fragrance. "It smells divine. Bai Yi, is this the fragrant stone you mentioned?" Previously, in the Long White Mountain, Bai Yi had mistakenly believed a sacred stone from the descendants of Yu Zhao to be a fragrant stone, only to discover it was merely a meteorite emitting a faint scent. However, the treasures before them were densely packed jade stones exuding a delightful aroma. "These are golden fragrant jade," Bai Yi explained. "Compared to the fragrant stones from Shangxi, their value is exponentially higher." Xiao Ning picked up a piece of the reddish-brown jade and inhaled deeply. "It smells wonderful, reminiscent of chocolate." Bai Yi replied, "It's as rich as chocolate." In an era still grappling with scarcity, only individuals like Bai Yi, who frequently traveled abroad, had the opportunity to encounter such contemporary delights as chocolate, a delicacy so abundant overseas yet exceedingly rare in China. Xiao Ning, having never tasted chocolate in her life, was entranced by the stone's scent. After savoring it for a while, she reluctantly placed the golden fragrant jade back, her fingers now infused with its aroma. "It smells so good," Bai Yi remarked. "Golden fragrant jade oddly seems to favor women." Tang San Cheng, bewildered, asked, "What does that mean? Does golden fragrant jade really prefer women over men?" "Indeed, it seems that golden fragrant jade truly has a penchant for women," Bai Yi confirmed. Bai Yi solemnly stated, "I am not jesting. Both men and women may touch the golden fragrance, yet the scent lingers longer on women. Do you not think it favors them more?" Standing to the side, Zhu Sin remarked, "I have heard tales of those who cannot recognize the golden fragrance or who find it unattainable. You seem quite knowledgeable, having identified it at a glance." Bai Yi responded, "I possess a modicum of understanding regarding antiques and jade. The notion of unrecognized worth dissipates in the presence of connoisseurs. As for the idea that wealth cannot procure it, while not entirely unfounded, it arises from the royal esteem for the golden fragrance, which has long been enshrined in royal collections. Ordinary citizens, no matter their wealth, find it beyond their reach, hence such sayings. However, Zhu San, you did not appear overly astonished upon seeing this golden fragrance." Zhu San, wishing to explain, merely shook his head nonchalantly, conceding, "Never mind. I already know the reason." Bai Yi picked up a piece of golden fragrance and turned to Lei Zi. "This piece alone could be exchanged for several silver ingots. Which would you choose to carry?" Lei Zi immediately emptied his bag of silver ingots, eagerly exclaiming, "Naturally, I would choose the golden fragrance. I am not a fool." Xiao Ning interjected, "Do not rush. Let's inspect the other boxes first to avoid regret later. Though you claim you are not foolish, you appear quite the opposite to me." Feeling like a fool, Lei Zi glanced from the silver ingots to the golden fragrance. Vexed, he tossed his bag to the ground, stating, "Fine, I will wait until you open all the boxes." Bai Yi continued to open the next box, only to find it disappointingly empty. He reached inside and felt the coldness. The temperature within this box was significantly lower than the others. Lifting the box, he examined its bottom, which was particularly decayed. This led Bai Yi to a bold hypothesis. Could it have contained ice? Qi Xie overturned the box that had held the silver ingots, though it was worn. It had not deteriorated to the point of collapse. The stark contrast and decay between the two boxes suggested that the empty one had suffered greater rot. If it had indeed held ice, it would have been heavy when brought in. And now being empty could imply two possibilities. Either the ice had remained within until it melted, causing the box's base to rot due to excess moisture, or the ice had been transported alongside a corpse to preserve it until proper arrangements could be made, leaving the box empty afterward. Bai closed the lid of the box, dismissing the matter. What is the use of pondering? It's empty, so let us examine the others. Lazy, impatient, rummaged through a nearby box, peered inside, spread his hands in dismay, and spat on the ground. Damn it, another empty one. Opening yet another box, Lazy burst into laughter. At last, this one is not empty. However, while it contained items, they left Lazy scratching his head in confusion. What on earth is this? Inside was a box of garments. As Lazy's hand brushed against it, it shattered into countless fragments. Bai sighed, lamenting the loss. Such a pity, truly a great pity. These were garments fit only for an emperor, a complete set encompassing everyday attire, ceremonial robes, and official garments. With that one touch, do you realize how much wealth has been squandered? TCH. Lazy remained non-committal. He had always been drawn only to things that appeared valuable. Had Bai not meticulously explained the significance of the so-called Jingxianjiu, he would have shown no interest in its unremarkable exterior. Silver ingots were far more straightforward. Zhu Xin remarked, when Zhang Jiao perished, he was draped in a dragon robe. Yet, this box contains imperial attire, which was not taken for Zhang Jiao's burial. I believe these items were not specifically meant for his interment, but rather for future considerations. Bai added, 3 burial chambers were constructed here, shrouded in secrecy during their creation. Upon our entry, we discovered several individuals had their throats slit to silence them, indicating the level of caution exercised here. Zhang Jiao may be deceased, but Zhang Liang remains, and the rebel forces are still active. To use this place as a reserve for military supplies would not raise anyone's suspicion. Indeed, that is merely conjecture. Zhu Xin cautioned, separating burial items from the coffin can also serve as a protective measure. Thus, this notion holds validity. Bai wholeheartedly agreed. Precisely, it is all plausible. There were 2 more boxes. Bai and Qi Xie each opened one, unveiling contents that caused Lei Zi to leap with excitement. My goodness, we have struck it rich. Chapter 293, Cold Weapons. The 2 large boxes brimmed with gold, and how could Lei Zi not be elated? Even Tang San Cheng embraced Xiao Ning tightly. Xiao Ning, do you see? Look at all this gold. Though it could not compare to the luminous pearl he coveted. Xiao Ning was equally exhilarated. How on earth could there be so much gold? Such abundance is not entirely surprising, Bai remarked. Casting a glance at Lei Zi, the amount we can take depends on our capabilities. Zhu Xin explained. During the late spring and autumn period, gold began to circulate widely. By the late Warring States period, the use of gold became commonplace, even in imperial rewards and official bribes. The Qin and Han dynasties accumulated vast quantities of gold. Yet by the end of the Eastern Han, this gold seemingly vanished without a trace. As they spoke, Tang San Cheng and the others had already begun to gather the gold. Bai, however, was unhurried, meticulously collecting the Jingxianjiu. He glanced back at Zhu San, who stood aside, seemingly unfazed while others busied themselves. In stark contrast, Lazy appeared as if he had never encountered gold before, eagerly scooping it up and even biting into pieces to verify their authenticity. What a striking difference. In the late Eastern Han, the royal family and affluent households, fearful of the Green Forest Army, the Red Eyebrow Army's uprising, and the Yellow Turban Rebellion, fortified their defenses and concealed vast amounts of gold and other treasures. However, the peasant armies surged forward with unstoppable momentum, catching officials and the wealthy off guard. Some were slain, while others, though they fled, often met their demise far from home. Consequently, the immense quantities of gold they had secretly buried became lost to history. Although some buried gold has been discovered in excavated Han Dynasty sites, it is believed that vast amounts remain deeply entombed underground, unseen by the light of day. Bai remarked, these gold pieces must have been plundered by the Yellow Turbans. Or perhaps they were discarded. Suddenly, Zhu Xin interjected, what evidence do you have? Seizing the moment, Bai continued. It appears that Zhu San and Lei Zi possess some knowledge regarding the Yellow Turbans, particularly Zhu San, who, despite being rather taciturn, speaks when pleased, yet remains silent and tight-lipped, as he is now. Ignoring Zhu San, Bai urged the group to gather as much as they could. until every backpack was filled to the brim, and they even used spare bags to collect more, finally deciding to stop. Greed can lead to one's downfall. It is wise to know when enough is enough, lest one becomes burdened by excess. Once they had gathered a sufficient amount, Xiaoshan innocently asked Tang San Cheng, "Brother, what are these? You could buy many delicious things with them." Upon hearing this, Xiaoshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. For him, food was far more intriguing than money, and his world was vastly different from Lei Zi's. Having concluded their exploration of this tomb chamber, there were still 2 more awaiting them. Xiao Ning patted Lei Zi's shoulder, saying, "Lei Zi, your earlier acupuncture was truly remarkable. With just 1 needle, you transformed into a strong man." Her words were merely jest. Yet Lei Zi's expression shifted slightly. "Let's go. It's truly uncomfortable lingering down here. It's suffocating me, and the stench from that large pit is unbearable." The artifacts within the other 2 tomb chambers corroborated by Yi's theories. They were filled with weapons, predominantly cold arms. The late Eastern Han period was an era defined by such weaponry, characterized by the absence of gunpowder and designed for close combat. Spears, halberds, knives, hooks, and axes were meticulously arranged throughout the chambers. What more could this signify? Zhu Xin could not help but concede, "Your hypothesis is correct. This indeed serves as a supply depot for the Yellow Turbans." However, it was regrettable that after Zhang Jiao's demise, his 2 brothers met their own downfall, rendering the contents of this repository utterly unused. Thus, it could be inferred that the imperial garments found earlier were perhaps intended for a general preparing for battle. Bai Yi commented, "Everyone dreams of being an emperor, don't they?" At that moment, the monkey suddenly screeched, startling everyone. Xiaoshan patted its head and inquired, "What is it?" The monkey clung to Xiaoshan's clothing, tugging desperately to lead him outside. Xiaoshan, being rather slight, found himself inadvertently following the monkey, eventually arriving at the malodorous pit. Lei Zi inwardly groaned as he stood at the back of the group alongside Zhu San. "What do you mean?" Xiaoshan questioned, observing the monkey scratching at the earth with its paws. "Is there something underground? Something valuable?" The monkey chattered excitedly, prompting Xiaoshan to ask Tang San Cheng, "What should we do?" "Let us dig and see. We've already accomplished quite a bit," Xiao Ning said with a relaxed demeanor as she retrieved her tools. Curiously, as soon as Xiao Ning began to excavate, the monkey settled down, climbing onto Xiaoshan's shoulder and affectionately nudging his head. Lei Zi teased, "Xiaoshan, you're in trouble. It seems to have taken a liking to you. If you can't shoo it away, you might not be leaving this place anytime soon." Unable to fend it off, "I shall take it away," Little Mountain innocently remarked. "After all, it likes me, and I like it too. Please spare me." Lei Zi wore a troubled expression. "Tang San has brought back a tiger bug armor. And you? What are you going to do? Am I to live at all?" "Little Mountain, just be quiet about this liking and disliking." Xiao Ning had already dug down 2 or 3 meters, while Qixia and Tang San were assisting her. Bai Yi appeared to be lost in thought. If there truly were secrets below, how did this monkey know? Moreover, it certainly could not just be a monkey. What kind of creature was it? Indeed, there was something beneath. "Little Mountain, this little thing is truly eerie," Xiao Ning exclaimed with delight, immersed in the thrill of her excavation. Once a holder of a stable job, she had now become captivated by the allure of the legacies left by great ancestors. Sometimes, Xiao Ning even felt that since they were all descendants of Yan and Huang, everyone ought to share in the inheritance of these legacies. Throwing down her tools, Xiao Ning began to sift through the earth with her hands. She touched something soft, and before she could clearly see it, a liquid burst forth from the soil, splattering Xiao Ning's face. Tang San was still in a daze when Bai Yi shouted, "Not good." The liquid emerging from the ground had drenched Xiao Ning, even coating her eyes. Initially, she felt nothing significant, merely wiping her face. But soon a tingling sensation spread across her cheeks. Chapter 294, The Witch's Garment After Wiping Her Face. Xiao Ning noticed her fingers were smeared with a viscous black liquid, resembling overcooked black rice porridge. "What is this? It's disgusting." Suddenly, Tang San realized the gravity of the situation, his words stumbling. "Xiao Ning, don't move. You touched." Xiao Ning looked down to find she had touched a corpse, still retaining some warmth, the soil exuding a peculiar temperature combined with a foul odor. How had she not noticed before? Turning to Tang San, she said, "Tang San, do you see? I despise this. Why must we bury the dead in the ground? It's so filthy, isn't it?" Tang San's eyes turned red. Suddenly recalling the 3-leaf clover Bai Yi had brought, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, trying to reassure Xiao Ning. It's all right, don't worry. Remember, we have the three-leaf clover, we have the antidote, we're not afraid. Xiao Ning sensed tingling in her toes, and Tang San's features began to blur. She reached out to grasp him, but missed, her hand meeting only air, leaving her feeling utterly unsupported. Weakly, she collapsed into Tang San's arms, her eyes tightly closed. Be careful, San. Qi Xie suddenly rushed over, holding a handkerchief. Could Qi Xie actually use a handkerchief? Tang San wondered, utterly flustered and oblivious to the fact that the handkerchief had been taken from Bai Yi's pocket, now merely in Qi Xie's hands. Bai Yi and Xiao Shan rushed forward, revealing a female corpse protruding from the soil, devoid of a coffin, merely a cadaver lying in the earth. Moments earlier, Xiao Ning had pressed against the remains, causing a toxic spray to erupt, directly hitting her face. Xiao Shan, initially bewildered, suddenly grasped the situation and glared fiercely at the monkey, accusing, "This is all you're doing." Overwhelmed by anger, he aimed a kick at the creature, which, seemingly aware of the calamity it had caused, did not evade. However, upon witnessing its demeanor, Xiao Shan's heart softened, and he withdrew his foot, squatting beside Tang San Cheng with reddened eyes. Qi Xie wiped the viscous substance from Xiao Ning's face with a handkerchief and inhaled it, noting the presence of rhizoma tripterigii. Though he discerned more than just that. What does this mean? Bai Yi pondered, not anticipating such an incident at this critical juncture. The artifacts had been retrieved. They merely needed to return to the surface to achieve success. Yet, the monkey's intervention had led to unforeseen troubles. Qi Xie, placing his hand upon Xiao Ning's wrist, felt her pulse, which was alarmingly weak. Bai Yi and Tang San Cheng's hearts sank. Even Qi Xie could not identify the toxin. What should we do? Let us try the three-leaf clover first. If it proves effective, it would be splendid. Bai Yi extracted the clover, and Tang San Cheng, gazing at it, felt immense gratitude towards Bai Yi, wishing he could have saved some for himself, as all hope now rested on this modest herb. He took the clover, chewed it thoroughly, and fed it to Xiao Ning. Had she retained even a sliver of consciousness, she would likely chastise herself. However, in her current state, she was too compliant to chew. Tang San Cheng, suppressing his sorrow, gently moved Xiao Ning's jaw to help her swallow the clover. Xiao Ning remained motionless, her only consolation being that her skin had not undergone any grotesque transformation like Wang Wei's. Just as Tang San Cheng felt a flicker of hope, Qi Xie grasped Xiao Ning's wrist to check her pulse, only to be met with a perplexed expression. Strange, there is no change in her pulse. Though faint, it has not ceased, indicating she still breathes, yet remains unresponsive. What does this mean? Tang San Cheng was left dumbfounded, realizing she was in a state of profound coma. Bai Yi shot him a glance, admonishing, "This is not something that can be resolved by mere haste. Remain calm. First, we must exit and seek a hospital." Suddenly, Lazy approached the corpse, stating, "Wait, I need to see what this woman is." He carefully excavated the surrounding mud, revealing the corpse in its entirety, face down. Yet her garments remained relatively intact. Curiously, the body had been buried without any protection, surprisingly well preserved, not entirely decayed, resembling a mummified form. A dry corpse, once again. A dry corpse. As Bai Yi examined the attire, he was somewhat taken aback. It resembled the garments of women from the Warring States period, albeit with an excessive number of straps. A sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had encountered or heard of such clothing before. He urged himself to remain composed, determined to ascertain the identity of this woman, believing it might prove beneficial for Xiao Ning. Suddenly, Bai Yi's eyes widened in realization. This was the attire of a shamaness from the Warring States era, characterized by the abundance of straps to distinguish her from ordinary women. If she indeed was a shamaness, it was likely that she had ingested something extraordinary, allowing her remains to remain uncorrupted. If Fuyu were present, he would surely uncover the truth. Yes, Fuyu, there was still hope for Xiao Ning. Let us retreat swiftly, Bai Yi commanded. The atmosphere grew tense. Zhu Xin's expression was complex, yet he followed suit. Upon returning to the spot where Wang Wei had fallen, Lazy pondered the fate of Shou Ho and Shun Pingxing. What shall we do about those two? Where are they? Zhu Xin glanced at Lazy, his gaze laden with complexity. They were with me, and I must bring them back. Additionally, would you mind leaving what you have gathered for them? Not at all, Bai Yi replied. Brother Zhu San, though our acquaintance is brief, it is a pleasure to meet you. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave first. Those two will be your responsibility. Lei Zi, guide him to find Shouho. Lei Zi felt a stirring in his heart. Bai Yi was granting them a moment's reprieve. He accepted this gesture and led Zhu San in search of Shouho and Shen Pingxing, while Bai Yi and the others escorted Xiao Ning back to the surface. After a tumultuous endeavor underground, dusk had settled. Bai Yi inwardly lamented. This remote county town saw the hospital closing early, and it was too late to seek medical attention now. Fortunately, Xiao Ning had shown no alarming symptoms after consuming the clover, remaining in a state of unconsciousness. The monkey had followed Xiao Shan out, squatting beside him. Xiao Shan, still recovering, addressed the monkey. We are leaving. You cannot accompany us. The astute monkey grasped Xiao Shan's intent, casting a glance before darting away into the night. A circular object fell from its foot, which Bai Yi collected. It was a bronze ring. Chapter 295. The enigmatic smoke. Tang San Cheng carried Xiao Ning, her hands dangling limply. He anxiously paced in circles, repeatedly urging Lei Zi to hurry. Though Bai Yi understood his concern, he could not help but roll his eyes. What good does mere anxiety do? Even if we were to exit now, the hospital would be closed. With the 7 evils present, what is there to fret about? Seizing the opportunity while Lei Zi had not yet emerged, Bai Yi scrutinized the bronze ring in his hand. It had fallen from the monkey, and the rust on its surface suggested it had been around for some time. A heaviness settled in Bai Yi's heart. Indeed, the monkey was no ordinary creature. It had knowledge of the shamaness remains lying below. Just then, Lei Zi emerged. Utilizing a rope with an iron hook invented by Lu Zhishi, he struggled to ascend, coiling the rope as he noted the encroaching darkness. If we do not leave soon, night will fall upon us. Bai Yi placed the bronze ring into his pocket and led the group out of the labyrinthine trenches. After considerable effort, they finally emerged from the maze, leaving behind thoughts of Zhu San and the others. Upon returning to the monument dedicated to the martyrs of the anti-Japanese war, the sky had completely darkened. A bright moon gazed down upon them with an air of intrigue. Lei Zi, catching the scent of fresh blood on the monument, remarked, "This blood was just splattered. I asked Zhu San earlier, it wasn't them. It must have been the local residents." Bai Yi responded, "Did you not hear the old lady on the truck? This place is said to be haunted. During thunderstorms, the ghosts are said to wail. The locals, steeped in superstition, believe the restless spirits of the martyrs linger here, which likely explains the commotion." "Oh no, are we to walk back?" Tang San Cheng, anxious to return Xiao Ning to find a doctor, gritted his teeth and insisted, "We must go back, regardless." Their backpacks were laden with heavy burdens, and Qi Xie carried the packs of both Xiao Ning and Tang San Cheng, silently trailing behind him. Remarkably, after about 40 minutes of walking, they encountered an agricultural tractor chugging along, which eventually transported them to a stop near their lodging. The innkeeper, taken aback by Bai Yi and the others' unexpected return late at night, scrutinized their bulging backpacks with a complex expression. Bai Yi inquired, "What? Do you still harbor ulterior motives?" "Of course not," the innkeeper replied, lowering his head almost to his belly. "Would you like to stay in the same room as before?" "Wait, where is the nearest hospital?" Bai Yi asked. "Here?" The innkeeper glanced at Xiao Ning slumped on Tang San Cheng's back and shook his head. "We call this a county town, but it's quite small and remote. By night, there's only an old man at the gate. If you wish to see a doctor, you'll need to contact him first, though," he added with an awkward chuckle, "his medical skills are rather ordinary, so do not expect much." Bai Yi had anticipated this, and he now considered that there might be someone who could help. For now, he merely sought to reassure Tang San Cheng. Disheartened by the innkeeper's words, Tang San Cheng expressed his disappointment, to which Bai Yi responded, "Let us return to our room first." They placed Xiao Ning on the bed, and Qi Xie once again checked her pulse. "The pulse has stabilized now, unlike before when it was faint," he noted. "Then she will awaken soon?" Tang San Cheng asked, filled with hope. "No," Qi Xie replied. "Though her pulse is steady, it is weak." He lifted Xiao Ning's eyelid. "There is no bleeding beneath her eyelid. She is safe for now, but when she will awaken remains uncertain." "Let us return tomorrow," Bai Yi suggested. "We'll see then. What are your thoughts?" Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Qi Xie realized he had a plan. "The female corpse we encountered was a shaman," Bai Yi revealed, producing the bronze ring that had fallen from the monkey's foot. "I have heard of the markings on this ring. Thus, Xiao Ning is afflicted not by a mere corpse poison. Do you suspect it is related to Gu?" Qi Xie asked solemnly. "Indeed," Bai Yi nodded, "which leads me to believe there may be someone who can save her." Tang San Cheng began to comprehend the situation, and Lei Zi scratched his head, saying, "What are you all talking about? Gu poison? I've heard of it, but you seem rather certain. What if it isn't? Delaying could mean trouble for Xiaoning. Lazy was utterly oblivious to the matters concerning Fuyu, and even more so to Bai Yi's understanding of poison. It was no wonder he posed such a question. Bai Yi replied, in that case, let us first visit a hospital in the city tomorrow. If that proves futile, we shall discuss our options further. This night was destined to be the most arduous for all involved. Qi Xie remarked. When we entered, the innkeeper's gaze was unsettling. We must remain vigilant. I shall forego sleep tonight. Then I will take shifts with you, Lazy responded, as I find myself unable to sleep anyway. Qi Xie kept his eyes wide open until 3 in the morning when he suddenly heard a rustling sound from outside. Quietly, he ventured out, groping his way to the staircase, where he overheard the innkeeper's voice. Once we pull this off, we can retire. They are just like the previous group, grave robbers. Evident from their pack, which is far heavier than when they departed. What do you suggest we do? Asked the man, presumably from the kitchen. We must use sleeping gas. The innkeeper replied. This time, none can escape, especially that tall one. He is a menace. Shall I proceed now? The cautious man inquired. Qi Xie scoffed quietly and returned to awaken Bai Yi, whispering a few words in his ear, which sparked a plan between them. The agile man crept to the door, lying on the ground with a device resembling a smoking gun in hand. He inserted the barrel through the door's crack and blew gently, releasing a plume of smoke into the room before hastily moving to the 2 adjacent rooms. After a moment of silence within, he felt a sense of triumph. This time, you won't escape. I am your progeny. You, indeed, are a fool, Lazy's voice rang out. The man, startled, dropped his smoking device with a clatter. Why you? Bai Yi had already dashed out, seizing the 2 individuals hidden by the staircase. The woman, feeling disoriented since earlier, sensed calamity looming and collapsed in terror. The innkeeper, held at gunpoint by Bai Yi, dared not breathe. Bai Yi rotated the magazine, the sound echoing ominously in the innkeeper's ears. His mouth fell agape, sweat trickling down his forehead. Bai Yi coldly remarked, greed is a serpent that swallows elephants. This is a fitting description for you. You have erred a second time. Speak. What is the appropriate way to handle your fate? Just eliminate me and throw me into the mountains. Aren't they haunted? Lazy suggested. Perhaps the spirits within are merely bored. Sending you 3 to keep them company would be delightful. Suddenly, the woman convulsed and collapsed, motionless. Evil begets fear. And today this was undeniably confirmed. Bai Yi inquired, shaking his gun. Is there a small truck in the back? Is it yours? Yes. The innkeeper nodded repeatedly. Indeed. It is mine. Chapter 296. Save her, your life may be spared for now. Allow us to leave, Bai Yi stated. Rest assured, your fuel expenses shall not be overlooked. Very well, very well. As long as one can survive, what is there that one would not do? It is only fate that one must blame. There is always a higher mountain to climb. The losses incurred are not entirely unjust. The boss, stamping his foot, exclaimed, help her inside quickly. We cannot afford to lose face here. Another man assisted the woman in leaving, and everyone emerged from the corridor, carrying their belongings to the truck. Bai Yi took his seat at the front with a gun, while the others climbed into the cargo area, setting off immediately. By the time they reached the city, dawn had broken, and the boss's expression was one of utter discontent. Bai Yi clapped him on the shoulder, saying, Boss, don't be nervous. Here, this is your fare. Thank you. The boss, refusing to accept, insisted, No, brother, consider this my obligation to help. Nay, I cannot accept your obligation, Bai Yi retorted. Tossing the money onto the passenger seat, he instructed Tang San Cheng and the others to disembark, and with a casual wave to the driver, he bid farewell. The boss, hitting the accelerator, sped off as if he had seen a ghost, disappearing in an instant. Lazy spat on the ground, exclaiming, Damn it. Lucky for him, he ran fast. How dare he scheme against us? All right, to the hospital first, Tang San Cheng said with a grimace. After a tumultuous journey, they brought Xiao Ning into the hospital, where she underwent a thorough examination. The doctor appeared pale, as if he had not slept well, and held a large stack of test results without uttering a word. Doctor, how is she? Please, say something. Tang San Cheng urged, his fists clenched in anxiety. Bai Yi, equally worried, thrust Tang San Cheng behind him and confronted the doctor, demanding, Doctor, just give us a straightforward answer. Is her life in danger? No, her organ functions are normal. The doctor replied, somewhat perturbed. However, she remains in a coma, and I cannot ascertain the issue. Perhaps she should stay for observation a few days. No need. Bai Yi interjected firmly. Tang San Cheng, we are leaving. Once outside the hospital, Bai Yi gathered everyone in a secluded spot and stated, we must split into 2 groups immediately. Lazy, you and Xiao Shan take the supplies back and find someone named Uncle Hong. Deliver the items to him. He is an old partner of mine and knows what to do. I will write down the address for you. This matter must remain discreet, understood? And what about you? Lazy inquired, appearing somewhat troubled. I have things to discuss with you all. We will talk upon our return, Bai Yi replied. Given Xiao Ning's condition, we must act swiftly. Although she is not in immediate danger, that does not guarantee it will remain so. Xia understands pharmacology and can provide care on the way. Lazy, Xiao Shan, and the supplies will be your responsibility. Understood, Lazy, a sensible individual, acknowledged. I will head back. You must return as soon as possible. Bai Yi divided the money he had, giving half to Lazy. If anything arises, I will contact you. They split into 2 groups. Lazy purchased train tickets back to Beijing and, alongside Xiao Shan, evaded security checks. Bai Yi and the other 2 proceeded with Xiao Ning toward Xiangxi. Fortunately, the location was not far, and they arrived in the dead of night. The trio prepared some food and drink before heading toward the Miao village. This was Bai Yi's 3rd visit, and he felt an exhilarating thrill, walking with a spirited demeanor that starkly contrasted with Tang San Cheng's solemnity. In this round, everyone proceeded directly to the cliff coffin without visiting the Miao village. They quietly arrived before the thorny path sprinkled with itching powder, adhering to their previous method. They traversed it once more, breaking through the bagua array and arriving at the base of the cliff coffin. The large stone stood resolutely there, but unlike last time, it now bore a pit, a remnant left by the trio during their previous visit. Remembering the plump insects atop the stone, Tang San turned his head. The sensation, once experienced, would never be desired again. The mechanism on this layer remained intact, requiring weight to activate it. With little exertion, the 3 of them triggered the mechanism and slipped inside. Bai Yi cautioned, after the descent of the god of Fuyu, she may not recognize us. We should not rush in. Let us observe first. Aware of the fierce prowess exhibited by the god of Fuyu, both Tang San and Qi Xian nodded gravely. They circled around the circular stone steps to the level of the hot spring, where they all halted. Bai Yi leaned in, but did not initially spot Fuyu. A flicker of disappointment crossing his heart. Just as he was about to enter, Tang San pointed above. There seems to be some movement up there. What movement? Bai Yi felt a chill run down his spine. The sound of footsteps, nothing extraordinary. Tang San waved his hand dismissively. It is certainly not the footsteps of an evil corpse. They are much lighter. Tang San inadvertently struck a sensitive chord with Bai Yi, who recalled the horrifying visage of the evil corpse and the fact that Qi Wu had only managed to find 3 items. His spirits sank. Well, let us go up and take a look. The space for Fuyu to maneuver is limited despite the numerous passages here. As the 3 contemplated ascending, Tang San suddenly heard footsteps drawing near. She's coming down. Bai Yi immediately looked up, locking eyes with Fuyu's anxious face. She was intently peering downwards. And upon meeting Bai Yi's gaze, her surprise was unmistakable. What are you doing here, Fuyu? Bai Yi's voice was laced with inquiry. Fuyu nodded helplessly. Yes, it's still me. There's no need to be afraid. Tang San, overwhelmed with excitement, felt his legs weaken, nearly causing Xiao Ning on his back to tumble down. Sister-in-law, save me. No, save her. Although Fuyu was a witch and the saintess of the Miao village, she rarely ventured from the depths of the mountains. Her time spent in the outside world was limited to her studies, rendering her quite innocent. Upon hearing Tang San refer to her as sister-in-law, her bashfulness nearly prevented her from lifting her head. Her cheeks flushed like ripe cherries, enhancing her beauty. Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback, while Tang San, seeing their mutual affection despite the situation, grew anxious. Bai Yi quickly let her see Xiao Ning. I'm dying of worry. Who is she? Fuyu glanced at Xiao Ning on Tang San's back, her face registering shock. She is poisoned. Fuyu's words struck home, igniting a flicker of hope in Tang San, who nodded vigorously. Yes, she is poisoned, yet she has not awakened. Take her to the hot spring pool. Fuyu swiftly transformed into a figure of competence. Strange. She should not have survived this long. What medicine did you give her? 3-leaf clover, Bai Yi replied. From ancient Kunlun. Oh, Fuyu exclaimed, astonished. Ancient Kunlun truly exists? We can discuss that later, Bai Yi interjected. First, let us see how Xiao Ning is faring. Tang San placed Xiao Ning by the hot spring, where the warm steam enveloped them, offering a sense of comfort. Fu Yu, being a girl, possessed a more delicate sensibility, and as she held Xiao Ning's hand, a look of perplexity crossed her face. How strange. How could she have fallen victim to poison? Is it truly poison? Bai Yi inquired. Indeed. And this poison is of a very ancient kind. Had I not been bestowed with divine insight, I might have remained ignorant of the means to counter it, she replied. Fu Yu continued. At present, she has managed to temporarily suppress the poison, yet the danger has not been averted. Chapter 297, Medicinal Guide, 7 Evils Remarked. I can discern that one of the toxins is from the thunder vine. However, I am unable to identify the others. The 3-leaf clover can restrain the thunder vine, and it seems to have some efficacy. Is there any more 3-leaf clover? Fu Yu asked. There is, Bai Yi noted, observing Fu Yu's expression, sensing an ominous turn. Fu Yu, being simple-hearted and candid, was not adept at concealing her emotions, and her countenance revealed the gravity of the situation. Fu Yu produced a small box from her belongings, and Bai Yi recognized it immediately. As she opened the box, a tiny spider emerged. Fu Yu's lips moved as if issuing commands, and the spider swiftly crawled onto Xiao Ning's face, performing a gentle dance before hastening back to Fu Yu, who extended a finger to catch it. The spider climbed into the palm of her hand, tracing a circular pattern. While onlookers were left bewildered, Fu Yu nodded slightly. All right. You may return now. The spider re-entered the box, and Fu Yu closed it, saying, This poison is prevalent in the practices of witchcraft during the Warring States period. To remedy it, in addition to the 3-leaf clover, we require several additional ingredients. 2 of them can be found in Xiangxi. One is snake gall grass, which grows abundantly in the mountains. This is easy to procure. What is the other? Tang San asked impatiently. There is a fat worm on the large stone downstairs. Its flesh must be harvested and ground into powder to serve as a medicinal guide, Fu Yu explained. Thus, 7 evils interjected. I shall go. I recognize snake gall grass and will retrieve it. Must we kill it? Tang San felt a wave of nausea at the thought. No, merely a portion of its flesh is sufficient, Fu Yu reassured him. Its wound will heal rapidly, and it poses no threat, making the task quite manageable. While the task presented no significant challenge and bore no danger, it was indeed repugnant. Tang San recalled how Xiao Ning was particular about her appearance, loathing insects above all. Fortunately, she remained unconscious, or she would undoubtedly protest vehemently against using a fat worm as a medicinal ingredient. What else do we require? 2 more items. One is a night pearl, whose powder serves as a medicinal guide. The other, Fu Yu glanced at Bai Yi, is also one of the 7 items, the lingxi fruit. Bai Yi closed his eyes, reflecting on his halted search for the 7 items. The lingxi fruit held no leads, and he had never anticipated that Xiao Ning would also require it. Tang San's concern was palpable. What shall we do? While there is some hope for the night pearl, the lingxi fruit is merely a rumor. We have no idea if it even still exists. The lingxi fruit is also a shadowy entity, thriving in arid. Fu Yu gazed at Bai Yi and remarked, all of this is elucidated in the witchcraft manuscripts left by our ancestors. Bai Yi responded, indeed. If one were to identify the most arid of places, it would undoubtedly be the desert. Yes, I share that sentiment, Fu Yu replied. At least you possess greater knowledge regarding the luminous pearl. Among the known luminous pearls, the one belonging to Empress Dowager Cixi is the most renowned. However, her tomb was long ago plundered by the warlord's son Dianying, and the luminous pearl was gifted away, rendering it unattainable. Bai Yi furrowed his brow, pondering for some time before stating, there is also the shui marquee pearl, which possesses a remarkably legendary origin. It is said that once, while traveling, the shui marquee encountered a great serpent on a mountain path, struggling in agony. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the serpent had been grievously wounded, its body nearly severed, blood flowing profusely. The shui marquee, moved by compassion, dismounted and retrieved his medicinal supplies to staunch the bleeding, applying ointment and bandaging the wound. He watched as the serpent slowly slithered back into the underbrush, and only then did he feel at ease to depart. Remarkably, the serpent, possessing an understanding of human emotions, returned a year later, bringing a luminous pearl as a token of gratitude to the shui marquee, hence the shui marquee pearl. I do not wish to hear tales. Tang San Cheng interjected, casting a glance at Xiao Ning. Such an extraordinary item, can it truly be found? Who knows where it may lie? Furthermore, with so many ancient tombs, how long would it take to locate a single luminous pearl? No, This particular one is far easier to find than fishing in the vast ocean, as we are aware it was interred with Qin Shi Huang, Bai Yi countered. Tang San Cheng, would you not wonder why I specifically mentioned it? What is the matter? Tang San Cheng inquired. The shui marquee pearl is mentioned in Lu Xiang's new preface. Around 350 BC, upon learning that the Qin had dispatched envoys to observe the treasures of the Chu kingdom, King Xian of Chu summoned his minister, Zi Shi, and inquired, "The Qin wishes to behold the treasures of Chu. May I present the He Shi Bai and the shui marquee pearl?" This indicates that the shui marquee pearl had fallen into the hands of the Chu. After the Qin annihilated Chu, the shui marquee pearl and He Shi Bai came into the possession of Qin Shi Huang. This is corroborated by Li Si's memorial on banishment, in which he cautioned, "Your Majesty now possesses the exquisite jade of Kunlun Mountain, the shui marquee pearl, and the He Shi Bai, adorned with the luminous pearl, yet none of these treasures originate from the Qin state. Why is your Majesty so enamored with them?" Tang San Cheng furrowed his brow, questioning, "What does this signify?" "It implies that your Majesty has acquired the beautiful jade of Kunlun Mountain, the shui marquee pearl, and the He Shi Bai, while wearing the luminous pearl, all of which are not products of the Qin state, yet your Majesty holds them in high regard. What could be the reason?" The mention of the shui marquee pearl is explicit here. After Liu Bang vanquished the Qin, the He Shi Bai became the imperial seal of the Han emperors. Over the course of the next 600 years, it passed through the hands of more than 100 emperors. However, the shui marquee pearl has since its time with Qin Shi Huang remained unrecorded. There exists a theory that Qin Shi Huang cherished it so deeply that it was interred with him, serving as a substitute for a candle in the tomb. Tang San Cheng now comprehended. "Are you suggesting that to discover the shui marquee pearl, one must seek out the Qin tomb?" "Precisely," Bai Yi replied, a hint of melancholy in his tone. "The challenge of locating the Qin tomb is akin to the difficulty of finding the lingxi fruit." Tang San's spirit suddenly waned. He allowed Xiao Ning to rest her head upon his lap for comfort. Qi Xie remarked, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must focus on the present. I will search for the snake gall grass and the plumpworm first." Bai Yi, the mechanism for entering and exiting requires sufficient weight to activate. We must go together. Without Tang San, I am unsure whether we can muster enough strength to open that concealed door. Tang San glanced at Xiao Ning, then at Fu Yu. Bai Yi also realized that leaving Xiao Ning alone posed a risk. If Fu Yu were to be possessed by the deity and mistake Xiao Ning for an intruder, chaos would ensue. With a sigh, Bai Yi suggested, "For safety's sake, let us take Xiao Ning with us." Fu Yu sighed softly, "I am sorry." "It is of no consequence," Bai Yi reassured. "Do not take it to heart. I understand that you cannot control yourself when possessed by the deity. It is not your intention." Fu Yu lifted her head. "Thank you, Bai Yi. You must know that I would never harm you or your friends, no matter the circumstances." Chapter 298. Malevolence. The three descended with Xiao Ning to seek the snake gall grass. As Fu Yu had indicated, it flourished abundantly in the mountains of Shaanxi. However, those unfamiliar with traditional herbal medicine might not recognize it. The grass appeared exceedingly ordinary, small and close to the ground, camouflaged among the surrounding flora. Fortunately, Qi Xie could identify it. He cleared the underbrush and uprooted several stalks before returning to the cliff coffin to search for the plump worm. Tang San could not forget the sensation of that worm. As they approached the large rock, the hair on his skin bristled. He turned to Xiao Ning. "Qi Xie, it's your turn." He thought to himself, "Xiao Ning, even if you awaken, you must not know what you have consumed. Otherwise, you might wish for death." Qi Xie maintained a calm demeanor, though he could not suppress a gulp. Bai Yi handed him his knife, his eyes filled with sympathy. "Qi Xie, I appreciate your effort." Indeed, Qi Xie's hand glided over the stone in search of the worm. Its skin, reminiscent of the rock's hue, made it difficult to locate with the naked eye. At last, that abhorrent sensation arrived. Qi Xie swiftly cut through the confusion, severing a piece without knowing if the worm bled, for the rock showed no signs of change. The worm's flesh was lifeless, devoid of sinew and blood. Tang San sighed in relief. "Now, let us return." Upon entering the cliff coffin, where the hot spring resided, Bai Yi felt an unusual current of air. Indeed, when Fu Yu turned to look at him, her gaze was devoid of warmth, sharpened with intensity. This was dire. Fu Yu had been possessed by the deity. No sooner had Bai Yi completed his thought than Fu Yu's body went limp. He exhaled in relief. What a stroke of luck. It was fortunate to pass by a possessed Fu Yu. Bai Yi had no desire to engage in conflict with her, as harm to anyone would be painful. He steadied Fuyu. Are you all right? I am fine. Fuyu gasped. Your return is quite timely. Noticing the sweat beading on her forehead, Bai wiped it away. You seem to struggle after being possessed by the deity. Indeed, every time divine intervention occurs, I invariably gain new insights. Suyu remarked, my understanding of venom is now comparable to that of my late aunt. So, have you brought the medicinal catalysts? I have. Qi Xie responded, presenting the snake gall and the flesh of the fat insect into Suyu's hands. Suyu procured a glass vial, placing the snake gall and the insect flesh inside, and requested 3-leaf clover. I have 5 catalysts, but we still lack 2, lingxi fruit and the crushed shards of the luminous pearl. I am aware that acquiring the latter 2 poses considerable challenges. Therefore, until you find them, I shall cast a protective charm upon this young lady to prevent any unforeseen changes. You have no objections, I trust? Tang San Cheng appeared somewhat bewildered. Observing his concerned demeanor, Suyu surmised, she must hold great significance for you, hence the necessity of the protective charm to avert any alterations in the poison within her. After all, the 3-leaf clover can only offer partial efficacy. The exact moment it loses its potency is entirely uncertain. If you genuinely wish to save her, you must expedite your efforts to locate the remaining catalysts. Regrettably, there is no alternative, Suyu declared, as she summoned a butterfly, a creature entirely enveloped in ebony hues. It emerged from a transparent glass jar and alighted upon Xiao Ning's forehead, its dark wings fluttering rhythmically. For a fleeting moment, Tang San Cheng noticed golden powder cascading down. Yet upon closer inspection, it vanished from sight. The butterfly eventually returned to the jar, and Suyu sealed it. All is well. The intricacies of the process defied verbal explanation, and Tang San Cheng felt an unexpected sense of reassurance. Thank you, sister-in-law. Upon hearing the term sister-in-law, Suyu pursed her lips, feeling a tinge of shyness. While she cherished the time spent with Bai Yi, separation was inevitable. Human lives were at stake. By the way, Suyu, what do you make of this? Bai Yi inquired, placing a bronze ring that had fallen from a monkey into Suyu's palm. It dropped from a rather peculiar creature that bears resemblance to a monkey, yet its paws are entirely different. Recalling Suyu's previous mention of the poison afflicting Xiao Ning, which was prevalent during the Warring States period, Bai Yi also recounted the discovery of a corpse resembling a Warring States sorceress in the tomb beneath the Yellow Turban Army. When he mentioned that the corpse's garments bore numerous straps, Suyu nodded in affirmation of Bai Yi's conjecture. You are correct. Judging by her attire, she is indeed a sorceress from the Warring States era. However, she lies face down, without even a coffin, which contradicts the historical reverence held for sorceresses. This suggests she may have met with an untimely demise. Thus, it is plausible that the poison afflicting this young lady is the same that claimed the life of that sorceress. Furthermore, the creature resembling a monkey is likely connected to her, for the designs on this bronze ring are emblematic of the shamanic clans from the Warring States period. The motif depicts a creature akin to an eagle, yet far more diminutive and fierce, emanating an unsettling aura. I cannot shake the feeling that this bronze ring, the sorceress's remains, and even that monkey, all exude an eerie sensation. Bai Yi remarked, though witchcraft can heal, it is equally capable of harm. Fuyu remarked, during the divine descent, I witnessed a harrowing scene where a shaman was punished for violating regulations. It was quite terrifying. There were instances of rivalry among the shamans as well, so it is highly probable that the female shaman from the Warring States period met her demise through treachery. As for that monkey, it is likely afflicted with poison, otherwise, it would not have survived for so long. Moreover, it probably witnessed the events unfold and is aware of the shaman's remains. It seems that the monkey is quite loyal. Bai Yi responded, however, when someone invaded that place, it indeed leapt forth to attack, seemingly intent on protecting the shaman's corpse. Subsequently, it developed an unexpected bond with Xiao Shan, ultimately deciding to inform others of its master's whereabouts. It has fulfilled its wish, yet Xiao Ning is in dire straits. By the way, what exactly is that creature? Tang San Cheng recalled it and felt a surge of frustration. I am uncertain. There are numerous rare creatures within the shaman clan, many of which I cannot even name. Fuyu replied, at present, it is more crucial to locate the night pearl and the lingxi fruit. Indeed, priorities must be distinctly established. Fuyu's words resonated like a farewell declaration, causing Bai Yi's eyes to immediately lower, a heaviness settling in his heart. Fuyu continued, let us find the lingxi fruit as soon as possible. Each departure was initiated by himself, and this occasion was no exception. Bai Yi said, Fuyu, we cannot linger here. Once I find the night pearl and lingxi fruit, I will return to you at once. Very well, I shall await your return. Fuyu lifted her bright eyes and said, We have already waited for so long, have we not? Suddenly, a warm current flowed through Bai Yi's heart as he replied, The wait shall not be prolonged, we shall surely see that day. Tang San Cheng, let us depart.